my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Here's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR-FS, San Francisco.
Here's the pitch now to Soto, and he lifts a high drive in the deep center field. Going back, Fitzgerald, all the way back to the wall. It's gone. He jumped on the first pitch from Brebbia and hit it over the center field wall. There's a drive into right field. Back into his left is Tatis. Now he turns, he looks up, and it's into the fourth archway. Now he bobbles the carom, and here comes Davis, running second, heading for third. Here comes the throw. It's offline, but he overslides the base. And he's tagged out by Batten.
Soto swings at the first pitch and drives one to deep left field. This one is gone. Juan Soto with his second home run of the night. And both times he hit the first pitch out. He did it against Brebbia in the first inning. Now he does it against Walker here in the seventh inning. 4-0 Padres. 35th home run of the year for Soto.
2 men on, 2 men out, last of the ninth. And the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Wilmer swings and misses at a devastating slider. He struck him out. He tried to check his swing, and it was too late. So Hader comes in to finish, and the Padres take game 2 of the series 4-0 over the Giants.
And that should do it.
For the second time in the last couple years, Dave, the Giants' postseason hopes end on a Wilmer Flores check swing. Oh, too soon, everybody. Too soon.
It sucks to lose.
Yeah, it does suck to lose. And last night we saw the Giants lose and end their postseason hopes. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Overnight Dave on the ones and twos this morning. Take you up to 6 a.m. and the start of the Murph and Mag Show, where I'm sure we're going to be talking a lot about the San Francisco Giants and their postseason hopes officially coming to an end last night. And first of all, I feel like we kind of got to clarify on a Wednesday morning because, as our friend Jason Kidd likes to tell us, there was some confusion when the game ended last night.
Because it was confusion.
Because I tuned into the NBC Sports Bay Area postgame show, and immediately they threw up the graphic. The Giants have been eliminated from the playoffs. Their season's over. The world is falling. The sky is falling. And I said, all right, there it is. Something that we are expecting for the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, if you want to be completely honest with you, going all the way back to the beginning of August. But then I take to Twitter, or as the kids are calling it now, X, and I see a report from Alex Pavlovich, who, of course, works for NBC Sports Bay Area. And he's saying that the Giants are not officially eliminated because their magic number is still at 1. Well, Dave, I've got a magic number for you. It's none. Because at the end of the day, these magic numbers don't really matter.
It definitely feels like the lowest part of the season.
This is the lowest part of the season, and as Gabe Kapler told us multiple times over the weekend, the math is just not on our side. And so, with that magic number still technically being at number 1, because of the Giants' tiebreaker situations with the other teams that are in the wild card race, even if they did end up in a tie, they would lose those tiebreaker situations. So there is no scenario of the Giants making the postseason this year. Dave, maybe we'll hit him with the Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, I don't see any scenario of that. And that's something that we've kind of been talking about for the last month or two.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Going all the way back to August 4th, when there was a scenario that the Giants were going to make the playoffs. There was actually an 80% chance that they were going to make the playoffs.
The Giants are not that team.
Yeah, fast forward, and we found out the Giants were not that team.
The Giants are not that team.
We found out that this Giants team is pretty similar to the team we saw last year that spurted out in the second half of the season, ran out of gas, tried to use the platoon advantage / disadvantages, tried to use the bullpen games and the piggyback guys and the bullpen and all those fancy terms that you're trying to change baseball, a game that's been played for years and years and years before me, and a game that's going to be played for years and years after me. And that was kind of the sentiment that I got from someone like Tom Verducci, who, of course, wrote a big article last week about the Giants being the most boring postseason contenders in all of baseball. And we talked about how baseball in 2023, in this day and age, how there is a shift almost back to a little bit of old school baseball. I know people think that's a crazy statement with the pitch clock and bigger bases, but the reason is to speed up the game, kind of like they used to do back in the 70s and 80s, and also to get more active and more base runners on the base path to create more chaos and to create more entertainment, just like back in the day when Ricky Henderson was swiping bags left and right. But the Giants failed to adapt to these rules in 2023. You look at their overall stats. They're the worst team in the MLB when it comes to stolen bases. Actually, they're worse at a couple things. They're dead last in stolen bases this year. So Farhan obviously did not adjust to the new pizza box bases. They're also number 1 in Major League Baseball in errors this season, which I guess technically makes you the best, but also makes you the worst. If you got to lead the league in something, it's probably not the greatest thing in the world to do with errors. But then again, that's another reason why they're 78 and 80 now. That's why for back-to-back seasons, this defense has fallen apart. You've rolled out a defense and a roster that's committed over 100 errors. And now we're talking about maybe one of the worst defensive teams for the Giants in 100 years. Hell, this year, I think they're going to end with one of the lowest batting averages in franchise history. Guess when the other one was? Last season. So again, I don't know what's going on with this Giants team.
Disastrous night for the Giants.
A lot of disaster going back to that road trip, going back to that August 4th date when they were only, I don't know, a 20% chance of missing the playoffs. Hell, we can go back to the MLB trade deadline when they were 2.5 games back in the NL West from the LA Dodgers. And no, I'm not even going to go into those standings this morning because they don't matter to the Giants right now unless you are paying attention to the jockeying back and forth between the Padres and the Giants to find out who's going to be the third place team in the NL West. Like any of that really matters. The only thing that matters now is that the Giants lost last night and their postseason contention is officially over. For, I believe, the third time now in the Gabe Kapler era. For the fourth time now in the Farhan Zaidi era. And that's why I started the show this morning with a little bit of a riff about last night's game ending with a Wilmer Flores check swing. Because as all Giants fans will like to not remember, Wilmer Flores and the 2021 Giants ended their season against Max Scherzer and the Dodgers in the playoffs with, of course, a Wilmer Flores check swing.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take.
Yeah, it was real tough, especially when you got Gabe Morales, who's a Bay Area kid, calling the play down the first baseline. Hashtag Wilmer didn't swing. And last night, it's actually arguable if he swung or not. But again, we're talking about small details here. But the details, and I don't know if it's irony or coincidence, that maybe we're seeing the final swing of the Giants' postseason hopes in 2023 maybe come full circle to that final swing in 2021. Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi's best year, and now we're talking about maybe this being their worst year. Now, statistically speaking, I don't think it's the worst record that we've had in the Farhan Zaidi era. I know Bruce Bochy's final year was not great with the Giants, but it seems to me like this team is trending in the wrong direction. You look at it from a talent perspective. You look at it from a fan base interest perspective. Look at the attendance this year. 17th, 18th overall in Major League Baseball. In 2023, when attendance records were rising across the league, not here in San Francisco. And I know the reason isn't because people don't like baseball here in San Francisco. No, this is a great baseball town. We see how passionate this fan base does get when they actually have a team that they can go out and support. But again, going back to Tom Verducci's article, when you look at this team, it is a patchwork team of veteran players who are probably bottom of the lineup guys on teams like the LA Dodgers and teams like the Atlanta Braves. You know, the teams that are actually competing for postseason and competing for the World Series this year. That's the difference. Yeah, there's some great prospects on this team. Yeah, we're getting excited about Patrick Bailey, Marco Luciano, even though he forgot how many outs there were yesterday when he was trying to turn a double play. But that's the reason why I think Farhan is getting a little bit of slack for next year at least to see how these prospects turn out, to see how Kyle Harrison's going to pitch. That is, if we get to see Kyle Harrison pitch again this year. Because yesterday's big story was he was scratched with a little bit of an illness. Seems like there's some type of bug going around in that Giants locker room. Even Logan Webb was sick on Monday night when he went out there and threw a complete game.
I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, I'm curious about the sickness too. I don't know what it is, Dave. I'm not diving into all that. But what I do know is that Kyle Harrison has been one of the reasons why I've shown up to the ballpark this year. I've been at every home start. I showed up to watch Casey Schmidt's debut. I showed up to watch Luis Matos. I showed up to watch Marco Luciano. These are the kids, and this is your future. But is that enough? Or does Farhan in this front office finally need to make a big splash move this offseason? There's been a lot of talk about Shohei Ohtani and the sweepstakes that is a once-in-a-generational type player. Who knows how those contract negotiations are going to go, especially with him having elbow surgery this offseason. He's not scheduled to pitch in 2024, wants to swing it, but wants to pitch again in 2025. I think you guys have heard of my arguments. I'd give up the house for Shohei Ohtani. I would love to see him in orange and black. But there's also different routes you can take here. If you can't sign guys in free agency, which the Giants have struggled to do, you can go out and trade. Maybe you can call up the New York Mets for a Pete Alonso. Hell, maybe you call the San Diego Padres and ask if they're interested in sending over a Juan Soto, which I know sounds crazy to people to trade a superstar talent like Juan Soto in your own division. But hey, the Boston Red Sox did it with Babe Ruth, right? Why not? Why not give me a chance? Why not give me a Juan Soto? But it was interesting when we brought up that topic yesterday on the Murph and Max show. There was some backlash on the text line. Oh, I don't want Juan Soto. What has he ever done? Who is he? And I'm like, whoa. Do I need to get reading glasses? Do I need to check my prescription? What has Juan Soto ever done? I don't know. He's won a World Series in a quote-unquote down year this year. He's got an OPS over 900, 35 home runs, batting 270-something. Would literally be the best player in your lineup. And oh, by the way, he's 24 years old. He's younger than Casey Schmidt. He's younger than Tyler Fitzgerald, who we just saw make his MLB debut this week. Like, come on, are we serious? You wouldn't want a Juan Soto? I think some of those answers probably changed after watching the game last night. After Juan Soto went deep in the first inning off the opener, John Brebbia, who made some storylines on Twitter yesterday with his back-and-forth interaction with Gabe Kapler, them kind of playing the hidden ball trick on the mound, laughing and giggling and having a good time. You know, in the same game that their postseason hopes ended. And I'm not going to be the guy that's like, oh, get off my lawn, because I know this is who John Brebbia is. He's a character. He's a clubhouse guy. He's there to keep the vibes high. The only problem is, I think with Giants fans, the vibes are not high right now. They're 78-70.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit that way.
Yeah, it feels bad if you're being honest with you. I'll hit you with a Tim Ryan, Jimmy Garoppolo. Feels bad, baby. Because this is a team that I think we all had playoff expectations for, especially going back to that trade deadline, going back a month or so ago. But this is a team, again, back-to-back seasons that has ran out of gas down the finish line. We talked about yesterday the storylines of Patrick Bailey dealing with fatigue. We talked about Susan Slusser's article about the lack of confidence that players have this year and not really knowing what their defined role is, because, you know, Gabe Kapler doesn't like to define any roles. You guys remember before the season started where he's like, oh, we don't want to call Camilo Duvall our closer. Like, well, what are we even talking about? Then again, there's a lot of question marks going into the season. The Giants had faith in David Villar to be their everyday third baseman. They had guys like Matt Beatty signed to the opening day roster. But those are just kind of the roster moves that Farhan will make. Look at A.J. Pollock. Look at Paul DeYoung. No move too small. Well, it looks like some of those moves were probably too small to make the playoffs this year, and that's why the Giants are on the outside looking in. Man, oh man, what a season. The 2023 Giants. Nothing like it, folks. Nothing like it. But we'll continue to discuss the downfall of the Giants, the repercussions in the offseason this year, whether or not there will be any changes with Farhan or Gabe or this roster moving forward. A lot of veterans, a lot of guys that have player options, which isn't great when, you know, they haven't played too well this year. But we'll figure out the San Francisco Giants. Pay attention to them at the winter meetings this year.
It's kind of a soft focus goal.
But that's pretty much it. Our hard focus is now going to go to teams like the San Francisco 49ers and the Golden State Warriors, whose season is right around the corner. The soft focus is on the San Francisco Giants right now, and to be honest with you, it's felt like it's been like that for a couple weeks now with this recent road losing streak and this road trip that ended terribly for the season, and last night we saw the Giants' postseason hopes end. But back to that hard focus stuff, I do want to focus on the San Francisco 49ers, but I also do want to focus on the bigger news out there, because I know everybody's worried about the Giants and their team sucking. Oh, by the way, I'll give a shout-out to the Oakland A's, who lost a career high, or should I say a franchise high, 109 games last night. Yeah, shout out John Fisher and Dave Cavill and those idiots across the bay trying to sneak out of Oakland. Now, I'll take my last couple shots, especially when I can do it on 50,000 watts. But one thing I want to do instead of taking shots is be positive and talk about the life of Brooke Robinson real quick. I know, Dave, we usually start drinking at noon on a Thursday. On a Wednesday, I want to pour one up for arguably the greatest third baseman of all time, a guy that was literally called the human vacuum, someone that I was told stories about my entire life growing up, one of my dad's favorite baseball players. My first dog was actually named Brooks after Brooks Robinson. My dad actually had multiple dogs named Brooks because of Brooks Robinson, because of how good he was at third base, a guy that played all 23 years in Baltimore with the Orioles, something that I think doesn't get enough attention, especially in this day and age where you see guys like Derek Jeter, Buster Posey. Outside of that, there aren't too many lifers in this game. Hell, look what happened with Madison Bumgarner. Look what happened with Sergio Romo, Brian Wilson. The list goes on and on and on. You don't get these lifers. Brooks Robinson was a lifer. He was Mr. Oreo. He was a guy that was an 18-time All-Star, 16-time Gold Glove winner, 16 of them. That's why he was the human vacuum, one of the greatest to ever play the hot corner. Yesterday, he passed away, so I wanted to make sure to pour one out for one of my dad's favorite players, Brooks Robinson, a guy that inspired his baseball career, inspired my baseball career when I was a kid growing up and playing third base, and my dad would tell me, hey, make a backhand play like Brooksy in the hole. Shout out to Brooke Robinson, shout out to my pops, and shout out to all the Seamheads who are still huge baseball fans despite the San Francisco Giants watching their postseason hopes slip away into the darkness, into the sound of silence. But how about on the other side, we get into the sound of the San Francisco 49ers, start getting you ready for their Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals, talk about that big upset by the Cardinals, and I also want to talk about these big contract extensions that are right around the corner for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Still waiting on the contract details, but let's get into that discussion. Since we're talking about the Giants missing the playoffs, how about a 49er team that has been making the playoffs year after year after year, and it seems like the only thing missing is that Lombardi trophy. We'll discuss those likelihoods as Las Vegas has a new favorite on this year's Super Bowl winner. We'll get into that and more next on the leadoff spot with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
2nd down, 7. Purdy in the gun. Elijah Mitchell now in. Juszczyk wanted to come in motion. Purdy says stay where you are as a right wing. Right slot. Kittle's a left wing with Ray. They're going to throw. And here's Purdy going to throw one deep. Wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Debo Samuel.
The leadoff spot now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning as Marcus Boucher turns his soft focus from the San Francisco Giants to our hard focus of the San Francisco 49ers. And to be completely honest with you, Dave, I think you know this better than anybody else. We've been focusing on the 49ers tough for the last couple of weeks, going all the way back to the preseason and all the back and forth chatter about Sam Darnold and Trey Lance.
We talking about practice.
And yes, we were talking about practice. That's why I flew all the way out to 49ers practice, not down in Santa Clara, which I stopped by a couple times also, but also went out to Henderson, went out to Las Vegas to watch those practices. That's how hyped up I was for this football season to cover one of the best teams in the league. Because, Dave, as we all know, the team I root for is not one of the best teams in the league. And so that's why I like going out to practice to watch guys like Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and this elite talent that the San Francisco 49ers currently roster. And it's a roster that's now off to a 3-0 start. First time they started off 3-0 since 2019, and the third 3-0 start in the last 25 years, I believe. So I don't think you could have scripted it any better this year for your San Francisco 49ers. Whether it's week 1 in Pittsburgh, whether it's been the last 2 weekends, whether it's Thursday Night Football against the New York Giants, where you saw Brock Purdy put up a career-high regular season 310 yards, face some adversity with that blitz coming from that New York Giants defense. The Yak Bro stepping up, Debo Samuel looking like he's back in back-to-back weeks. Over 100 total purpose yards against the Rams and last Thursday against the New York Giants. And then you get into this 49ers defense that I know there were some questions about after losing D'Amico Ryans this offseason. And Steve Wilkes, in my opinion, has done a fantastic job. The only really blemish on his record was that first half against the Rams. And then look at all the second half adjustments he made. Look how he switched that defensive backfield from a zone scheme to more of a man locked out one-on-one with Matthew Stafford trying to get the ball out quick. And look how good that defense has been in the second half of games, just like we saw those second half adjustments last year with D'Amico Ryans. Also interesting that Steve Wilkes was out here throwing out 5-man defensive fronts, putting out Kinlaw and Hargrave next to each other with Armstead, Drake Jackson, and of course Nick Bosa. Get 5 guys out there at front, and maybe that's a strategy that the 49ers will implement this weekend against an Arizona Cardinals team that ran for 222 yards against the Dallas Cowboys. A team that we were told has one of the best defenses in the NFL. Now, of course, there was huge injury news with Trayvon Diggs and him tearing his ACL, being out for the remainder of the season. And don't get me wrong, he's a great playmaker on the outside. I don't think he's the best lockdown corner in the league by far. He's more of a ball hawk. He'll take his opportunities. But not having him, to me, is not an excuse for your rushing defense to be that bad. Especially when we're talking about a corner who's out on an island who only makes plays when tackles are available in the open field. So to me, when you have Micah Parsons, a man that's favored to be one of the finalists for Defensive Player of the Year this year, look what the Arizona Cardinals did against that Dallas Cowboys defense. And maybe that's going to be some of the strategy that the 49ers will have in Week 5 when they square off against the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. The Cardinals made sure to run it straight at Micah Parsons. I'm not saying he got exposed this past weekend, but somebody on that Dallas Cowboys defense did. And I think that's going to be key to slowing down the Cardinals this week, is stopping that rushing game. James Conner currently is the third leading rusher in the NFL, only behind yours truly, Christian McCaffrey, and James Cook from the Buffalo Bills. Now, it's not just James Conner you have to worry about. There's also Josh Dobbs that has popped up out of nowhere. I mean, you want to talk about a guy who literally can't even find his own jersey in the Arizona Cardinals team store. A story that was going around this week because after Dobbs put up the upset of the week, damn near back-to-back weeks, had a 20-point lead against the New York Giants, but last week, of course, beat the Dallas Cowboys. He's been posting TikToks and viral videos of him dodging darts that Michael Parsons said he was going to throw to him on his own podcast. And he also showed up to the team store yesterday and couldn't find a single Josh Dobbs story. Excuse me, a Josh Dobbs jersey. But maybe there'll be some jerseys this weekend at Levi Stadium. I don't know how many Arizona Cardinal fans are going to show up. And hey, but I guess we can say it's going to be a sea of red. Yeah, 49er red, the faithful red. But getting back to what I was saying about slowing down this rush game and Josh Dobbs running this read option, it's something that surprised me last week against the New York Giants and how Daniel Jones did not run the ball at all. Now, they were missing Saquon Barkley, but to me that doesn't excuse a schematic error by Brian Daboll and the New York Giants. Because we all know that the 49ers, if they have had one kryptonite on this defense over the last couple of years, it's been mobile quarterbacks. We've talked about it 1,000 times. Their previous matchups against Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, they lost to Marcus Mariota last year. They've lost to Kyler Murray in this Arizona Cardinals team before. And that's why when I'm looking at the spread this weekend with Josh Dobbs' rushing ability, with James Conner's rushing ability, it's a 14-point spread. I haven't got a chance to take a look around at the other
14.
spreads yet, but 14, I'm guessing, is going to be the highest spread of the week.
14.
And we had no problem laying double digits against the New York Giants last week, but we know how tough it is in a divisional game. Hell, the only game we haven't covered on this year with the 49ers was that Week 2 matchup against the LA Rams, where we had them minus 7 points, and here is Sean McVay out here kicking a field goal for no reason in hell, despite, maybe having some buddies out in Las Vegas. But I'm not going to throw out any accusations, but I will throw out some bets this weekend for the 49ers game against the Arizona Cardinals. But you're going to have to stay tuned to our Friday show and Bobby Boucher's Best Bets as we'll continue to break down these matchups and look at a 49ers defense that's only allowed, I think, 159 total rushing yards the entire season. Cardinals had more of that last week against the Cowboys. I think they're going to run into problems up front, especially when we're talking about Javon Hargrave being in the middle of that defense now. Javon Hargrave, who this past weekend Pro Football Focus rated as one of the best defensive linemen in Week 3, and hell, in the entire NFL, for being honest with you, which was one of the key moves that the 49ers made this offseason that kind of got overshadowed by the Trey Lance, Sam Darnold saga and the quarterback talk that everybody loves to focus on. But for the 49ers to go out and sign Javon Hargrave on day one of free agency, I think is credit to someone like John Lynch, who's not afraid to go out there and make the moves, which, of course, is going to lead to our discussion this morning about John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan both expecting to get contract extensions. Interesting news released last Friday, actually during the Papa and Lunch show, or should I say the Papa and Boucher show. It was breaking news towards the end of the 1 o'clock hour, and the 49ers released a statement saying that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch would be getting contract extensions. Now, I think most 49er fans will say, yeah, this is a good idea. Look at all the success that Kyle and John have had since coming over to the franchise in the past 7 years. Look at where Kyle Shanahan ranks on the all-time win list for 49ers coaches. And now we're talking about maybe this pairing being the longest tenured head coach and GM in 49er history when it's all said and done. Now, we're still waiting on what those exact details were, how long it's going to be, what kind of money these guys are going to get, but we're talking about GMs and coaches where their salary doesn't count against the salary cap. So to me, I really don't need to be diving into their pocketbooks to see what kind of money they're going to get. But I think overall this is great news, especially when there was some speculation about maybe John Lynch's future. From a business perspective, whether or not Amazon was trying to pry him away from the Thursday night games or go the Bob Myers route and get into TV after being a GM. Hell, there was even some discussion this offseason, as recently as 3-4 weeks ago, when everybody was still lighting the world on fire about the Trey Lance trade to the Dallas Cowboys. And I saw the takes out there on Twitter, on social media, John Lynch needs to be held accountable. This is one of the worst draft day trades of all time. And again, we broke it down. I did think this was a terrible trade to trade up in Trey Lance. Look at that draft class. Look at Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Justin Fields. Maybe nobody was good enough to trade up for in that draft class. But the 49ers saw a window, saw an opportunity with that 12th pick that, ended up being the Michael Parsons pick. But we'll look past that. They moved up. They wanted to go get their guy, and it turns out Trey Lance was not that guy. But you know what? They found their guy with Brock Purdy. And I'm not saying that just cancels it out, because look at this 49ers roster. It'd be great to have an extra first-round draft pick at right tackle, replacing Mike McGlinchey. Now you got Colton McKivitz with a couple upcoming matchups against Michael Parsons and Myles Garrett, which I don't love too much. Look at this defensive backfield. Yeah, Isaiah Oliver has been a nice piece, but I would have loved to use the first-round draft pick to replace someone like Jimmy Ward. So there's other pieces that they still could have added to this roster. But again, look at what John Lynch has added to this roster. Whether it was going out and getting Hargrave this offseason, whether it's for his highway robbery of a trade to get Trent Williams from the Washington Commanders, whether it's his trade for Christian McCaffrey, which I know some people actually met with some criticism. Oh, they give up a second, a third, a couple of fours for a running back. And I remember breaking it down 4 hours straight when I filled in on the afternoon show that day. I was like, no. Christian McCaffrey's not just a running back. He's a running back. He's a receiver. And as we saw last year against the Rams, he couldn't even throw the ball if he wanted to. And he can pass. He's the modern-day Boobie Miles. He can do it all. And so I think everybody now, in hindsight, when we are all playing that Monday morning quarterback role, I think everybody loves that Christian McCaffrey trade, and nobody's complaining about it. And that, to me, is why I'm not complaining about this contract extension for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Because how many times have we opened up the microphones and ripped teams like the Raiders and Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler and these franchises that seem like they don't know what the hell they're doing? I got news for you. The 49ers know what they're doing. For all the people who thought, oh, Kyle Shanahan should be on the hot seat because he hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. Yeah, maybe that's the one thing he is missing. Maybe that's the one thing that John has been missing. But they've built a roster and they've built a team that has been knocking on the door every single season. Hell, since I started working here at KNBR back in 2019, since they went out and drafted Nick Bosa. And by the way, kudos to John Lynch and the 49ers for extending Nick Bosa's contract and making sure that he's going to be with the 49ers for the next 4 or 5 years. Sounds like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are also going to be with the 49ers for the next 4 or 5 years. We'll keep you updated on those contract extensions when we get those details. But I did want to pop in some sound from Michael Lombardi on Monday, where we sat down, and I say we, as in Greg Papa and myself, filling in for John Lund, and we had the opportunity to talk to Michael Lombardi, who, of course, is a former NFL GM, worked in the front office, worked with teams like the Raiders and the 49ers and so on and so on. And here he was giving his take on the contract extensions for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and whether or not the criticism for around social media and the quote-unquote Monday morning quarterbacks is, I don't know, credible? Hear it from Michael Lombardi himself.
Well, look, I think anytime you have a good partnership, and they do, and they're in San Francisco, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have times where you have losing seasons, but over the landscape, over the long haul, when you have people that trust one another, that listen, then you got to hang on to them, because this whole notion of, well, we can get better somewhere out there. Well, who? Who's better than what these guys have won? They've proven. They've drafted really well. I mean, they've done a great job. Maybe they miss on a pick here. Everybody does. I applaud them for admitting that they needed to move on from Trey Lance. I mean, that's half the battle, is admitting you make a mistake. And so I think when you have people that you trust and feel comfortable with, I think Jed York did the right thing. I mean, in this league, which is so volatile, which it changes every 2 weeks, the teams that win are the ones that can have continuity from within. And if you listen to Twitter, I mean, after every third down call, they want you to fire a coach.
That's Twitter for you. That's social media. That's a great point by Michael Lombardi. And again, that's why I always thought the hot take Twitter artists were ridiculous.
I mean, after every third down call, they want you to fire a coach.
I mean, even thinking about the thought of getting rid of someone like Kyle Shanahan, who is one of the greatest offensive minds in football right now. You put him up there at the top of the charts with guys like Andy Reid and their creative offensive scheming. Now, there is some criticism about his play calling, not even his play calling, more of his game management, which, hey, maybe he is a better coordinator than head coach, and maybe that's the one thing that's holding him back from winning a Super Bowl, but you still got a chance to go out and win a Super Bowl, despite the fact that, you've been in how many NFC Championship games with how many different quarterbacks now? Moving on from Jimmy G to Trey Lance to Brock Purdy to Josh Johnson for a couple plays, back to Brock Purdy without a UCL. This is the kind of roster that this team has built, And this is an offense, as what we've seen, has been clicking on all cylinders this year and has looked as one of the best offenses in football. And you want to talk about keeping a continuity going? Look around the rest of the NFL. You want to talk about offense? Look at Mike McDaniels putting up 70 for the Miami Dolphins. That's the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. Look at DeMeco Ryans, who just went into Jacksonville. Took care of the Jags. Got his first win as head coach of the Houston Texans. That's the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. Look at the little floors across the league. Hell, you can even look further than that. Look at someone like Rand Carthon, who's now working in the front office with the Tennessee Titans. That's the John Lynch coaching tree. And again, this all goes back to Kyle and John being here the last 7 years and building this roster that competes. They have a 55-46 record since coming to town, and that was taking over a couple pretty bad teams. And if you want to talk about moves that John Lynch made to up that status and up that resume, you do look at that first initial trade to bring in Jimmy Garoppolo from the New England Patriots. Look at the spark that provided when he came over and won 5 straight games. Those are all circling back to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And that's why it's all circling back to them getting a contract extension. Again, 55-46 doesn't sound like the greatest record, but the way that they've been able to turn this franchise around, I'm riding with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan if I'm a 49er fan. I get it. Some people were pissed off about the Trey Lance trade. I'll break it down for you like this. Look at a team like the Las Vegas Raiders. You want to talk about 3 draft picks being wasted? Raiders have 3 guys who were drafted since 2019 who aren't even in the league anymore. Not even on an NFL roster. It could be worse. As we mentioned earlier, the sky has fallen with the San Francisco Giants. Look across the bay at the Oakland A's. They lost 109 games this year. It could be worse. Right now, I'd say the San Francisco 49ers are in a pretty good spot, 3-0 to start their season, and it sounds like they do got their 2 leaders locked in for the future, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. We'll see how that contract compares to someone like Nick Bosa after he got the big payday this offseason. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Tim Ryan, and Greg Papa, all contract extensions. Those will be your voices of the 49ers that you'll continue to hear from all week long as we get you ready for the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona
every
Cardinals.
Call, they want you to fire a coach.
We're not going to fire a coach after a third down call. But, Dave, will you fire a coach after watching a team fall out of the third wild card spot? We'll discuss that next. Gabe Kapler's future, Farhan's future, and the future of the San Francisco Giants, who were eliminated from playoff contention last night. Let's talk some Giants baseball on the other side. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
2-2 pitch. Swing. There's a drive into right field. Back into his left is Tatis. Now he turns. He looks up, and it's into the fourth archway. Now he bobbles the carom, and here comes Davis rounding second, heading for third. Here comes the throw. It's offline, but he overslides the base, and he's tagged out by Batten. Here's the windup by Lugo. He throws. Here's a smash into deep left center field. Way back there. Off the top of the wall. The carom is played by Profar. He fires all the way into second, but sliding in safely, the very fast Tyler Fitzgerald, and it's a double. 2 down. Here comes Tyro Estrada. There's a swing. Line drive, base hit over shortstop into left center. Over to cut it off in the alleyway. Sokar. Then he throws in to second behind Jock Peterson. But then he goes back to the bag safely.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There it is. One of our final Giants rejoin this season as we're down to the final 4 games of the regular season. And I regretfully have to inform you that we will not be talking about the Giants playing October baseball. Well, technically, Dave, Sunday is October 1st. So they'll get 1 game in October against the Dodgers. But just like we saw their playoffs hopes end in 2021 in October with a Wilmer Flores check swing, there it was last night after Seth Lugo goes 8 2/3 scoreless innings out there throwing 123 pitches, snapping off that curveball left and right. Josh Hader comes in to close out the game and to close out the Giants season essentially as they lose 4-0, drop 2 games below 500, and are officially eliminated from postseason contention. Now, we talked about this earlier on the show about how the magic number, a.k.a. the tragic number, is still at 1 for the Giants. But with all these tiebreaker scenarios, the math is not on our side, to quote Gabe Kapler. And to be honest with you, it really hasn't been on their side all season long. Now, we could go back to better times during the regular season, the month of June, where it looked like they were going to be a playoff team, when Brian Murphy's out here talking about how much he's got playoff fever. And I got to put a hand up. In the middle of June, when we were seeing this influence of young kids, your Casey Schmidts, your Marco Lucianos for a 4-game series, your Tyler Fitzgeralds, your Luis Matos, your Patrick Baileys, your Kyle Harrison, I was even starting to get hyped up a little bit. And here we were just 2 months ago, less than that. You can go back to August 4th when the Giants had an 80% chance of making the playoffs. Hell, you can go back to the beginning of their last road trip of the season when they were locked in, or I guess they were loosely locked in, as the 3rd wild card team in the National League. Guess what happened? They went on the road, dropped 7 of 9 games, ended the season with a 6-28 record. And it was great to go out to the ballpark and watch Logan Webb throw a complete game on Monday night. But guess what? All that did was kind of delay what we all knew was coming, the end of the San Francisco Giants regular season. And now we're looking at a situation over these next final 4 games where we're looking for some hope. We're looking for some positivity. We're looking for an opportunity for the kids' play. Because as you heard in the rejoin by Overnight Dave, J.D. Davis got hurt sliding to third on one of the 3 Giants hits of the night. So maybe this opens up an opportunity for Casey Schmidt to get called back up to the big league level, so at least he gets to end the season in San Francisco. We saw the Giants also make that move yesterday with Joey Bart being back on the roster. Shout out Sean Jelly got into the game last night. His velocity seems like it continues to increase. And again, that's what you're kind of looking for over these final 4 games, is letting the kids play. Even though Marco Luciano might not know how many outs there are in an inning and isn't turning a double play. That's a guy that you do want to pencil in for your lineup next year. But that's something that we've been contemplating on this show. Who's in that lineup next year in pencil? Who's in it in pen? Who are guys that you can lock in? Now, you look at Logan Webb, Camilo Doval. Those guys are locked in pen. I want to put Patrick Bailey in that conversation. I think defensively you can. We've also seen his offensive numbers slump towards the end of the season. And we talked about how he's been dealing with fatigue that has shown in his ability to control runners on the base pass. So even his defense is taking a hit at this part of the season. But for a kid that's played more games this year than he's ever played in his professional career, you can understand some of that drop-off. Now you look at someone like Kyle Harrison. That's a guy that we want to put in permanent marker for the next 5-6 years with the San Francisco Giants. But this was still a small sample size that we got from Kyle Harrison this year. And last night was an opportunity to maybe add a little bit more to that sample size, but he ended up getting scratched before the game since he is dealing with an illness, a bug that's going around the Giants clubhouse right now. It's the same bug that was affecting Logan Webb on Monday night. Obviously didn't affect him too much, but Kyle Harrison got scratched, and Gabe Kapler said post-game that he still does plan to have him pitch one of these final 4 remaining games. And so whether it is against the Padres today, where I believe it's Sean Manaea who's scheduled to pitch, I'm glad Sean's actually getting the opportunity to make a couple starts at the end of the year. A little too late, but that's kind of been the story with the Giants. A little too late with their change of strategy towards the end of the season. How they ditched these bullpen games and have actually been given opportunity to guys like Tristan Beck and Keaton Winn. And now those are some guys that could be in a possible rotation scenario next year. But again, when you're going over the list of pitchers that the Giants do have, talking about the 2024 season and who's going to be in that rotation, it's Webb, it's Cobb, it's hopefully Harrison unless they trade him this offseason. And then they have options. Now it's Tristan Beck, it's Keaton Winn, it's Sean Manaea, it's Ross Stripling, and both have player options. So that right there is 7 starting pitchers.
I'm just about that action, boss.
That you currently have on your roster. And that's not including guys like Jacob Junis and Alex Wood also. That right there is 9 guys. So if you have 9 starting pitchers, why did you play half the season with only 2 of them? That's my question. So if we're talking about these 9 guys being options next year, how great of options are there? Not that great, obviously, since you didn't want to start them this year. Again, it all leads to some of the problems from the front office down of building this roster and paying $12.5 million for Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea. Combined $25 million, which is more than, Kevin Gossman's making this year as he's out pitching in Toronto as an AL Cy Young candidate. And that's why it's frustrating with all these small pieces. And I think that's why everybody's waiting for a big piece this offseason. Now, I don't want to get everybody's hopes up with a Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes or a Juan Soto trade or a Pete Alonso. I don't know what the moves are going to be this season. And I don't know who's going to be around to make them, to be honest with you. Farhan and Gabe both have another year on their contract. I'm guessing the Giants are going to let it play out, and they'll let Farhan's prospects play out.
It's been a hell of a ride.
I will give him credit for his 2020 draft with Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, and Kyle Harrison. But there hasn't been too much outside of that. We're excited about Marco Luciano. He was signed to the Giants before Farhan, so he doesn't get included in that crop of prospects. But we'll see how these prospects perform next year, and we'll see how Farhan in this front office performs at the winning meetings this year as they continue to tell us they're going to get a big free agent. They're going to improve defensively. They'll steal a bunch of bags, and none of that happened. And that's why they're not making the playoffs this year. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take.
It's the same old song and dance, to quote Aerosmith. We saw the same thing last season. Here they were competing for a postseason spot, and they broke down at the end of the season. It's the thing I said on opening day weekend. This platoon system, this bullpen strategy, it can win you some games in the regular season. It's not going to win you a postseason series, and now the Giants won't even have an opportunity to prove me wrong because they're not making the postseason. Officially eliminated last night against the San Diego Padres. 1 more game today, 3 more against the LA Dodgers. Hopefully we get to see Logan Webb and Brandon Crawford out there on Sunday to wrap up the San Francisco Giants season. But right now we're wrapping up the leadoff spot so that we can make the connection with Murph and Mac on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marquise Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
See, this is why Overnight Dave is my guy. It's the same old story. It's the same old song and dance for your San Francisco Giants, once again being eliminated from postseason contention. 4th time in the 5 years that Farhan Zaidi has been here. 3 out of the 4 years that Gabe Kapler has been here. But Murph, it's fine. Gabe Kapler and John Brebbia are having a picnic out on the mound after Juan Soto takes him deep. I don't know, boys. It's all over. It's the same old song and dance. Good morning, Murph. How we doing today?
Or as the bumper stickers say, same S, different season.
That's
right?
it.
You know what I mean?
Same S, different toilet.
I just got a feeling in my, you guys know me well enough that there's the snap, there's flash, red Murph, snapping Murph. I might snap today.
There's a good chance.
I might snap today.
It's frustrating as hell.
It's more, just that whole little shenanigan on the mound. That did not.
I don't like it, Murph.
They talk about.
I don't like it.
You know, guys, just to stay in tune with the whole 2023, vernacular and some of the hip phrases and stuff. Murph, I got to tell you, I'm out there and I was getting triggered. They triggered me.
Don't forget.
They triggered me.
I found out from my buddy's wife is a therapist.
Oh, yeah, you can't say that anymore,
Triggering.
Paul. I did. Okay.
Remember I said this at the end of the show
I thought it was
Friday.
all up to date with triggered.
I said to you on the end of the show Friday. Remember I said we got a text that said, triggering is now a triggering word.
All right, well, stand by.
Now you say, ready?
I can't sort this out.
Activated.
Wow.
What, is that kind of like activating the glutes? Is that kind of
activated?
Yeah, because triggering, to say you're triggered is a triggering word.
Yeah,
so
but Murph, they're
you're
putting
activated.
That's confusing me because people I know around my age group will say, let's get active. Does that mean
I'm
gotten
activating? I'm
triggered now?
triggering. Here's the thing.
I'm active. I'm always active.
I'm going back to Giant baseball in T-minus 10 seconds.
I'm activated and I'm triggered.
But Murph, okay, I'll drop it. But I'm just trying to get through the night. But again, I did feel triggered, activated. However you want to categorize it, I felt it.
Well, here's the thing, Paulie Mac.
Yeah.
That Giants offense wasn't activated because there they were last night again. 3 hits on the night. It's this patchwork lineup that we've been dealing with all season long.
You said that when I was pulling into the garage where there were no spaces, by the way.
I don't get no spaces.
I wanted to park it on the street. Yeah. I'm not kidding. I did. Because I don't want to get. You park in our. Listen, we can do a whole show in our garage.
Good luck getting out of
But
there.
anyway,
there might be more reality show. Put a camera in that garage.
There might be more cars in that garage than there are fans at Giants games this year.
There you go, man. Hey, but when I was pulling into the garage that didn't have a spot for me, you said patchwork, and I said in my car,
Yeah, patchwork.
as I was pulling into the no
patchwork.
parking garage, I said patchwork, Waterboy, patchwork.
That's it.
So, hey, listen, I'm triggered, I'm activated, I'm pissed, I'm eliminated. I'm all the words.
That's it.
Triggered, activated, pissed, and eliminated.
Well, with that being said, how about we activate the morning show then? Because you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and the Murph and Mac show on a Wednesday morning gets activated right now.
Good morning and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
What are we doing? What are we doing holding the ball away from Kapler and Kapler? Nah, I didn't like it. I didn't like any of it. We're out here spending hard-earned money. You stink, and you're riffing. As the great Harrison Ford, as the great Han Solo once said, laugh it up, fuzzball.
Well, here's some more 2023 vernacular for you. Isn't the word and the term optics, hasn't that become like a big part of like everyday talk and everything?
Yeah.
Bro, I got to tell you, that was bad optics.
Yeah.
You guys are out here putting the crowd, that what little of a crowd there was to say. First of all, Kyle Harrison, where'd he go? I'm tuning in. I'm hoping to catch him. He's not out there. And then you're watching the Giants just with these bad at-bats, and then the whole laugh fest on the mound. Murph, it equaled bad optics.
Bad optics. I'm with you 100%, man. I didn't like it. Ed Asner didn't like it, and it's just, to me, and all jokes, I think they got 28,000 again last night. I don't know how that happened, but anyway, to me, honestly, goodness, guys, this has been, I know Greg Johnson said Farhan and Gabe are coming back in my continuing sports dialogue with my 15-year-old kid. He says last night, well, they're coming back, Dad. I said, well, you know what? There's this thing called life that is fluid, living and breathing. Like there's nothing written. It's not written in the stars that they have to come back. Just because Greg Johnson sent Susan Slusser a text saying they have to come back. But I'm telling you that there's been things in the last couple of weeks that have indicated to me that the culture ain't healthy, buddy. The culture, and I jock-plugged on Monday, and I said, listen, Greg Johnson's going to have to make a public appearance, and he's going to have to explain to us very explicitly why they're coming back. And if they do come back, then we have to have the tree shaker trade. You know what I mean? So, because the culture is El Stinko, Paulie. So, other than that, happy Wednesday morning.
It was a wonderful night. Yeah. It was a very pleasant evening.
Fun night. I was at the Olympic Club college basketball tip-off dinner.
There we go. Let's talk about that. Yes.
Paulie. That thing has turned into
Can I get Randy Bennett stories?
Riff-a-palooza.
Yeah, you've been saying that for years. Yeah.
Dude, you can't be a college basketball coach unless you got banquet material. And I mean, you better come with your material. Because if you're coming up there, dude, it's almost like a rap battle. I think like an 8 Mile.
Nice.
Where if like you're not up to it, the crowd will turn on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You're
I like
out.
that. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I like that.
So you better have your material, man. And so these guys brought it. So anyway, shout out the saltine dry Santa Clara coach Herb Sendak.
Yeah, shout out Herb,
who gave you Brandon Pajemski, your first-round Warriors draft pick.
Very nice.
Yeah. So anyway, that
Broncos
was
ball, man.
So I was missing. We were rolling. We were like John Brebier. We were having laughs out at the dinner last night. The only thing is that was a nice place to have laughs because we weren't getting eliminated from the freaking baseball season. You know what I mean?
That's the problem.
It was a banquet. We were supposed to be laughing.
Murph, once again with the bad optics. Yeah.
So anyway, I got in my car and I heard the ninth inning. And then I got home.
Yeah.
And so I was wired. You know these things, Paulie.
It takes a while to decompress. When you have an event on a work night, there's no question. It takes time
and by
to
the
kind
way,
of come back. Yeah.
Speaking of which, then when your clock gets altered like that.
Oh, yeah.
Then you wake up the next morning and there's something off.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, walked out of the house today, forgot the coffee.
Ooh, that's tough. I hate that.
Just let the Yeti.
I do it once in a while.
For all
I hate
you listeners out there, they're saying no
hate
Yeti.
it.
This is not the Dwight Clark
I put
or
it
the
down
Providence
sometimes, open the door, and I have walked out without it.
You
I
have?
hate that. I have. I hate that.
And then you got to go with this.
With the little cups. Yeah, and that stinks. It's never the same.
The little tiny cup.
Yeah, with the lid. It's not right. It's not the same.
Probably nobody
That's
likes
bad optics. Yeah. Murph with one of those little cups is bad optics.
Exactly,
yeah.
But anyway, so I got home, and I was on the couch, and I was watching the post game.
Yep. I didn't see post game. I'd had enough.
You're a civilized gentleman.
Yeah, I'd had enough.
Your circadian rhythm was on
nothing to
point
really
last
talk
night.
about. There was nothing
for me. I wanted to see. Well, first of all, I was wired.
Yeah.
Second of all, I wanted to see what Gabe said about being eliminated.
Well, Cher, what did he say? I can't wait to hear this.
He said it was Essie.
No, it was.
He said.
Yeah, did he?
Essie. Yeah.
Can I use profanity? I'm going to go ahead.
He'll drop an S.
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels Essie.
We're all adults. It's Essie. Yeah.
But anyway, then they asked him about the whole Brebbia thing, and his explanation was, my brow was furrowed, dude. Like it is right now, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. I was like, what's he? He's like, yeah, John, he likes to have fun and whatever. And I was like, wait a minute.
I'm so glad.
And while he was saying this, the Chiron on NBC Sports Bay Area said SF Giants eliminated.
That's what I'm saying.
Playoffs.
What are we doing out here?
The TV had the Chiron up there saying eliminated from playoffs. And he was like, it was, it's good that he keeps it light. And
I don't like to use the word eliminated. I like to use the word no longer competing, or whatever.
I don't want to make too big of it. It's not like why they're 78 and 80.
Man. It did not look good.
But on the heels of the Baggerly report that they're playing cards and that they're playing music.
They're playing cards.
And that and then the Slusser story where they're like, Gabe doesn't really talk to us. He talks to us individually. The dude does not have a hold on the clubhouse. That's not a clubhouse that respects the process or what's going on.
Well, and that theme is not going away, by the way. So today, here I am sitting in the studio with Murph. For all of you listeners and commuters out there who don't see the San Francisco Chronicle, let me tell you what the headline on the sports page says today. For the Giants, boiling discontent marks latest lost year. Boiling discontent. That's a strong combination of words.
But you know what's funny, Paulie? Sadness of that is that's the Chronicle actually reporting from Monday night.
Well, that's part of the problem.
No joke.
Yeah.
You have to go online. And they said in today's Chronicle headline, it said Giants find lightness in elimination or something. I got to give credit to Ann Killian. She wrote a column today calling them out for what it is.
No, enough's enough.
What's going on?
Yeah, enough's enough.
What's going on?
It's not a good look.
So at this point in time, do you bring back Gabe and Farhan? So this is going to be the talking point, obviously, going forward. And Greg Johnson, if you're going to do it, and I'm not, so I'm
go ahead, man.
My thing.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
It's like, I get it. If you blow out Farhan, you got to start all over again.
I know.
Right? So you better make sure you know the direction you're going and all of that stuff. And he has produced the kids, right? Although it's funny, the kids we like, Marco Luciano, he was signed by Bobby Evans.
Okay.
Logan Webb drafted by Bobby Evans. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So a couple of those prizes are from the old regime.
Yeah.
Now, to his credit, he got us Pat Bailey and Kyle Harrison. and nice players like Lamont Wade. Lamont Wade's a nice player.
Yep.
But he should be like your 7 hitter on a really, really good team.
That's the thing.
If you have like Wade in the 7 hole, you're like, damn, we're a good team.
You're feeling pretty good. Yeah,
you're a good team. He shouldn't be like.
But he's like your featured guy.
Exactly,
that's the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, now I kept saying, are they a tandem? Are they a tandem? And I had said, yeah, they're a tandem because nobody else won.
That is the question right now.
Based on what I saw last night, just based on the way the clubhouse is running on a day-to-day basis, it may have to be. You may got to seriously consider giving Gabe the Ziggy. You may have to seriously consider it, just because what you're seeing, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? And there's a lot of smoke since the trade deadline. Now that said, too, it's all been since the trade deadline when Farhan did nothing.
Yeah, that's when I turned sour. That's when I got salty.
Now, if he told Greg Johnson behind closed doors, listen, dude, this ain't the team. We're not going to do it. If we can scrape in,
then
with
you got to share some kind of message with us, and you got to share that. So
and we're punting to 2024.
Yeah, you got to let us know what the direction is. At least that's the problem. Is there's not like. Since Larry has kind of retreated into I don't want to say the shadows, but we just don't hear from Larry like we used to. That I feel like we need a voice, and I feel like Giant fans are looking and listening.
Looking for a voice. Here it is. Here's the one today. Ready for this? Giants find a reason to smile amid loss.
No, it's a laugh fest. It's funny. Yeah, we're all laughing.
So I got to tell you, funny. It's just a personal anecdote.
And Murph, by the way, when do you get the renewal form for your season tickets?
Well, that's what I mean.
It's coming now.
They're coming.
You said they were knocking hard.
Huge pressure on us.
So when's it going to be?
And I keep saying, no, they're freaking out.
Yeah.
And I keep saying, oh, really? What are you going to do with them?
Maybe you play hard to get. Yeah, maybe you play hard to get.
It's called leverage, probably.
Yeah.
And you got none. I got all of it. All right. You know that 20% off card I have for all those, but how about a 30% off?
What do you think, though, man? Do you think this team needs a change at the skipper position? Like, do you think that's something they
I think it's something to seriously consider.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. You lose control of the clubhouse.
Now, it's always who you're bringing in. Is it Wotus? Is it
Bob Melvin?
Somebody like that? Bob Melvin? Is it Bob Melvin?
Throwing that out there.
Yeah, could
He's
be.
unhappy. Let's make this right.
Could be.
Yeah. I don't know.
So anyway, I'll just tell you a funny, personal anecdote. 1990, Paulie. 1990.
Good year.
This kid's not even born. Neither of these kids are born.
You guys missed a good year. 90 was fun.
Did you like 90?
I did a lot of cool stuff in 90. I did.
90 was good.
Yeah, 90 was really good.
Yeah.
Don't get me going on 90.
Well, that's Jackie's Army, Italian 90.
Nice. Yeah.
But anyway, I was obviously a huge Giants fan. I was 22, going on 23. And I was living in L.A., Paulie.
Yeah.
Living in L.A.
You love L.A.
Rooming with my man Sully, who co-wrote Delta Farce, starring Larry the Cable Guy. And the Giants in '89 had been to the series, so I was revving pretty hot down there, buddy. I was rocking.
Giants
rocking my
rule
Giants
West,
down
man.
there.
Yeah.
And they signed. People don't remember this. Do you remember the sidearm reliever for the Royals, the redhead named Dan Quisenberry?
Of course, yes.
So Dan Quisenberry was a really good reliever in the '80s. I think he won a few, Paulie. What were they called?
The fireman,
it was like a fireman
thing. Yeah, with the helmet. They give you a helmet. Yeah, like a gold helmet. Yeah. Rolaids putting out the fire. Yeah.
Now, tragically, I think actually we lost him at a young age. He had brain cancer. It was a tragedy.
No, I didn't know that.
So this was pre-tragedy.
Yeah.
And he was one of these guys like Brebbia. He was riffing all the time.
He was an odd duck.
And he was playing out the string. He was at the end of his career with the Giants. And I was watching a game. Rare chance I got to see him in L.A. It was like some national broadcast I got to see. And he blew the save. And I was screaming, and my buddy Sully still laughs at the thing. I was young, and I kept yelling at the TV. Yeah, laugh it up, man. Yeah. Laugh it up, buddy. Freaking blowing save, just laugh it up, Quisenberry. And my buddy laughed at that for years. He's like, I remember you yelling at Quisenberry.
But you know what that says to me?
Laugh it up, man. Laugh it up.
That says to me.
And that was last night.
Well, totally. And also, it tells me, look at that. Murph is recalling something from 30-some-odd years ago about how bad a look it is when you're on the Titanic and you're sitting there laughing. It's just not a good look. And the fact that you can recall that like that all these years later kind of speaks to last night, how it looked, how it felt, and what the Giants were doing, which is a lot of nothing. When that had all gone down, I think it was the fourth inning. They had one hit. There was like no life out there. It was just a bad look, man.
I'm trying to look up that MLB Relievers Fireman Award you're talking about. The Fireman of the Year Award.
There it is. I told you. Yeah, you got that gold helmet.
It was the reliever with the most combined saves and wins in each league.
You guys missed that whole Rolaids era.
Sporting News gave it away. Then they had a Rolaids relief man. So those are two different things.
What do you mean? Wait. What, like a long relief guy?
From 76 to 12, they gave the Rolaids relief man to the top reliever of each season. And let me see, did Quisenberry win this thing back in? I thought he did.
By the way, I should be endorsing Rolaids. I wouldn't even be here without Rolaids.
Quisenberry never won one. Maybe he won a Fireman of the Year. Maybe he was in contention for the Rolaids Relief Man.
Yeah, something.
Dude, the Rolaids Relief Man.
Yeah, those are good
There
old
it
days.
is.
Yeah, man. Putting out the fire.
You know, he used to win it a lot, dude. Raleigh Fingers, Bruce Sutter.
Yes.
They won a lot of them.
Raleigh Fingers.
Lee Smith won a couple.
It's almost automatic.
All right.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're pissed. And, what, do you think they should get rid of Gabe?
Well, like you're saying, I mean, it is. It's such
Maybe.
a big. It's something to definitely talk about.
I think because based on, and the reason why I'm saying this is not just I'm lashing out, it's because of what I'm perceiving to be a sort of a rudderless clubhouse.
Yes, right.
And that I just didn't like the whole.
No, nobody did.
And I know they might say, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Brebbia has a riff with Cap. It's all understood. But we're out here, we're watching it. You leave your inside jokes inside.
Yeah, do it behind closed doors when you're. Yeah.
Anyway, we got that. Listen, we got Steph Curry running in sand dunes. You guys see that? You guys see that?
Why not?
Curry's running in sand dunes.
Let him do it.
We got the WNBA coming to San Francisco
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So that's stuff to talk about. We got Colin Kaepernick, and we lost one of the all-time icons in Brooks Robinson too. All stuff to talk about today. All right, let's get going here. We'll hand it over on the other side. We're gonna have a little. Marcus giving us the guest list. I'm looking at this sponsor sheet, Paulie. It says Marcus Tripoli City shout out. What is that? Oh, okay. Oh, keep the inside
Easy,
jokes
big fella. Easy, big fella. Like I was saying, behind closed doors. Behind closed doors.
Shh. Waterboy, don't worry. Nobody's listening.
We already got enough trouble going on. I know.
Nobody's listening. Yeah. Don't worry. We'll be right back on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
The math is not on our side.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Turn off the lights. The Giants' postseason hopes are over after officially being eliminated last night by the San Diego Padres. So to read about the Giants coming up short in the postseason race, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
Here's the pitch now to Soto, and he lifts a high drive in the deep center field. Going back, Fitzgerald, all the way back to the wall. It's gone. He jumped on the first pitch from Brebbia and hit it over the center field wall. And the Padres have a 1-0 lead.
Man, it depends on who you ask. Like, you show up to win every day, no matter what the math or the magic number looks like. You prepare to win the same every day. No one likes walking around not being prepared to play a baseball game, as far as I know. So it's kind of the same every day. You show up and you try and kick the crud out of the other team. If it gets to a point where it doesn't matter if you win or lose, then that doesn't change how you focus on what you do. Like, I don't want to go out there and get shelled all the time just because we can't make the playoffs or something like that.
Yeah, it was John Brebbia. I was watching that last night. They were just talking about, like, how does this change getting eliminated? And he was like, well, still got to come to the ballpark, still got to play. The whole thing was profoundly depressing. Although I didn't know Waterboy had Florence and the Machine in his game.
You know what? Marcus will surprise you like that.
Good morning, MB.
What's up, Marcus?
What's up, morning, boys. How we doing?
Florence and the Machine in your game.
Yeah, it's in my notebook. I've got it in my playbook. Shout out to Guardians of the Galaxy 3. They had it on their soundtrack. It was the soundtrack. It was their final song.
That's how they get you.
The dog days are over, and so are the Giants playoff hopes. I got to tell you,
that's like the new rock radio is like soundtracks and video games.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the new radio format. That's how people get their music out there. It's so crazy. But you're right. You pick it up off a soundtrack, Murph. You pick it up off are your kids pulling tracks off of their video games? Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Well, I told Paulie Mack this, I think it was last week when we were talking about Deion Sanders, of course, dropping the...
Give me my theme music!
And I told him that song Halftime by the Yin Yang Twins was one of the soundtracks to NFL Street 2.
There it is.
I heard that song every single time I loaded up the game screen. Give me my theme music.
I get my music from Marcus's Rejoins. That's where I get my music.
That's it.
By the way, how ironic that after Tom Verducci dropped the bomb on us that, hey, man, the Padres might trade you Juan Soto yesterday morning, and we got all excited. Soto's like, I'm going to go out and hit a couple for you.
Sure did.
Go out and hit a couple taters. By the way, I heard Krug and Kipe on the postgame rap last night saying that he it wasn't that he pimped it, but that he
always does something.
He gave the I know that's gone coming out of the box to the opposite field. That's what they were saying was so impressive. Like, yeah, you can always kind of pip it out of the box when you've pulled one to the pull, you tanked one to the pull side. You know you're a stud when you can do that on an oppo blast. So he's got 35 now.
Oh, yeah.
35 bombs. What were you saying about 30 home runs in the Giants? 108 ribs. The long-lost RBI.
Oh, gee, I'm a fan now.
The RBI, which has gone down. The RBI has gone the way of the well-oiled Ford Edsel.
I still look at RBI, Marcus. I know that the end result of that means someone's touching home plate, which is like a good thing. You're trying to score runs. Yeah.
Shows what you know about baseball.
I know. Well, I guess not much.
Casual.
How do you score runs?
You imagine?
You're a casual.
Without RBIs,
that's like maybe the biggest slur in the analytics word is to call you a casual.
Well, I am. They call me Mr. Casual. Yeah.
That's why you wear blue jeans to work.
And by the way, shout out the 80s flick called Casual Sex, starring Andrew Dice Clay. Yeah.
35 bombs, 108 ribs, 935 OPS. He's top 4 in RBIs, top 8 in OPS. He's even thrown in a tidy little 276. Yeah, I'll take Juan Soto. So
anyway, that's a reality? Like, is there any realistic hope?
Who knows at this point? Who knows who's coming back? I mean, again, we're at the point now where Greg Johnson's statement that they're both coming back next year, that's open for examination.
Here's my big question.
In my opinion, that's open for discussion. And I'm calling on Greg Johnson. You got to tell us what's going on.
All right, CJ.
You got to tell us what's going on.
Come on down, buddy. We need something. We do. And Marcus, let me ask you this. How do you sell, like, if you're talking about Juan Soto, what's the pitch? Like, how do you get him to want to play in San Francisco when you look out there and you see what kind of team they have? Yeah, he's going to get paid, but like, how do you sell it?
I think you throw him a bag of cash, and beyond there, there's not much. Yeah. I mean, you look at this Giants lineup, there's no one to offer him protection in this lineup. You look at the rotation, yeah, we're all getting hyped up about Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, and Alex Cobb being your front runners, but there's so many question marks about this team. I don't know how you sell it to Juan Soto or any other free agent this offseason.
Man, oh man. By the way, 408 says, the team has the feel of when you get a substitute teach for a day and they show a movie and the kids do whatever they want, absolute S show. I would agree. I mean, there's this, that was it. Again, I heard people, I saw the texters, I saw you guys push back on me, saying that take it easy. The Brebbia thing was funny. Stop being so serious. I'm just here to tell you, man, I watched baseball a long time, and when on the day you're getting eliminated, it's just as Paulie says, bad luck, man. And that's not just the only thing that's a bad luck. There's been other indications throughout the last few weeks that, and from the beat writers, from the quotes you're getting, has Gabe ever controlled this clubhouse? Are they playing cards instead of studying opposition pitchers?
All that
Are
stuff.
they playing Marley after losses? Just these little signs that that there's sort of like a lack. There's no rudder. There's no strong, firm purpose.
That's all the stuff that baseball fans read about. They don't have access to the clubhouse, but you get that information. It seeps out. It trickles out, and then you go, "Wow, that's a little unusual." It sounds like there's nobody at the helm here. But then you see what's happening on the field too. It's been, rather lifeless out there for some time now.
925 talks about what so many people. You think the Padres would make a trade in the division? If the trade is right, you make the trade. 1987, they traded Dave Dravecky and Kevin Mitchell to the Giants. And the Giants traded Mark Davis and whoever else. Mark Grant, I forget who the Giants sent. Was it Mark? I always confuse Mark Davis. Forever. Even though it's my era, I've confused Mark Davis and Mark Grant. Two guys with very similar names, one of whom won a Cy Young, either Mark Grant or Mark Davis. One of whom is a broadcaster, either Mark. Anyway, it's happened. Yes, interdivision trades have happened. It's not against the rules. And it's not necessarily. If it sounds like it's something that it's good for both teams, you do it. 707 says Murph sounds triggered. I prefer activated, my friend.
Please.
Activated.
Let's be reasonable.
Anything else going on? No. So Niners back on the practice field today.
Look forward to some Niner ball. Yeah, totally.
14-point favorites. You know who's making a little bit of noise on social media, Paulie, and in a little bit of NFL circles? Joshua Dobbs.
Okay.
The Arizona Cardinals quarterback. He made the news yesterday. He did a little social media skit where he went into the Arizona Cardinals team store to buy his own jersey for his family.
First
of all, shout out to Bidwill's not providing him with a jersey. He's got to go buy one on his own, right?
How much for my own jersey?
Second of all, there's no Dobbs jerseys in the stores. Yeah.
Oh, the
instant. And he's filming himself going,
where do we go from
Joshua
here?
Dobbs, starting quarterback. The Cardinals trying to buy a jersey
you guys
for
don't
my
stock
kids.
my shirt, yeah.
And then he said there's a do-it-yourself LED
you
screen.
Put the letters on. Oh.
And he put in, it says, okay, I'll make my own then. So he makes his own, and the roster comes up, and he's not on the roster.
Damn it. Damn. He's going to be pissed off on Sunday.
He goes, your boy's not on here.
Yeah,
so.
Poor guy.
That's what he said. He filmed it and put it out there.
Yeah, he actually played really well, too, last week.
And Waterboy, help me out. I didn't understand. You may need to help the old man out here on the Mike. Everybody said, did you see Dobbs go after Micah Parsons?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand. I saw it. He was like dodging bullets or something.
So Micah Parsons has a new podcast. We played a couple of clips of him talking about Brock Purdy last week, and he apparently went on his podcast and said that he was going to be throwing darts at Josh Dobbs the entire game. So that's why Dobbs was on TikTok dodging the darts.
Yeah, so Dobbs did a thing of himself dodging left and right and left and right.
Right.
So I guess he was saying, your darts didn't hit me.
Okay, fair enough.
So he's got a little flavor, this guy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to throw you one other thing that's just on you. Guy's got alopecia, and he's an alopecia spokesman.
Well, you better not mention that too much. Somebody's going to get slapped in the face.
I know, but no, he did. He does alopecia awareness stuff.
No, but you know what happens.
And he met a Cardinals cheerleader who has alopecia, and they broke down a whole thing.
Just do a sweep the perimeter for Will Smith. Make sure he's not around. Because last time somebody mentioned alopecia, they got smacked. Yeah.
Anyway, just another dimension of his personality.
Yeah, that is something to consider.
I'm telling you guys, I'm taking this game seriously.
You better take it seriously.
Well, why are the Niners 14-point favorites then?
Well, the Niners are one of the best teams in the NFL, but you're right. You don't look past the Arizona Cardinals. We just talked about Shanahan's lifetime 3-3 record against the Cardinals, and this is when Shanahan's had Super Bowl teams, man, NFC Championship caliber teams. So same recipe. They're not. I don't think this team looks past anybody. I don't see this group looking past the Cardinals.
You're not going to go. You're not calling 17-0, are you?
No, I'm talking about this week. I don't see them looking past Arizona.
But I mean, it's the kind of game that
especially after they beat Dallas.
If you go like, would you be happy if the Niners went 13-4 this year?
Yeah, pretty much. Especially if you get home field, sure.
So you're going to lose 4. You're going to lose 4, and this is the kind of
I don't
one
like
that
that.
you
Yeah,
kinda,
yeah.
you know what I mean? That you got to, just saying.
Well, they're going to have
You're
their
lose 4. This is the one you better watch out
They're
for.
going to have, if this is one of those under the radar games, I mean, we've talked about the stretch where they have Seattle who is it, Murph? It's Seattle twice, and there's another really tough game.
Philly.
In
Go Seattle, Philly,
yeah,
Seattle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So those are like the very obvious potential games that could be L's, but you got to look at these Cardinal type teams too. You're right.
Yeah. So anyway, let's get the guest list going here on a Wednesday.
Let's go.
9/27, 20.
Now give me my horns.
3. Looking at my fairly standard Art from Triple E today, who...
How's he doing, Triple E?
Well, I'll tell you how he's doing.
Yeah.
He said he, quote, forgot to set his alarm today.
Oh, there you go.
Unquote. I said, so wait a minute.
You forgot to set the
I mean,
alarm.
this is our, if there's one rule in our job, it's that you have that iPhone alarm.
I would recommend you set the alarm.
And
with
it's
this.
set, for the year.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean?
I recommend setting multiple alarms.
Yes, you do.
I have one that goes
Do
off
you
at
have multiples?
2:45.
I will confess I only go with the one.
Well, you're playing dangerous.
No.
You're playing dangerous ball. I got 2. I do. You got to have that backup, man.
I admire that.
I have 4, boys.
4.
I have one at 2:45, one at 3, one at 3:15, one at 3:45, just in case. All hell breaks loose.
So
in case it's an emergency.
in 99% of the time, you answer the 2:45 one?
Correct, yep.
And then the other ones are going off when you're in the shower then.
The other ones
you
are
got
just
to get out of the shower, you're dripping wet, you got to turn off the alarm.
I just let it ring out.
Do you know that when
waking up your roommates though?
Yeah, that's their problem.
It's almost like a tool of the trade. Like a plumber shows up, he needs his wrench and his belt and all that stuff. I'm not even kidding you. When Tony Salvador hired us and I was working with Brooksy in the morning back in the 90s, he told us, when he hired us, he goes, make sure you got 2 clocks. Because I don't want to hear about one of them not working. Right. That's why you got the backup. Like he told us.
Playing with fire.
Yeah, you really are. You're playing. Is it electric?
Stones.
Is this like a plug-in?
I go
clock?
iPhone.
Oh, this guy's nuts.
Ooh.
You could run out of batteries. Any number.
No, my iPhone. I got to tell you, this new iPhone, this battery's been fantastic.
What do you got? A number 15, 16? What do you got? Who knows?
What if you get one of those random updates in the middle of the night? Your phone restarts.
See, they got to update the whole system.
Yep.
I have had that moment where the terrified
We've
shake,
upgraded your system.
The shake and wake up from your wife where she shakes you and says,
bad feeling.
It's 5:15. Oh, my God. Anyway, he did that. He forgot to set his alarm.
All right, come on, Triple E. You're better than that.
This is an iPhone 14. Is that right?
Did he laugh like Gabe Kapler last night when he was telling you the story?
Well, it's good
I
to
forgot
keep
my
it
alarm.
for sure. Yeah. Somebody wrote in and said J.D. Davis did not look amused on the mound.
I agree. I saw that.
He actually, there was a physical contact too, where he you see where they got he reached his arm in, he shoved his arm away. I was like, this is getting a little weird.
They're out there wrestling on the mound, Murph.
I'm going to go ahead and push that arm. I'm going to sweep you aside.
Nice ball.
Can I get an Ed Asner here right now? This is me on going to my accountant, and it's Casual Friday.
I don't like it.
Yeah. You going to be casual with my season?
Asner speaks for the group.
You going to be casual with my wins and losses?
I don't like it.
It's
Murph,
a casual Wednesday.
Murph, I'll double down. I'll give you another one that you also like.
It's just not that cute anymore.
No.
God bless you.
No, it's not.
God bless you. All that and Florence in the Machine.
And Murph, if we're hot right now, it's looking like the Giants were pelted with rocks and garbage.
They pelted us with rocks and garbage.
Wow, man. Wow. They came close to getting those rocks.
See, you don't even need to know the context. That's funny. You know what I mean?
It's good sound.
They pelted us with rocks and garbage.
You don't even need to know the backstory, but if you do know the backstory, it's that much funnier. All right, what do we got here?
All right, our guest list starts off in about 30-45 minutes. We're going to check in Arizona with Jody Jackson. She covers the Arizona Diamondbacks, but of course also covers the Arizona Cardinals. She does pre- and post-game for them, so we'll check in on a report on the Arizona Cardinals with Jody Jackson at 7:15 this morning and kick off our guest list.
Yeah, okay, Jody. All right, let's go.
Jody's going to be good at 7:15, and then we're going to get into that Giants discussion with Dwayne Kuiper today, filling in for Mike Krukow, who pitched hit for Kuiper yesterday. We'll talk to Kuiper this morning.
It's going to be a tough one with
I thought we were going to have a win to talk about.
No, poor Dwayne.
Plus, Kuiper's got to talk about it. Well, we can talk about Kuiper about a lot is Brooks Robinson.
Yes, good, Murph. Good call.
That'd be a good discussion to get into with Kuiper this morning. We'll do our big hit, our cooler of content. Then we're going to check in with our good friend Peter Hartlaub, who I believe wrote a good article about Levi Stadium turning 10 years old.
Levi's. We need to talk about this because we went into the home opener and we didn't really talk about it because it was the home opener. It was a Thursday night, a little unusual.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the 10th season of Levi Stadium.
How about that? Crazy.
That's a crazy number, right?
It is a milestone. Yeah.
Where are you with Levi Stadium?
Yeah.
That's where we need to talk about, and Hartlaub put that in
It was a good
perspective.
piece. Yeah.
We'll check in with Peter at 8:50 this morning, and then at 9:15, back into the Giants discussion with Andrew Bagley.
You know what? I want to get into that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll up we got to get out early because I want to do a long one with Baggerly.
Good. We'll check in with Bag today at 9:15 and then wrap up the show with Eric Branch 9:35 talking some more 49er football.
Okay.
Bags and Larry Krueger had a little
back and forth.
A little back and forth.
Yeah, they can. Kruger's like that. You know, he'll
tennis rally with each other. There,
Yeah.
So.
Kruger ain't going to take it from anybody.
And Bags wasn't going to take it from Krug.
yeah.
But Krug's definitely not going to take it.
You know how Krug rolls, though. He comes in hot.
Brad Manzi said it to me, and I said, Krug will lash out.
Kruger is like the original Copes. Like, you think Copes pushes back? Kruger was doing that 20 years ago.
We might need a Kruger-Copes showdown to see who could just unload more nuclear arsenals on each other.
Hey, mate,
because they're both just zero-sum, like nuclear bomb or death. You know what I mean?
Kruger going at Copes is like, if I may, as I like fortify my friendship with Marcus Boucher, can I drop my first ever MMA riff? Because I got sucked into a 30 for 30 yesterday. How about this riff, Marcus? First time I've ever tried this. Tell me if it's good. I'm going to say Kruger and Copes getting after it is like a rematch of Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz. How am I doing, Marcus? How am I doing?
That's fantastic, Paul.
Okay, all right. I'm feeling.
You want to talk about Mike Silver, who's going to be on with Papa and Lund today at 10:50? I once shared a milkshake in Tahoe with Mike Silver and Chuck Liddell.
Yes. Suddenly, I'm a fan. Okay. As of yesterday, I'm on board now, Marcus.
That's the Iceman, Paulie Mack.
Liddell?
Chuck Liddell.
No, he's talking
Liddell.
now you're talking my years. Like I was in.
I don't know anything. This is all new to me. But I also remember Chuck Liddell had a couple of cameos on Entourage.
That's correct.
Remember he was going to beat up Johnny Drama a couple of times.
Yeah. There you go. All right, guys. Hey,
throwing that out there.
Listen, do you want to hear what Gabe said after they got eliminated? And about the weird Brebbia thing, we can hear it.
Let's go, buddy.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports 8. For sure.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, listen, Gabe and Brebbia and Luciano not knowing the outs, all that stuff we'll talk about in the next segment. We do want to just have a little moment here where, Paulie, I mean, one of the things about doing this show is we're always on the air when somebody legendary leaves us and passes away, and we've done a million of these sort of homages. But listen, as we're about to start the baseball October, right, which we all love so much, and hope Bruce Bochy gets there. He's in good shape to get there, right?
I'll be rooting for Bochy.
Yeah, they're leading the AL West. They still got to close it out. It's pretty tight over there, but the Mariners and Astros are throwing haymakers at each other, and Bochy's going to hopefully get there. But one of the teams that is going for the first time in a long time is the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And listen, Paulie and I are of that generation where the Orioles were really good when we were younger, and they were on our TV a lot. And they're from their uniforms, which are classic, to their old Memorial Stadium, which was classic, to them moving to Camden Yards, which was classic.
That
right?
started, and plus a great baseball town and a great fan base.
Just the city of Baltimore itself, is just like a good old fashioned American city. Probably shout out Barry Levinson Diner. You know what I mean? Set in Baltimore.
Shout out Paulie Mack going to a bachelor party with the same trip when I went to Camden for the first time, and then we went out to the great night spot area called Fells Point. That's where all the action is. Shout out Fells Point.
Matty Mayoko and I, one of these days when we do a Sirius XM show, can tell you about our Fells Point.
Yeah.
evening.
No, I'd be so likewise.
All right.
We can be guests on each other's because I got a few too.
But it involved Major League Baseball managers. Too.
Oh, no, mine does not.
I don't want to impugn anybody here.
Mine does not manage.
Let's just say we found out what goes on, behind the scenes.
Yeah, they got a whole thing. Yeah.
So anyway, the point is that maybe the most iconic Oriole of them all. I mean, Cal Ripken, obviously, but right there, tied with him, Brooks Robinson died at the age of 86 yesterday. And he is just one of those guys. That's a name that just is so evocative for an entire generation. And even if you don't know him, you probably should. Because, you ready for this? He won 16 consecutive Gold Glove Awards. Let me say that again. 16 consecutive Gold Glove Awards.
I'd be willing to bet he probably played like at least 150 games every season, too. Probably more than that.
2,800 games at third base is by 700 games the most games any player in the history of the game has ever played there. He's just one of he was Mr. Oriole, really, before Cal Ripken. They called him the human vacuum cleaner. He played from 1955 to 1977, all with the Orioles. So he's it's the story you don't get anymore, a guy spending his entire career. So obviously his passing brings a lot of memories for baseball for a lot of people. And starting in Baltimore, where Jim Palmer, who would be like probably third on the list, you're going to go, well, Frank Robinson would be there too. But, if you had to do Mount Oriole more, it might be Brooksy. That's what they called him, probably Brooksy, Cal Ripken, Jim Palmer, maybe Frank Robinson or Eddie Murray.
And I'm saying also, plus with Jim Palmer, like I would call him minus the cigarettes and alcohol problem, I would say he's like the Don Draper of our era, like in the big.
Yeah.
He did all these underwear. I'm not kidding, Mark, because he did like a jockey ad campaign. It was very famous. So you'd get Sports Illustrated and you'd be flipping around. You'd be reading about the Pittsburgh Steelers, whatever. Bam. And there he is. There's Jim Palmer shirtless with all that chest fur. Yeah. He's got his little bikini briefs on. But he's like Don Draper. He's like all suave and looking cool.
Handsome. Still looks great. Mm-hmm. So he was on the air last night when Brooks Robinson died.
Yep.
I don't think we're ever going to lose him.
You're right.
I mean, I'm not real good at this, but I looked at my phone. Now, they're honoring me for 60 years. He got here in 1955.
Yeah, it never left.
Yeah, I just talked to Boog, who came up to see him tomorrow. So, right before I got COVID, I went up to see Connie and Brooks and spent probably, about an hour and a half with them. We would trade phone calls. I'd call him, and 2 weeks later he'd get back to me. But I got here when I was 19. Brooks got here when 1955. Yeah. So I think maybe he always knew what it's like to be in the big leagues at 19. And then I think when you get to the big leagues, you got to get here, you got to stay here, you got to figure out how to get better, and then you got to decide who you want to be like. And for all of us, who we knew he was the best.
There it is, getting a little emotional there. Listen, this guy debuted in 1955 as an 18-year-old out of Little Rock, Arkansas.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow.
Played until 1977. 18-time All-Star. 18-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champ, AL MVP in 64, World Series MVP in 70, and that's the one where everybody sees these iconic defensive plays he was making in the 70 World Series. Here's more Jim Palmer remembering Brooks Robinson, an egg salad story. Here, check it out.
Good.
You know, I played in 6 World Series and another 2 or 3 playoffs, and you know, Brooksy. I mean, we were talking on the last road trip about they were talking about celebrations, and we always had one, you know, just to know that they're going to get in the postseason. And then, you know, and Boog would be able to tell you the celebration we had in Kansas City when we knew were going to the first World Series. And there's egg salad, and guys were throwing egg salad, and 3 years later there'd be a big mustard stain on your shirt because we couldn't really afford to buy a lot of shirts back then. But those are the things, and again, I mean, going back, I mean, I guess for some reason they want to honor me for 60 years here, and they should. I'm just glad that this team, and I've said this many times, I think this is the best story in baseball this year. Yeah. I mean, Atlanta's having a great year. There are a lot of teams that are playing well. But they're going to get to experience what Brooks and I did, and all the guys that played on these teams. So, again,
thanks for being here. I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy. You're emotional.
But just
it hits us all hard.
I just think about everybody else too that had a chance to know and love Brooks. And Boog said, "God, I love that man," and we all did.
Yes, we did.
So, Paulie, man, you want to talk about here we are pissed at the Giants and the way they've just kind of deadened our senses this season, and then you look at that story where the Orioles are going into October, and now they have the ghost of Brooks Robinson.
It's going to be an emotional,
if they make a run,
that's
you know
an
what I mean?
extra push,
They make a run.
Brooks looking down.
Yep, you're going to have the number 5 patch on the. That was his number, right? Wasn't he number 5? I thought for sure he was 5.
Yeah.
You have number 5 on the sleeve.
Did you hear about Marcus's old man with the dogs and all this? You should tell these guys. It's a great story. Tell these guys about, because Marcus was talking Brooks on the drive in today.
Yeah, I was talking about him this morning because my dad, his entire baseball career, wore number 5 because of Brooks Robinson. It was his favorite player. So my entire life, I grew up hearing stories about Brooks Robinson, and I told it this morning. My first dog ever was named Brooks.
I love stuff like that.
And my dad actually had multiple dogs that he named Brooks. So I had Brooks too in my life, but it was all named after Brooks Robinson. So growing up, I know we talk about me pitching a lot, but I played shortstop and a lot of third base throughout high school and throughout my baseball career. And my dad was always mentioning Brooks Robinson as the human vacuum cleaner, as the greatest third baseman of his lifetime.
Yeah, it's awesome. Well, it's good. I'm glad you learned these lessons, man. It's too bad you didn't raise you an Oriole fan. You'd be a lot more likable.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks.
Hey, John Miller obviously spent all those years in Baltimore, right?
Yeah.
All those years.
Yeah, right.
So he got the news.
Okay.
And he, last night in the 8th inning, Darren Chan sent us this.
Thank you, DC.
John Miller, the voice of the Orioles for those many years, on Brooks Robinson.
Well, Brooks played for so many years and was such a great player, team player, and an icon of the city of Baltimore. When they closed the old ballpark, the final game that was played there, they had a first ball ceremony, and Brooks Robinson came out to throw a first pitch. And Johnny Unitas, who played quarterback for the Colts in the same ballpark, stood alongside him and threw out the first football that day. But with Brooksy, in 1983, he went into the Hall of Fame, and that was my first year in Baltimore. And we used to get up on road trips and go take a run. We'd run 3 or 4 miles every morning. And I asked Brooks, what are you working so hard for? He said, well, my family told me I should try to be in a little better shape at the Hall of Fame this summer. And so that's what he was doing. But everywhere we went, people knew him, and he would stop and he would sign autographs. He'd pose for pictures. And I said, does that get a little old every once in a while? He says, no, I actually kind of like it. He says, and do you know that guy? You seem like an old friend of yours. He says, yeah, I met him in Des Moines, Iowa about 8 years ago. I was at a function there. So if you met him, he remembered meeting you. So Brooks Robinson, he was an extraordinary human being, a great ball player, and it is a very sad day to learn that today Brooks Robinson, at age 86, passed away.
Oh, man, John Miller. We have more of that for you guys, too, later. It'll end it on this. You guys like Scott Van Pelt, who's our buddy. It's probably time to have him on again.
Yeah, it's Scott Van Pelt.
Probably hit him about once every year.
Yeah.
Like that. And he's so great. And he's a Baltimore guy.
Yeah.
Right? So he's a Baltimore guy all the way. And he says It's a story he's told before, but he put it out on Twitter yesterday. So when the Orioles played, I'm reading Van Pelt here. Orioles played Memorial Stadium. The PA announcer was named Rex Barney. And when a fan made a great catch of a foul ball, he'd say, "Give that fan a contract."
Nice.
At a game with my dad, this is Van Pelt, Brooks Robinson fouled off a pitch. My dad made a leaping catch. Everyone cheers, and Rex said, "Give that man a contract. I'm over the moon. I got a Brooks Robinson foul ball. I can't believe it." Next day at school, I tell everyone, obviously, after school, we have to play catch with this ball. Obviously, I figure I can throw a Major League curveball with it. I can't. I throw it low. My friend can't catch it. Now is when I mentioned we lived at the top of a hill. Ball rolls down the street into a sewer.
Oh, damn. Well, that's...
Brooks' ball is gone. I never told my dad when he was alive.
You can't.
But I always look up at the sky at this point, and I point and I say, "Sorry about that, Pop." I told that story on the radio. I told that story decades later at a charity event in Baltimore. A man at the table did some work with Brooks. A week later, a box arrived at my house. It was a baseball signed by Brooks Robinson with a note saying, "Hope this makes up for the one that got away."
Dude, who does that? That's unbelievable. That's incredible. That's an incredible story.
Well, there it is.
God, I mean,
right? Restore your faith in humanity a little bit.
Well, it's just like Barry Bonds used to do. I'm kidding.
Paul, it gives you the warm fuzzies like Brebbia and Kapler on the mound yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's a real laugh fest out there.
So from that sentimental baseball to the salt of the Giants.
Yeah.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader.
The math is not on our side.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Two men on, 2 men out, last of the ninth. And the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Wilmer swings and misses at a devastating slider. He struck him out. He tried to check his swing, and it was too late. So Hader comes in to finish, and the Padres take game 2 of the series 4-0 over the Giants.
Okay, I mean, it's over, and listen, we're going to spend the whole winter talking about this, and I'm calling on Greg Johnson, man. You better. I need an explanation. If you're sticking with Farhan and Gabe, I mean, I don't know. I better process some thoughts before I speak some more, but. If you're sticking with him, you better give us a damn good reason why. Also, as somebody else pointed out on the text line, it's a great line. They said Buster Posey did not move back to the Bay Area to watch this. You know what I mean? And I'm looking at Buster as a guy who's he's got a seat on the board, that little 5-seat board. You know, I'm expecting his influence to play a role in the team going forward.
Can he affect some change, you think? And
Buster, Paulie, as Michael Jackson once sang, make that change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I went and saw that Michael Jackson Foreverland. You know, I'm looking at the manager in the mirror, Paulie. All right?
Nice, dude. Nice.
I'm asking him to change it.
Looking at that Gabe in the mirror. Yeah. If you want to make the Giants a better club, make a change. Na-na-na. I'm still going. I don't know. Somebody better stop
me going. Yeah. I like you doing Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Listen, we're trying to laugh like Brebbia.
You got to see, but not
so.
Like Brebbia. See, it was just a bad look, dude. It was bad timing, bad optics.
There's people out there defending it.
I know. I don't get that. It's so fun.
I'm here to tell you. Listen, listen. I'm all for a Burt Blyleven hot foot, Paulie. You know what I mean, Paulie? Oh, Waterbury, do you know about the hot foot? I was asking running this by Triple E
anymore. It's not correct.
Okay, we get to turn you on to something here.
Maybe with some hot foot knowledge.
You ready for this,
Murph? You could trigger a guy talking hot foot. So be careful.
What about activating?
Same thing.
Isn't activate the word for a jerry curl? Don't you use activator on a jerry curl?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Nice. Good knowledge. Very good knowledge.
Yeah. So anyway.
For a guy who doesn't have a jerry curl, that's good jerry curl knowledge.
I was thinking about getting a jerry curl.
Oh, if you only would. You can see Murph walking in like AC Green. That would be incredible.
How many white guys have jerry curls? Any white guys with jerry curls?
On this. That's a great question.
You know who kind of has that is that security guard who beats Jordan in that coin tossing game, that penny pitching
Murph,
game.
Maybe your finest moment in the history of the show. I don't know how you pulled that.
For those of you looking on YouTube.
I know who you're talking about.
For those of you looking on YouTube and Twitch.
Do you remember when they parodied that on SNL, dude? They had Keenan as the as one of the guards, and they brought in like one of the female cast members as that guy with the jerry curl. Amazing. But that's a great call.
But anyway, Activated. We were on Activated and Triggered on, what were we talking about? It was about...
we're talking about the laughing on the field and all that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jeez, I was too caught up
all right. I know.
In the Last Dance.
Making jerry curls.
So Waterboy, the hot foot, in the 70s and the 80s, you would see this on This Week in Baseball a lot. And in particular, it was attributed to Hall of Fame pitcher Burt Blyleven. And there were others who did it, but Blyleven was the master. You ready for this, dude? You used to do this in dugouts. You would sneak under the bench of the dugout.
Indeed.
And an unsuspecting teammate would be sitting there just hanging out, talking. And you would get a little pack of matches, like 3 or 4 matches, and you jam it in delicately place it in his cleats.
Okay.
Like the back of his heel. And then, Waterboy, you ready for this? Light the frickin' thing. Dude, light it. And all of a sudden, dude, a raging flame is on your heels. Dude, now you got a problem. Dude, dude, ready for this? Laughter everywhere.
Oh, it's a riot.
His foot's burning off.
Now,
it's called the hot foot.
I feel...
So you know what I'm saying? So here's my deal. We get it. We grew up in the era of the hot foot. It's a real great thing in spring training or maybe in like early July. You know what I mean?
Or
early July at the Kingdom.
Or say
like
like you're in August, but you're having a great year and you have like a 12-game lead over the next team in your division. That's hot foot time. Now, there's other variations because Roger McDowell taught us how to do a hot foot on the 30 for 30 about the New York Mets. And what he said was
the hot foot?
He teaches the hot foot on that. You need to see that. It's incredible. You got Lenny Dykstra going off. Anyway, McDowell goes, here was his technique. He would take a big wad of chewing gum. Then he would take and he would chew it up pretty thoroughly, then take a bunch of matches, stick the matches in the gum, and then apply the gum to the back of the guy's shoe.
Good. Yeah,
and he said that way you wouldn't feel them sticking stuff in. You just put it on the back heel.
How do you not feel somebody putting something on your foot?
You got to be, that's you got to be stealth, man. Got to be stealth.
So anyway, you guys never did the hot foot at Sonoma State?
I never did the hot foot, but now that you mention it, I remember the Dodgers did it a few years ago. But to your point about not feeling someone had put something on you, we used to do all the time where we'd blow bubbles and then put it on top of the guy's head.
Oh, yeah, another one.
And it's the same thing, same kind of concept. Except for not.
I was involved in a conversation recently about, we were talking to some other youth sports dads standing around holding our Yetis full of coffee, on a Saturday morning. And we're talking about hazing and like how, what is hazing and what isn't hazing in today's world. One of the dads goes, yeah, well, back in the old days, you just put a bunch of
here we go.
What was it?
Here we go.
Ben Gay or the hot rub. Yeah, you just do it on a guy's, down there on a guy's balls.
Ooh. Shout out Revenge of the Nerds.
And somebody's like, and then he goes, and it was hilarious, man.
No.
That's what he goes. It was hilarious.
Well, that's an old one, an oldie but a goodie now. In Revenge of the Nerds, they take the Ben Gay and they rub it all over the guy's jock straps. So then when they strap up, now everybody's falling over on the practice field. No. It's the same. Murph likes that one. No, the Ben Gay and the jock strap. It's an oldie but a goodie, Marcus. I lost Murph. He hasn't even seen Nerds, right? You haven't seen Nerds? Yeah, you need to. Takashi's back there mixing it all up.
Now, I don't even know if I want to ask this question, but have you guys ever been in that scenario where the Ben Gay got a little bit too close?
No, I have not.
I had a pulled groin while playing football, and you're trying to get some down there to loosen it up, and
a little too close.
It's not a good experience, boys.
There it is.
It's hot, boys.
Yeah,
a little too hot.
Feet. Talk about a hot foot.
A little too hot.
Anyway, the point is that if you missed it last night, a lot of you probably tuned out of the game. You didn't care because the Giants are about to be dead. They used Kyle Harrison had to scratch with an illness a half hour before the game.
Yeah, it's too bad.
He might go in the next coming days. He will start before the season's out. It's nothing. This is a respiratory junk and gunk. And Kapler said, "Don't be a hero, man. We can go with an opener," which is the fans are like, "Oh my God, Brebbia, here he is." And listen, I got no problem with Brebbia, and I like his sound for the most part. Gives up a bomb to Soto, and then he gets some outs. He gets to 1 1/3. He's given up one run, and Kapler decides it's time to remove the opener and go to the matchups to bring in, I think, Alex Wood, right? Is it Wood who comes in?
Yes.
Well, Brebbia decides that's a time where he doesn't want to, he play a little prank where he doesn't want to give Kapler the ball, so he actually physically puts it in his back pocket and blocks Kapler from taking the ball.
Oh, it's so cute.
And then it gets weirdly physical where Kapler tries to reach into his body and
laughing. Kapler was laughing.
And then Brebbia kind of shoves his arm down, and I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, it was tough, man.
I hated it.
I know.
I hated it.
I think a lot of people did.
Well, no, I got people in the text line saying, "Look, taking you to." Anyway, here's Kapler's explanation, which I found curious after.
I haven't heard this yet.
I knew it was coming, so he didn't get to have as much fun as he thought he had out there because Bale said, "Hey, just a heads up, if you go out there to take the ball from Rebs, he's not going to give it to you. He's going to hide it." And so my game plan at that point was to go out there and say, we want you to pitch in every game for the rest of the season. He said, "That's fine. I'm good with it," and stayed with the hidden ball trick. So I love Brebs because he can bring levity to any moment, and I think that's a pretty healthy quality.
I don't think it was weird. Bales told me he was going to do it.
And Brebs.
Here's Brebbia now.
We're doing slapstick out
His
here.
explanation afterwards, too. Meanwhile, they're getting eliminated, right? You're getting eliminated.
And he's just giving up a bomb, by the way, to Soto.
You're getting eliminated from a disappointing season that's pissed off the fans. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Anyway, here's Brebbia's explanation. He's so deadpan, it's like, I didn't like it.
All right.
I didn't like it.
Maybe. It's arbitrary to give up the baseball that you're currently holding. We can just get a new one anyway. So I thought maybe that could keep me in there an extra couple hitters.
Oh, boy.
And then
the time for riffs.
Here's more Brebbia. What did you say to Kapler in that incident on the mound when you guys are doing a little shenanigan here? Yeah.
To be honest, I really only remember the first thing I said. And it was, "Hey, no." I don't think he heard it. So as he got closer, I said, "I don't think this is a good idea." And then to be quite honest, I completely forget the rest.
I don't know, man.
What?
That's not hitting the right way right now.
No, it ain't hitting.
No.
As the great Neil Young said to me when Scott Ostler made the joke about Neil Young.
Tell him, Murph.
He goes, yeah. He goes, that Ostler guy, I don't like that Ostler guy. I said, no, he's just trying to be funny.
I jumped the gun. I didn't mean to do that.
Neil Young said, I said, well, so the story was I was covering Pebble Beach, and the great Neil Young, the legendary rock and roller, was playing in Pebble Beach, which was a big deal.
Mr. Cinnamon
and
Girl
Ostler
himself.
tried to do an interview with him, and Young blew him off. And Ostler wrote in the Chronicle, "Heart of gold, my foot."
Go ahead,
what he
Scott,
wrote.
get him.
So I'm doing the interview with Young after the Saturday, and Young says to me, he goes, yeah, man, I read your column, which always blows you away, right?
I love that.
Anyway, and he goes, hey, tell that. He goes, he actually said, tell Ostler he's an a-hole.
I love it. I love
I
this
said, oh,
whole
no, he was just trying to be funny.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, he missed the mark.
Well, Neil
He said to
Young,
me-
I don't think he's known for sense of humor.
Brebbia and Kapler,
Yeah.
you missed the mark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, hey, Jose in Oakland is checking in at 808 KNBR. We'll always converse with all y'all.
Heck yeah.
Jose, good morning.
Jose.
How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I know you guys are not big on taking calls. Listen, back in the day when we used to have Sabian, it seems like every year we were calling for his head because we couldn't get a World Series ring, even though the team was in contention every single year. With Farhan, and he's been with the team, 6 years?
5,
and the best excuse that I keep hearing about why he's not getting fired is, well, the farm system is better than when he found it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You know what? You could have hired Trent Baalke and he would have made it better. Okay?
Yeah.
The farm system was really, really bad back then. Okay? And right now with number 15, 16, that's not good enough. For all the time that he's been given the time, and then the excuses come around as to, well, he's been trying to sign free agents. What free agent would want to come and play over here? You know, it kind of reminds me, gives me shades of the Warriors when they were really, really bad on the con. Like nobody wanted to come in. You can have all the money available, but they're not coming in. What for? To play for Kapler?
Right.
I mean, it's really, really bad. Honestly, these guys have to go. If they don't go, I don't know, man. I mean, I can't stop being a fan, but honestly, this year, if I have to pay attention to 3 games, it's too many. Okay, that bad it is.
Okay.
Jose, man, great
Thanks,
call.
Jose.
Don't be a stranger, buddy. That's a
Jose's
really good call.
passionate. He loves
But he brings up some very good points.
He
Thanks for the
does.
call, man. Like, for example, it comes down, look what Joe Lacob did to the Warriors. Like, you either do, there is no, it's like Yoda, man. There is no try or don't try. What is it? There is no do. What is it? What's the line from Yoda?
Something like that.
There is no try. There is only do.
There is no try.
Yeah. I
Whatever.
mean, and look at
Give me one.
Joe Lacob bought the Warriors.
Yeah.
Chris Cohan had the Warriors for 15 years, and there was no try. There was no do. And then Joe
There was
Lacob
neither.
bought the Warriors, and you know, I was talking to a guy last night at this dinner. Shout out my man Kevin, who sat next to me. He's friends with Lacob. And he told me, he said, do you remember? He said, you got to make, and in Jerry Maguire, when he writes the manifesto and goes to Kinko's in the middle of the night to get it all printed up.
Yeah.
Another great Cameron Crowe
Manifesto.
cameo. Cameron Crowe has a great job of casting those randos with the one line. And the guy goes, this is what it takes, man, to put your cast iron set out there. Remember that? That guy?
I don't. I actually don't.
Well,
I don't.
you got to have a cast iron set to make
Yeah.
a move. And Farhan has shown no cast iron set at all. What did Jerry West and Lacob do? They traded Monte Ellis.
Yeah.
And he got the bejesus booed out of him at his own building during Chris Mullin night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, those who booed, I'm still waiting for your apology.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting
And
for your
start by
apology.
apologizing to Chris Mullen, because
Yeah.
I still feel bad for Chris.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
By the way, I hope those people who booed Lacob didn't go to the parade. Plural.
Yeah,
4
totally.
of them.
Yeah, did you enjoy those?
So the cast iron set to go out there and do this. Look what the Niners have done. Look what they've done. They brought in Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. That's a cast iron set, man. Yeah, they whiffed on Trey Lance. They went for it. And I will say this, too, about the Niners as we're doing these comparisons. I will credit Jed York for nipping it in the bud when he knows. Jed has matured.
When it's not going to work, he will pull the plug. Like he pulled
firing Kelly after 1 year.
Huge. That was a big moment
But
because
Jed's gotten better.
Yes.
We got to give credit for him.
But it
But
also
right now, Greg Johnson's going to have to show that kind of. It starts with ownership. Starts with ownership.
I think also what Jed did by doing that, especially with Chip Kelly, was he said, okay, we have a standard here, and we're so far below that standard, we have to make a change. And will the Giants kind of react to the season the same way remains to be seen, but I don't think they will.
All stuff to discuss, but we're going to do a little 49ers next. Okay? Start to think about the Cardinals.
All right.
Come on, man. Don't take this game lightly, Paulie.
No, you can't.
14-point favorites?
A lot of
Vegas
points now.
is luring you into a trap here. Yeah.
I wonder about who's going to be bold enough to address this on the Friday Football Forecast. We'll see.
Jody Jackson, Cardinal Talk postgame for AZ Sports. She also covers the Diamondbacks. But anyway, an Arizona voice, Jody Jackson telling us who are these Cardinals and the sneaky good Joshua Dobbs coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Come on, people.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union and money-savvy tips boosting your wallet game. So you ready for an investment that's all about your terms? Look no further than the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union, the ultimate way to grow your savings your way. With the Pick a Term certificate, you are in charge. So whether you're thinking 3, 6, 9, or 12 months, you are getting an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me right, 4.75%. So whether you're chasing short-term goals or dreaming big for the long haul, this certificate hands you the financial reins. Don't wait. Don't wait too long. This amazing offer will not stick around forever. Snag it before it's gone. Just head to providencecu.org for all the details and to apply today. The rate is effective September 14th, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and details.
All right, everybody, good morning. It is Paulie Mack saying thanks for listening to Murph and Mack today. My good friend, Steve Moskowitz, likes to join us in the morning, share some tax advice, different tax suggestions to help us out of any given tax jam that we might be faced with. So, Steve, on a Wednesday morning here in beautiful downtown San Francisco, how you feeling today? And I was wondering if we could talk a little more ERC today, Steve.
Thanks, Paulie. Feeling great because I love getting your listeners free government money if they qualify. And that's the first thing we do. We want to talk to you about ERC. That's where the federal government is rewarding employers that employed people during the pandemic of 2020 and 21 by giving them. That's right, giving. It's not a loan. They just give you up to $26,000 for every employee they had that qualifies. There's two different ways to qualify, and you only need one of them to qualify. One is real simple. It's math. It's a certain drop in gross revenue. It's easy. But a lot of firms that I've spoken to stop there and say, well, that's it. If you don't qualify on that, no ERC for you. Wrong. There's a second method. It's a facts and circumstances method. But it takes a lot more work. And a lot of people I've talked to aren't willing to do that work.
Yeah.
We are. Bottom line is, we'll talk to you. We'll ask you for everything you need, including whatever documents you have. and then we'll go ahead and make a determination. And if you qualify, and a lot of people that don't qualify under the drop in gross revenue do qualify here, let's get everything to which you're legally entitled.
I love this. See, Steve Moskowitz is committed to your moving ahead and getting some ERC relief. And listen, facts and circumstances, they might apply to you. So reach out and talk to Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL and read up on Steve and get more information at moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Arizona, they showed up. And the Dallas Cowboys, they didn't play their best. They had 3 offensive linemen out. They couldn't capitalize on opportunities. And it's any given Sunday in the NFL. This is a team in Arizona who should have beat the New York Giants. They just upset the Dallas Cowboys. And this is a team that's going to come into Levi's and really think they can beat the 49ers.
There it is. Dante Whitner set to Los Lobos, Arizona Skies.
Sounding good, Marcus. Nice pull.
There you go, man. Nice.
Shout out David Hidalgo.
Doing his thing here. Okay, the Cardinals, man. The Cardinals who, I mean, we were like, Jonathan Gannon's hype speech about who took the bus here and who has a fire in their gut. Guess what? Cowboys ain't laughing now because the Cardinals clocked them, and they're coming to town with Joshua Dobbs has some speed, and they're kind of a mystery. Let's talk about him with Jody Jackson, who does Cardinals Talk postgame for AZ Sports. Jody, it is a pleasure to have you on the Murph and Mac Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. How are you this Wednesday morning?
We are doing great. How are you guys doing? Yeah, the Cardinals are surprising some people.
Yeah. They are because, I mean, Jody, they should have beaten the New York Giants, right? Obviously, this should be a 2-win team,
That's
right?
That's a good call. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a brutal one. They lost to Washington only by 4, even though, you know, really that was a sloppy game. Kind of both teams feeling it all out, I think. But yeah, the Giants game was really disappointing because they were up 20-0, guys, at halftime, and then just kind of let it slip away. All of a sudden, Daniel Jones came alive. They started throwing the ball with, you know, a lot more effectiveness, and then Jones was kind of, you know, running the ball as well. And so, you know, that one was kind of tough to take, but I think, you know, as a media member here, we hadn't seen that in a long time. I mean, last year the narrative was really the last couple of years, it was like they couldn't do much in the first quarter or the first half. There just wasn't a lot of energy coming out. There wasn't a lot of, you know, I mean, Kyler Murray, even when he was healthy, you know, it was tough for them to score early in games. And now all of a sudden with Josh Dobbs, For some reason, it's quite the opposite, and it was more about trying to play for a full 4 quarters. So really, last week, they were up 21-10, and then it started to slip away a little bit. Again, the Cowboys came out a little more on the attack and had a little more success throwing the ball, but they were just, whether it was the Cardinals or the Cowboys, inability to get it done there. Dak Prescott's had some problems in the red zone, even in their first 2 games, I guess, being that they outscored their opponents 70-10. Everyone was talking about the Cowboys, but yeah, the Cardinals really shut them down, and they only scored 1 touchdown last week. So it's been really interesting to watch this metamorphosis with this team that, it's refreshing to see what they're doing from a standpoint of energy and physicality. And yeah, Jonathan Gannon, those things that he was preaching, some of those are coming true.
It's good stuff. Jody Jackson, who does a lot of work covering the Diamondbacks, MLB host and reporter, but also covers the Arizona Cardinals. So the voice from the desert here as the Cardinals come up to the Levi's Stadium Sunday 125 kick. 2 touchdown underdogs, which seems a little surprising after they beat the Cowboys, but the Vegas knows what Vegas knows. Tell us about Joshua Dobbs and the belief that, Kyler, the whole Kyler drama, and that Dobbs, at least from the outside, we saw him as just sort of this stopgap, just going to play out the string as the Cardinals jockey for the number 1 pick in Caleb Williams, right? Was that the perception this summer? And how has that changed?
It's funny, nationally, I'll just kind of put that out there first of all, is that I never bought into the tanking and all of that. I mean, look, Jonathan Gannon, Monty Austin-Fort, the new GM, I mean, these guys, they want to win. They want to win as many games as possible. They understand they're rebuilding. They're rebuilding a roster. They don't have Kyler healthy. But I think that, how it is when a storyline is out there and people grab onto it nationally, I don't really know the validity of that. But I do know that it was a little surprising that Josh Dobbs, he came in here. They were working with Colt McCoy and Clayton Tune. Clayton Tune being the 5th-round pick out of Houston, and the guy that played a lot of college football and has good potential, but very, very raw. And then Colt McCoy, they went up to Minnesota, had some joint practices, and, the arm was just not looking too fresh. And all of a sudden, Colt was a very good and effective veteran behind Kyler, not only on the field, but off the field. And when Kyler needed someone to lean on, a little bit, kind of an extra guy in that room there for a young quarterback. But that role really wasn't needed as much at this point now. And so they go ahead and trade for Josh Dobbs, and we were really all blown away. Had no idea that Josh Dobbs has really taken this and run with it. This is a guy that's been a backup for 6 seasons, and he's really showing a lot of hunger to be able to prove himself. And in a lot of ways, guys, he's doing that. He's improving each week. They only had to throw the ball 21 times last week. They ran for over 200 yards. Josh Dobbs was part of that. But he's really smart. The other storyline with him is he is a rocket scientist, an aerospace engineer.
Yeah.
He's a really cerebral guy. He's a really funny guy. I don't know if you guys saw the viral thing with TikTok that he did. The first time I saw it was when he came over in the trade, and he showed everyone what he packs for 24 hours because he's on the move and he never knows where he's going to be next. Yeah. And then the jersey thing, that was really fun. The Cardinals were not offended. He was making a joke about it. People made this thing about, the team, he's mad at the team, they didn't have his jersey. He's just a funny guy, and he's really cool. He's loving life right now, I think.
Yeah,
really is. And they're talking to Jody Jackson, who's, of course, Arizona reporter, covers the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals for us, and giving us a little Cardinal preview as they come into town. James Conner, 28-year-old running back, 266 yards went off. The Cardinals ran the ball against the Dallas Cowboys mightily. I think rushed for 222 yards. Would that be the identity?
Yeah, I think the identity is running the ball, and Drew Petzing coming over now as the offensive coordinator here. That's what he did with the Browns. This is a guy that wants to run the ball, regardless of who is at quarterback, and it works out well having a quarterback like Josh Dobbs, but it'll work well for Kyler Murray too. And so I think the biggest surprise, though, guys, and when you look at these names on the roster, is just the collection of different people on the line, on the O-line, on the D-line. But when you talk about the run game, James Conner has always been effective, and he's been physical. He just has to stay healthy. And I think what we're seeing right now is between the O-line and the tight ends that they've put together here, they're doing a nice job so far. And I think that's been maybe the surprise, the fact that James Conner can find a hole and run through it. It's great. You saw Rondale Moore running as well. They're using a lot of different people and personnel in the run game. And, I think that's something we'll see if they can do it again versus the Niners. The Niners and the Cowboys, Niners are a more complete team than the Cowboys. I think that's pretty clear. So this is going to be a great challenge for the Cardinals to see if they can keep that up.
Jody, I'm looking at the defensive side of the ball just to kind of get a sense here, and I'm just kind of look at leaders, and I see the sack leader is a gentleman named Dennis Gardeck out of a college called Sioux Falls.
Nice.
Jody, I got to say.
Probably got a nasty attitude.
This is not Micah Parsons here. Who is this gentleman, and why is he leading the team in sacks?
Yes, Sioux Falls.
Man, he has come on the last few years, guys. He was a special teamer. He's known for his energy, and he does a little dance called hitting strobe after he gets a sack.
Okay.
We'll see for that. Now, he was a little more quiet last week as far as rushing the passer, but yeah, he had a big game against the Giants. He was good against Washington. He's undersized. He's kind of got this flowing hair. He's just kind of a little bit of a cult hero here.
Nice.
He's a lot of fun. He brings a lot. He's kind of really embodies the spirit of what this team wants to be, which is kind of that underdog mentality. And just no matter, again, he's undersized, but he's shown that he can rush the passer. And he's a guy that's out there. And Zaven Collins is the other guy. He had an eye injury the other day. He should be back. But those are the guys that are really rushing the passer. After the loss of J.J. Watt, they didn't bring in anyone else, really, any names in the offseason for this line, and so he's trying to get it done. Dennis Gardeck.
Gardeck, and you mentioned Zaven Collins, and he was a fourth-rounder from the Rams. Victor Dimukeje, is that how you pronounce it? He's got 2.5 sacks.
Victor Dimukeje, he's been doing a nice job.
He was a sixth-rounder. I guess what I'm getting at is we're looking at a no-name defense here, Jody, huh?
Yeah, well, Zaven was a first-round pick who was playing more inside the last 2 seasons. So now he's becoming, again, this coaching staff has moved him around a little bit. He'll be rushing from the outside. He's a beast, like physically. He is a big, strong guy who can play a violent game, and so he's learning how to rush the passer. Dimukeje's there. Cam Thomas is another guy to kind of look out for. But, yeah, they've had so many injuries on this defense and on the defensive line in particular. And that's another thing that's really astonished me is that they've come in, and no matter who's in there, and they lost a couple players last week in the second half due to injury, and they've just rotated guys in, and they've been getting it done, and they were able to do against the Cowboys. I think the Niners are a different animal, and they know that. All the weapons that you guys have on that team up there.
Yeah.
We know Brock Purdy really well here. He's a local kid who everyone here loves locally. So, we know, everybody knows here that this is going to be a different beast this week, and but a good challenge for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I'm looking at more names. The leading tackler, Kaiser White, fourth-rounder from the Rams. I mean, this is, like you said, Zaven Collins, a first-rounder, but for the rest of them, they're coming in with a chip on their shoulder, and they're coming in having knocked off the Cowboys and maybe should have beat the New York Giants, and they have a history of messing with the 49ers, Jody.
Yeah, Shanahan's had a hard time with them over the years, yeah.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, I've seen so many of those games, and again, they have to match the physicality. That's the thing. And then Shanahan does such a good job scheming and getting all those weapons involved. The other thing is they're without Budda Baker. I mean, he will be back this season. He's not out for the entire season, but Budda Baker's their emotional leader. He's the one guy that is a superstar out there. Jalen Thompson is very underrated. He's the other safety. So those two guys kind of bring the star power if they're out there, but Budda won't be out there, that's for sure. So, yeah, it is a bit of a no-name defense. And, again, this Cardinals team's 1-2. They could easily be, you could say 3-0. Again, that it was a 4-point loss in Washington and then 3-point loss, letting it slip away against the Giants. But, they are 1-2, but this is going to be really the game. Can they go on the road and can they hang with the 49ers? It's going to be a big question.
Good stuff, man. Meanwhile, before I let you go, Jody, you cover the D-backs, huh? And that's, listen, the Giants, we're still like, Giants think of themselves as the Bochy years, trying to win a World Series every year. They go down the toilet, and we watched your team in your Serpientes jerseys race right past us with Corbin Carroll's hair flowing in the background. What a team. We got to tip our caps. That's a young, fast, that's a team to admire. I mean, I love Thomas and Carroll, and
we might even be a little jealous, let's be honest. Yeah.
Well, we've been jealous with you guys with the run you guys have, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But, speaking of Boch, still processing him resurfacing in Texas. You know,
I know we're rooting for him.
We'll be rooting for him, though. Yeah, we love Boch. We love old Boch.
Yeah, but it's great. The Giants are obviously a team that had so much success for so long. But yeah, the Diamondbacks now, it's just about finishing, because they were kind of there in 18 and 19 as a wild card contender and faltered in these last 2 weeks. So now they're so close. There's only 5 more games left. So yeah, it's an exciting young team. So it should be fun to see for the next few years what this team can do.
Enjoyed the conversation, Jody. Congrats on your success and continued success, and thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Jody.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There she is, Jody Jackson. She covers the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals down in Arizona. And
I almost feel like she could easily, because I enjoyed her very much, and I feel like she could become our our Arizona version of Jen Mueller.
Until the Jen,
you know what I'm saying?
You know the Jen Mueller thing took a turn, though.
Now, what happened? Yeah, run that by me again.
We got to get going.
I remember something happened. We had an incident.
I surprised her at Wrigley Field, and she treated me like a stalker.
She iced my guy.
Yeah, she did.
She's like, I'm only friends on the radio, dude. Don't think this is real.
Yeah. Dwayne Kuiper next on the Sports Leader.
All right, everybody, let's talk about Prize Picks. Hey, listen, we all love NFL football, right? We do. That's why we're here. That's why Murph and I talk about it, and you guys want to participate and play. So test your skills on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Get over to prizepicks.com, select 2 or more players, then you just predict on their stats and a whole different wide variety of statistics and categories, and then you place your entries. Simple as that. Now, if you have the skills of, say, a Marcus Boucher, you could turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options are all waiting for you over at Prize Picks now, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Pardon me. So when you're ready to test your skills, join Prize Picks and their community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. And again, Prize Picks will also match your first deposit up to $100. So visit prizepicks.com/leader. That's the code word you're going to want to use, as in KNBR, the sports leader. So prizepicks.com/leader. That'll give you that first deposit match up to $100. It's Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Mac to catch up with Kipe.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, the Giants are officially eliminated. That's what happened last night. And it's really weird, too, because it happened in a strange way. Like, you had to figure out a bunch of tiebreakers and stuff, and nobody was sure, but I think the beat writers, once Maria Guardado says it on Emily.com, I believe it, and all the tiebreakers go against them. So, time to reflect, and of course, time to talk also about the passing of the legend Brooks Robinson, too. That's one of the other things. Kipe, good morning. How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Well, we're a little frustrated.
Picking up the pieces.
Tough to see this, man. The last 2 months, no bueno. On August 4th, they were 12 games over 500. And today, they're 2 games under, so.
It started out with the 2 losses in Oakland.
Yeah.
I think they were 12 over at that point. And then, let's see, where did we go? We went to Anaheim and lost 2 out of 3. And that was kind of the beginning of the troubles on the road.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain. But, I mean, they had that series, or that road trip, where they swept Colorado and then went into Dodger Stadium and swept them.
Yeah.
And then it was like, well, geez, this road stuff ain't that hard. But boy, it got hard at the end. It really did. And unfortunately, it's really what did the Giants in is how they played the last 2 months on the road. So how you clean that up, I don't know.
Yeah.
You just play better, I guess. But there's a few things that have to be better. Defense, for one.
Yeah.
And it's not just errors; it's balls that when we went into Arizona, we watched what a great, especially outfield defense, what it can mean. Giants couldn't get a ball to hit the ground in Arizona. Their young guys were running all over the place. So anyway, there's a lot of ways to go about trying to dissect the season, but definitely defense is one of them.
I wonder, Dwayne, and this is, I don't know, you can answer it however you want, but doing nothing at the trade deadline, that kind of is like a demarcation line where they didn't play well after that. I don't know. Do you see a connection?
Well, my point is I didn't want to see any of those young prospects go. And then you have to say, well, trade some people on your roster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe there isn't anybody on the roster other than Webb or, some Duvall. They're going to trade those guys. So I didn't have any problems with not picking up anybody at the trading deadline, because if you value those young guys for the last 3 or 4 years, it's tough to see them become stars in another uniform. I saw where somebody in the clubhouse had an issue with that, but that's fine. I mean, those things are a lot easier said than done. And look, we're all still, every time Zach Wheeler faces the Giants, we all think the same thing.
Yeah.
Really, we are.
No, I know. Yeah.
And at that time, I was thrilled to have Carlos Beltran, because the Giants were very much.
Yeah. We all were. No question. Yep.
They were very much in that race.
Yeah.
That was the year that Buster got dinged in the early part of the season, and they hung in there the whole season. And then what happens when Beltran gets here? He gets hurt. And he plays only half the time. But it hurts when you see Zach Wheeler's still performing at a high level. So I guess my point is I just didn't want to see that happen during the All-Star or during the trading deadline.
Yeah, and so we've talked about this throughout, and I've written this in the Jock blog too. So when they didn't do anything at the trade deadline, that told me that they were like, hey, man, we're keeping these kids. And I don't want to say they were punting to 2024, but they were kind of punting to 2024, saying, listen, we'll take our chances down the stretch with what we got, but we really want to keep these guys, which means that, at least that's the message I got, Kipe, which was kind of like, we're going to February of 2024 with our nucleus. Was that sort of the message?
No, I mean, what I took out of it, Murph, is we're going to try to do both. We're going to try to see what these young guys can do, and we're going to try to win. And it's really, really hard to do. And they did it for a while. And then, it just kind of collapsed. But, I mean, they have a much better idea of what they have in the organization now than what they did before the season started. I mean, we had a game not that long ago where from the fifth place hitter on, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, were all guys that weren't on the opening day roster. Well, I mean, think about that. At that point, they were still very much in the wild card race. That big of a turnover from your opening day roster. And yet they hung in there as long as they could. I mean, eventually it's probably going to catch up to you. But they did. They hung in there for as long as they could. And then, those road games, 3 in Colorado, that was the beginning of the end right there.
Yeah, you're right. They tried to develop and win at the same time, and so they just wound up developing, not winning. And it's stuff we'll dissect and stuff we'll talk about when the season's over and see what Greg Johnson. I hope Greg Johnson speaks. Did you guys? It's fair to say you guys met with Farhan yesterday. What can you share with us?
Nothing. I mean, if we want to meet with Farhan again, it'd probably be a good idea just to not say anything.
There you go. But you said something, didn't you?
But we've met with Farhan at least once every 2 weeks, the broadcasters, and he's super honest with us, and he's been great. I mean, he respects us and knows that whatever he shares with us, we're not going to go out and tell everything that he's told us because, it's important stuff that he's talking about. Mm-hmm. But I will tell you this. Mm-hmm. Everything that Logan Webb said, mm-hmm. he agrees with.
Okay. Well, that's important. Fair. Yeah. Well, that's fair. What did you think of the you've been around baseball clubhouses all your life. What did you think of Logan Webb saying that?
Well, it's important that it's Logan Webb and not somebody that's not playing a lot. I mean, you got to have a voice in the clubhouse for it to be heard, and he's got a voice. He may have the biggest voice, and if he says it, then everybody's going to perk up. I mean, you got the 25th guy in the roster that says it, nobody cares. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and I didn't hear anybody say, "Geez, Webby, that was wrong." I heard everybody say, "Geez, Webby, good. We're glad you said something."
Yeah.
And he's the right guy to do it because of his personality, and you saw what he did on Monday. He's got this desire, like all ball players have, but he's got this burning desire to win. And we saw that in the 107-win season when he went after the Dodgers in 2 of those games, and he had pitched a lot of innings that year, and there it was on his shoulders. So, yeah, good voice in the clubhouse, and he needed to get some stuff off his chest, and he did. And you know what? There are guys in that clubhouse that are quiet, they don't say anything. They heard it, and at some point it'll make a difference. Maybe not this year, but it will make a difference.
Dwayne Kuiper every Tuesday, but today, Wednesday, a little schedule change, and the Giants were, of course, officially eliminated last night with a 4-0 loss to Seth Lugo and the Padres. All right, Kuiper, your take on the Brebbia-Kapler thing, I'm just here to tell you, and then you could totally disagree with me and Paulie, but we were like, that's a bet. We didn't like it. Didn't like the look. When the day you're getting eliminated, like, save your hot foot for spring training in, like, April, but not when you're getting eliminated. And other people said, lighten up, Francis. It's a joke. It's a game. Don't take life so seriously. But I didn't like it. I don't know. What do you think?
You know what? I didn't have any thoughts one way or the other. I just didn't want it to be serious. I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that he was having some fun. I did not at any point have a problem with it. I mean, if you still thought, Murph, at that time that they had a shot to get to the wild card, then you can have a problem with it. But the Giants, there was no way that they were going to – a win last night was going to put them in the wild card. So I had no problem with it.
All right, we move on. Hey, Brooks Robinson. Come on, man. You want to talk about – this one's not only just a gigantic, titanic name in baseball history, it's also very, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Meaningful that the Orioles are having their best season forever and have a real chance to make some news in October, and now they lose. I mean, yes, I know with respect to Cal Ripken, Mr. Oriole, right? I mean, Cal Ripken and Brooks Robinson are tied for first in the greatest Orioles of all time. This has got to be a guy, I got to imagine you have a ton of, I don't know, I'm guessing that you have experience with Brooksy.
Well, my first 2 years in the big leagues were his last. My first 3 years in the big leagues were his last 3.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, he wasn't playing a whole lot. When I got called up in September of '74, he was still playing quite a bit. But it was hard to. I mean, you can see when a guy's got some age on him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Brooksy looked like that when he was 22.
Yeah, just had that face.
It's got that body and all that.
It's weathered.
Yeah, he had those slumping shoulders, and
yeah,
he
did.
When he ran, he kind of loped.
Yeah.
Yeah. But boy, did he have sweet hands and quick feet. I mean, it took him a calendar year to get from home to first, but going to his left and going to his right and coming in on a ball, he was quick, really quick. And that's what made him great. I got to know him. I didn't know him at all on the field. We were not allowed to talk to anybody on the field. We had a manager that was like, if you want to talk to those other guys, we'll trade you over there. So I never spoke a word to Brooks Robinson when we were in uniform. But then later on, after we had all retired, I'd run into him a number of times at these different golf tournaments. And he was wonderful. I mean, he was engaging and wanted to talk old times. And
nice.
John Miller talks about Brooksy all the time because John has a great deal of affection. I mean, they actually worked together a few games. He was a great pro, and he was a great example to how the game should be played and how you should look and how you should act. And he played for one team, and I think that's always really special.
He and Carl Yastrzemski have the record for the most seasons with one team.
Is that right?
23.
Oh, that's cool.
23 seasons with one team.
I think Mays got close.
Yeah.
But then, of course, he got traded. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I felt really fortunate to have played against both Yaz and Brooksy.
Yeah.
Brooksy was a little warmer.
He was a little bit nicer than Yaz.
Yeah, I was going to say a little warmer. Yaz had a little salt to his game. Hey. Brooksy was warm and fuzzy, wasn't he? Yeah. George Brett posted a picture on Twitter this morning. Says, what a sad day the real number 5 has left us. He says, I will miss him in our annual photo on the veranda at the Otesaga Hotel in Cooperstown.
That's awesome.
It's a picture of him and Brooks having a glass of... Brett's got a beer. Brooksy's got a glass of wine. They're sitting there in Cooperstown on the veranda.
Yeah, well, those are two good ones. And, both were number 5.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I believe he. I mean, you compared the popularity of he and Cal Ripken, and it may be that Brooksy's number one.
Wow, that's incredible. Can think about what Ripken meant. Yeah, listen, and it's this good now. Kipe, if you believe in the spirits that move the universe, the Orioles are going into October now with Brooksy's memory on their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the really great stories of this year, where here's a franchise that has been getting beaten up for the last 5, 6, 10 years.
Pretty much.
And now they all those young guys, and they've drafted high all those years, and now all those young guys are coming together at the same time, and they're good, and look, it's still my favorite visiting ballpark to go to.
Yeah, agreed. It's awesome.
There's something about it that when you walk into that stadium, it just kind of takes your breath away.
Yeah.
So, anyway, good. I'm happy to see them in, and I'm always not happy when we're not involved in postseason, but I really do look forward to that first week because, I mean, sometimes there's 4 games on in one day, and it's a great time to watch other people work.
It is, and plus I like their uniforms on top of everything else. Hey, this is our last chance to talk to you before Sunday's finale, and Brandon Crawford. And speaking of, Mr. Oriole, Mr. Giant, even though 12 years is not 22, he says he's dying to get out there this Sunday.
Oh, man.
He hasn't said anything about 2024, but I think if you had to be a betting man, given 4 trips to the IL this year and a 197 batting average, that might be the end. And the way he's talking, what's your read, Kipe? How you feeling about Sunday and the shortstop?
Yeah, Sunday's going to be, it's always, bittersweet on those days when you say goodbye to a guy that has been so important to the organization, and not just by what he's done on the field, but by his whole body of work. Hey, wasn't that long ago, Buster Posey gets banged up at home plate. We play a game the next day, get on a plane to Milwaukee, and he hits a grand slam. It's all happened within like 3 days. And that was his first major league hit. And then from that point on, I mean, he's the starting shortstop on 2 World Series teams, and he hits the grand slam in Pittsburgh with Bumgarner on the hill to win the wild card game, and off they go. I don't know what he's going to want to do. It may be I'll play if I can play here, and if I can't play here, then I'm not going to play. But I don't think that he entirely wants to hang him up. I mean, if he still thinks he's got game, and if he doesn't have to play 162 games. I mean, he can play 100. But we'll see. I mean, look, they're expecting their 5th child. Dad probably would like to be at home a little bit more. His wife would probably like to have him at home a little bit more. So there's some decisions to be made, but the Sunday decision to play is an easy one. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, he's going to get a well-deserved standing long ovation, and he should.
Yep. And then if indeed that is it, we'll look forward to Brandon Crawford Day next spring like they did with Buster, And
I mean, he's the shortstop of the franchise.
There's a guy named Travis Jackson who they throw at us, but I'm going back. I'm telling you right now, I'm taking Crawford over Jackson. That's my call, Kipe.
Well, plus Crawford's got better hair.
Yeah, better. Yeah,
by a mile.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's it right there. That'll do it.
I think old Travis was bald for crying out loud.
No contest.
You can't have that.
No, Crawford was way sexier.
No contest.
Way sexier. Yeah. I'm looking at Jackson's picture, and all due respect, listen. I mean,
Yeah.
He gave it his best try. He's an Arkansas guy, by the way.
All those guys that played back then They were all old farmers.
Yeah.
I mean, they played to buy a tractor in the offseason. That's what they played.
Incredible. Man.
By the way, I don't mean to poo-poo the Travis Jackson family or legacy. 4 times he finished top 10 in MVP voting. Yeah. He could play a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Travis was a good player.
All right, so we'll go one
I liked talking to him when he was at second.
He made it he lived from 1903 to 1987. Arkansas, born in Arkansas, died in Arkansas.
That's where Brooksy's from.
That's right, Little Rock. And Travis Jackson's in Cooperstown, 1982, inducted. Yeah. So we got a pension.
Well, we don't want to dog Travis Jackson.
No.
We had a chance to see Brandon Crawford for 12 years, and we're a little partial to that young man.
We are partial for sure. All right, Kipe. Well, we will talk to you once a week in the off season, and this is it, man. Listen. Oh, last one for you. So you've mentioned a couple times on broadcast, if you listen closely, you've mentioned old catchers watching at home. So,
yeah,
you in touch with old 28? Is he watching?
Yeah, he's watching.
Okay.
But I felt bad after I said it.
Why? Because he's not that old?
Oh.
Well, I texted him. I said, sorry.
Because now you're going to
young catcher retired.
Right. Totally.
I think he's 36 or something. Is he?
Yeah, not old catcher retired. Young catcher retired. And he sent me back a smile.
Nice.
But he's watching.
What does he think? What's he say? We have to have him on the show. What does he think?
You know what? I'll give you the same answer I gave as Farhan. That is none of your business.
There it is.
Isn't it precisely our business? KNBR, the Murph and Mac show?
Precisely your business to ask.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's precisely my business to say, privately, I'll tell you. But
okay, well, we'll have to do a little, it's up to us to do a little digging. We got to put
try to get that out of Buster. That'll work.
Yeah, good luck. Right.
Loose lips, Posey, you mean?
Yeah, that ain't going to happen.
No. Oh, my God. All right,
I'm sure he's happy here. So.
All right. Well, listen, enjoy the Crawford send-off, and we'll look for your broadcast will be awesome. We'll talk to you next week, buddy.
All right.
There he is. Dwayne Kuiper, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station, and Steve Young and enjoying Tolbert and Copes today.
Nice.
At 5 o'clock.
Listen, hey, we got a big hit we're staring down the barrel of.
And, I mean, let's be honest, Cook and Kuiper not, we're going to treat the Brebbia thing differently than they are.
No, you brought it all up, man. I mean, and I think like the text line, there's a fair amount of people that agree with everything you said.
There's some people that disagree.
Totally. That's why we're in America. This is America, damn it.
You think?
This is a land of the opinion.
Is that okay?
I think so. It used to be.
Yeah. It used to be okay. Yeah. You're not triggered or activated?
No, I'm doing okay.
All right.
So far. Stand by.
So the big hit we've decided today is make the case for Farhan and Gabe to stay.
Who's going to be the attorney representing Farhan and Gabe?
If indeed you think they should stay, call in.
Your Honor, if I may approach the bench.
I'll posit a couple theories on the other side.
I look forward to this. Let me get my gavel. Let me get a black robe on. Let's go now.
The big hit.
We got answers.
Is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Nice.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
For sure. Kite with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Shut it down. Let's go home. The Giants' regular season might have 4 games left, but they have officially been eliminated from postseason contention. So to read all about the final stretch of the season for the San Francisco Giants, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Mateo's sports leader.
Hold it now. This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's the pitch now to Soto, and he lifts a high drive in the deep center field. Going back, Fitzgerald, all the way back to the wall. It's gone. He jumped on the first pitch from Brebbia and hit it over the center field wall.
He swings and grounds one to short. Luciano charges, and he'll go to first for the out. And I think Luciano must have thought there were 2 outs. The run comes in to score. That's Sullivan, because he did not go to second and get the lead runner and try to start a double play. Probably wasn't going to be a double play, but the way Luciano made that play makes you think he thought there were already 2 down. Soto swings at the first pitch and drives one to deep left field. This one is gone. Juan Soto with his second home run of the night. And both times he hit the first pitch out.
And the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Wilmer swings and misses at a devastating slider. He struck him out. He tried to check his swing, and it was too late. The Padres take game 2 of the series 4-0 over the Giants.
Baseball still has to appeal to the backbone of the game, and that is the fans. And I think we were losing that.
There it is, Tom Verducci talking about the Giants missing the train on the entertainment train and missing the just kind of the move towards contact and speed as the Giants strike out on their way to setting a team record for strikeouts, one of the lowest team batting averages they've ever had, a major league low in stolen bases. Other than that,
also,
good morning, everybody.
Hey, now, yo, but why stop there if we're going over stats? If I'm not mistaken, also leading the bigs and errors, if I'm not mistaken. You want to throw that on the pile?
When the Giants come to town.
Come on, man.
It's elimination, baby.
Not bad, not bad.
When Brebbia hides the baseball. Everybody, I'm done.
I feel like I'm going to go into Dave Letterman mode.
I can't sing.
A couple of one-liners for you. If the San Francisco 2023 San Francisco Giants had a favorite album, it would be ZZ Top's Eliminator, which is a great record, by the way.
Well, I got to tell you guys, we are here. Make the case, big hit style, as the Giants get eliminated and people are pissed. I'm pissed. I didn't like the Brebbia thing. I'm sorry. To me, it was the last straw of what I see as a clubhouse that doesn't give a hoot.
It's also part of the tapestry where it's the same night where you've got yet another guy on the field who doesn't know how many outs there are on the heels of Mikey Yaz losing his way last week. Like, too much of that going on. And I agree.
On the heels of the beat writers doing all these stories about Filipino card games and Bob Marley after losses.
A shout out to the Tom Verducci piece, too, because that didn't help. And also, Murph, too, I agree with what Murph said. I didn't like it either. In fact, I was quite upset when I saw that. I was like, this is just not the time, the place. They're getting eliminated. You're out here yucking it up. It just didn't look good to me. Now, I get what Kipe said. You know, it's just a moment. Been a long year.
It was the
guys
wrong.
Are wound down. It was
You brought up optics earlier. And second, you got to read as Marcus said, even as a young man, said you got to read the room.
Huge skill in life. Read the blanket room.
Gary Radnich. Read the room.
Some guy. I mean, it's as simple as that, boys. That's all they need to do was read the room yesterday, because we didn't come on and complain about them dressing up as a Ken doll from the Barbie movie and trying to do all this fun stuff. That's fine. And we know this is John Brebbia. This is his character. He's that guy in the bullpen that's going to keep everybody positive and in a good mood. But again, we're in the final stretch of the season. You literally are getting eliminated from postseason contention, and we're out here running bits on top of the mound.
I'm with you, Marcus.
I don't like it, boys. I'll go full Ed Asner also.
Couple of quick things.
I don't like it.
This was just for thanks, Ed. And this is just for Murph's head. When he's talking about reading the room, really is a huge life skill. You have to know how to read the room. I know people that don't know how to do it, that are full-grown adults. Causes a lot of problems out there. Read the blanket room before you start doing this.
Shout out Creative Tony.
Well, all right, there you go. Can I get a blank you, Tony, just for old time's sake?
Well, boys, real quick.
By the way, where is he? I sent him a personal question 2 days ago that I wanted to ask about.
The club.
It was a family question. I needed a favor from him about something in his neighborhood, and he hasn't gotten back to me.
Hey, welcome aboard.
I asked him like a personal favor, like for my kid, like I'd have a question, and he's like, he just iced me, ghosted me.
Welcome aboard. Yeah. By the way, though, reading the room, I want to say the Hall of Fame guy representative as far as reading the room goes, and only Murph knows this. Actually, Darren Chan, too. Artie Gigantino. Yeah. He came in reading the room like you've never seen before. That's one of our former colleagues. I've showed you the belt. He's pulling the belt, looking around.
Oh, man.
Well, Max, since we're talking about our coworkers being able to read the room, maybe Gabe and John Brebbia shouldn't be pulling these bits when the Giants are getting eliminated from postseason contention. And, maybe young Greg Silver and Triple E shouldn't be wearing sleeveless Warriors jerseys the day after the 49er home opener. Let's just read the room a little bit. That's it. Let's just read the room.
Keep feeding them the rock.
Yeah,
Keep feeding them the rock.
We're all upset now.
831 goes to the Murph and Mac history of a soundboard, talking about the Giants and their not knowing outs, playing hidden ball tricks while going 78 and 80. He says sometimes you got to be pissed off for greatness.
Damn.
Pissed off for greatness. And 831 says, and this team is nowhere near that. There is a faction pushing against us. 408 says, the fact that you're pretending that yesterday actually mattered. They've been eliminated for a week at least. What are you talking, dude? What are we out here? We're trying to win ball games. We're trying to do our thing. You're in it. As long as you're in it, they keep telling us, we're in this. We're alive. I'm sorry, you're charging me. Plus, nah, you're in it, and until you're in it, I don't even want it tomorrow.
Murph's looking for it.
I don't want the hidden ball trick tomorrow either.
I don't want it. Murph doesn't need it. Here's what we're looking for.
Because I'm pissed off for greatness.
Been a while. Been a while.
There you go. 303 checks in on this one. After trying to give Far Hapler the benefit of the doubt, I don't see how they've earned more rope, but a whole new do-over is not more appealing. That's what I wrote about in the Jock blog. I was like, you got to be rational about this. If you're blowing guys out, are you ready for the reboot? Are you ready for it? Well, the Red Sox were. They blew Heim Bloom out for
Sometimes
sure.
you have to do that, though. Sometimes, and that's why I credited Jed York for having the ability to do. And it does take balls. Like it's not easy to cut the cord like that sometimes so abruptly. But I mean, sometimes the situation calls for that.
917 says, I studied statistics at MIT. That's incredible.
Nice.
By the way,
MIT.
I can assure you that models definitively based on past results in a game where players age and strategies evolve. Well, that's a formula for chasing one's tail. Find me a Jack Clark and a Robbie Thompson, and I'll watch again.
That's from an MIT
only
guy.
Wants to mix and match pickups from the waiver wire.
See, Murph, the students of MIT, you're saying, where's my Jack Clark?
Yes, it is there too. Okay, 408 says, if Gabe and Farhan stay, he says, he says, 408 says, if I lost that text right there too. 831 says, in the case of Kapler, people have soured on his managerial style and the team is not performing for him. He's got to go. I would say, I used to think they were a tandem for sure, Farhan and Gabe. But this week, where Webb spoke up and the beat writers wrote a couple deep dives and this Brebbia thing, and I get it, he's a jokester, I know that. It's a rudderless situation. There's no firm grip on where we're going as a unit, as a team. So
if you're looking to steer that boat, you're going to need a rudder.
All right, there you go.
You're going in circles now.
Do you want to hear the Brebbia sound or go to the calls?
I think we should do this. Okay.
Okay, there you go. Nathan. Well, the first guy up here is supporting Gabe and Farhan, and we asked you, make a case for them to stay. Yep. Nathan in Sacramento, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Quite easily makes the case. Remember, back just a few years, we had the worst minor league system in the business. We had not a skilled major league roster. Farhan has come in and done exactly what he needed to do. Stack that minor league system, build a competitive major league roster. Remember, this man has a PhD in economics, so he's all under budget, which keeps the owners happy. He's not going anywhere. He's going to stay.
I got to tell you, Nathan, first of all, have you ever done radio? Have you done radio in your life?
Pipes are crazy, man.
I'm retired Air Force, and I was TDY to Honduras, and I picked up a radio show just as a volunteer for fun.
I listened to you 24/7.
So would I.
Buddy.
Tell me when you're on. I'll be listening. Yeah.
Well, no, this was years ago when I was still active. I'm an actor now. I'm a substitute teacher on the way to work.
Nathan,
I'm an actor in real life.
Hey, Nathan, I need more of you.
Call us every day.
I need more Nathan.
Call us every day.
I want acting updates. Yeah.
How about this one?
Go ahead.
Now, one of you guys was singing a minute ago, this is Giants baseball. Farhan, stay forever.
Okay. Wow.
All right.
Wow. There it is.
Nathan,
you're my boy.
KNBR.
Nathan,
okay.
You call us every day and have a great day,
this
buddy.
Is my guy.
Have a great day.
Nathan, be cool, man.
Right.
I love this guy.
Yes.
He wants Farhan to stay forever. Okay. So there is an arc.
I'm a busy actor as well.
That was
throwing all kind of.
And the connection was amazing.
I'm an Air Force guy. I got Navy. What
do you give me for like a Logan Webb post game and Nathan in Sacramento? 0. You can't hear Webb at all. Nathan's coming through loud and clear. Okay, so there is an argument, and I wrote this in the Jock blog, the kids, right? Is the farm system in a better spot? It is. It's in a better spot. They never once would tell us, though, that they were rebuilding. They never wanted to say rebuild. They wanted to sort of, quote unquote, contend. And by the way, 78 and 80 is contending now. That's the other thing that's really a problem.
That is a problem.
Like 78 and 80 for you and me was 1983.
Now you're celebrating mediocrity, and that's not what we're in this for.
2007, 2008.
I don't.
You know what I mean? When they were just a lifeless lump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you had Brian Wilson on the horizon and Pablo Sandoval on the horizon and Tim Lincecum on the horizon. Now, I don't know if any of these kids has established sort of a Brian Wilson, Pablo Sandoval, Tim Lincecum vibe that was around in 2008. I mean, Pat Bailey, yeah. Kyle Harrison, maybe. I'd like to see him one more time.
Those are bright spots. So would I.
Doval, sure. Doval's got he's part damn near 40 saves.
He's
right?
part of it. Yeah.
I still love Casey Schmidt's skill set and attitude, and I want him around.
We'll see.
But they never was. So they tried to develop and contend, and it didn't work. I mean, they developed maybe, but they didn't contend. So make the case. Greg Johnson, I'm calling on you, buddy. You got to come out. You got to tell us what's going on. And by the way, that thing we talked to Dwayne at the very end, Buster Posey. Buster, you're back. I need you, buddy.
You keep saying that, but what is he going to...
Well, I need him to walk in and tell Greg... I'm going to tell you this about Greg. I don't know Greg Johnson. I've talked to people who know him. I've met him once. And the impression is he's not a baseball head, okay? He's not a guy who's out there like knowing what he wants. 2, he's not like an emotional George Steinbrenner, Al Davis type of guy who's going to like come in and just throw things around and demand heads on pikes and all that. He's very cautious. So he's not a baseball guy. It tells to me like he could use a guy, and that guy could be Buster Posey walking into the room and saying, hey, here's what's wrong with the clubhouse.
Here's what we got to do. Yeah.
Here's what's wrong with whether the manager's doing it. Here's what's wrong with Farhan's doing it.
I hope that's accurate.
If they blew those guys out, you got to start all over. Like I would say right now of the two, I used to think it was more of a Farhan issue, but the way I've seen the clubhouse this last week sort of say, yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. We don't really...
Kind of checked out a little.
We don't really have, we're not really invested in this thing. And then you have Yaz made a speech.
That's a problem.
We need to hold each other accountable.
Yep.
And Logan Webb saying we need big changes.
So what the hell's going on?
I mean, Paulie, if you're the manager, how are you feeling about your players saying that?
Not very good.
Yeah?
No, not very good.
And I just wanted to circle back what we were just talking about, Murph, about developing and competing at the same time. Well, now we're in a situation where you're not competing for a postseason spot, and my question is, did you develop these kids? Because here's Casey Schmidt down in AAA right now. Here's Kyle Harrison, who's been on a pitch count the entire season. We're asking questions whether guys like Tristan Beck and Keaton Wynn can be a part of the rotation next year. They didn't give them the opportunity this year. So really, you called up all these guys. They all made their debuts, but how many steps forward did we really make in the development of these prospects?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yes and no. I mean, they brought them up. They debuted how many guys, but you're right. They didn't get the full rope.
Yeah, no. And with them competing down the stretch, they're doing it by giving playing time to Paul DeYoung over Marco Luciano.
Paul DeYoung, that makes no sense.
AJ Pollock over Meckler.
That's the kind of move. See, right there,
guys.
That Paul DeYoung thing, that's the perfect example of a move. I just don't get that. Like, what was it? What did they achieve with that whole move?
Yeah, Paul
DeYoung.
Paulie, the only DeYoung you want is Dennis from Styx.
And
right?
I want to turn up Renegade to 10.
Yeah.
Like the Steelers, yeah.
Or I don't want Paul DeYoung. I want Paul Young singing "Every Time You Go Away, it breaks a piece of me."
And if we're gonna double down on Dennis DeYoung, give me a too much time on my hands.
Which, by the way, was a cover. Paul Young just stole that. Every time you go away.
Okay.
Yeah. That was originally from I want to say the Shy-Lights, right? Wasn't it?
I don't know.
No, it was "Oh Girl." He covered "Oh Girl" by the Shy-Lights. Anyway, Garrett is in Lafayette, and he wants to make the case.
Let's go, Garrett.
We asked, make the case.
Yeah.
Garrett, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Yeah, so with Farhan, he's gotten a great win share per dollar spent comparably to most of the GMs in Major League Baseball. He's also really made an effort to sign some of these top free agents. So I know a lot of fans are upset because we were given some empty promises about signing a free agent, but he made offers to CC, he made offers to Judge, he's made offers to others. So we got to remember, too, we haven't gotten a big superstar to come to San Francisco since Barry Bonds. And shoot, that's 30 some odd years ago. So I just don't want the fervor and anti-Farhan sentiment amongst the fan base to build such that there's pressure on ownership to get rid of him. We're very fortunate to have him. He's building a sustainable program. Sure, we have a large sample size of rookies that we get to be able to criticize, but he was able to build up a farm system and call up a lot of guys this year to see if they are Major League ready. And I think the proof's in the pudding that maybe a lot of them aren't. But if ownership can authorize Farhan to say, hey, you know what? I don't want Judge to get $400 million. We need to give him $500 million, because the reality is, all things equal, no one's come here for 30 years. So give Judge no choice but to sign with San Francisco. My last point, boys, I know I got to go, and I know you need me to go, is that with Shohan, don't make him a qualifying offer. Don't give him fair market value. Ownership has to say, overpay this guy, so then he has no choice but to sign for San Francisco. That's my final point. Love you guys. Take care.
Garrett Lafayette, we love you too, buddy. Hey, so he's saying, Paulie, make him an offer you can't refuse.
Hey, it works.
Listen, if they keep him, and I wrote this in the jog, but I'm going to need the organization rattling trade.
See, I'm not confident in that. I'm not.
He hasn't done it.
There's no evidence that can happen. I mean, we've seen evidence how he misses on those opportunities, but I have not seen any, like he said, hasn't happened. They haven't brought in a big name. They've tried. They've swung. They've missed. So, yeah, it sounds great on paper. Hey, we'll grab Shohei. We'll throw so much money at him. I believe it when I see it. There's no evidence that's going to happen.
925 says, I'm in high-level sales, bros. You either land the deal or you don't.
This is now we're getting into Glengarry, Glen Ross. You get steak knives or we get Shohei.
Green Mountain Boy in San Francisco.
Nice. Green
Mountain Boy in San Francisco.
Gotcha.
Where are you coming down, buddy?
Yeah.
Good morning, fellas. Thank you for taking my call. I disagree with the guy with the pipes. He had a lot of good things to say, and he really does have great pipes.
Yeah.
But I completely disagree. Farhan brought in Cap, and the system that they've implemented, I guess part of it is out of necessity, but it's just not baseball. The constant left-right stuff. The other night, I mentioned this to FP. Lamont Wade was raking the ball. A couple of them, a couple base hits and a couple line drives caught. But as soon as they brought in a left-handed pitcher to face him, out goes Lamont. Mm-hmm. The constant starter openers. Mm-hmm. It's boring.
Yes.
It's hard to digest and see day after day.
It is. I agree.
I really think the system needs a bit of an overhaul. And let's see how the offseason goes. To me, I have a real soft spot in my heart for the Oakland A's, and I'm really used to playing well, but not getting the ultimate, not getting the ultimate goal, reaching the ultimate goal. It's okay to not make the playoffs this year. Let's see what we can do. Let's rebuild. Maybe Buster has some influence. Let's give Brandon Crawford a nice send-off on Sunday, and wait till next year.
All right, Green Mountain Boy. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. 707 says, give Farhan and Kepler one more year. He said the farm system's finally starting to produce. Get a real rotation, and you can make the postseason.
That's probably my biggest problem with this season is they never really were able to settle into a normal rotation. And I think it really hurt them. Sure, it worked early, but it didn't work in the long run.
We were calling it. Hate to say I told you so. Actually, I love to say I told you so.
Yeah, a lot of satisfaction in that.
510 says,
yeah.
I like Farhan, but if he's married to Kapler, then they both need to go. Like when Mike Singletary hired Jimmy Ray
with
as
the
his
hat.
O coordinator.
He had the floppy hat on. Yeah.
He did. 650 says, if Farhan stays, I want Dodgers Farhan and not A's Farhan. One of the things I was talking last night with a guy, and I was saying maybe Farhan truly is better as a number two. Where there's a guy with a brass set willing to put him out there, and he's the guy saying, hey, here's a good pickup, here's an interesting case, here's some margins, here's some dudes. But you need the guy with the brass set who's going to go out, and the Brian Sabian, who's not even going to make eye contact with you when he's walking down the hallway.
Just being in the room with him. Yeah, I want that guy.
The way Ed Asner walked in on Curb Your Enthusiasm
Marcus,
just told me, you can be casual with my money?
I want a GM that scares me when I'm trying to do an interview. That's what I'm looking for. Seriously, I'm not even kidding.
Whereas Farhan might be better off as the second banana, like he was in Dodger Stadium. Andrew Friedman was making the big calls, and Farhan was providing him the intel.
Yeah.
Farhan hasn't shown that bold leadership.
No, and you said that was Murph's big thing for the first couple of years. And you had all the belief in the world in it. I know Murph's like, wait till Farhan makes his big move. Wait till he makes the word you use, splashy move. It's coming. There's going to be a big... It never came.
No.
It never came.
And he had chances, too. So, hey, Willie in San Francisco is checking in. Willie. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah.
All right. How's it going out there, Murph and Matt?
It's going good, Willie. What's
How are
up,
you, man?
All right, dude. I was just talking to, and I was thinking, we're having such a bad time getting hitters here, and why don't we just make a big, bold move and get some of our prospects and trade.
Yeah.
Someone who's committed to a lot of years and someone who's going to not have a choice. If they're not going to have a choice and want to come here, why can't we make them come here by a big
We're going to you're not going to want to be a Giant. We're going to force you to be a Giant. But I hear you, buddy.
Yeah.
I hear you, Will. You draft, you trade. This is what we're talking about. And I mean, Andy Baggerly just threw out casually Kyle Harrison for Matt McLain. Now, if you're if you're a casual fan, you don't know Matt McLain. He's a young shortstop with the middle infielder with the Reds, who's like potential all-star type of kid who will be under club control for a while. Now you got to part with. I don't want to part with Kyle Harrison. I love Kyle Harrison.
I don't either.
But
to give something, got to get something.
These are the painful moves.
Vice versa.
You got to make, Willie. So I hear you, buddy. You call for a trade.
That goes for pitchers too. That goes for the pitchers too. You guys don't want to get here. We're going to force you some kind of way, and you have to shake it up. It's got to be a shake-up, and I don't know which one I'm going to suggest to go, but it's got to be somebody who's going to be worth it, and somebody who is committed on the other side to where you don't want to get here. You know what? You're going to come here.
Hey, Willie, thanks for the call, man. Paulie, two reactions. One serious, one not serious.
Go, I can't wait.
Serious one is I keep saying this. Greg Johnson, I need you, buddy. You need to come out after the season's over, and he needs to tell us what the hell's going on.
This is part of it.
In the boardroom, Farhan, Gabe, etc. You can't. Don't John Fisher me now. Don't John Fisher me, because we haven't seen. Greg hasn't done much media.
Enough. That's what I keep saying. The Giant fan base.
You got the keys to the. You got the keys to the Lambo. You better park. Show me the Lambo.
Giants fans need a voice.
The other just non-serious, Paulie, what Willie was saying.
Yeah.
If the record company gets behind the record, they can force the record right down the consumer's throat.
There's no question.
Okay, that was Spinal Tap.
I got you.
Where Sir Dennis Eaton Hogg says,
down their throat.
Ian Faith says you can force the record right down their throat. And that's what Willie was saying. You can force a guy to be a Giant.
Get in the car. Just get in the car, sign the papers. Yeah.
George in South City. I always like a call from South City.
Yeah.
I trust calls from South City.
Yeah, you can trust South City.
George, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning. Yeah, you can always trust South City.
Yeah, man.
Hey, here's my take on this whole thing. One is you're going to have to keep Farhan Zaidi because I don't think they have a plan if they get rid of him. Okay? And as much as I don't like advocating to get rid of managers and stuff, I don't think Cap Ward's demand for this job. My personal opinion is they have Ron Lotus in the building who has – I think he can go along with the analytics, but he's also strong enough to stand up and put his own 2 cents worth into this thing and get this thing turned around. But I don't really believe if they just fire both of them, then they're going to be going on a hunt for months looking for a GM, and then they're going to miss out on these potential signing these free agents, and it could just be a real mess. So they've got to make a change, but they've got to do it. I mean, this is the San Francisco Giants. We can't sign big-name free agents. That's ridiculous.
I know.
Yeah. No, you're right. Well, they won't come if they're going to be platooned, So, anyway.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah. If you don't have your role, I mean, we sit there and watch these games, and we still watch them, and yet you don't know who's starting. These guys don't know where they're going to play. They come in. They yo-yo these guys up and down, up and down. Their confidence has got to be ruined no matter how much they say it. Yeah. It's got to be ruined because you just don't feel like you belong to a team.
Yeah, and Susan has written about that, too. Hey, George, great call. See, I told you could trust South City.
Well, Murph, you know what I say. When you've lost South City, you've lost the fan base. Yeah.
True story.
Yeah.
Listen, 925 says, question ownership. That's the real problem nobody's talking about. Well, I have been. I've been calling on Greg Johnson to speak, and I'm going to need it. It's going to be next week. It's going to be something. Paulie, should we just end the big hit by saying, A, nobody's really made a truly compelling case for Gabe and Farhan to stay, and B, people are saying ownership's got to make big moves. Can I offer you a $9 beer?
Oh.
It's going to be a $9 beer. How'd that work out? Attendance went down to 17.
Took a lot of grief for that. Yeah.
I think the $9 beer was when the season turned the wrong way.
There were several threats against Murph. Yeah, it was not good.
Shut up. Maybe if you go get a $9 beer, you made Matt Beatty in line.
I'll tell you what, you guys, how'd you like it if we went out there, we got beer prizes raised? Would that make you guys happy? We could spike them up a little for you.
All right. Cooler of content. Thanks, everybody, for chiming in. We're all in this boat together.
No doubt.
Nobody's happy, but hey, at least Brebia is having some laughs. You know what I mean?
At least they're having a good time.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers safety Talanoa Hufanga stopped by the Murphy Mac Show yesterday morning as the 49ers Player of the Week to talk about his love of high school football and to break down the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph & Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for checking in on the big hit. We're all in it together. We appreciate all y'all, and we'll continue to do this.
Great list. Great callers today.
Yeah, they were good, man. Giants were eliminated last night, but Brebbia hit the ball, so
we had some laughs.
Well,
yeah, it was a good time.
Okay, here's the deal. Cooler content will get your head right. And listen, I can sense it already. I can just sense my sense is that America is pissed and has had it with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
It happened fast, boy.
Yeah.
The burnout thing, the fatigue factor, what did it take, Marcus? 48 hours? And then we're like, all right, we're done with you guys.
Less than that, Paulie Mac. I was watching the game on Sunday, and I was tired of it.
I can't sign on to the Googles or the Yahoos without getting 18 different headlines about what they're doing, where they're driving to.
That said, what we're going to do for you is give you more.
Is that right? I didn't even know there was more.
The Kelce brothers do their podcast. This thing's like... By the way, you saw the effect that Kelce's jersey jumped 400% in sales?
Those are all Taylor Swift fans buying them, too.
Not only his jersey, their podcast now that we're about to play sound from is now the number one podcast on the Apple Podcast.
right here for doing this for me.
Based on the heels of those figures.
Love this kid.
Triple E. I'm a big Triple E fan.
Are you truly?
Yeah.
Okay,
no, I like the kid.
All right.
I was going to say, based on these numbers that are all skyrocketing, Kelce's jersey and the podcast, is there any way we could get the Murph and Mac Show affiliated with Taylor Swift? Because I'd like some of that to rub off on us. Yeah, give me some of that bank account. Give me some of that.
Okay, so here's the official Kelce's, Travis, and Jason breaking down.
Here we go.
Taylor Swift.
Well, Trav, how does it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
I just thought it was awesome how everybody in the suite had nothing but great things to say about her. You know, the friends and family. She looked amazing. Everybody was talking about her in great light. And on top of that, the day went perfect for Chiefs fans, of course. We script it all, ladies and gentlemen. But to see the slow motion chest bumps, to see the high fives with mom, to see how, Chiefs Kingdom was all excited that she was there, that was absolutely hysterical. It was definitely a game I'll remember. That's for damn sure. And then we just slid off in the getaway car at the end.
I mean, everybody's talking about it.
Everyone, literally. Everyone, even Bill Belichick. He hasn't talked much about me outside of, game weeks that we've played, but he made sure to remind me that that's the best catch I've ever had in my life.
Dude, that was a great line by Bill.
Hilarious. And then you got Coach Reed telling everybody he's Cupid. He's been manifesting this the whole time. He's the one that set us up.
Is there any truth to this?
I don't even know how to answer that. I know that he had met the Swift family before, so I don't know. He could have been in the background the whole time.
Dude, Coach Reed playing matchmaker?
Who knew Cupid was so big? shout out to Taylor for coming through and see me rock the stage.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
What do you think, Paulie Mack? You're an astute observer of the human condition.
I try to be.
What did you discern from that?
Well, you know what? I can actually answer that. Here's what I've noticed over the past couple days, honestly, is how many people have, and this is not an exaggeration, how many people have like turned on Kelsey. Like I read all this stuff yesterday. So I guess
people, of course,
they're like, blank this guy. Like,
Paulie, you may be shocked to hear this.
They're calling him a racist. It's like mayhem out there.
But I cannot believe this happened in 2023, but somebody made it political. That shocked me. I can't believe it.
See, now that's funny because
somebody made it blue and red. I can't believe it.
Okay, so we can get there.
When has that ever happened?
That hasn't even crossed my radar.
Oh, no, they got him because she's considered she's I don't know. I don't want to go down that road.
Yeah, you might as well not.
Yeah.
But what I saw was his ex-girlfriend posted something like, "Hey Taylor, good luck with this guy. He's a cheater."
Yeah, somebody called him a cheater. Yeah.
There's other people. It's a whole thing. It's chaos out there. But anyway, what I noticed was how many people turned on Travis Kelce, and it happened really fast.
Well, Paulie Mack, how about people turning on Taylor Swift now? Because apparently there's a bunch of Philadelphia Eagles fans who were pissed off because she's from Philly, has mentioned the Eagles in her lyrics before, and here she is wearing that ketchup and mustard colors for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You always say that disdainfully.
Well, he hates the Chiefs.
That's
It's
one of your things.
He's a Raider.
I ask you, don't you like ketchup and mustard?
I like mustard. Ketchup, not too much. I'm a mustard on hot dog kind of guy.
Paulie and I, we'll take the slings and arrows. We put ketchup on our hot dogs.
We're of that time and place. Yeah, and
even though Clint Eastwood told us in the movie theater, you don't do it.
Nobody. I mean, nobody puts ketchup
in
on
our
a
own
hot
city
dog.
too. He
and
said
I'm
it in San Francisco.
Bro, you're killing me.
Well, not everybody's down. Micah Parsons, who may be the NFL Defensive Player of the Year, unless TJ Watt has something to say about it.
Murph, question for you: which fan base would you? I guess which fan base are you at more of a risk for your own safety and health of upsetting? The Swifties or the Eagles fan base?
The Eagles.
Because now you got warring. Now you got the Eagle fan base going after Swifties. It's causing a civil war.
You're the Swifties. You've done one world tour.
Nice, Marcus. Nice.
Micah Parsons weighs in. He's impressed that Travis got Taylor to Arrowhead.
I think the biggest news of the week is Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Now, T. Kelce is my boy, and that boy's a dog. He's a but shooting at T. Swift? Hold on. Quick timeline. Travis had his podcast when he went into a concert and tried to give her his phone number. Rumors came out they were hanging out. Travis went on McAfee, dropped a line about Arrowhead, and then we see her at Arrowhead. Yo. Okay, hold on. This is where things get, like, suspenseful. Hold on, Trav. When I saw that video, I almost lost my mind for you. Like, she sang to you at night, bro? You belong with me. Yes, I am a Swiftie. I'm the old Swift, though. You know, when she was out there saying, like, she wears short skirts and I wear T-shirts. Big hype for you, dog. I mean, damn, you shot from deep and you scored. You Stephen Curry, my brother. You might be the new Steph of football. That's dope. I want to see someone shoot at somebody else. The NFL, we up right now. City Boys is up. Hey, I challenge all my other NFL guys, start shooting from deep. Shoot from deep.
Okay, wow.
That's a lot going on, man.
First of all, his podcast features the whoosh sound, I guess, as he's cutting back and forth. Second of all, by the way, everybody, this is the thing now.
Yeah.
Your athletic career is an entry into your podcasting career.
Yeah, it's all about getting that
Eric Armstead's trying one now, too.
Yeah, no, of course, bro.
They're all doing Draymond
You're
Green.
next. I'm telling you, Murph's next. They'll get Murph.
This podcast.
Yeah.
So anyway, Micah Parsons, he's doing his thing. He's bringing personality, too, and all that.
Yeah. You belong with me.
Paulie, it's the Wayne Gretzky. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Great quote. Yeah.
And yet there I was in high school at the movie theater.
You got to shoot the puck. Yeah, you got to take your shots.
By the way, people thought that Ratner scene in Fast Times, when people were roaring with laughter when he stumbled out of Jennifer Jason Leigh's house because he didn't make the move, even though she had the photo album and the robe out.
Yeah, that's my dog Bandit.
I was pointing to the screen going, I see you, Rat. That's me.
Yeah.
That was
Rat, me and you, kid.
That was me.
That's it.
So I never took that shot.
Yeah.
I was too scared. And yet Travis shows the way. Take the shot, kids.
You might as well. You got nothing to lose.
Be the Steph Curry of the NFL. Meanwhile, you talked about annoying Eagles fans. A Bucs reporter in Tampa Monday night couldn't get through a live shot because Eagles fans mobbed the live shot, annoying the pee out of everybody.
Okay,
here.
nice.
Let's start with ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska. He's been outside the stadium throughout the evening. He joins us live with the very latest. Michael, how's it going out there?
Yeah. Hi, Wendy. Good evening. Yeah, these are not the live shots you want to do after the Bucs lost because people are coming out here. They're yelling in front of the camera. They said it looked more like a Eagles home game out here. But, there's a lot of things that happened, And I'll try to get through a live shot. The Eagles fans were The Eagles fans were annoying before the game. They're even worse now. Maybe we could find a Bucks fan to talk to. Hey, what did the Bucks do right today?
Nothing.
What did the Eagles do right?
Everything.
There you go.
Go.
Here we go. Right, hey, no cursing, no cursing. Thank you. All right. So you know what? We still like Baker Mayfield, and we still like the Bucks. And so, Wendy, until things are getting a little crazy, so we may have to send it away to you guys. See,
gotta throw it fast. You gotta get out of this. If I'm this guy, I'm like, now back to you, Marv, or whatever. I mean, get the hell. You got no control. Once the Eagles fans take over, you're at their mercy.
I don't know. That's it. I mean, yeah. Wow.
So Eagles fans could snuff out the Swifties, apparently.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
That's the one force of nature that could actually contend with the Swifties.
1 year in 2004, ESPN.com had me write a column, a Monday morning wrap-up column.
Yeah.
And I had a thing called the Philly Corner.
And you won Philly over. It was
I dedicated every week to a Philadelphia story.
Smart. Yeah,
and that was the year they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Wound up losing to the Eagles.
Right there.
But anyway, you wouldn't believe the amount of material I got, Paulie.
Yep.
I mean, it just came week after week after week after week after
You got to win that audience over, man.
You're the Eagles. Yeah, you ruined one live shot.
We're the Swifties.
Yeah.
We did one stadium tour. I like that,
Last
Marcus.
two real quick, because we got Peter Hartlaub coming up talking about Levi Stadium. Then Big Andy Bagley hit.
Okay.
All right. Richard
You want bags
Sherman
today.
Richard Sherman's Amazon Prime Thursday night, but he remains, even though you think of him as a Seahawk, he's a Niner guy. He's on the sidelines screaming about the Niners.
Okay.
And then at the end, you hear Mooney Ward yell, too.
Well, we doing it. Christian's out there putting on the show. Nicholas John Bosa got his first sack of the year. Defense putting a lot of pressure on Daniel Jones. I love it.
There it is.
Boy, having a good time. All right,
what are the
Sherm?
Seahawks fans thinking about that?
Sherm, baby Sherm. I bet you they don't like it one bit. That'd be like us losing Debo and him doing some Seahawks stuff.
And Ricky Waters lighting the flame up in Seattle. He did.
Oh.
Last one is you got to know thy enemy. And here come the Cardinals and Josh Dobbs. And this guy is creative and funny and smart. He's an aerospace engineer. He's a social media game. And he actually did this riff. He went into the Arizona Cardinals team store to buy his own jersey. First of all, shout out Bill Bidwell not giving him a jersey. Or whatever Bidwell's running it now, Steven or whoever. Dude, he does this own bit. They don't have his jersey.
Okay.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Yo, Josh Dobbs here. All right, I'm in the team store for the Cardinals, trying to get a jersey for my fans. Check this out. So I walk over here to get a jersey made. Boom. Adult. Then I go large. Next. Then I go select from roster, okay? Next. And guess what? Your boy is nowhere to be found. You got all the numbers and no number 9. Like, yo, I know I just got here, but at least, come on, we can at least have the custom jersey ready for me. Help your boy out.
I got to agree with Dobbs. Throw one up there for the guy.
There's a certain
Help him
likability
out.
about this guy.
I agree. I agree.
He's bringing his game, and he does it without being, he's kind of got a little charm to him, yeah.
And he was literally like the only quarterback on the roster going into the season. Like, if they don't have his jersey, what jersey are they selling in
That's
the
a
team
good
store?
question.
You're the Arizona Cardinals. You've won none Super Bowls. There you go. By the way, Paulie, what do you think about this young generation? We have all these 28, 29, 30-year-old kids.
Yeah.
And yet they have a little game. Dangerous Danny Dunn. He just heard my story about the movie theater girl I never asked out.
Yeah.
He texts and says, sounds like you needed Damone's 5-point plan. This kid, Danny
He's
Dunn.
preaching the 5-point plan?
He wasn't born when this movie came out.
Nice. Well, Dangerous Danny, that tells us your instincts are very sharp.
Yeah.
We saw something great in this kid, and the fact that he's doubling down with Mike Damone, it makes him even more immortal.
Okay, 2 things to do. One, we got Peter Hartlaub talking about the Levi Stadium 10-year anniversary around 8:55. But hey, the Warriors just made a move. And you need to hear about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're going to get this podcast.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think, we got 2 spots, 14 and 15. We don't have to use them both, but we're open to it. And I think from that standpoint, if there was a positional need or something that we absolutely needed, I think maybe we've already pursued and committed to that. The nice thing is I think we have good versatility and optionality throughout the roster. So nothing that we absolutely have to do right now. We're bringing in a mix of different players that we think can do some different things, and we'll evaluate in camp. But I don't think we have our sights set on any one thing right now in terms of a guard, a big, a wing, a young player, an old player. We're kind of open, and I think that's a great position to be in, where we have flexibility and can kind of evaluate to see what's the best for our team.
Okay, that's Mike Dunleavy. You got to get to know that voice as the Warriors get ready for their first exhibition game week from Saturday. We already played. Yesterday's big hit was welcoming the Warriors in connectivity, but Mike Dunleavy just told you right there, yeah, we're wide open. He said it doesn't have to be old, it doesn't have to be young, it doesn't have to be small, it doesn't have to be big. They had the 14 and the 15 spots. And sure enough, he said they were wide open, so they were wide open. And according to Adrian Wojnarowski, Wojbomb, Waterboy, can I get the Fox chime?
Give me a chime,
here?
Marcus. Thank you.
They have gone old veteran. I mean, for a time, a really good player, Rudy Gay.
Wow.
Rudy Gay, the 6'7" wing, kind of swing forward there, who was playing for Utah last year. This will be his 18th season.
That's crazy.
His 18th season. He's not a big, y'all, in case you don't know your Rudy Gay. I mean, he is 6'8", but he's not going to be down there in the post banging. Plays basically small forward, power forward. And here he comes. This guy started his career, by the way, in the NBA in 2006 with Memphis.
Wow.
So he played 7 years with Memphis. He spent 4 years with the Spurs, 4 years with our Kings. Shout out our Kings fans up there. 2 seasons with Toronto and 2 seasons with Utah. He most recently was in Utah. Played 56 games last year. Played 15 minutes a game. So he's definitely just a role player. Scored just a modest 5 points a game. So this isn't like a earth-shaking move, but it is just another. So I mean, you're getting on that plane and you look around and there's Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, Rudy Gay. I mean, you're talking some old heads who know their hoops. You know what I mean? Just some old, I mean, you got Kuminga and Moody going, damn, I used to play these guys in video games.
Out
you know
here,
what I mean?
yeah.
So anyway, he has to make the team, but I would imagine a guy like that has got a pretty good chance. We shall see. I mean, they love their veterans. Mike Dunleavy's telling us what he likes.
Old and small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me the old and small crew.
That's
and
it.
Doesn't Anthony Davis, Nikola Jokic, who are they? Who are they? We don't need to defend those guys.
Oh, boy.
Or, hey, Loon, you got those guys. You know what I mean? Loon, Dre, you got those guys.
It is interesting. Boy, yeah.
So, hey, I mean, listen, character guy, personality guy, Rudy Gay.
Yeah, okay, man.
Get your jerseys. Get your jerseys.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see as he starts. And while we're on the Warriors case, by the way, huge news that the WNBA, according to Marcus Thompson, the scoop is that the WNBA is coming to San Francisco.
That's
what a
good
huge
thing. Yeah.
And apparently the story is they're going to be headquartered in Oakland.
Okay. Wow, I didn't hear that.
Which is, by the way, they've lost everything, and they're adding something. They're adding a WNBA
We got a name
team.
of the squad?
No, because it's still it's not official yet.
Yeah.
But it's not, because it hasn't been made official. But this plan would be, this is from Little Birds Who Know, it's playing at Chase Center, but their practice and executive offices would be in Oakland at the same place the Warriors had on Broadway.
Good facility. Yeah, it's a good spot.
And that Lacob wants an WNBA team.
That's right. We'll do it both sexes.
I thought the MVP voting yesterday was a travesty.
Why leave the women out? They can win too.
If you're a WNBA head, there was a lot of controversy yesterday about the MVP voting. I confess
I didn't catch the controversy. I'm sorry.
There is controversy. We need Greg Silver in here because he was tweeting about it. OG.
Was he? Nice.
The OG was tweeted.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Triple E's in my ear saying stuff. Dude, I'm not.
He didn't. I don't even know what he said.
They are going to be headquartered in Oakland and they will play in San Francisco. There's not going to be 2 teams, dude.
What's he talking about?
He just told me.
WNBA is coming to Oakland.
No, I know. We're doing that now. I know. I know.
Anyway.
That's my guy in there. That's all right.
They haven't had an expansion team since 2008. They haven't had expansion seats since 2008.
Okay, that was funny.
And Lacob is the kind of guy who they trust to give him a franchise. So
come on.
This guy's unbelievable, right?
Well, everything Joe Lacob says and tells you comes true. So
except for when they trade Monte Ellis and they boo the S out of him.
Yeah, but then we got the 4 parades. That's the thing.
So anyway.
Yeah.
There you guys go.
Come on, people. Yeah.
Very good. All right, well, there you go. The Warriors sign Rudy Gay to compete for the 14th roster spot.
All right.
Welcome to the video game old head Warriors.
I mean,
Chris Paul, Rudy Gay. Let's go.
What else can we do? Yeah, I mean, boy.
He's 37, by the way.
Yeah.
Did I say his age?
Perfect. He'll fit right in.
I know. So, listen. You know what I mean?
Hey, they got a plan.
They got a plan.
It's all good.
They got a plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the deal. Steve Young will join Tolbert and Copes today.
Okay.
At 5 o'clock. You have something to tell us, Paul.
Oh, I do. I like to do that, especially when I can. Actually, I might need to borrow your sheet if you got
fine,
the.
buddy. You're good. You got
if you got a.
Watch the YouTube here.
Okay, so a lot of people have asked me this, and this is where I come in and I tell them, oh, yeah, that these riffs are all brought to Rudy Gay. Coming to the Bay, this one's for you, Rudy Gay. Well, let's talk about Redwood Credit Union. Saving rates are up. This makes it a great time to open a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. So get started at redwoodcu.org/certificates. Thanks, Murph.
Okay, one of the stories that we haven't really talked about is that Levi's Stadium is entering its 10th season. It's something to, like, and Peter Hartlaub, the great San Francisco pop culture critic. We haven't had him on in a while. He wrote about Levi's. Where are you at? 10 years in? Probably 10 years in.
It's a good time to assess.
Plant page 10 years gone.
One of my favorite tracks, by the way.
Honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Can we get a 10 years gone rejoin for Hartlaub there, buddy?
Great one.
Do that.
Yeah.
Peter Hartlaub. And then Andy Baggerly talking about the culture of the Giants.
Lots to get into.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports 8.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Here it is, Paulie.
It's one of my favorite Zeppelin tracks, man.
It's for you.
Physical Graffiti. Shout it out. Yeah, get it, Plant. 10 Years Gone. You know who also loves this one? Your buddy Rags. Big 10 Years Gone head.
This is a vibe.
Yeah.
This is a vibe. We decided just because we were riffing right before we teased Peter Hartlaub coming on. I said, Levi Stadium's 10 years old. I said, Page and Plant had a tune, Paulie, called 10 Years Gone. And
very
here
nice,
it is.
Marcus. Yeah.
Here it is,
That's
man.
good for my head.
Let's do this. Let's visit our good buddy, the pop culture critic for the San Francisco Chronicle. It's been too long. Every now and then the muses speak to us, and it's time to have Peter Hartlaub on. And he wrote about Levi's Stadium entering its 10th year. Can you believe it? We're still lamenting Candlestick's loss. But Pete said, you know what? The place is okay. Let's talk about it. Peter, good morning.
Peter.
How are you, brother?
Hey, man.
Doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Well, a little miffed. It'd be nice to talk to you because we're a little miffed about the directionless Giants, but excited about the Niners. That's for sure.
Hey, you know what? There's always distractions. That's what I find. I'm upset about the Giants too, but I'm also listening to that Kelsey podcast, and
yeah,
you know, there's always something else.
Yeah, including the 49ers who will play Sunday. And the one thing about you that's always been consistent is that you are one of those season ticket holders. Like, that goes back to Candlestick, right? How back? Was it your grandparents or just your parents or what? What's the history?
Yeah, I mean, this is the family story. My grandparents immigrated to San Francisco in the 1920s, and their first luxury, like their first real spending money, went to 49ers tickets in 1947. So we've had season tickets in our family back to Kezar.
Wow.
And it's kind of up and down a little bit. You know, we dropped them briefly, but we haven't dropped them in the last, I think, 50 years. Well, so, yeah.
That's a legit history now. I mean, I was telling Paul Tonelli the other day, if I could go back in a time machine and do anything in sports, it might be, I want to go back to Seal Stadium in Kezar. I never got there for football when the Niners were there, but we got to Candlestick, Pete. And when you made the transition, were you, like most of us, not happy?
Yeah, I was very unhappy. Granted, I have a little bit of the 30,000-foot view because I'm always digging around in this archive at the Chronicle. And let me tell you, Seal Stadium is a great choice. I know where to go if you get that time machine working. Where not to go?
Yeah.
Everybody says, oh, I'd go and watch the Beatles at Candlestick. Horrible concert. I mean, there were like 10,000 people. Their sound was awful. They're in the exact middle. There are no good views. That's not a good place to go. Go see the DiMaggio's play at Seal Stadium. I mean, that was an epic stadium, but to be honest, the 49ers have never played in a great ballpark. I mean, the Giants are 2 for 3. Kezar had a lot of problems. When people left Kezar to Candlestick, they were celebrating to get away from Kezar and the mud and the seagulls, and there wasn't a lot of public transit going there. Candlestick, we can go through that. It had the wind. It had love the trough urinals. Trough urinals make up for a lot, but
Yes.
in those concourses you couldn't get through. I mean, people were in line for your beer. And then Levi's has its own set of problems. I think the biggest one being it's 2 counties away from the city that's on the logo on the helmet.
Yes.
So, I was really down on it in the beginning.
But as you write in your piece, we're talking to Peter Hartlaub, Levi's Stadium is entering its 10th year. Is the 49ers Stadium any good? You have come to a truce with Levi's Stadium. You want to expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, this column is full of passive aggression. I think I refer to the bland convenience and blah functionality of Levi's
Blah
Stadium.
functionality.
Yeah, I call Oracle Park a Ghirardelli sundae with the little chocolate square on top, and Levi's Stadium is the Chipotle burrito bowl of Sports Stadium with no guac.
Yeah. With no guac.
With no guac.
That's tough now. It's a little dry, Peter. Yeah.
But here's the thing. We had early on, we had a couple things. We're going to this new stadium. It's really far away. And we had Tom Sula and Chip Kelly I think Jed York made a huge mistake not having kind of like a Larry Bear, someone who can get up front and do the talking and diffuse these situations. You kind of need like crisis communications in-house when you're a sports team. But they started getting those things. They've got John Lynch, who I think is kind of in that Larry Bear role, who can be the front-facing person who makes us feel better about our mediocre stadium. And you have Kyle Shanahan leading the team. And here's the thing that happened. Just like at Candlestick, just like at Kezar, when the team starts doing well, the stadium was able to rise to the occasion. So I think it's functional. I think it's fine. I think when the team's doing good, it's a fine place to go watch your winning team. And when things aren't going well, you're going to notice how hot it gets on the the west side of the stadium.
Right.
I think there's a line in E40's Bang Bang Niner Gang. I think he says Levi's Stadium is starting to feel like Candlestick
He
Park.
does say that. He does.
What?
Yeah, it's a quote.
Yeah.
That's a
Because
lyric.
I think the fans in 2019.
That's right.
To me, Peter, 2019 was the year.
I agree. That's when it kind of started to come to life, yeah.
You think?
I think 2019, that's a good bet. I remember the point where I probably tweeted it out was, and I think this was 2019, was there was a Green Bay game playoff game that we lost, but the sound there, I'm like, this is as big as Candlestick. And it wasn't just, the noise and, the visuals of it, the people around me. It felt like I kind of know these people. Yeah. I'm getting to know them. I'm high-fiving them, seeing a few of those gold satin 49er jackets. And it kind of felt like Candlestick in that way. So,
the Niners would have won that game. They beat the Packers in the playoffs. That's why you were high-fiving.
I'm probably mixing that up with another game.
You're thinking of Candlestick when they lost to them in the 90s when they lost to them. You wrote in the piece, it took 7 or 8 years, but our section is more full, more friendly, and more social. The crowds are loud again, maybe 90% of peak Candlestick decibel levels. I think the fans have, in the Lynch, Shanahan, even Jimmy G. I mean, I know he's now a villain and everybody hates him. He's a Raider throwing interception and all that, but I think that Jimmy G, Lynch, Kyle,
no question,
Kittle
brought it back.
I think it's been loud down there.
You know what else I would say, Peter? Not only that, Murph's right. Like this whole group that they have now and the wins and the success, the fans have gotten back. They're getting loud again. But you know where I think that they have a clear advantage, this Levi Stadium era 49er fan base, is the traveling, the road game.
Yeah.
They didn't do this during the Montana and Steve Young years. They didn't travel like this.
No, and I mean, there are times where I'm thinking, are there more fans traveling or are there a different group of fans traveling?
Interesting.
Because you see that. And there were a few times where, not so much now this year, but there have been a few times where I felt like, where are these fans that are traveling? Like, I don't even get, SoFi is our best home stadium at times. But the other thing I will say too, and I think, it's a generational thing, is my kids love Levi Stadium. They've got the big video screens. They're showing the fantasy football scores. I'm bitching about the fact that Bob Sarlett's not on the PA anymore and that, the Frisbee dogs aren't there. And my kids are just stoked, by some of the new traditions and stuff. So, I mean, it's different. A lot of office parks down there. The pre-gaming is definitely impacted by that, but it's definitely rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I would say it's another fair point. Sometimes I look at my kid, and by the way, we need to do a closed circle on a full KNBR moment with your kid here in just a second, but there is something to, I have to let my kids have their how long can I bitch about, Candlestick, let them have their stadium. And they got Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
And they got Christian McCaffrey. And they got Trent Williams and Fred Warner. And, this is their time.
Yep.
What is, I guess ultimately my question is, what's the best thing about Levi's Stadium? What's the best thing?
I think it's functional. It has wide concourses you can get in. People complain about the traffic, but, my best day at Candlestick was never as good as my average day in terms of getting into the park. And it's worse on weekdays. It's worse if it's a concert. But the 49er fans who are kind of used to coming in on a Sunday are cycling in and out a lot better than I ever thought it would be. And you said it. I mean, like with your kids, I always said as a movie critic, I was a movie critic for 17 years. And I always said, like, the number one rule is the worst thing that I can do is try and talk someone out of the good time that they're having. So if somebody loved a movie and I gave it a bad review, then when they come at me, I say, you're right. If you like the movie, that's the only review that matters. I try to think about that with my kids. I try to think about, and I own like 4 Candlestick Park shirts that I cycle when I go to Levi's Stadium.
Yeah.
I'm making that statement. Yeah. But I'm also trying to think like, hey, there's a new group here. They're doing new traditions. Someday they're going to move to another stadium and they're going to wax poetic about Levi's.
Yeah, right.
It's
How
true.
about that? How about
That's
that?
true.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. We're talking to Peter Hartlaub, the San Francisco Chronicle, pop culture critic, who's, of course, a lifelong 49er fan and had to make the transition from Candlestick to Levi's. And it's in its 10th season, which is crazy.
Yeah.
The one haunting thing, Pete, I'll leave you with is that I had to do this book, where I got to do this book called From Kezar to Levi's, and it was supposed to be a glorification of Kezar Stadium, of Levi's Stadium, but they knew nobody would buy it just because it was a blueprint of Levi's. So they said, let's make it a stadium retrospective.
Candlestick stuff in there.
Kezar and Candlestick.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of great pictures in there.
Sell some copies.
Kezar and Candlestick. There really are.
Yeah.
And anyway, but the haunting quote is, I interviewed John York for it, and he said, my mission to the architects was taking the page from baseball, where Comiskey Park and the new Comiskey in Chicago was the last of the old stadiums, and Camden Yards was the first of the new stadiums. And he said, I just told them, let's make this Camden Yards and not the new Comiskey. And I think, Peter, the exact opposite happened, right?
Yes. Yes, I think so too.
I mean, because SoFi, Allegiant, Minnesota, Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta, Minnesota, they're just gigantically grander than Levi's, right?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, and there's just nothing around, unless you can, there's one angle of the stadium not too far from where we sit where you can see the roller coasters at Great America. I mean, that's, I guess, some personality, but they're never running when the game's going.
No.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no, you think about like all the eccentric fun things we have in our sporting events, and, from even the Stanford band, they're different. It's unexpected. Kayaks in McCovey Cove. And there's just nothing like that at Levi's. I mean, it's just a place to get to a game, but there's 60,000 people filing in and out. So convenience and your Chipotle burrito bowl, sometimes you just got to fuel up.
Road trip, let's hit Chipotle. I love it, man. And finally, we got to close the circle. So if anybody listens to our show for decades, they know that Pete came on with us forever, including back in the So Theo's how old now? 18?
Theo's 18.
So he would have been 6 or 7 at the time, you think?
Yeah.
So 10 or 11 years ago.
Probably 6. We
had Pete on, and it was an early hit. Back then, you used to do early ones because your kids were up early. And the kids had a fight while you were on the air with us. And we can't find it. I asked Waterboy if he could find it. He can't find it. There was a legendary moment, and you had to get off the air and tell them to go watch Wild Kratts.
He was trying to handle the kids, talk to Murph and Mac. It was a whole...
And Bill Pecan captured it and replayed it a lot.
Yeah.
But that boy just graduated high school and is off to college at UC Davis, Paulie. You want to talk about...
time flies, man. Yeah, I remember seeing that kid. Peter, I remember being at a Rush concert, I want to say 2014, 2015, something like that.
It was the 2015, it was the 5th to last Rush concert.
Oh,
so that was
man.
their last tour.
Yeah.
And he's a Rush fan now. He's very grateful that I took
Good
him
for
to
you.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll always remember that day because they were watching Wild Kratts.
Okay.
That's what they were supposed to do. That was their job, was to sit in our room and watch Wild Kratts, where I did my Murph and Mac hit. And then Milo came in and opened the door, totally confident. Theo just called me a jerk, Dad. And I'm like, okay. And I'm trying to get him to go back. And by the end, I was outside holding the door closed. He was trying to rat out his brother so badly that he's trying to open the door, and I'm trying to hold it closed and have a conversation about Frisco or whatever we were talking about.
yeah, right.
And I remember Paulie let me off the hook. Paulie was like, hey, I can tell you got some stuff going on there. So, yeah.
Try to be reasonable.
Well, that boy is now a college
Congrats,
freshman.
man.
You
Well done,
dropped him off.
Peter.
And I love your line. You now know what every Pixar movie's about, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
Seen them all.
You've now lived Toy Story 3, right? There you go, buddy.
Yeah, Inside Out, I think. R.I.P. Bing Bong.
All right, Pete. Always great catching up. Enjoy. Are you going to Sunday? Cardinals game?
Yeah, I am going to head out.
There you go.
Sunday.
There it is.
Go Niners.
Enjoy that Chipotle.
Get that pass rush going.
Enjoy that Chipotle, buddy. All right. Take care.
Thanks, Peter.
Peter Hartlaub.
Thanks,
Great retrospective
That's
of
my
Levi
guy.
Stadium. Now the big Giants talk with Andy Baggerly next on the Sports Leader.
Levi Stadium starting to feel like Candlestick Park.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
It's all over. The Giants were officially eliminated from postseason contention last night after their 4-0 loss to the San Diego Padres. So to read all about the Giants falling out of the wild card race at the end of the season, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Bags alert. Bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
All right, Andy Baggerly, the weekly hit, and it takes on a heightened news sense with all the static surrounding the Giants as they get officially eliminated last night. Andy, I know you're battling a cough. We appreciate you coming on, and I guess my first of all, good morning to you.
Good morning. You know, Bruce Bochy used to call it the crud.
The crud, yeah, a little crud.
Give you a
So I woke up with the crud.
Yeah,
that's
you
what
got the
happened. Sounds like some of the Giants have the crud too. Actually,
Kyle Harrison maybe too. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to be scratched. Logan Webb pitched through it. You know, and Keaton Wynn had COVID too. He's been away from the team, but yeah, it's it is running through the clubhouse right now, and it's hitting some guys harder than others. But I mean, in Harrison's case, I think he had like hives and stuff like that. But we'll get through it.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get to see him before the season ends. They might want to get him out there. Let's start with just a math question. It was kind of fun to. Everybody was trying to figure out last night if the Giants had been eliminated or not. Did you have to get out your abacus? What was it?
Well, so for the Athletic, just for a basic baseball site, I went through the tiebreakers and I said, there's no real article out there that tells you who's going to win in all these various scenarios. Not only head to head, but 3-team tiebreakers, even 4-team tiebreakers, or 3 teams for 2 spots. There's a lot of different permutations. So I said, I'm just going to go through it all. And I was in touch with Major League Baseball officials to make sure my interpretations were correct, given what the criteria is. And I hadn't even calculated the Giants because we know it's basically Powerball at this point. So, but you still have to know when they're officially eliminated, and it was tricky because if you look on their app, it looked like their tragic number was 2 entering last night. So, and they either needed the Diamondbacks to lose out or the Cubs to lose out, and obviously the Cubs lost in pretty awful fashion with Seiya Suzuki losing the ball in the lights last night in Atlanta. So it looked like they were technically still alive because even though they couldn't catch the Diamondbacks, the best they could do now after the games last night was finish 82 and 80, and that's the worst the Cubs could do was finish 82 and 80, and the Cubs hold the tiebreaker over the Giants. But there could be potentially some 3 or 4 team scenarios where the Cubs and Giants are both involved, and if the teams don't all hold the tiebreakers against the others, then you go by aggregate record between the clubs. And so you just had to go through and look at every different possibility that could exist. And so, I did that. and there's no scenario in which the Giants could come out as the top team, mostly because they lost 5 of 6 to the Cubs. So their aggregate record in any scenario was not going to be the best among tied teams. So I could officially say that there was no path for the Giants to make the postseason after the results of last night, and tweeted out what I did. And I think that kind of served as the official death knell, I guess.
It was wild. It was weird. It was wild. It was wacky. There are so many different reactions. Other people saying, come on, man, they were dead a week ago, or they were dead after they lost 2 to the A's in August, or they were dead at the trade deadline. So many different reactions. We got big picture stuff. You've been writing, by the way, I want to compliment you. You've written some really good deep dives. I was calling it the Jacques Cousteau deep dive, the one from last Friday. My gosh, where, let's talk about it. We haven't talked to you since then. Where, you brought up a number of points, but the one I wanted to go on is that maybe you said there was a growing sense in the organization that what's needed is a organization rattling trade. You just threw out in that parentheses Kyle Harrison for Matt McClain, who doesn't do it. And some people would say, I don't, but others would say, I wanted to follow up on that. Andy, tell me about, in your reporting, and what does that mean, a growing sense in the organization that if Farhan and Gabe stay, it's going to take that kind of move?
Well,
look, I think that there are going to be some different marching orders this offseason. It's going to be an offseason where there's, I think, going to be a little more pressure. And, there's going to be, I think fans have said loud and clear, we want more continuity on this roster. We want more everyday players. We want more continuity in the lineup. We've seen that what the attendance figures are. The Giants are going to be, if they're lucky, completely flat on attendance, where the rest of the league is up 10%. So, but there's not that many everyday position players out there. You got Cody Bellinger, you got Matt Chapman, which if you look at Matt Chapman's numbers, he's got a lot more doubles, but other than that, strip off the names and it's J.D. Davis's season, basically. Obviously he's a better defender. And then you've got Lee from Korea, the exciting center fielder. I'll tell you one name to keep an eye on.
All right.
Reese Hoskins is a guy who missed all of the season. He was hurt, but he's a guy with thump. He's been a pretty good player in this league. He's also from Sacramento. So, that could be an interesting name to follow. They're all Scott Boras guys, every single one of these guys. And there's not very many position players outside of that group. And, of course, you've got Ohtani, but, even if the Giants somehow lure him, then they've got, a DH. And they've still got to figure out some more things with their lineup. So they may just have too much heavy lifting to do without, making a trade where, they bring a little balance to the force and they feel good about the amount of young pitching they have in their system. And there may be some matches out there for a team that's got a lot of position players and maybe is looking for pitching. The Reds certainly are one of those teams. Maybe the Cardinals are absolutely one of those teams. And and there may be it may be difficult because you could have a team like the Seattle Mariners who are in a similar position to the Giants, looking to make similar deals. So, and it's been a terrible trade landscape. But the trade deadline, it was barren. Nothing happened. And even going back to last off season, aside from the Sean Murphy deal, going from the A's to Atlanta, there really was not a big trade all last off season. But that may be changing. That may be just sort of a cyclical thing. And I think the Giants are just realizing that they may need to be a little more aggressive and have a little bit different of a risk-averse calculation this offseason than they have in the past. And there's another name out there, Pete Alonso, as a guy who, would be a one-year rental, essentially. I don't think you'd want to trade for him unless you could sign him long-term. But, he and the Mets have been at a contract impasse, and he's got one more year of arbitration before he'd be a free agent, and obviously he'd be very expensive. So I don't know if that's a perfect match either, but yeah, there just aren't that many solutions for the Giants on a pitching or on a position player front. And they're going to, Grant Brisbee wrote a really good piece about shortstop, and shortstop has been the most damaging position on the field for the Giants this season. They've gotten the least amount of value or quite a bit of negative value out of that position just because Brandon Crawford physically hasn't been able to be Brandon Crawford this year. And I think we know he's probably not going to be at the end of his time as a Giant. So, does Marco Luciano look like someone you want to hand the job to as a 22-year-old next year? I think that maybe he does, but you got to have a lot behind him too. So, there's just a lot the Giants have to do from a position player side this offseason because they know they have to reinvigorate their fans, reconnect with their fans, and do something that's going to really excite the fan base. And I don't think they can afford to have an offseason like they did last year where the best laid plans don't work out and they have to pivot.
Yeah.
I want to talk with Andy Baggerly, the Athletic. I want to talk about clubhouse culture. You've been around baseball a long time, and there are a lot of red flags that have popped up in the last couple weeks. Mike Yastrzemski's monologue about culture, Logan Webb's monologue about big changes. You're reporting about the music after losses and that Filipino card game being more interesting than studying depth charts. This Brebbia thing yesterday, I don't care. I didn't like it. And I was like, just as a giant, lifelong Giants fan and season ticket holder,
we're saying bad optics.
You're getting eliminated, bro. I don't need to save the hot foot for spring training.
I agree. I didn't think it looked good.
Anyway, my question to you is, as a longtime baseball guy who's seen a lot of clubhouses, is this culture rudderless? I guess the clubhouse.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I think anytime that there's clubhouse issues like this, I think it's probably, usually in most cases, it's more a byproduct of losing than it is a cause of losing. But I think that when you've heard Mike Yastrzemski say, going back to the series against the Cubs, several weeks ago, you've heard Logan Webb say it, not just, after his last start, but he said it quite a few times this season. Hey, we need to get some more intensity. We need to get some more focus. They had all those meetings at the very end of August. And then weeks later, guys are still saying, hey, we need to have more accountability in here. Well, clearly it never happened. And even if you take Webb's comments, if you take Yastrzemski's comments, and you strip the names off and you make them all anonymous sources, and I write that story, that's scandalous. That's a scandalous story.
Yeah.
Those quotes were pretty darn, it didn't leave a lot of room for doubt that things are not going in a right way in that clubhouse. And look, we know that Gabe Kapler's managerial style consistently, going back to Philly as well, has been to trust his players to police the room and to be self-motivating. And I think he sees a lot of that other stuff that, flipping the spread or whatever as just sort of eyewash. But, clearly there wasn't enough infrastructure in that clubhouse, for the players to be able to do that. I think they needed maybe a little bit more management along those lines. And, and Kapler's approach of being very individualistic with having meetings with people, and it just probably didn't work. And I don't know if it would have made any difference in the Giants, sliding away. I mean, clearly it's how they played on the field, and the fact they just did not have enough offensive talent, and then obviously when the pitching started getting leaky, especially on the road, then the road losses just piled up and piled up and piled up like chocolates on a conveyor belt in a Night of Lucy episode. So it's hard to say exactly how much it really did impact where the Giants are, where they're going to finish the season. But yeah, it's and the music after loss is the smallest thing, super, super small, but it's just little things like that you notice.
Yeah.
It's you want things to be copacetic all the time. You don't want to overreact to losing a game, but it's you want a team that really, really wants to win, but you also want to have a team with guys that really, really hate to lose. And I think that the air went out of the balloon a little bit on that. And some of that may be just because of how process driven they are. And it's like, okay, you hit the ball hard twice, you went 0 for 4. That's okay. You got a good process. You'll do it again tomorrow. That is the way you should think, but it just kind of means you're okay with the result not working out your way. And as that piles up, maybe that just sort of becomes the default. And obviously that's not a recipe for a championship team.
It's really, really interesting stuff we can keep talking about through the offseason. And then my next step would be to ask about Greg Johnson. I've met him once. You've interviewed him a long time. This is a time where I think he needs to speak to the fans and tell if he's keeping Gabe and Farhan, which he has said he will, but there's nothing in stone. There's no rule. There's no law that says he has to. And if indeed the fan outrage is so bad, maybe he makes a move. I don't know. But are you anticipating, and do you think that Greg Johnson will speak to the media and the fans about where it's going? And a corollary to that is, did Buster Posey moving back to the Bay Area tell us something about maybe his growing influence in the clubhouse?
Well, I think Buster moving back is a family decision, and I think that's first and foremost. I don't think Buster Posey now, I'm speculating here, but I don't believe Buster Posey moved back to the Bay Area so that he could exert more control on the Giants organization. But I think that was really just for their lifestyle, for what they felt was home for them, for their kids, where they want to raise their kids and everything. And looking at, the upper management, I mean, if we don't hear from Greg, I think we should hear from Larry Bear. Because I think there has been a disconnect between fans and this team in a lot of ways. And again, we know what attendance has not been what they would have hoped. I think we do need to hear from them in some form or function. And there's a lot of teams that their control person, their money man, whatever you want to call them, really never talks to the media. I mean, it's very, very rare to hear from some of these guys, obviously John Fisher being one of them. It could be Larry and not Greg, but Greg has made himself available both to myself, to Susan Slusser at various points this year. If he's got something to say, then we certainly will be conduits to that and pass that along. So we'll just have to see how they want to play this.
I feel like he's got to. I know it's not a topic for you to answer, but I feel like right now they're slipping away. Fan base, this beloved Giant fan base.
People are upset, Bags.
Don't forget, people will leave. I mean, I was at Candlestick was empty for a long time.
Bags, I don't even think you have to talk about Candlestick. Just look at where they kind of fall in the MLB attendance rankings. I mean, they've fallen a long way from their what was their normal perch, during the Bochy years.
I mean, yeah, and we know that's a complicated issue. I think we probably talked about that ad nauseum. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that the pandemic is continuing to affect San Francisco more than some other major cities. The recovery is happening at a different pace, and we know that there isn't a big old Lot A that you can just go out and park. There may be other challenges because you're not getting people on weeknight games just to walk down the Embarcadero from the financial district. You need those people to come in from down the peninsula and the East Bay and from Santa Cruz, and they need a place to park, and maybe it's a little tougher for them to take a Caltrain or something. So, there are logistical issues as well. There's financial issues. I mean, it's still pretty expensive to go to a Giants game, and I like John Shea's piece in the Chronicle about 10 things you can do to make the place more fan friendly and increase attendance. And I literally scanned down okay, price of beer. I know John's going to get there. It is price of beer. Lower the price of beer. And then I loved that John added and make it the good stuff too. It's yeah, John, go for it. Yeah. So I give him a fist bump when I saw him. I said I think everyone will be for that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're in danger. Gabe's not 78 and 80. It's like if the definition of insanity is running the same matchup platoon and opener out over and over again and expecting a different result, then.
We're getting some cuckoo's nest going here, yeah.
This is something that...
Yeah, and let's be clear. This is not Gabe Kapler saying, this is my way or the highway, this is the way we're going to do it. I mean, Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler and all the coaches and the analysts, and they have a lot of analysts, they all work in concert to make these decisions. And Farhan will tell you that the one thing that he pushes back on the hardest, whether it's Tom Verducci's piece or other things that have been written, is this is not how we want to operate. This is the way that we felt we had to operate given the amount of pitching depth we had and some guys not really working out early on or needing more time to find their footing. And then it obviously turned into a little more of a permanent situation this season than they wanted. But I don't think they necessarily want to completely, this is not a way to sort of break the game, and they think they're smarter than everybody else. And this is part of some big mass strategy. I mean, they want to have really good, talented players they can roll out there every day, whether they're pitchers in the rotation every 5 days or position players. And obviously, this is year 5, and you look up and the Giants really don't have any of those players on the position side, and they've made the playoffs one time. So, I get it. If you look at just the aggregation of all that, it probably, you don't grade this administration with an A, and probably even a B, even with all the good work they've done on the farm system and some of the ways that's really manifested itself this year. But, you have, I think the second most valuable guy in terms of WAR on this roster is Lamont Wade Jr. at like 2.5 or so, and then Logan Webb is sitting there at close to 6, and he's by far the most valuable player on the roster. But he's only been able to impact this team 33 days out of the year in a direct way, and the Giants have a losing record on those days. So to me, that's the Cliff Notes version for why this team won't make the playoffs. They just haven't been able to leverage their strengths well enough, and their deficiencies have kind of been a little too much to cover.
Yeah, I know we got too much to squeeze in, and we got to let you go. Just 2 last ones real quick. One is, so you're a betting man. Farhan and Gabe are running the show spring of 2024, Scottsdale, February.
I mean, I can only go by what's being said, and Greg Johnson didn't really leave himself any rhetorical outs. He didn't say, we plan for these guys to be back next year. He said they will be back next year. And granted, it's a board with 5 or 6 seats on it, and Greg Johnson is one of them. And obviously, he carries the most weight. But I guarantee you they'll break this down, and they'll figure out what they want to do. And like you said, it's not written in stone. I think it would maybe not be so super awesome for them to backtrack it or reevaluate, but those evaluations I think are going on right now, and especially now that we know they are officially, because I can tell you officially they've been eliminated. They'll turn the page and start really examining, just what they want to do. But if this is the group going forward, it's definitely a group that's going to have some heat under them to turn this around.
Big time. And then the last one, just when you just threw out Kyle Harrison from Matt McClain, tell me your thought process on that when you spitballed that.
Oh, I mean, you have to give to get, right? And there's just not a whole lot of young position players are really valuable in this game, especially when there aren't people you can go out and grab on the free agent market. And so that was purely just speculation on my part. just to be completely clear, I just looked at a young player who could step in that would be really a perfect fit for the Giants. Hey, a shortstop from UCLA, that's worked out before. So, but I do think that there are a lot of trades that don't happen without Kyle Harrison. The Sean Murphy trade wouldn't have happened without Kyle Harrison, even though the Giants were willing to give up Marco Luciano in that deal. And the A's obviously pivoted to the 3-team trade with the Brewers and I'm blanking and the Braves. So it didn't work out for them, but I do think that they're going to have to keep all options on the table. And there's very few people in their minor league system that they should consider off limits. Maybe if it means getting what they really need. So and it's kind of funny. I was even joking with Tim Kawakami about this, that it could be Lincecum for Alex Rios all over again.
Yeah.
Do you trade a really big pitcher for a really good position player? They could be in dilemmas like that. But I think they're at the point where, just like the Giants back then, they had a lot that they had to fix from a position player side, and they had to consider everybody in play to do it. So I don't know if they would cross the bridge to trade Kyle Harrison, but I think they got to be open to it because they've got a lot to do.
Well, if Greg Johnson's listening right now to hear what you're saying, I want to say, Greg, we need you, buddy. You need to tell us what's going on and why you're keeping Gabe and Farhan when there's a lot of evidence to the contrary. But that's not Andy's question to answer. I'm just using Greg's ears.
Oh, good.
Now.
No, good stuff, Bags. Thank you.
As always, Andy, look forward to the next one. A lot of interesting stuff going on. So thank you and continued great writing, buddy.
I appreciate it. Play me out with some reggae music, please.
Look at this. Give him some. Yeah.
That's
Give him
too
some
quick.
grooves.
Too quick of a turn. That's the Bob Marley after losses is what he was saying.
Like Saka.
There you go.
Oh, back to the Zeppelin. That'll work too. 10 years
Eric
gone.
Branch on the Niners next on the Sports Leader.
Let the jam go. Let this S go.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Honestly, I think for us, we just had to come together a little bit different coming out in the second half. I think the first half we gave a lot of just little chunk plays. It wasn't like they had a lot of deep shots down the field. I think they were good about just dinking and dunking, getting down the field and getting what they need. And they game planned us. They schemed us up. They're a team that really knows us. But just making those second half adjustments, and offense get going and doing what they do best. We're just blessed to just be where we're at. But we got to just continue to fight, continue to move forward, and just do our best 1 week at a time.
As Talanoa Hufanga, who joined us, our 49er Player of the Week yesterday. Everything's going pretty well, man. It's so funny. We talk about the Giants. The house is burning. Everything's terrible. The stadium's crumbling to the ground. Then you go to the Niners. It's like, yeah, man.
Hey, life is good.
Niners are 3-0,
we're living high
baby.
on the hog right now, man.
This segment is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Eric Branch, the San Francisco Chronicle, does a great job, whether you're reading his film review or his mailbag or his game stories or his features during the week, and had a little weekend off after the Thursday game.
Yeah.
And seems like, I don't know, it's like a little loss of sort of energy or momentum, but back on the practice field today, Arizona Cardinals coming to town. Trap game, Eric, right, with the Cowboys on the other side. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, and that was a nice weekend. And I felt poorly because Sunday I could have been served as a really good husband or father, given my off day, off Sunday.
Right.
And it's not as if my daughter or wife were clamoring to spend time with me, but on Sunday night, my wife walked into the bedroom, and I'm watching the Steelers Raiders on my phone, and she says, "I think this is hour 10."
Oh, boy. Yeah, they can get you.
I mean, I don't know how much judgment there was. I mean, I want to say it was said lovingly, affectionately, but it may have been a little bit of you kind of suck.
No, hour 10. No, Eric, that's a real thing, hour 10. And how about on Saturdays when you conceivably could get college football from what, Murph, 9 a.m. to about almost midnight? So you're talking, 12.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we're going 12-plus hours now. So Saturday, all I'm saying is maybe you were better off Sunday. At least you didn't get you Saturday. That would have been worse.
Well, I did get UCLA Utah on Saturday, but it was just that kind of 3.5 hour window.
Right.
And so, probably not my finest hour.
10 hours plus that Raiders Steelers game was kind of just a slobby blah.
Not a great game. Yeah, not a great game.
So hour 10 wasted.
Hour 10, man.
All right. Is this the classic trap game? Going into Arizona, you're bored by the Cardinals already, and the Cowboys are on the other side.
Yeah, yes, but who just walloped the Cowboys?
Right.
The Arizona Cardinals and Josh Dobbs. So it does give some kind of notion that maybe there's something to the Cardinals more than we thought. And it's interesting that the Niners really largely have been dominant, but if you think about the last two games against not maybe teams that may not be in the playoffs this year, they're down 17-10 just before halftime against the Rams, and by the end, there wasn't much suspense. And even though they completely and thoroughly dominated the Giants, it was a one-score game going in the fourth quarter. It's just 20-12, which is kind of hard to believe.
Yeah.
Because that never felt like they were threatened.
It didn't. No.
But whatever the cliche is, and any given Sunday, this is the NFL. It can't overlook anyone. And it does feel like the Niners could overlook the Cardinals, what they did to the Cowboys notwithstanding. But, I think I do think they'll take care of business. But at least, the Cardinals upsetting the Cowboys, at least might give them some pause.
And, it's funny, the age-old, the Niners have problems with running quarterbacks, which I always laugh at because most everybody has problems with running quarterbacks. But and then Daniel Jones came to town and didn't run.
Which was crazy.
So maybe talk about lulling into a security. Joshua Dobbs can run, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's Lamar Jackson or anything, but I was shocked that the Giants didn't use Daniel Jones, and do some read options and reads. You would think that would be a different look, but they seem to look at what Stafford did against the Niners the previous week. A lot of short completions. And getting the ball out quickly, which Stafford did brilliantly. But Daniel Jones is not Matt Stafford as a pocket passer. So that was confusing. I would assume the Cardinals will take a different tact as far as, using, Dobbs' legs and trying to give them some different looks and challenge them in that way. Because what Daniel Jones did not work.
No, he did not. So red alert that Dobbs is coming in, feeling a little confident. His social media game is strong. Meanwhile, enough about the Arizona, a little bit on the Niners. In your mailbag, your lead question is one that will begin to get a little momentum as the weeks go on, and that is the salary cap room they have. And nothing more dull, right, than salary cap, but it is a factor. They have $41.9 million in cap room. And as you said, they need it for next year, but it also gives them room to make a move. So Niner fans should be thinking that there is a strong possibility that they could make a bold move at some point this mid-season with that cap room?
I think there would – I mean, who knows, right? Some of the stuff we didn't really see coming. We couldn't have forecast Christian McCaffrey being on this team this time a year ago, among other things. But – my sense is they really do need to roll that over for next year, just because they have more salary cap liabilities and what the projected cap will be by a good amount, and so that'll be needed. However, say forgive me, Nick Bosa suffers a serious injury.
Jeez.
Come on, sorry. Come on. But. Or one of the other, many frontline players, they're at least in a position to where they can do something about it, instead of being bumped up against the salary cap like they were, where they're kind of would be hamstrung in that situation. Now they could say, okay, let's go get, whoever it would be, some sort of Pro Bowl pass rusher who could, kind of fill the void in that scenario. So, they're all in. They've been all in. I keep writing they make all-in moves. And at one point, you figure, well, they have to be out because you can't keep doing it. But because of the restructured contracts they did with Trent Williams and George Kittle and Eric Armstead, they've created this, ample, salary cap room to where they could be all in, make another all-in move, at the trade deadline. And then, you'd be like, well, geez, you're kind of screwed for 2024. But the point is, you're going all in to win a Super Bowl. So then, if you win a Super Bowl, that headache of, the salary cap crunch and next off season, you're kind of like, oh, okay, whatever.
Blank that salary cap. F that salary cap. That's what Les Snead would say, right? He would for sure. Last couple minutes here with Eric Branch. Niners getting ready for Sunday. 1:25 kickoff against the Arizona Cardinals. It's 14-point favorites, which is kind of crazy. But it is what it is. That's what Vegas says. Hey, I'm just rolling out a smoke bomb here just to be controversial on the way out. Brock Purdy did not have a great first quarter. He threw 2 near picks. I thought he wasn't perfect in that Rams game either. Is there film? They're starting to get a little film on him just a little bit, or come on, dude, they're scoring 30 a game. Shut up.
Yeah, I think it's partly a reflection of kind of the standard that he set. I mean, this is kind of what they would do with Joe Montana or Steve Young, right? And forgive me for lumping him in with them at this point.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like Young was a little bit off. I mean, this type of stuff.
Yes.
Brock Purdy had been putting up these numbers that he's put up in his first 3 games, last year in his first 3 starts.
Yeah.
I mean, which, in some ways he kind of did. People would be like, holy, what?
No.
7th round pick? So obviously the perception and the expectations have changed, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
And, there was talk of in training camp, well, he's throwing a lot of picks.
Yep.
And even to the point there was like, well, and near picks. He's throwing near picks.
Mm-hmm.
Those are being counted. So the fact is, in a game that has counted, that has meant anything, he hasn't thrown an interception since the third quarter of, against the Raiders last year. So
Damn.
that was week 17 game. So
yeah.
He's doing okay.
Yeah.
But I to your point and in your question, I get it. It hasn't been like, completely flawless, but, it's been pretty good. He's still young. He may not be perfect, but I think he's still doing, quite well. I don't think there's any sort of cause for concern.
Agreed.
He is, but I'm just saying.
Well, it reminds us,
point,
Eric, we kind of talked about this last week. It's almost like in the, the Walsh and Seifert era, the Niners would beat Atlanta 30-17, and Jerry Rice would be pissed after the game. He'd be like, yeah, we played horribly. We got to get better. I didn't play well. The defense didn't play well. Meanwhile, they're just racking up wins. So it's kind of good, though. That, to me, reflects well on them. That, like you said, the standard has risen. The expectations have risen. This is good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, my sense is Brock Purdy is only going to get better. The more he plays in this offense, in talking to him, in the off season, he said some interesting things about, the time, kind of understanding the timing and trusting receivers in this offense. And he mentioned, on the play where he was injured by Hassan Reddick in the NFC Championship game, that was a trust play, and he should have thrown to Ayuk deep downfield when he had his back turned to him. And there are a lot of those throws in this offense. And he said, that was an example. If I had thrown it immediately, I don't get hit and I don't get hurt. And there are other instances he pointed to, from last season. And, so I've noticed, not that I'm any sort of quarterback guru, but in reviewing some of these games, you see him making those throws. And it's not like he didn't ever make those throws last year, don't get me wrong. But, but it is, that acknowledgement was just, him saying, I'm not quite there. There are a lot of things I need to improve on. And so, there's still, if these are kind of hiccups or bumps in the road, I still think his passer rating is quite good. He's committed one turnover in 3 games. That was a fumble against the Steelers when he got rocked by T.J. Watt. So, again, to repeat myself, I think he's going to be just fine.
Okay, man. Well, it should be fun. Trap game coming. Arizona on Sunday, and then Dallas the week after that. So, thanks, Eric. Great stuff in the Chronicle, man. We'll keep reading you.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, there he is. Go read Eric Branch. He does a game film breakdown every week, does a mailbag, all checking out. So,
I got
trap game. I know we got to go.
No, trap game. No. We're not going to let that happen, Murph. Niners, like he said at the beginning, how could you not notice them beating Dallas last week? You know what I mean? Like, if Dallas rolled over them, then yes, more of a likelihood for a trap game. I think they got people's attention last week.
Songs about trap? What, the band
Bruce
Trappin'
Springsteen
Blitzin'?
Trapped. That's all you got to do.
Don't mention Bruce. He just canceled his San Francisco
boss,
shows.
I know. This is killing me now. Marcus, I was ready to end the year, literally end the year with the boss 2 nights at Chase Center. He's got this ulcer.
You know he's coming to town, yo.
Oh, the hat. Yeah, the Santa hat.
We would
I
have
know.
had that.
Got to get a new saxophone for
Instead,
Clarence.
you have Mike Silver joining Papa and Lund today at 10:50, and Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
This is Giants baseball. Farhan, stay forever.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
That was Nathan from Sacramento, right? Retired Air Force
He
there.
was great.
So, oh, man, oh, man. Well, we do know one thing. The boys are getting ready to go on, Papa and Lund, and G-Pop is rocking with his black and orange all the way to the end.
What's up, boys?
Eliminated.
So what do you
wearing
want
the
me to take
shirt
it off now?
and
They're
the hat,
playing
baby.
the game on
Take
Sunday.
it off. Take it off.
Really?
No. Well, if you want to, I'll watch. I mean,
Let's get shirtless Pop.
Yeah.
So what was?
Show me the
remember
pecs.
when Brian Sabian? Well, of course you do.
Yeah.
But remember, even when they didn't always win divisions.
Yes.
But they had a stat about playing meaningful games.
That's correct, yes.
And it was like 6.
Yes.
For like years.
From 97 to 03.
Is that what? Yeah, whatever it was.
Huge difference. There's a difference between 6 playoff teams and 4 playoff teams.
There it is.
Because if they were a 4 playoff team in the Sabian era, they wouldn't have been meaningful games. So
this is the expectation level, meaningful games.
I'm just reciting Sabian.
You know what I mean,
and
John?
people didn't get all crazy.
Well, yeah,
about
because
him.
they
did take it down to the
go
final
look at their
week
record.
of the year.
No, go look.
If the Dodgers
they're
did that, or the
78 and
Yankees or the
80.
Red Sox, my God,
They're
that's where we
78
are.
and 80. I grew up with 78 and 80 Giants teams my entire childhood.
How many sub 500 teams did Sabian have?
That's a good question.
That is a good
Not
question.
97.
There's
So
a couple.
You get a few?
Uh,
Yes, yeah.
We certainly didn't have one from 97, 98, 99, 00, 01, 02, 03, 04, 05. His first 8 were not.
Yeah, that's true.
So there you go. And then 06. Then there was the dip and then the surge again.
Yeah.
So 06, 07, 08 were bad. And then 09, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 were all good. And then 16 was good. So are you trying to really dog Sabian here? Is that what you're doing?
I'm saying
solid body of work.
I'm saying teams have up and down. You've been around not quite as long as I have, but the vitriol.
Yeah,
about
well,
this is just
because it's dull and it's there's a condescending air to it, and the fans are voting with their feet. They ain't going the game.
You know, and they didn't.
Yeah,
and
there's,
also,
there's
Greg,
more to it than
I don't buy that though, Greg. We could do a whole show on that.
I know.
I've heard
Now I'm
Kruk
getting
and
worked up again.
Bags
I know.
And all those guys saying Lot A and the Embarcadero and Pandemic. I ain't buying it. Warriors sell out everything, man. Warriors sell out everything.
Well, they don't play as many games than they are the Warriors.
Would.
So
if they played 81, they'd sell them all out. They would. Yeah. You got Steph.
You know, and Greg,
if
I would
the
say
Warriors
this.
played at Oracle Park, they'd sell them out.
Yes, correct.
Well, G-Pops, don't forget, too, the Giants were 2.5 games back of the division lead at the All-Star break. Farhan brings them nothing. I think that's where a lot of people turn.
Just, in one angle is if you're punting for 24, that's fine. Maybe just kind of
tell us that. They need to communicate
the message
that.
a little bit. I think he was trying to sneak in with 83 wins and keep the prospects.
Well, it's like John said, we can put that on the banner, John, next year. Giants baseball 24, still playing meaningful baseball. Right up there on the
you
banner.
boys will have a lively show.
Yeah.
A lively show.
Sure.
All right, kids.
There it is.
Cheers.
It's time to hand it over to Papa and Lon. Triple E, Marcus, see you tomorrow. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
This is Giants baseball. Farhan, stay forever.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. KNBR.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Soto swings at the first pitch and drives one to deep left field. This one is gone. Juan Soto with his second home run of the night. And both times He hit the first pitch out. He did it against Brebbia in the first inning. Now he does it against Walker here in the 7th inning.
When I broadcast Baltimore games, I got to know Brooksy well. If you were ever around Brooksy, you felt like you were his best friend. But Brooks Robinson was beloved in Baltimore. And I remember when Reggie Jackson was going to be a free agent, he said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me, the way they did for Babe Ruth, which eventually they did. But a writer in Baltimore said, well, that may be true of Reggie. If you go to New York, they'll name a candy bar after you. Here in Baltimore, we name babies after Brooks Robinson. 2 men on, 2 men out, last of the 9th. And the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Wilmer swings and misses at a devastating slider. He struck him out. He tried to check his swing, and it was too late. So Hader comes in to finish, and the Padres take game 2 of the series 4-0 over the Giants.
We talked to Lucy about that. Nick specifically talked to him, and he says that he didn't forget the number of outs. He didn't feel like he had a clear shot at second base and made the decision to go to first. And we got to accept his word for that. He's been, I mentioned before the game, he's pretty much flawless to that point. That wasn't the best moment for us, and we definitely want him to try to record the lead out at second base there and potentially even turn double play. But that was the report he gave us.
Typical Giants, they lose to the Padres, and Gabe Kapler talking about Marco Luciano, who clearly had a play at second base, could have turned a double play. He says he did not forget how many outs there are, a ton to talk about in regards to the Giants. Lots of Warriors news. We are at Levi Stadium because that's what we do. We get you ready for 49ers football as they've got the Cardinals coming in this weekend as they try to go to 4-0. A ton to get to. Rudy Gay is a Warrior. That's kind of interesting. Get into that too. But Giants vitriol, nothing like it.
I thought the tragic number was 2 with the Cubs. The Cubs lost yesterday, right? So why are they
Suzuki with the drop? Oh, that was a killer
I know.
drop.
John and Dave were playing the highlights.
Killer drop.
Whatever it is, they're out. So we're into a full off-season mode, and we can reassess. And last night's game kind of rolled into both. Just shut out again. Juan Soto, do you want to trade for him? Will the Padres sell him? I mean, opposite field power at Oracle Park, the way he hits them. And that one, the one off of Brebbia was inside pitch, and he just drove Ryan Walker, I think. He drove it out the other way. So his opposite field power, we've seen him do it over and over and over again, because normally you want a right-handed pull hitter at Oracle, but if you get a guy like Soto who goes gap to gap, but how much do you have to give up? So, but last night just, and even, the City Connect jerseys didn't help them. Normally we would be at Oracle Park because they'd be playing a day game today in the final game of a 3-game series, but they are playing a night game. I think they thought this game would be impactful. The Dodgers off tomorrow and Dodgers coming in, and now you're mathematically eliminated. So you've got 4 more to go, but we're in full off-season evaluation as we're in season. And really, it's been happening the entire year. Just looking at all the young guys coming up and taking inventory on what you have. And the Marco Luciano play last night was disturbing on so many levels. First of all, is there a communication gap when they asked him during the game, and you have Nick Ortiz there to translate? He said he did not know how many, he did not lose track of how many outs there were. So I don't know what's more alarming for a young player. He's a young player who just got called up. Concentration level is huge. I wonder about Elliot Ramos and his concentration level holding him back. But, Mike Yastrzemski made a mistake the other night in L.A., but you don't typically see that from Yaz. If he didn't know how many outs there were, that's a problem. If he did, and that's the play he chose, to me, that's a worse problem. That speaks to a lack of instincts to play shortstop. So Brandon Crawford's going to play on Sunday, it sounds like. Let's hope the hamstring is healed and he doesn't do something worse to it. But you're going to say goodbye to, in a lot of people's opinion, the greatest shortstop in the history of the franchise. And you're going to move on. And you tried to move on last offseason with Correa. It didn't work. You had to flunk him. But you're going to move on this year. So just look at what you've got internally. Say you don't make a trade or sign somebody or bring somebody in from another roster to play shortstop for you. Tyro Estrada could do it, although I think he's a pretty good second baseman. He may even win a Gold Glove this year. So, I mean, it would seem to be just keep him at second base. Why would we make a two for change? Casey Schmidt could do it easily, and he would be by far your best defensive option. But is that even his best defensive position? Should he play third base? Is he going to hit enough to be on your roster when you come break camp next year? Tyler Fitzgerald, an intriguing guy. I'd like to see more of that guy. He's just learning to play center field, John. The way he runs out there, the ball he dove for at Dodger Stadium in the right center field gap, he didn't get there, but wow, what speed. He's got a great first step. He looks like a natural center fielder. Is that his best position? He really is a natural shortstop, but I haven't seen him play short. He can also play second. I saw some minor league games this year, and he was not playing short. I saw him at second and center, and then now he's playing at third base. The guy's a great athlete. He's going to fill out. He's tall. He's skinny right now. What's his best position? And then you get to Marco, who, boy, the ball comes off his bat hot, whether he's hitting a ground ball or going opposite field. He waits. He's long and lanky. He's a hitter. He certainly profiles, but, you know, the organizational depth chart at every position, and they have it not just to the major league level, all the way through every person they have under a professional Giants LLC contract, they have lined up right down. So take Craw's name away, slide him out at shortstop. Who goes next? Is it Marco? He's never played another position. They sent him down to learn to play second base. Then he hurt his hamstring right away. Ron Wotus, we had Ron on last week. Ron went down and worked with him in Sacramento last week, and then he's called right back up. If he is your choice, you're going from Brandon Crawford, the perennial Gold Glove winner. Now, Craw's not that guy anymore, I understand. But in a year, John, that really has been defined by a lot of things, and a lack of defense would be at the top. You put a shaky defensive player at your most important position at shortstop. Do you want to do that? So I think we need more clarification front. Maybe we don't, but they do. What was he thinking here? If he didn't know how many outs, you got to lock in on the game. Can we fix that? If you didn't think you had it out at second base, how many games have you played at shortstop? Clearly the out was there.
Halfway there.
Yeah, I mean, that's
the
not
base.
even a lack of instincts. It's like, that's alarming. So what is his best position? Do you move him to third? Do you move him to the outfield? The bat looks like it plays, but who knows? It's a tough league. But that play last night is kind of where we're at, where they're mathematically eliminated. We're already looking to the future. We've been for really the whole year. But now this guy's right in front of us. This is Marco Luciano, the guy we've been talking about, reading about forever. I don't want to make too much about one play, but you can't dismiss that play.
I think, again, organizationally, I talk about philosophies changing. They'll make it to next year. It sounds like this, Farhan, who's had a very bad year, let's be honest, from not getting anybody in free agency to the Jock Peterson $20 million to not doing anything at the deadline. Farhan has not had a good year, so there's going to be pressure on this team. I would be absolutely shocked if they went into the year with all these young guys and these question marks. They've got to get a little bit more desperate, and a guy like Marco Luciano needs an entire year at AAA. And all these guys, they had to rush through the system. Philosophically, go back to let's get some guys some experience, because like you said, there were far too many mental errors in addition to guys just not being ready to play at the major league level. There were a lot of mental errors by these guys, base running mistakes, defensive lapses, things like that. What Marco Luciano just did. They need to get solid major league players. I've said this all year. They're too old and they're too young. And so Brandon Crawford's going to go away. Some of the old's going to go away. Some of the young has got to still develop more. They have got to be aggressive in this offseason through trades and everything else to get solid major league players until these guys are ready to play. Casey Schmidt's not ready to play. Marco Luciano's not ready to play. Meckler's not ready to play. These guys were forced up through the system because Farhan did not get the correct players in place so that these guys could develop, and they had to rush them through the system, and their flaws showed constantly. And the inconsistency of this team is the inconsistency of youth.
I think what he was doing is taking inventory. It's one thing to see a guy at AAA, but you don't really know until he gets to the show. And you wanted to see him. Meckler looked awful, then he looked good, then he looked like a grinder, and now he's back down. I mean, Matos, they thought he was going to be a Gold Glove winner in center. Now his jumps are terrible. Is he a corner outfielder? What is he?
He lacks power.
Casey Schmidt was Michael Jack Schmidt, and now what is he? And then you have guys, I guess it's a strength to be able to play multiple positions, but you'd like to know what positions they can play multiple times. I mean, what is Casey? To me, he's the best infielder by far on the team. I'd play him at infield and just let him go, but he's going to get a hit. Tyrell struggled last year. Now he's been a good defensive player. Luciano's not. He's just not a very good defensive player at short. He's okay, but you're going to lose games because the shortstop doesn't know how many outs there are or has no instincts for it. Or
I didn't buy his explanation, by the way.
He's maybe a communication gap. Either way, there's an issue. If he didn't know how many outs there are, then that's a lack of concentration. That's a problem. Concentrating in the sport is really important. There's a lot of dead time. You have to come. Your mind has to be alert.
Well, that's
it's
the
hard.
issue, right? Is in football or something, I can see a guy making a mistake with a 300-pounder bearing down on him and makes a split-second decision to make a throw that gets intercepted and it's a pick six. When you're the shortstop, you're sitting out there going, okay, how many outs?
Well, you got to be in the game.
In Little League, you do
Yeah,
that. In Little League, you're in the
I'm going to take him for what he said.
How many outs
I'm going to take him for what he said. Then it's worse.
Yeah.
Then the lack of instincts. What? He didn't not have the confidence to throw the ball. Like, is he like Trey Lance? He saw it, but he just couldn't. He didn't want to rip. In any event, it's just, I remember. And we're going to segue now because the Giants are mathematically eliminated, and the Warriors are coming back out to play. And Kawakami had Steve Kerr on his podcast. They had the meet and greet with Steve and Mike Dunleavy. He's 180 degrees away from Bob as a guy. He's just such a dookie. He's referring to Dwight Howard as the player. I'm like, right? What are you, Trent Baalke and Brian Sabian? He's Superman, dude. I mean, he's a little bit like that, where Bob would be crying. Oh, we couldn't sign him. Dunleavy's just show some emotion. I mean, rip your jersey off. Anyway. So, but it was why did the Warriors have a bad year last year? Because they didn't defend and they couldn't win on the road. And they're a veteran team. Why are the Giants eliminated? Because they couldn't defend and they couldn't win on the road. Now, you just said the Giants are too old or too young.
Yeah.
I remember saying the same thing about the Warriors, the exception of Steph, because I don't know what his prime is.
Before
and then
last season,
the Warriors, right? Last year being, I'm saying the championship team, we said that. And because they, the two timelines and all that stuff they write about. But in any event, they did win a championship. But now we'll see. There's not as many youngins on the team. And do the Warriors just sign Rudy Gay?
18th year.
How old is Rudy Gay?
900.
Is he? I think he's 37. So is he the oldest player on the team now? How old's Paul?
I know there's a lot of old guys.
Well,
no, he's not.
Paul,
He's
between
old.
Paul,
yeah, Paul's older.
Steph, and Rudy Gay. Rudy Gay is the classic small forward. He was forever.
They've got some endorsement opportunities, those guys.
Yeah.
Jared Tall,
anyway.
Ben Gay.
Now he's a power forward. That's how much the league has changed.
Right.
He's been in the league. That guy was a quintessential small. Now he's going to play small ball forward. Will even make the team, but they signed Rudy Gay today.
Hey, interesting. All right, we'll get into it. Tons of Warriors to get to. Thoughts on the Giants? Give us your thoughts because, as you said when we were talking to Murph and Mac, the vitriol. Now that they are officially eliminated, what would you call this season? What do you think? All those kind of things. We're going to do that discussion, take the best text messages. And plus, we're down here at 49ers HQ. Some interesting things going around, including Kyle Shanahan talking for the first time since they inked new deals, much and well-deserved. So we'll get into those conversations as well. We'll let you hear from Kyle a little bit later. It's Pop and Lund on your Wednesday, on your hump day, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants are officially eliminated. What now? That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app and at KNBR.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
3rd and 5, Purdy shotgun. McCaffrey will empty the backfield, goes in motion outside the numbers. Who's going to pick him up? Nobody picks him up. Okereke does now finally. You like that matchup, low snap? They throw it towards the end zone. It is caught by Ronnie Bell.
Penalty.
Flag is down. Do I give it? Touchdown! San Francisco! Ronnie Bell!
That's going to stay, too. I believe this is going to be on the
Offsides
New York
Giants,
Giants.
right?
Defense number 53 was lined up in the neutral zone. Ruling on the field.
Touchdown! Ronnie Bell!
Ring the bell, baby!
You can ring my bell.
If Ronnie Bell becomes good,
ring my bell.
There's a lot of directions you guys can go with the bell. I was thinking, a little AC/DC. They could crank that over the PA. Down, down, down. And the old Trevor Hoffman. You could do a little Hell's Bells for Ronnie Bell. There's a lot of stuff you can do with Bell. That'd be very nice.
I hate those plays when they score a touchdown and there's a flag on the field.
You have to wait.
I thought they were offsides. Like, what do you do? And then you come back to it. Ronnie Bell, he's in the Ayuk, and then CMC. They don't. Debo doesn't have or Kittle doesn't have a signature touchdown call. But that one was weird for Ronnie Bell. First time he ever touched the ball in the NFL, it's a touchdown. So it is Cardinal week. There's going to be a big press conference today. Kyle's going to get into his normal, talking about the Arizona Cardinals, but. In the 12 o'clock hour, Kyle's going to talk for the first time since the contract extension on Friday, he and John Lynch. And, Ronnie Bell made a great route on that. Great concept with Kyle's play call to have McCaffrey outside the numbers, run a slant, and usually it's a slat and a flat combination. That's the West Coast offense, but that was more of an out. But really, the throw made by Brock Purdy against a free blitzer, know it was coming, rolled to his left. So Dan Minucci from Arizona, who was Brock's QB coach when he was just a kid. Brock's parents hired Dan Minucci before he went to high school to mentor him. And we had Dan on. Dan's back up in Buffalo, backed up Joe Ferguson as a talk show in Arizona. So we'll get into this Joshua Dobbs story, by the way, is amazing. I don't know if it's quite Brock Purdy. It's the opposite, where a guy in his late 20s all of a sudden is an overnight sensation. And they traded for him August 24th. How do they do that? They haven't played so well. So Manuch will tell us about.
By the way, did you see the video with him yesterday?
Which
Joshua
one?
Dobbs?
Which one? With Micah Parsons or the one not getting his jersey?
Yeah, he's a starting quarterback of your team. Don't you have to have a jersey of his in your shop?
He's just new there. There's a lot of guys.
They couldn't even order it.
They have it now. They have.
You can order the kicker.
They have it now. So what would we do without social media? We wouldn't know a damn thing. They got his jersey. Anyway, so Manuch will get into Joshua Dobbs and their running game and everything with Arizona, but he's the one that brought us enlightened about a young Brock Purdy and everything he does and before he even played. And let's face it, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan would not be getting contract extensions right now if it wasn't for Mr. Irrelevant draft pick of Brock Purdy. Think about the difference. Think about the difference in the organization. And they got a great roster. I mean, it's the most loaded roster in the NFL. But the whole Trey Lance, would they still be trying to play Trey Lance right now if Brock never was drafted? What if Brock?
In question.
What if they didn't take him at 262? And I spoke to John a week ago at length, and they were thinking we'll sign him as a free agent, and we don't want to get in a bidding war with everybody, and let's just go ahead and take him.
You know what we'd be talking about? Kirk Cousins.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be talking about them getting a contract extension. If you paid Kirk Cousins all that money, you wouldn't have a few of these players on your roster.
But I'm just saying, like next year he's a free agent, and you and I right now,
who would be your quarterback right now?
Maybe Trey, and he wouldn't be playing very well, and we'd be counting the days.
So the point is, when Kyle addresses the media, and we'll talk to Mike Silver, he knows this well. Is this going to be a modern day version of Bill Walsh and John McVay? You got to have that kind of chemistry, and then Mike knows Steve Kerr well. Steve Kerr, Bob Myers. Where's Steve Kerr at now without Bob Myers and going to Mike Dunleavy? Sounds like they got to give him a contract extension. He wants one, but it's all kind of up in the air. But the Brock Purdy story is amazing on every single level. And I think the outside world can't figure it out, so they're still questioning it. We know it's real, but we're like, wow. What if you just did not take Brock Purdy with the last pick in the draft? Where would you be right now?
I think you bring up a great point, which is, for some reason, I'm doing this off the top of my head, but it's obvious. The first rounders have not been great. I mean, Nick Bosa has, obviously, and thank you, Arizona Cardinals, for taking Kyler Murray and not Nick. So you take Nick, but it's been the mid-round and the late-round guys. I mean, you're talking your Fred Warners, Debo Samuel's a second-rounder, George Kittle's a fifth-rounder, et cetera. Brock Purdy's
Ronnie
a
Bell was
seventh-rounder.
picked number 253.
Ronnie Bell. I mean, on and on and on. My favorite, Jake Moody, don't forget. Sandwich pick. And so, they've done such a good job, but if they do all those things right but don't take Brock Purdy, it's probably Trey Lance trying to still learn this thing. And for all those who think
maybe
the offense is
Darnold.
Maybe, somebody else. Maybe they bring somebody else.
Maybe Jimmy's still here.
But I think that you and I are sitting here saying, when is Kirk Cousins a free agent again? And the infatuation
But he makes so much
continue.
money, it changes your roster. That's why Brock works on every level.
But he saves their butt, right?
I mean, he's better than
get
Trey,
an extension without him? Do they get an extension without him?
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No. Then the August angst of Trey and everything.
Him some money.
He'll get his money. He'll be fine. He's got to play. He's just new. But I'm just saying, the Brock Purdy story is going to tie to everything that's done. And this is a loaded roster independent of the quarterback. But let's face it, they didn't win in Philly last year because they literally had no quarterback. So you've got to have a quarterback. And when you get into a game against these elite teams, you got to have a quarterback. And Minuch knows about it. I gave him the nickname of Big Brain Brock, and he loves it exactly. So Dan will just speak to what a find and who he is, and can they turn him around? I mean, let's face it. One point last year, I just yelled out, not during a game. Maybe I did during a game. I think it was more on this show. Jimmy Garoppolo is saving your season. Do you all realize that? And he was.
I think you might have said that during the broadcast.
No,
too.
I don't think I did. I don't think I'd say that during. Maybe I did. I think it was more on this show. But I was thinking it. I thought it all the way. But he was. And Jimmy was playing lights out football, the best football of his career. 49er winning streak started before Brock Purdy started to play. And then Jimmy got hurt. And then Brock has taken it to another level. So what do we scream now? Brock Purdy is saving your franchise. I mean, I think they'd win anyway,
but the
level of expectation.
It's the combination of things, right? It's the money he's saving you.
You know what he is? He's the straw that stirs the drink. But you've got all the ingredients of a great cocktail. And by the way, that was a Gold Bar whiskey yesterday. That was so much fun.
Wasn't I supposed to go to that? What happened?
I didn't know that was a TBD. I literally decided right after.
I didn't know.
We will go again.
You just gave me I didn't know.
No, I did not know I was going until 2:00. Anyway, we'll get into that. But anyway, Brock Purdy, he's the cherry on top.
That.
He's the straw that stirs the drink. None of this happens.
I'll say this
without
too.
Brock.
You don't have Javon Hargrave without him. Because if you're paying a quarterback a bunch of money, they were able to get that money and have that money and go to Jed for that money because they have a cheap quarterback.
And they know they can win the Super Bowl because the quarterback can take you there. You're not going to add a defensive piece like that if you don't think you're going to win it all. So, in any event, big brain Brock.
How was the whiskey? Was it really good?
It was amazing. I will show you pictures. I'll get into it.
Yeah, that's gonna help.
It was a decision I made literally at 2:00 yesterday.
That's when you make all your decisions. I know you.
Well, yeah, when I get off the air. But I literally made it.
No, 5 minutes before every decision.
I will get into full detail. I got to show you the pictures I had. Gold Bar whiskey and the Golden Joe.
Did you bring me something?
It's in my trunk.
Oh, okay.
Jesus, God, everybody's got to get a handout. Go over to Gold Bar whiskey yourself, John. Treasure Island, great views.
You invited me.
Yeah, I did, but I invite you a lot of places you never show up.
Well, that's different.
So,
if there's whiskey,
different.
you know I'm going to show up at that.
Next Tuesday, we'll go again. We'll go again.
All right. Dan Minucci's going to join us coming up next. Coach Brock Purdy in Arizona. Plus, it's Cardinals week, so we'll get a preview of that as well next, only here on the Sports Leader.
I got to whisper this because Sean's getting mad that I didn't invite him to Gold Bar Whiskey, which presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and to celebrate like a champion, like I did yesterday when Elliot invited me and John wasn't there. He didn't make the cut. Anyway, it's crafted right here in the Bay Area, each bottle, and they are so cool. The limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. I met Monty, the guy that put it all together. What a genius. It delivers a unique taste that's as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection in local retailers online at goldbarwhiskey.com or where I was yesterday at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. It is amazing. We'll get more into it later with John. So stop by. Delicious food. They serve starting today, lunchtime. Great menu. The refreshing cocktails. You got to try the Golden Joe. It is so good, so yummy, very refreshing. And you're on Treasure Island, the best views of the city. So for more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double cask, but rather triple casked in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, at tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order, as I did yesterday, and maybe a second one, the Golden Joe. It is a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Arizona, protect your players because you're one step closer to getting that number one pick, Caleb Williams.
That was Jimmy Johnson over the weekend. What's he saying? Protect your players?
He's saying lose the game to the Cowboys, make sure your players don't get hurt, I guess, and go get Caleb Williams. And that was well received in the Arizona locker room. They all saw it. They talked about it. And then Arizona went out and maybe pulled off the biggest upset of the NFL season on Sunday.
Yeah, I was down there. Saturday I saw Caleb Williams. ASU stayed in that game, but USC ended up winning it. Then it was an interesting dynamic. Everybody hates the Cowboys down there. I was at a sports bar down there, and it was crazy. But let's talk to Dan Minucci, of course. So we have Dan in all the time. He coached one Brock Purdy, and of course it's Cardinals week, so let's talk all about it. Dan joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hey, Minucci, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, John. Hey, Greg. Always great to talk to you guys. And yes, we cannot stand the Cowboys here in the town of Phoenix. Hey, growing up here in Phoenix and Tempe, to be exact, it was every week growing up. It was the Cowboys, and then we might get the Rams or the Chargers. They were force-fed down my throat. So I grew up a Steelers fan, guys. So grew up a Steelers fan, and you're right. There is no love for the Dallas Cowboys, and that was very sweet for a very surprising win by the Arizona Cardinals after the collapse they had in the second half against the Giants.
I'm telling you, Minucci, I went to a sports bar. A friend of mine lives down there, so we went to a local sports bar, and you know the dynamic. There's a different jersey and all over the place, and it's a real interesting dynamic down there. But then the Cowboys come on, and I mean they're ringing this bell. They're giving away free Fireball for every point the card. I mean there's stuff hanging everywhere. Cowboys suck. I mean that stuff's down there, 24/7, 365. It was like they had won the Super Bowl, man. It was cool.
You know what? It's just the Cowboys are just, America's team, right? Well, they're a little arrogant. By the way, we had former great Dallas Cowboy quarterback Danny White on Friday talking about the Cowboys-Cardinals game. And I said, Danny, you guys were monikered by I believe it was Gil Brandt, as America's team. And quite frankly, guys, they did not like that as a team because the target's on their back and all these teams like, oh, America's team, huh? Well, we'll see this afternoon. So that was the extra additional pressure that was put on them. And I believe it was Gil Brandt, if I'm not mistaken, but he said they didn't care for that America's team moniker. I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, it was NFL Films and John Facenda, but I think Gil gave the line. They are America's team because they always lost the Super Bowl. They couldn't call them the Super Bowl champions. It was after they lost a few to the Steelers. All right, a word about Arizona and obviously the win over Dallas and the great performance, but I watched the first three games, that game, every play, and you mentioned the Giant collapse, but you were up 20-0 and 28-7. Washington, you had the game. You faded in the fourth quarter. Monty Ossenford is now the GM. Steve Keim is gone. Cliff Kingsbury is no longer there. You got Jonathan Gannon there. Is it just getting back to, and you always want to have a tough football team, Minucci, you know that, but with Kingsbury, it was the air raid, spread it out. Is it just getting back to trying to win the line of scrimmage right now?
I think you nailed it, Greg. I think that's the key, and that's what Jonathan Gannon and his staff came in, and Drew Petzing, who's the offensive coordinator, said, look, we have got to be more physical and bring that presence and run the football. And I think that they've somewhat proved that the first two games. And in this third game, they were really dominant, and they ran at Micah Parsons. And they had 182 yards rushing in the first half, guys. And then I think it was 222 is what they ended up with. But, yes, Greg, you nailed it. They wanted to be more physical, wanted to be more fundamental, get back to fundamentals. How about we mix in a tackle once in a while? That was kind of a lost art during the Cliff Kingsbury era, if you will. But, I think that's key. You got to play good, solid, fundamental football. And they needed to play at a different tempo, more speed, but they needed to maintain that physicality, intensity, energy. You take all three, but you need to do that for 60 minutes. And I think what happened in that Commanders game is they had a couple turnovers. The Commanders took advantage of it. Second game, the same way. You get into a scenario where you see and you go, okay, where was it we lost this? Well, you lost the second half because I think the Giants just kind of bowed up, number one, but you didn't get back to where they got you there in the first half. So the lessons learned in the first two games were very much on display against the Dallas Cowboys team, which even though they lost their three offensive linemen prior to the game, I think Micah was banged up, but they came in with the attitude, if we just play hard, fundamentally sound, take care of the football, and as my good friend Chuck Knox, our former head coach of Buffalo, would say, it's okay to punt, don't force the issue. Next thing you do, you look up and you're up and you win a football game. And that's what they've gotten back to. Or I should say that's what Jonathan Gannon has brought that model of what they did in Philadelphia the last couple of years. And I think it boded well versus the Cowboys.
Dan Minucci joining us, Rocky Minucci, on Fox Sports 910 down in Phoenix. And, of course, coached Brock Purdy. We'll get into a little Purdy discussion here in a second. But Josh Dobbs is interesting. I remember him at Tennessee, was originally drafted by the Steelers. I remember him, he got an emergency start on Thursday Night Football for the Titans. And just before the season, when he's been there just over a month, he's named the starter, and everybody's like, well, obviously they're tanking and this and that, but obviously players are not going to go to that. They're like, oh, okay, we're going to lay down so we can get the first picks in the draft. But like you said, I think he's been in the league. He's got some confidence. He had a funny video yesterday. Couldn't find his jersey in the team store, but he ran the ball really effectively against the Cowboys, and he didn't seem intimidated one bit.
Well, that little naked bootleg around the left side, as you guys saw, he caught everybody off guard, even Micah Parsons. I think that's I think that the physical, not only the physical part, but the mental side of the game that Josh Dobbs brings. Guys, he knows that system. He knows that offense. He was in Cleveland with Drew Petzing. He knows it inside and out. He just, like any quarterback, they just need to play. And what I always say, they need to play it out. They need to go ahead and go through the bumps and bruises. They need to go down that road to where they understand when we get to the fork in the road, which way am I going to go? I mean, Brock is like this right now, too. Now he knows which way to go. Josh Dobbs is seeing it. He's more comfortable. But, guys, he knows the mental system of that system that Drew Petzing has, so he has a point of reference. So I think what you're seeing is very efficient, a good arm, good-sized kid, got good escapability, and he's got a strong arm, too. He can lay it out there pretty deep. So it's just a matter of getting comfortable, getting the WD-40 out, knocking the rust off, and then letting it rip, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the Hail Mary he threw at the end of the Giants game, how far was that in the air? It's like this guy's got a rocket arm. You mentioned the legs. He's smart. He is literally a rocket scientist. What is he, an aeronautical engineer or something? I mean, come on.
Aeronautical engineer, yeah, aeronautical engineer. It's funny you said that, Greg, because you know me, being the ex-quarterback coach. I did mark it off. He laid it out there 68 yards.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he put the top on it, laid it up there. And, hey, you know what? And they had a chance at catching that. But he's got the thing I like about him is he's got a poise, he's got the timing, he's got the rhythm, and I think that he's going to surprise a lot of guys. He's like one of the top quarterbacks as far as percentage and all the stats that they keep. So bright guy, doesn't force the issue, understands where they want to go with their philosophy on offense. And, you know, guys, if you got a running game that's pounding it 4.5 yards per carry, that's a pretty good nugget to have as an NFL quarterback in your back pocket for play action passing and keeping those linebackers at bay and not getting into your face.
And then he's live in the running game, so he got the whole package. He's the opposite story of Brock in the fact that he's 28 years of age, and now later in his career, in his life, he's getting a chance to being a starting quarterback, but he is an overnight success. And now we get to your guy, and you know we go back to last year in our conversations, and just I gave you my nickname for him. Big Brain Brock. Look at the brain on Brock.
I love it.
You mentored this guy when he was just a kid. What are you seeing from him now, Dan?
You know what, guys? I think first and foremost, it's funny. I had a couple of national writers call and say, you know, hey, Minucci, we're seeing this kid. And I always tell you guys this. I've been telling him this, preaching this to Brock Purdy since, you know, I've been training him. Keep your eyes up. And he's doing an outstanding job, number one, of keeping his eyes up as he moves, whether he scrambles or moves and throwing the ball. But, guys, he's seeing the entire field now. He's confident. He understands the system. He's reading and reacting. He's not reading, thinking, and reacting. So he's reading and reacting. I mean, guys, what did the Giants blitz him? 84% of the snaps in that game against the Giants. And he sees it. He understands it. He gets it off, and he's, for all intents and purposes, pretty accurate. But what I'm seeing is very confident, understand where he's going, no hesitation in his throws, whether they're good or high or whatever. But that's the biggest thing, is his eyes up the field, seeing the entire field, understanding the finer nuances of the Kyle Shanahan system. And, guys, it's not a very easy system to understand. And then understanding the adjustments with the receivers while the play is going on. And you take your second, third step or come off the play action, when you react to that defense and you understand where your receivers need to go on different situations, those are some of the growth that I'm seeing in Brock Purdy.
Manucci, it's always great to catch up with you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Should be fun Sunday.
That's it. I'm getting warmed up now.
Yeah, let me ask you one more. Just one more about his accuracy. Anything you see differently in his arm? I think he's throwing the ball with more velo coming off the UCL surgery and the internal brace. He missed a couple of throws in the Rams game, and people are freaking out about the deep ones that he missed. What are you seeing about his arm talent this year right now, Manu?
Well, I think you're right, Greg. I think you picked up on his arm is as strong or stronger, because while he was prehabbing before the surgery, he was getting his arm stronger, his wrist stronger, that upper body stronger, and all of his legs. But he's really using his entire body, turning and driving through the throw. We've been working on that forever and a day, and you're starting to see that velo. And sometimes, like Tommy John guys come back with a stronger arm. Not that he had Tommy John, but his arm is stronger, and he's getting the ball out quicker. But a lot of that is because you're seeing him get the ball out quicker and anticipating more, so that ball's coming out with more velo and more spin on it. And his spin, his spiral is stronger this year as well, too. So, Greg, not bad for a novice back armchair quarterback. You're picking up on this
I learned
stuff,
it all from you sitting and watching the great underrated Joe Ferguson. Talk real quickly about because like Garoppolo, he's more of a ground thrower. I mean, it's not the arm talent's there, but really they call him a member of the quad squad here. He's a baby Bosa with the quadzilla. He's got big legs, big butt. How does he use that to get torque in his throw?
Well, that's the push, the turn, and the base and the balance, right? So you plant that left leg, I call you peg, that left leg, and you drive that right side back through the ball, and that's what you're seeing. And quick story, as I was calling his dad as he was prehabbing, and we were talking about Brock's schedule before the surgery, and guys, he was doing like 5 hours of lower body workout, and then he'd go do his upper body workout just as the arm was resting. So he was not resting for the weary. He was doing work.
What the hell's he doing for 5 hours on his legs? Wow.
Brother, he's working it, man. Squats, leg press, calf raises, leg press, box jumps, on and on. But you're right, Greg. He does really we just push and drive through the throw, and he stays grounded through the throw. He doesn't come up. He stays flexed all the way through his throw, getting through it. So, yeah, he's really grown physically, and I think the biggest thing, guys, I'll leave with this, is his mental growth of that system and understanding what's going on. Not that he ever guessed, but now he understands exactly what's going to happen before it happens.
Dan Manucci in Phoenix. Manucci, thanks, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, John, appreciate it. Thanks, Greg. Always a pleasure.
We'll talk to you Friday, 3:30 your time. We're doing it. I'm on with him on Friday.
They're nice.
Manucci.
He's nice.
He's got a daily show just like ours. He watches the Cardinals, and he keeps getting into what he calls the lab with all the guys he's teaching. But an amazing story. I mean, how many years ago was that? Like 10 years ago? A young Brock Purdy in Arizona before he even goes to high school? Dan Manucci laid the groundwork to the guy he is today.
Mike Silver, we'll talk to him about John and Kyle are going to be around a while. We were just having this conversation about Brock Purdy. Maybe you got to give him a couple of bucks on that deal because he helped seal it for sure. We'll get into that conversation with Mike Silver from the Chronicle. A lot of other NFL things to discuss. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's the Chronicles' Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Papa and Lime on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Darren Waller going to move in motion left on 3rd and 2. Daniel Jones back, gets hit, and he is sacked by the grave digger.
Sunday, the Hargrave Digger.
His second sack as a Niner.
Javon Hargrave and that defensive line getting it done. A lot to talk about as we get ready for the Cardinals coming up this weekend. And Kyle Shanahan's going to speak today. He and John have new contracts. Let's talk all about it. Mike Silver joins us weekly from the Chronicle. And, of course, he's been everywhere, Yahoo, NFL Network, and the such, at Mike Silver. Make sure you follow him for his great content. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good, man. Real good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Not as good as John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They're getting a contract extension, so we'll hear what Kyle, they slipped this out, Friday right after his day after game press conference. They announced it at 1 o'clock, so he hasn't talked, so we'll get it. So just give me your thoughts on the relationship, and when you go back in time, when you covered the team, it was Bill Walsh and John McVay, and John came in later. He wasn't there for the first Super Bowl. But he was there for the last 4, and, of course, Bill was there for the first 3. How did that relationship work? And obviously you're tight with Steve Kerr, the special relationship he had with Bob Myers. That head coach-GM relationship is so critical. Didn't work during the Harbaugh era with Bulkey. But just give me your thoughts on what you've observed over the years from that head coach-GM relationship, and specifically from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, Mike.
Well, it was no sure bet that it was going to work, right? We've seen Matt Millen, who I adore and covered during the end of his career with the 49ers or late in his career, and great dude, knows football, went to Detroit, hadn't done it, didn't go great. We've seen that a couple of times, but then we've also seen, it work, and, the Lynch hire paired with Shanahan was an out-of-the-box thing. And so if you go back and remember the search, I reported during the search that Sean McVay had been told by Jed and the people interviewing him that it had gone so well that they had told Sean McVay, hey, call a couple of our GM candidates. I believe it was Brian Gutekunst, Elliott Wolf at the time. But just call them, talk to them, see if you guys get along, because we're considering you. So obviously, once it turned out that Kyle was the last man standing and they hired him, this was something that came in later. This was, I believe, initiated on Kyle's side, and, just thought, hey, what about John Lynch? And, I think you can tell it's worked because we don't hear a lot about who gets the credit, who gets the blame, whose fault it was, who did this. Even with the Trey Lance pick, which is one of the more maligned trade/picks in, recent memory in sports, we're not hearing a lot of, we've heard some rumblings like, John Lynch and others may have tried to advocate for Trey Lance when Kyle started out with Mac Jones, but I think nobody believes that anybody strong-armed anybody, and you just don't hear that stuff. So, the bottom line is, if you win, you get rewarded. It's the way that a good owner will operate. Al Davis, back in the first Gruden era, did it a little differently, and it came to a head, and he lost his coach, and then lost the Super Bowl to him by a lot of points. But most owners will recognize when you've got stability, you've got a really good roster, you're winning games. And, I think you got to give Jed York a lot of credit, because after the Harbaugh thing blew up, he clearly was, searching for something and failing. He tried to speak Jim Tomsula as Steve Kerr into existence. It didn't work. The Chip Kelly thing went terribly, and he recognizes when he's got a good thing, you double down.
The great Mike Silver joining us. He joins us every week. Papa and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Later on, Kyle Shanahan is going to address the media for the first time since getting his extension. As you retweeted, Eric Branch wrote the piece about the 10 best moves, but we were just talking about Purdy. Without Purdy, we were discussing this a little bit earlier, they would be much maligned for the Trey Lance, and maybe Lance would be starting, Kirk Cousins would still be in the conversation. How much is Brock Purdy saving their butt? Would they have these extensions if they didn't select Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant?
Yeah, maybe not. First of all, I don't think Trey Lance would be starting if Brock Purdy didn't exist. I think they would have gone and done something, or they'd be starting Sam Darnold. That's my opinion, based on the way things have played out. But I think, it is considered very, very, very rare in NFL circles that somebody could go that big in terms of trade capital and draft capital on a quarterback, have it clearly not work, and not lose their jobs, set the franchise back, et cetera, et cetera. And how do you get away with that? Oh, the next year at 262, you take a guy who is going to probably be your franchise quarterback for years. So, look, I admire that they took the swing. I think Kyle maybe looks back and is wondering if he talked himself out of something, but it certainly worked out better than they could have ever imagined because of what Purdy is. And the biggest question going into this season, obviously, was, is he going to be the same guy that we saw late last year? And right now he looks better. So, the surgery worked. It's all good right now, and everybody's getting paid.
Yeah. Going back to the relationship between the head coach and the general manager, and you don't know. I mean, John Lynch obviously played for Mike Shanahan, but you really don't know how that's going to work out. And we see the relationship before and after every single practice, not just playing catch, but just anytime there's a down moment in a 49er practice, Kyle Shanahan walks over to John Lynch and Adam Peters and they talk. It doesn't always have to go that way. Some teams, you mentioned Al. Now, Al was the owner, but he liked that nervous tension. He wanted people throughout the organization to compete with each other. These guys, who knows what it is when they close doors, but they get along as people. I've been in many settings where I've seen that. And then just your relationship with Steve Kerr, and people know how tight you guys are. With Bob Myers, it was similar, but you didn't know how that was going to work. So my question is, how important, how essential is that for a professional sports franchise to have the head coach and the general manager get along?
I think getting along is really nice. I think being aligned and, being able to, operate in perceived unison, even when they may have some, tension behind closed doors is huge. John Schneider and Pete Carroll get along, but the best thing about them, and they didn't know each other before they, joined up in Seattle. The best thing about them is you don't hear a lot about John Schneider wanted this, but Pete Carroll did that. It happens. I know of some instances specifically where it's been a problem, but it doesn't tend to become a thing. And one good thing about Kyle and John is that they do have really good complementary skill sets, and not just skill sets, preferences, right? Kyle would love not to be the public face of a lot of things and schmooze and, deal with some of, those elements of the job. He wants to go craft beautiful plays and grind and watch tape and figure out ways to try to, win football games and, and get better. John is really good at some of the public-facing parts of it and doesn't mind it. So I do think that they complement each other well. And so as it was being conceived, as Kyle was getting ready to take over, I think Mike Shanahan, played certainly a role in that, having coached Lynch and, knowing a lot about football. But as they kind of crafted this idea, their instincts were really, really good, because it was certainly no sure bet that it was going to play out the way it has.
Mike Silverjones, it's just curious. John Lynch is a great broadcaster. That's where he came from. When this whole broadcaster roulette was going on with Prime and everything, did he ever get close? And do you think if they do win it, because he said oftentimes he's got unfinished business, do you think if he does win it, he will go back?
Well, it sure sounds like he got close if you believe the money figure that was reported that he was being offered. And it was a lot more, I'm sure, than he even got in this extension. And, having done TV for 8 years, and you guys are broadcasters, I would say it sounds like a pretty good job. Certainly easier than coaching, I'm sure he thought hard about it because of the money and because it's, a much less stressful reality. On the other hand, he is a hyper-competitive person. That's how he became a Hall of Famer and was such a great player. I saw him in the immediate aftermath in Philadelphia coming off the field and, right as we got into the locker room. And, he looked as devastated as any player. And so, I think he does feel he has unfinished business, and he recognizes this roster is really, really good. And, things don't always go your way. Your two quarterbacks can get injured. A guy can drop an interception, but they are knocking on the door, and they certainly have a chance. So the second part of that question, let's say the 49ers win the Super Bowl this year. Does he then go, cool, I'm going to go broadcast? I don't know, man. These people are kind of greedy, and I don't blame them, man. If I've got the 49ers roster and Brock Purdy one more year on a rookie deal, and I just won a Super Bowl, I'm like, I think I want to win 2 Super Bowls. So that's just me, but I don't think it's any sure bet that he would walk away. And that's
although that TV money's $15 million large, so we'll see.
Plus, you bring up, by the way,
you got to think about it, right?
And it's a lot less work.
Plus, you bring up a great point. Keep Purdy on that rookie deal. When it's time to renegotiate 40 or 50 or 60 mil for Purdy, maybe that's when I go to the booth.
What are you, his agent? Slow your roll there.
Put it this way, if I'm Steve Kerr, and Steph tells me he's only playing one more year, I'm going, you know what, I think I might only be coaching one more year. But
is he going to sign a Steph contract when he redoes his deal? I remember years Steph plays, I'll play.
I can't be I can't be objective on this.
I know you love your guest. You love your guest.
Throw as much money at him as you can, and then throw some more.
Yeah. So you were talking about seeing Steve or John after the NFC Championship game. Then what did he do? He went over and raided the Eagles' locker room and stole Javon Hargrave, and he added to the front, and now they are just loaded. You've covered this franchise for a long time. Where do you put this roster as far as the talent they have assembled on this roster at every position, on every side of the ball, including the young kicker, the punters, everything? I mean, those teams were some of the biggest stars in the history of pro football. Where do you put the roster that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have constructed to the glory days of the Niners, Mike?
Well, I think we're going to have to talk about this in December, because the first question is, what will the roster look like when the games really, really count? And they do have a lot of older players and players who have, been worn out a lot, even if they're not really old. They've played a lot of snaps, the Armsteads of the world, and then they play so physically. We all know the stat last year that teams went 0-15 the week after facing them. That was for a reason. So you put all that together, and you just hope you have something resembling this roster when the games count. But healthy, it is an exceptionally impressive roster, and the level Purdy is playing at allows you to have it be in the conversation with some of the great ones. I mean, you could argue that 89 Niners, is one of the greatest teams of all time. 84 Niners, one of the greatest teams of all time. 94 Niners, one of the greatest teams of all time, among others. Certainly the 2019 team was loaded. And, with D Ford healthy and young Bosa, that was having both those guys on the edge was a game changer. And, I don't want to shortchange the Harbaugh rosters. They were pretty darn good too. So Harbaugh / McClue bulky. But it's legitimate to put him in the conversation. It's going great. I want to revisit this when we're getting ready for the playoffs, because I'm really hopeful that it is the same roster or close to the same roster as the playoffs begin.
I agree with you. Mike Silver's doing this. They play hard, and there's lots of injuries and a long way to go. But the one thing that's really encouraging, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine. you think of the defense when you think of this version of the 49ers, but they have so much talent offensively, and there's a handful of teams, the Eagles, I think the Dolphins, they're starting to get better defensively, the Cowboys certainly, even with their loss, that on both sides of the ball you can certainly make a case, but that goes back to the Niners teams you're talking about where the offense kind of overshadowed the defense, but the defense was so good. I don't know which is better, the offense or the defense for the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I think Kyle coaches to that, and one of the things he does so well is that he's figured out there are some games that you can win by scoring 20 points, 23 points, and that's the best way to manage that game. And there are some games where you probably have to drop 35. Now, if they get to the Super Bowl and they're playing the Dolphins, your usual 30 might not be enough. They just put up 70 without Jalen Waddle. So, you cross that bridge when you come to it. But, I think I think it's super well-rounded. And, and you have a lot of elite players at a lot of positions and a lot of alphas. So, the classic 49er game is going to have big plays on both sides of the ball and a lot of adaptability, and they just look really, really well-rounded. So do the Eagles, by the way, and the Eagles haven't really turned it on yet. And, and I don't want to diminish. I know the 49ers believed they were going to win that game, and I think you can make a case that if Brock Purdy did not get injured, they had a very good chance to. But I also don't want to, last year I kept saying, but Jaquiski dropped the ball, and, we think they maybe would have won that game. This is different. Dropping the ball was kind of weird, but a quarterback getting injured is part of football. So this sounds harsh, but credit the Eagles for being so good that they were able to injure both quarterbacks, which is part of the game. So,
Hassan Reddick, he made a great play.
Yeah, so it's, I think the 49ers seem driven to have a chance to host that potential game this time, and they'd feel better about playing it at their place for sure. But until you figure out how to deal with that Eagles front, and they lost Hargrave, but they drafted a guy who looks pretty darn good, that's a big thing.
Great stuff, Silver. We appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Michael.
The great Mike Silver, giving us great perspective every single week. Make sure that you tune in. If you missed any of that, just go to knbr.com. A few of the things that he opened up for us, we'll get into that conversation coming up next. We will let you hear at some point from Kyle Shanahan as well. He's going to speak for the first time since signing his extension. All that stuff coming up. It's Bob and Lund, live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants get knocked out of playoff contention. What now? That story trending on the new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, we basically have 6 starters. I mean, the way I look at it, and only 5 can go each night. So I haven't decided yet what we're going to do. I want to see training camp. We're going to try different combinations and take a look. Obviously, all 6 guys are going to play a lot of minutes for us. But, if this is going to work, then everybody has to embrace it, regardless of who's starting and who's not. It only works if the whole team buys in. And I know these guys well. I know 5 of them really well, and I'm getting to know Chris. And the one thing I know about all of them is they want to win more than anything. They're an incredibly competitive group, and I'm very confident that we'll figure it out, and the guys will buy in and find a way.
Wow.
Did they trade Chris Paul already, John? What do we got to trade?
Per Adrian Wojnarowski, Damian Lillard has a new home. And no, it's not Miami, but it starts with an M. It's a 3-team deal that involves Phoenix, Portland, and Milwaukee. Damian Lillard goes to Milwaukee as part of a 3-team trade. Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Tamani Kamara, a 2029 unprotected Milwaukee first, and an unprotected Milwaukee swap in 28 and 30 to the Blazers. Phoenix gets rid of Ayton, and they get Yusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nazir Little, and Keon Johnson.
Wow.
I'm going to go ahead and say that Portland did a much better job. They got Ayton,
Drew Holiday,
2 firsts, and a swap.
And
they got Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday's a good player. I don't like Milwaukee giving up Drew Holiday, but you added Damian Lillard.
But if you're Portland, you just got Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, a 2029 unprotected, and 2 swaps with Milwaukee.
Well, they waited a long time. I mean, Portland has been waiting and waiting and waiting to trade him. And now here we are a week before training camps open.
Wow.
Around the NBA. So I think they did certainly better than what Miami and Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra could offer. That is a monstrous trade. So I'm going to have to process. Whenever you get into a 3-team,
right?
It is Yusuf Nurkic is a good player. Grayson, these are all good players. So Milwaukee gets Damian Lillard. And obviously Giannis in his contract situation. So, and they made a coaching change there. They've got to win to even keep Giannis for the long haul.
Well, let me ask you this real quick, just because this directly affects the Warriors. So Phoenix loses DeAndre Ayton, and they gain Nurkic, Allen, Little, and Keon Johnson. Is Phoenix better? That's a lot of guys.
Well, I like Yusuf Nurkic. I mean, he was one of the Itch brothers in Denver when they had Nikola Jokic and Yusuf Nurkic, and they got rid of him. Staying healthy is, always the priority with him. He's a different player than DeAndre Ayton. You know, how much of that, John, is financially motivated? When you make a trade in the NBA, the salaries kind of have to, even up. Grayson Allen, I like. He's had a spotty reputation, but he's a skilled player. I don't know much about Little and Johnson, to be honest with you, but I do like Nurkic. Do I like him better than DeAndre Ayton? No. But I think as far as an overall fit and what Phoenix wants to do now, Phoenix added, they had Bol Bol in the offseason. I think they did. Mm-hmm. I mean, Manute's son is incredibly skilled, and obviously bringing Bradley Beal in, so they're going to be a perimeter based. I mean, I could see Kevin Durant this year playing a lot of 5 on that team. I mean, he already plays 4, but he's 6'13". So you'd have to look at it. I think that's a fit. I think DeAndre Ayton just had to go. He just did not do well at all. When he matched up with Nikola Jokic, and it wasn't even just Jokic. He just did not fit the way they want to play. But from Milwaukee's standpoint, so they lose Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday's a good player. I mean, Drew Holiday plays better defense than Damian Lillard, but Damian Lillard is a dynamic offensive player. Holiday's a good offensive player. Lillard's a great offensive player in every regard. So just that pick and roll game with Giannis Antetokounmpo and Damian Lillard now, John, I mean, how do you guard that? I mean, that's like, Harden in the first Joel. How do you guard that action right there? And then you keep Chris Middleton, right? Who's a terrific player. But I think the key thing was Milwaukee's willingness to give up Drew Holiday in this trade. Drew Holiday is one of the most underrated players in the NBA. Tough guy. I thought he guarded Kevin Durant as well as anybody when they would play the Warriors in a playoff series when he was in New Orleans. Didn't Steph Curry single out Drew Holiday? They asked him, who are the toughest guys to defend? And I thought it was kind of interesting he didn't mention Avery Bradley, but Avery hasn't been the same player for years. But I think he mentioned Drew Holiday, number one, as far as an ability to guard. So where's Drew Holiday? He's in Miami?
The Miami's not part of it. It's Blazers, Suns, and Bucks.
So where's Drew Holiday?
He's going to the Blazers along with Ayton, Kamara, and a bunch of ones.
Steph will have to deal with him.
Yeah,
a lot here. I gotta put this out.
Well, that's what I'm writing it out right here. And the thing about the Suns is, remember, they got so depleted from a bench standpoint that this is smart on their part because they re-signed
to get Durant. They gave up a lot of people.
So they re-signed. I think it was Indiana who gave Ayton an offer sheet. They re-signed him, I think, to again keep that money in there, but he was never really a fit. But now, because they're a team that lacked depth, and now they have Nurkic, Allen, Little, and Keon Johnson. Little and Johnson were former first-round picks. Nurkic can fill the hole in the middle. I don't know how much he's going to play, but now they've got some depth in Phoenix, and I think that's to them more important than just 8, and they get 4 players basically for the price of 1. The Bucks only get the 1 player. I think the Blazers did a much better job than what was rumored. Clearly they didn't really like Tyler Hero, but they get out of the deal Holiday, Ayton. I don't know much about the Kamara kid, but then they get a unprotected Bucks and then a couple of swaps with the Bucks as well. And I think given the circumstances, that's about as well as the Blazers could have done. So
yeah, I mean, obviously they took this to a week before training camp. You could have taken it into the season,
right?
But if you're Milwaukee, you want them to go to camp with you.
Well, again, Anthony Kumpo is talking about, well, I'm not going to sign the extension. What are you going to do? And I think that the Bucks were a bit desperate to say, okay, well, we just got you Damian Lillard, and we have Middleton already here, and now you got, they're not as deep maybe, and I like Holiday. I mean, he's not Lillard, but he's a hell of an effective player.
He's different. I mean, Holiday's a better defender. Dame's going to have to guard. That's a defensive mentality there for years. So to give up Drew Holiday, I'm sure was difficult. But if you're bringing in Damian Lillard, I mean, ultimately you'd like a backcourt of Damian Lillard and Drew Holiday. I mean, right now, John, what's Milwaukee's starting 5? Damian Lillard, Grayson Allen, right?
Allen just went to the Suns.
He's gone?
Grayson Allen's part of that deal.
Oh, so who's Middleton, Adenakumbo, and they brought back Brook Lopez, right?
Yeah.
So who's their other starter? When these 3-team deals come down, you lose track. So Grayson Allen's gone, right?
Yeah, he went to the Suns in that deal.
Along with Yusuf Nurkic.
Let's see, Middleton, Antetokounmpo, Brook Lopez. So you add Dame to that, and then Malik Beasley, Jay Crowder.
So who's Milwaukee's 5th starter?
Probably Beasley, I would think. Connaughton is still there.
Oh, Pat Connaughton's a good player.
Jay Crowder is there.
I mean, ideally, you'd like to keep. Obviously, giving up Drew Holiday had to be tough.
For sure.
I'm looking at a Bucks potential starting lineup on ESPN right now, and they have Grayson Allen starting at 2 guard. He's definitely gone.
Well, it says. I'll go back to the tweet from.
You got
Woj.
Phoenix lands Grayson Allen and Yusuf Nurkic.
Right.
Yeah,
so he's part of the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Suns get Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nazir Little, Keon Johnson. Milwaukee gets, Portland gets Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Toumani Camara, 29 unprotected, and 2 pick swaps. So Milwaukee only got Lillard. That's it.
Right. Well, that's what they were after, so they're not going to get more. I mean, that's the big acquisition. I mean, you look at all the trades and movement in the offseason this year, and James Harden's still in limbo, but Damian Lillard getting traded to Milwaukee. Now, interestingly, we thought he was singularly focused on going to Miami. All offseason, his agent was telling everybody, don't even bother. He wants to go to Miami. So he's not going to go to Miami. He's going to go to Milwaukee. And we look at the Eastern Conference now. Is Milwaukee better than Boston? Miami's still in the mix, but they didn't land Lillard. So, and then Damian's from Oakland, right? He's from here.
Mm-hmm.
How about him saying recently he never wanted to be a Warrior and didn't want to go that route? Now, they're not going to make a trade to get Damian Lillard right now after committing, to their guys. But it also ends a chapter of Portland Trailblazer basketball. And I remember so many playoff matchups with Lillard and CJ. They never had that big. They couldn't get that big to go, and they weren't as well rounded. One year it was the Western Conference Finals, and Kevin Durant wound up getting hurt the series before against Houston. And I think all 4 games were pretty tight, but the Warriors wound up sweeping Portland that year. So they just couldn't get over the hump. They never put a defensive mentality around Damian Lillard. So Dame did this like Chris Paul coming to the Warriors to get a championship. How close now is Milwaukee to, can they even get out of the East? I mean, just that combat. Middleton's a really good player.
So Woj is saying now that the Blazers are not expected to keep Drew Holiday, and they're shopping him already.
Whoa.
Because they've got Scoot Henderson back. They've got a bunch of backcourt guys.
Watch Miami get him.
So what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, okay, we got a great backcourt piece, more frontcourt pieces.
Well, I
what
mean,
they're doing.
And they're not in a win-now mode.
And Holiday's a winner.
Holiday's a good player. I mean, if the Warriors in a different time and a luxury tax and all that, I go get Drew Holiday.
Love that guy.
I'd much rather have Drew Holiday on this team than Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Would they make that trade right now? Expiring contract? Send Chris Paul to Portland and get Drew Holiday here? Could you make that work?
I mean, if I'm the Warriors, I'm on the phone.
Cool. I mean, what's Portland's motivation? Just an expiring contract?
You hit it right on the head. The two major problems for the Warriors last year, defense and the road. Not in the same breath, maybe, but defense
Drew Holiday's
and the road.
A stopper.
Yeah.
Drew Holiday.
Plus, you may have to play against them. So
everybody's talking about, the starting lineup. To me, that's overblown. It's what's your finishing lineup with Chris Paul? Is it Kevon Looney or Chris Paul, or is it Gary Payton II, or is it Dario Saric? Dario Saric is a pick and pop, good passing, multi-skilled big. I mean, the Warriors really, if they had a guy quite like him, most Spates could shoot it, but he couldn't pass it like this guy. Bogut, at that stage of his career, wasn't the offensive player. Bielitsa, he wasn't. Saric is better. And now he's 2 years removed from the ACL. So with Paul, everybody's going to fixate on, does he start? To me, is he in the closing lineup is key. And some nights he might be, some nights he might not be. And how does he deal with that? You get Drew Holiday, he's in your closing lineup. There's no doubt. In fact, you may put him in the closing lineup over Clay. He's that good of a player. But I think that's wishful thinking. Well, what would be Portland's motivation expecting expiring contract?
I think you could trade him straight up. Not that it's going to happen, but you could trade him straight up only because Drew Holiday is going to make about $35 million this year. Then he's got a player option the year after at $37 million. He'll never opt into that because he's going to, like typical guys, he's going to get more. He's only 33. So Drew Holiday could.
That's a lot of money, though.
It is, but
what if he gets hurt?
What he's going to do the next year, though, is he's going to opt out of that for a short, like a 3.
Well, what if he gets hurt this year?
Yeah, that's true. You're taking that risk.
And the Warriors are doing this because of that expiring contract to get under the second apron next year.
But it's kind of like Draymond's deal where it's like, okay, you may not get the AAV, but you're going to get more money overall. So what he's going to do is he's going to play for the 35 this year at age 33. And then he's going to opt out and get a longer-term contract.
See, this is why
you'd be in the same situation you are with Paul, which is a one-year deal.
And you're going to camp, and it's it's probably too close. But Damian Lillard just got traded to Milwaukee in the last few minutes. So teams do make trades right before training camp. That's why did you have to do the Jordan Poole trade then? What if
you had that now?
What if you still had Jordan Poole? Could you offer Portland Jordan Poole for Drew Holiday?
Well, it'd match up.
Who would you rather have on your roster? To me, it's not a debate.
Well, see, that's what I mean. If they were getting 33-year-old Chris Paul, it'd be different. Drew Holiday's 33, and I think Chris Paul will be fine, and everything will get worked out.
He's not going to guard like Drew Holiday.
But at 38, he can't.
Drew Holiday takes the ball.
I agree with you. 100%.
I mean, you put a lineup out there: Drew Holiday, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, and Steph. You can guard like the championship Warriors.
And he's a true combo guard. I mean, he can do both.
Play point guard or off guard. Yeah. That'll be hard. But
anyway, before we get too far ahead of ourselves again, a 3-way trade. Damian Lillard is part of the Milwaukee Bucks. So he goes to the Bucks. It's a 3-way with the Suns and the Blazers. The Suns get Nurkic, Allen Little, and Keon Johnson. The Blazers, and I think they get away
and
really
where's Grayson Allen? He's definitely not in Milwaukee anymore.
According to Woj, he's going to the Suns in that deal.
Okay.
The Blazers get Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, some ones, pick swaps, and Tumani Kamara again. And then the follow-up report is that the Blazers are looking to move Holiday, which makes sense because they have Scoot Henderson, who they took 2 overall. They got Anthony Simons there. They've got backcourt. They're still looking for front court guys. So that makes sense.
I'm Pat Riley. I'm all in on Drew Holiday.
Yeah, that's the call.
That's why I thought the 3-way he'd go there, but I'm sure that we're not playing with Riley. He's not getting Damian Lillard, and he's not in this 3-way. So, although Pat was probably in a few of them during the old Forum Club. But if I watch Drew Holiday
probably the first
go
one he's
to
watched.
Miami. Watch Drew Holiday go to Miami. Drew Holiday is
Tyler Hero anyway.
is a huge piece. Well, you could probably, if they're just saying they don't want him on the roster, you could probably get him cheap now.
Yeah.
Just give him a salary that
I think
matches
there's
up.
a lot of people burning up phone lines to 503. I mean, to get Drew Holiday is a
Without
nice
a
piece.
doubt. He's
a nice piece. Plus,
He's
like
one
I
of the
said,
most underrated players
right.
in the NBA.
Plus, like I said, he's got contract flexibility in that he's probably going to opt out. So unless he gets hurt, like you said, which is a big if, but he probably just plays for 1
out
year.
At $37 million?
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's a lot of money.
But he'll be 34, and he'll get $3 and $90 from somebody.
Well, if that's the case, if you're getting a rental in a lot of people's eyes, you don't have to give back a money. What Portland just wants an expiring contract?
No,
CP3.
I think they want some. No,
CP3.
That's crazy. Wow. It's so funny because you and I were just sitting here. It's like, hey, let's talk some Warriors, and then this trade came.
You know what? If Mike Dunleavy calls Chris Paul. Hey, Chris, I got good news for you. You are starting, but you're starting for the Portland Trailblazers.
No, that doesn't. Unfortunately, he plays the wrong position because they're trying to get rid of a point
expiring contract.
So
just take him.
Just take him.
He'll be fine.
You want to connect?
Damn.
What about this?
What if you still had Jordan
Okay, let me ask you this. This
Jordan
is where,
Poole would get you Drew Holiday.
Okay, but somebody still might. Would you connect a Kuminga to it? Would you say, okay,
the salaries, he's going to make.
But he doesn't make
money.
much. You could figure it out.
Who doesn't make much? Drew Holiday does.
Kuminga doesn't.
So you got to throw more in.
But yeah.
If
you're
the salaries
Portland,
have to match up.
I'm not going to go point guard for point guard.
You can't trade Kuminga for.
Why not?
No,
I'm saying you put Paul in it, and then the sweetener is Kuminga.
Let's not get greedy. We're giving you Paul. He's a future Hall of Famer. He's the point guard. Then you keep him. You don't like him.
Point guard. You can't go. Portland won't go point guard for point guard. They're trying to get rid of him.
Kuminga too?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
that's
we'll do
probably
that.
what it would take.
Know what? We'll do. When's the deadline? We'll do it in February. We're not doing it right now.
Drew Holiday's be long gone by then. You're not gonna be able to get him.
You're right. He will be.
So I mean, you could put a sweetener in there.
I'm not trading Kuminga.
You're not? Okay.
Well, I don't know.
I'm just saying that's probably what they'd say. Okay, you're not helping me out if I'm going point guard for point guard, but if
I'm
throw
giving you an
in,
expiring contract, why don't you just keep Holiday? He's the better player. You guys don't want to win up there anyway. What do you care?
You want to sing some Banana Holiday? Do you want that guy?
That's a big trade.
It is a big trade.
The Great Dame is a buck. I bet you Riley's mad.
Isn't that weird? Like the whole time, all these insiders, Toronto and Miami, Toronto.
I just read a piece. How does he go to Toronto?
And now it's
his agent was saying all summer, don't even talk to us.
Yeah.
He's going to Miami.
You ever hear Milwaukee the whole time?
Just sneaky.
I never heard any of that.
Sneaky.
There you go. That's the big trade.
The
Damian
Great
Lillard
Dame
to
is
the
a
Bucks.
buck, and he's out of the West.
And we care about what the Suns get. They get depth because that was all they didn't.
When's
have any
Milwaukee
depth.
coming to town? That'll be a good matchup.
Yeah, to check that. I always find it to be funny when Dame says,
right around the holidays?
I would never go to like just the Warriors and try to win. Well, aren't you just trying to create that with Milwaukee? I mean, you're just trying to create a winning team.
Different.
It is?
Milwaukee's got 1. We got 4. And he's got a thing about Curry. He does.
Yeah, he does.
And he's got a thing
That's
about Steve Kerr. Remember when Steve said, I see a lot of Steph Curry and Damian Lillard, and Dave shot back.
See, and this is in Milwaukee's case, too. This is a ballsy move because this could be a lot like when Kawhi went to the Bucks. It's like, I don't want to be here. If this doesn't work,
he's not going there if he didn't approve it. Damian Lillard is not going anywhere that he didn't approve it. He approved this deal.
If it doesn't work out for them, don't you think next year he's going to be in the same boat going, I don't want to be here?
Well, let's just see if it works.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good combination. I want to see that pick and roll between Giannis and Damian Lillard. How do you handle that?
All right, Damian Lillard to the Bucks. Give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. We will keep you caught up on what's going on with the 49ers as Kyle Shanahan is going to speak. We'll get that all to you. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
As far as like Golden State, like I respect what they've been doing over the last 8-9 years or whatever. And I'm from there. Obviously that's home, but I can't go be a part of that.
I agree.
Like they done won 4 championships. Like what I look like going to try to do that and say, oh, I'm joining my home team. Like, no, it's somebody that played my position that's, behind LeBron, the best player of this era. You know what I'm saying? So it don't even, to me, that don't even make sense. I'd never do nothing like that. I'll lose every year before I go.
You say behind LeBron?
Yeah.
How many championships LeBron have? 4?
Not 1, not 2.
4?
Damian Lillard is a member of the Milwaukee Bucks in a 3-way. Was just screwing around during the break. The trade machine says Chris Paul and Jonathan Kuminga make combined $36 million. Drew Holiday makes a combined $36 million. I mean, almost to the dime.
Ding, 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 ding.
Just saying. Mike Dunleavy, from my lips to your ears, works perfectly, if you'd like to do that.
Throwing Kuminga in would make it somewhat hard, but it's just and the reason we're saying this is that this is a complicated transaction, obviously. And Drew Holiday, who I think is outside of Damian Lillard, he is the best player in this trade, right? So we are going to talk to Howard Beck coming up at 11:50. So Drew Holiday is in a layover, a momentary stoppage in Portland.
Yes.
So the big news is Damian Lillard going to Milwaukee. After the offseason, that's all we heard about. And, would he demand a trade and would he not demand a trade? And then it seemed like it was just going to be Miami. He just got traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. So his team, the Portland Trailblazers, get Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Kamara, and a boatload of draft picks, 2029 first-round pick, 28, 30, first-round swaps. How many of those are protected, John, as far as lottery picks?
None.
They're all unprotected?
Yeah, there's one pure number one, and then there's 2 pick swaps, and all are unprotected.
And then Phoenix does get Yusef Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson. So, from Portland's standpoint, it's interesting because they're not going to keep. When you say of all the players that just got traded now, the best player is Damian Lillard. But to me, a very close second best player is Drew Holiday. And Portland got DeAndre Ayton as well. Allen's an interesting player. He's a skilled player, a little bit of a nasty rep. And Nurkic, I think, has more if he can stay healthy. The young guys will see. But Portland apparently has no interest in keeping Drew Holiday, and they're going to reroute him. So that would be the key thing is, who's after him, and could the Warriors get involved by offering Chris Paul? I don't think they would do that, but it's a heartless business. It's all about winning. And to me, do you have to include Kuminga? Can the salaries just match up if you trade them Chris Paul for Drew Holiday?
But if I'm Portland, what am I gaining?
An expiring contract.
But Drew Holiday's is going to be expiring.
But what if he gets hurt? Why am I trading Drew Holiday in Portland? Why am I doing that?
Because I think they're going with a youth movement. I think that in the backcourt, Scoot Henderson is there and Sharp is there.
Okay, so what do they want?
There.
They want like 3 Jonathan Kumingas. They want young guys.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if I'm a Warriors fan and I'm driving around listening, I understand he's got a ton of potential. I'm not down on Kuminga. It's just that when fans look at trades, they look at their team only. You got to look at Portland, who's saying we need a young front court player.
Yeah,
that's what he is.
All right, so it's probably a moot point. Portland won't take Chris Paul.
Not just straight up. It doesn't make any sense.
But, I would look at it from the expiring contract. But if that's true,
right,
then.
But if you're the Warriors, you're all in now, right? There's no 2 timelines. There's one. So
right, I'd rather have Drew. I'd rather have Drew Holiday.
Right, if you want to win a title,
Drew Holiday's in my starting lineup and my finishing lineup, and Clay Name may not be.
Well, plus
Drew Holiday actually on this team would. Draymond's a very good player still. I love Andrew. He's an Andrew Wiggins type player. He's a 2-way player in a guard's body. Andrew's a wing who can guard guards. Drew Holiday's a guard that can guard wings.
He just fits a lot better.
He's one of the best ever guarding Kevin Durant. He's a great player. To me, Lillard's a tremendous offensive player. And with his range, he's out to Steph at the logo. But you're talking about a complete player that impacts winning. Drew Holiday's right there. So Lillard goes to Milwaukee. We'll ask Howard Beck about, what does that do? Are they good enough to win a championship now? You put Giannis and Lillard together in a 2-man game? So hard to deal with Giannis.
They lost a lot of depth,
when he comes off that pick and roll. I mean, the NBA is about star power and winning late in games. How do you deal with that? I mean, Giannis, you give him any bit of a straight line to the basket off of action, that's going to be hard to deal with. That's why you want him in camp right now, and you want them running the PNR to death. But that combination of Damian Lillard and Giannis, then you got Chris Middleton off of it, and Lopez can make a 3 and block shots. He's a much better rebounder. So, but they had to think, do we have to give up Drew Holiday because if you had a backcourt of Damian Lillard and Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton and Giannis Antetokounmpo and Brook Lopez, wow, that rivals any starting 5 in the league. But now the real attention turns to, unless James Harden gets traded, John, and I think even maybe anyway, what does Portland do with Drew Holiday? Who was after him? You're saying the Warriors. I agree with you. I wouldn't take Paul if I'm them. But you want something younger.
I think, again, it depends on, the Warriors have got to be having this conversation. And you could go to Joe Lacob and you could say, look, we're not adding unless he gets hurt. But that's a big question.
Portland won't do it.
But I do think they would if Kuminga was involved. I know that, look, I know the fan base likes him. I know the organization likes him. But I think the question they would honestly have to ask themselves is we're all in on this thing. We're all in on winning another championship with this group. And what you just pointed out for just a second here, beyond fantasy land of this, is if your starting lineup is Holiday and Curry and Wiggins,
Draymond,
now all of a sudden you have a defensive mentality.
It's the finishing lineup. I don't know what starts, but that lineup, Drew Holiday turns the hourglass, the clock of Klay Thompson defensively. He guards the ball.
Absolutely
Wiggins can guard the ball.
Now you're back to what
say
you
you're
were.
Playing Dallas. You put Andrew Wiggins on Luka, and you put Drew Holiday on Kyrie Irving. I mean, when you get into those 2-man games, you're dealing with Phoenix now has got 3 great offensive players who really, none of them need a ball screen. Durant a little bit, but you just give Durant hell. You just tap your hand twice and go in the right mid-post, get out of the damn way. Devin Booker needs nothing, and Bradley Beal needs nothing. And then they interact together in a mixture, and you're like, wow, how do we guard them? Where are they going? So now you have Drew Holiday. Now, we'll see what Paul is. I mean, it's probably not going to happen now. But if you're asking me if I had to put Kuminga in with Paul to get Holiday, I would do it. But in retrospect, I would think my reaction would be, damn, why did we have to trade Jordan Poole back in June? What if we waited till late September? Could we use Jordan Poole now as a piece to go get Drew Holiday?
Right. I think actually Kuminga fits what Portland is doing better. And again, I like Kuminga. It's just you're already all in.
They wouldn't want Jordan Poole?
And then from a financial standpoint, you can sell this to Joe Lacob if you're Mike Dunleavy because you can say, look, he's got 1 more year left at 35, which is very similar, or at 36, exactly what Paul's making.
All right, here's one.
And then what you do is the next year, he's going to opt out anyway.
Here's one. I mean, and people are going to freak out when I say this. I won't say it. You're not gonna,
you have to say it now. You can't say that.
Trade. Where did Klay Thompson grow up?
Oh.
In Oregon.
Portland.
Trade trade him for Drew Holiday.
Oh, no!
I'm just saying.
I'm not even going to look at the text line.
I would unquestionably do that.
Well, you're right.
It'd be done.
In that.
Now, that's cold, and that they're in the business of Red Auerbach and our great players and Al Davis. They're all going to
Who are you? Are you Bill Walsh or Al Davis? Because Bill Walsh would do it. Al Davis wouldn't.
Ask Joe LaCava who he is. I don't know. He just gave all these guys lifetime contracts. They're not playing anywhere else. Steph's not playing anywhere else. Draymond's not playing anywhere else. They're trying to redo Clay's contract and all that. So I'm just probably
I don't even
too
think Portland would
large.
do that.
It's just too large. But where is Drew Holiday going to wind up is the question. Great teams are going to be all in on him. Watch Miami. He would be a perfect Miami Heat. He would fit that culture. You put him and Jimmy Butler together.
The Warriors have to call. The Warriors have to call him. They have
to call. Of course they're calling.
But it makes a lot of sense. And I'm not just saying this for sports radio purposes. The finances make sense. He's going to opt out after this year anyway. I don't want to give up Kuminga realistically because they're not going to take Clay because he's going into the last year. Plus he's banged up a little bit. They would want Kuminga, and I'd have to think long and hard. But again, you're already down this road. You're already down the road of championship or bust. You're down this road. And when these guys leave, you're going to be in total rebuild with or without Jonathan Kuminga. It just doesn't matter at this point. So I'd be for it.
Yeah, the question is, would Portland trade and take that package back? Portland's going to get a good package for Drew Holiday. Could the Warriors satisfy them?
But he works on their timeline.
I'm sure there's other young players they're looking at, not just him. The whole league is after Drew Holiday now. So we'll ask Howard Beck, what does this do for Milwaukee in the East, getting Damian Lillard? And where is Drew Holiday going to wind up between now and next week?
All right, Howard Beck will join us coming up next from the Ringer. Damian Lillard is a member of the Bucks in a three-way trade with the Suns and the Blazers. We'll talk about it with Howard next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yo, NBA, man. Y'all need to look into the Bucks for tampering. Y'all do. I'm just going to put that out there. Y'all didn't hear it from me, but I heard it through somebody. Y'all look at him for tampering.
Look at Jimmy Butler. He knows what he's talking about. He knows a thing.
Tampering from when? They traded for him. They didn't sign him as a free agent. What is he talking about?
So here's the deal. If you're just tuning in, the great Howard Beck's going to join us momentarily to give us his opinion on this. Damian Lillard goes to the Bucks, finally gets moved. The Blazers get Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Tumani Kamara, a couple of first-round picks, one pick and one swap. The Suns are the third team in this. Yusuf Nurkic, Nazir Little, Keon Johnson, Grayson Allen. That is the trade. Let's get Howard Beck's thoughts on it. At Howard Beck, make sure you're following him, and he's the senior NBA writer for The Ringer. Our good pal joins us courtesy of the Umaga sign. Hi, Howard. First of all, hi. And second of all, give us your reaction.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, wow. Who had Milwaukee on their bingo card? I don't think too many people. The part of me that is not surprised is the part that has been trying to tell people for months, just because Dame wants to go to Miami and Miami wants Dame doesn't mean that this is where it's going to go. Like the NBA occasionally works that way, but it usually doesn't. If you are a star or anybody and you insist on a trade, then the team has, perhaps some moral obligation to get you out of there for their own sake and yours or whatever. That's fine. But they're under no obligation to send you exactly where you want to go. And, as long as this was dragging out over months, there were plenty of people around the league who thought it would still end up with Portland settling for the Miami offer, an offer that they clearly were never enamored of. But my gut was always they're going to make the best deal for them because that's what teams should do. That's what you are obligated to do. That's your job as a GM or team president. You do what's in the best interest of your franchise. You don't trade a player somewhere where he wants to go just to please him if it's to your detriment. If it's to your benefit also, then great. But the Blazers made, obviously in their estimation, a better deal than what they could have gotten from Miami. And on the Bucks end of this, wow. Holy moly. I mean, like Giannis and Dame together, I understand Dame's obviously 33 and with a lot of miles on him, but he had one of his best seasons last year and has still got, to me, it would appear, a lot left. And you never know. Guards get into their mid-30s, and you never know. In this era, their longevity is greater, as you guys see with Steph and Chris Paul. But Dame and Giannis, however long this lasts, should be absolutely spectacular in Milwaukee.
And they got Chris Middleton still and Brook Lopez, and we'll see who the other starter is, maybe Beasley. But giving up Drew Holiday was a lot. But what Jimmy Butler said, the audio we played coming in, Howard, about tampering, I mean, what's he talking about? It's a trade. It wasn't like they got him as a free agent. They had to recruit him to some degree. So what's the Miami angle on this? And is Pat Riley all in on Drew Holiday, who appears to be just a layover in Portland? Where does he wind up?
I don't know what Jimmy's talking about. And listen, tampering, no tampering, whatever. This league, everybody's tampering all the time. I don't even know if that has any bearing on this because, yeah, it was a trade where Dame wanted out and the Trailblazers kept canvassing until they found the right deal. And they found the right deal. Like, I don't even know how the word tampering even applies here at all. But even if it did, everybody in the league is doing that all the time. So nobody's clean on that one. In terms of Miami, like, I don't want to say this is like catastrophic, right? Like, there's no catastrophic. They still got Jimmy Butler. They've got Bam Adebayo. They've got a team that made the finals last year, but they lost two really key players in Vincent and Strus. And kind of willingly, like, they didn't really make a big effort to keep those guys. And I think it was because they had in mind all along that they were going to get Damian Lillard. So now they've lost two key players from that team and not replaced them and not gotten Lillard. They are the Heat. They tend to find another Max Strus and another Gabe Vincent. That's what they do. They find guys where nobody else does, and they develop them, and they plug them right in. And maybe that will happen. But I think as of this very second, Miami has taken a step back. They're, and more than that, one of the teams that they'd be battling with to win the East, the Bucks, just got the guy that the Heat were chasing. So, there's no sugarcoating it. This is a pretty big blow for Miami.
The great Howard Beck is joining us, senior writer from The Ringer at Howard Beck. Damian Lillard is the big story today. Goes to the Milwaukee Bucks in a three-way with the Blazers and the Suns. Here in the Bay Area, we're thinking, okay, the Suns, obviously, when they made the moves that they made for Durant and for Beal, they lost a lot of depth there. So they bring in Nurkic. They lose Ayton. Obviously, they bring in Nurkic, Little, Johnson, and Grayson Allen. Are they better?
I've never – so the Suns are so hard for me to assess as it is anyway. I was not a big fan of the Beal acquisition. But in part, it was because I thought that they had so many holes and they weren't addressing it. And yeah, they did okay in the offseason in terms of plugging in some role guys. This helps replenish even more so. Like, I do like that what this does for their bench. Nurkic is a bit of a downgrade from Ayton, but there's the Suns just have a lot of talent there, but they also have a lot of volatility, right? Durant probably is going to play 2/3 of the season, because that's been the case ever since the Achilles. When he's played, it's 2/3 of the season. Beal is oft injured, and Booker, though younger, has had his own issues. So, but they've got 3 stars, and they've got some really nice depth, and they're clearly the Ayton thing. Even though Monty Williams is gone, it was never just Ayton and Monty Williams at that issue. It was Ayton and seemingly the whole organization, and so they've kind of cleared out that cloud as well. And yeah, I mean, like the Suns were already, a likely contender based on sheer top end talent alone. I do think this deal makes them even better.
We mentioned earlier that, obviously the package that Portland got is better, in trading with Milwaukee. But there are a couple of unknowns here. DeAndre Ayton, where's he going to be? They're going to get 2 future ones. But the big one is Drew Holiday, Howard. And apparently he's not going to stay in Portland for long. And to me, when you look at the overall trade, Damian Lillard's the best player, clearly. But Drew Holiday is a close number 2. He is a really underrated two-way player. Who's after Drew Holiday now?
Half the league, possibly. I mean, this is only happened just a short time ago, so I haven't been able to make the rounds on this, but right. You have to think Miami to start with. They may not be in a real great mood right now, but you don't let your emotions dictate your decisions at a time like this. Drew Holiday would be fantastic for the Miami Heat if they can find a way to get him. And look, the good news is Portland's pretty well familiar now with everything that Miami has to offer, and can they find a deal there, and can they cut through whatever clutter is remaining from the failed Lillard negotiations? But I think just to take it to the next level, Miami almost has to be all in on a Drew Holiday deal. Like, I don't know who else they can get at this stage. Like, and we know Jimmy Butler's up there in years and miles, and Kyle Lowry is kind of scuffling along, and like, what is your window in Miami?
James Harden, maybe? We're hearing actually Drew Holiday to Philly, and they're looking to move Harden maybe to Miami. Is that even workable?
I don't know. It's there's like Drew Holiday. First of all, Drew Holiday back to Philly would be hilarious, because that was the first move in the Sam Hinkie era when they started the process, was moving Drew Holiday out. Drew Holiday to the Sixers would be really interesting. In a multi-team deal that gets Harden somewhere, Clippers, Heat, wherever, sure, maybe. But I think every contender that's not already loaded in the backcourt is probably going to at least make an inquiry about Drew Holiday.
And no doubt. Howard, thank you for a few minutes. I know you're busy. We really appreciate the time. Thanks. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it, guys. Take care.
See, there you go. Just got it right. We got a phone. He got a hit there. Make sure you check out Howard. He's with The Ringer now. He's been at SI, Bleacher Report, New York Times. He's one of the best ones around. By the way, for more insight into this trade, Damian Lillard goes to the Bucks. Mark Spears today, conveniently, with Tolbert and Copes at 450.
He'll know.
50. So make
He's
sure
tied
we
with the
tune in on
great
that.
Dame.
Yes, he is.
Two Bay Area Hall of Famers.
Again, Damian Lillard to the Bucks. A three-way deal with the Blazers and the Suns. Drew Holiday to the Blazers, not expected to stay there. DeAndre Ayton, Tumani Kamara, a 2029 Bucks first, and a pick swap with the Bucks as well. Phoenix, who Howard said he likes them because he likes this move because they get deeper. And remember, in the trades for Durant and Bradley Beal, they got really thin on the bench. So Nurkic, Nazir Little, Keon Johnson, Grayson Allen is what the Suns get for basically giving up Ayton. So Milwaukee going all in. And again, on the Holiday deal, he can opt out after a year. He's got 2 years left, but he's got a player option in the second year, which I would imagine at 33 and coming off the season he's coming off, unless there's an injury, he probably opts out of that second year. Leads me to think, if I'm Mike Dunleavy, how about Paul and Kuminga? Because they're looking for youth. If you're the Blazers, you're looking for youth and guys up front. They got the reason they are going to move Drew Holiday is because they got a glut of guards after taking Scoot, and they've got Simons, and they have Sharp. They have a bunch of either guards or swingmen. They need some more size up front. Kuminga could do that. It's just a matter of if the Warriors would go all in on, okay, we're going to be really bad at the end of this, but we're going to go all in to try to win. Because they match up.
I mean, that would be harsh to Chris Paul to ship him to Portland in their situation. But
and then he'd have to get moved again.
He doesn't have a no trade, so you do what you do. To me, it's a no-brainer. I would do that. But you heard Howard, and our first reaction is the entire league. I don't think half the league. You tell me a team that does not want Drew Holiday. So I'm sure Milwaukee had to think hard about making that deal to give him up. But there's no way you're getting Damian Lillard unless you give that up, because now Portland can flip Drew Holiday and get something back. So right now, I think the most coveted guy in the NBA right now that's on the market is Drew Holiday, even more than James Harden. They're not going to take Harden's baggage and his money. So where does he go? If I'm the Warriors, I'm all in on that. But I don't think that would be enough to get Drew Holiday. You heard Howard, half the league, and I think it'd be more. You're going to get some great offers for Drew Holiday. And it's going to be winning teams. They're going to have to bring them in, you know. So as far as young players, it'd be tough. You canvass the whole league now, and you can go do that. And, you know, Portland's been looking at that anyway because they had Lillard on the block. So they already knew.
They knew who's got
They
what.
knew who's got what. So let's see what happens. Just from Milwaukee's standpoint, and we like Damian Lillard. We obviously, Bay Area, Oakland kid, grew up, you know, Damian Lillard jump shot from the Coliseum Arena. I remember his first ever game in the Coliseum. He had his fans there. He had like 30 cousins there. And he just got drafted from Weber State. It's like, who is this guy? And he went off. And Portland got rolled. The Warriors beat him. But he put up a big number. And he always came in with a chip on his shoulder. I remember so many games. And you heard him talking about he doesn't want to be a Warrior in Steph Curry's position. And there was a little bit of a rivalry there. I remember them when the Warriors won 73 games, them running up the score on the Warriors right around the All-Star break. And he dropped like, was it 50 or 60? He went off.
60, I think it was.
He went, and he was shooting in the fourth quarter. They didn't pull him out. And the Warriors never forgot that. But I think that's just the Oakland tough kid in him. And or is he from Brookside? And just his mentality. So it's a little sad that they all can't be like Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. And maybe one day they'll have to play somewhere else. But, you know, he didn't ask for a trade from there for a long time. After they lost C.J. McCollum and they never put the right people around him. You know, Dollar Dame, and just what a great personality he is. So we wish him well. It's a little sad that he couldn't make it work in Portland. But you know what the main reason was? The Warriors and their dynasty was, you know, right when he was trying to get championship level, the Warriors just extinguished him so many times in the playoffs, including a sweep in the Western Finals. But is he good enough now? He had to approve this deal. I think going to Miami, John, you're still a little bit of an overachiever with that roster. Now he's got Giannis and that pick and roll game. You got Chris Middleton, who's an underrated two-way player, good three-point shooter, good defender. You got Brook Lopez, who late in his career has reinvented himself. He used to be straight, you know, 5-down post-up guy, and now he's hitting threes. He's blocking shots. He's rebounding. He was never a good rebounder. So, and I don't know who their other starter is going to be. It could be Pat Connaughton, a good player.
Malik Beasley.
Where do you put Lillard, Middleton, Adetokounmpo, and Brook Lopez in the East? Are they good enough to beat Boston? Are they good enough to beat Philly? Are they good enough to beat Miami? Who else is left in the East? Is Milwaukee now the favorite in the East? They were last year. They were the number 1 seed, and they got knocked out in the first round by Milwaukee. Or by Miami.
Essentially, they gave up because for now, the picks don't matter to Milwaukee. They gave up Drew Holiday. Grayson Allen played for them. So essentially what they did is they gave up those guys for now to bring in Damian Lillard. And as much as I like Drew Holiday, and I do, and if I'm done leaving, I'm making that call, but they're probably better. And they won the East last year at 58-24. They didn't win. They weren't in the finals, but they had the best record in the East.
Well, they're better now, but are they good enough to beat Boston? Boston got Porzingis.
Right. You got Boston.
Jaylen Brown, Tatum, Porzingis. They lost Marcus Smart.
You got the Sixers with a pissy James Harden, which means he's going to be fat in camp. The Cavs have Mitchell and company. I'll tell you,
they're not ready yet.
I'll tell you a team that's going to go after him is the Knicks. They were the 5 seed last year. Miami's going to go after
Drew
him.
Holiday?
Oh, for sure. I can see the Knicks absolutely trying to get aggressive after him.
To me, Drew Holiday is a finishing piece in a championship team.
Absolutely. But the Knicks think they are.
Did the LA Clippers get him?
That was one team I looked at. I think the Clippers are a team.
The Clippers, I go get him. You put him with Kawhi and PG-13? As far as
I wouldn't want that to
defensive?
happen.
No,
we
wouldn't want that. But these teams are loading up.
Yeah, there's going to be a
stars.
handful. I mean, like you said, you wouldn't be doing your job if you were a GM to not call them. But there's a handful of teams, like you said, that are championship contenders because that's a big contract. So you're going to have to match that contract. Plus, if you're Portland, the specific thing they're looking for is a young big because they have young backcourt players. The reason they're not going to keep Holiday is they've got a glut. So that means you're going to trade a young big and something that will match. There's a team in the Western Conference that has all that, a matching contract and a young big.
There are a lot of teams, though. And I think there's a younger big that's better than Kuminga. But it's not a question of Dunleavy calling Phoenix and who's their GM? James Jones?
Calling Portland.
Pardon me. And who's Portland's new GM after O'Shea? It's not a question of that. It's them calling you. Everybody's calling them now because they want Drew Holiday. Joe Cronin. Yeah, he became because of the Portland Lillard trade. Anyway, I think it's just, is he going to take your call? Is he going to call you and say, we want Kuminga? Maybe they identified Kuminga, but there's so many good young players in the NBA. They got a piece now in Drew Holiday, so they can go get something big. So I think that's the next step. And for Miami, could you imagine Riles getting on the phone with Joe Cronin? Probably have to take a day. He knew about it before.
Yeah, but he was the one, again, according to reports, like take it or leave it.
He'd have that ginormous GM he's got. Who's that guy? He'd call him.
Come on, you have the line of the day today.
What, the three-way?
That's the first three-way that Pat Riley hasn't been involved in.
Yeah.
Back to the Forum Club.
That was the triangle with Magic and Kareem. And maybe Dr. Buzz. And don't forget Jerry West.
Don't forget Jerry West.
You know what I haven't seen? I got to start watching again is Winning Time.
You know, they after two seasons,
back.
Yeah, but then the guy who put it together, I forget, Jeff Pearlman, they canceled it after 2 seasons because they didn't get enough.
But I haven't
watch.
seen the second season.
Apparently, it was great, but and somebody might pick it up.
When they play
it
it
on
over the
HBO.
summer?
Yeah, it was on HBO, and then somebody may pick it up because it's getting all sorts of accolades, but nobody's watching it apparently. So summer's a tough time, though. You know, you got a lot of stuff going on. Like now that it's kind of settling in, although no, I don't have time now. Got a bunch of football stuff. Anyway, give us your thoughts. Damian Lillard's going to the Bucks. Should the Warriors make that call? And would the Blazers call back? Would you make that move? Hi, Chris. You're going to Portland, and Portland's going to move Chris Paul then, but they get Kuminga as the sweetener. But then they got to move Paul. Paul gets moved like 5 times in 2 years.
They will get a better offer for Drew Holiday, is my prediction.
All right. We'll get into that. We got some Niners to discuss, and Kyle Shanahan is going to be speaking about his new deal, so we'll get that to you as well. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, the great Greg Cosell. And he looked at all the action around week 3. What stood out to him? That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, Moskowitz LLP, and he has the answers to all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers by giving, that's right, giving, it's not a loan, they just give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You say, terrific, how do I qualify? There's two different ways. You only have to qualify under one of them. First is the easy way. It's just math. It's a certain drop in gross revenue. But a lot of firms I've spoken to stop there at the easy way. They don't want to bother with the other way. The other way is a facts and circumstances test. It takes a lot more work, analysis. We're willing to do that for you. And although certainly not everybody qualifies, but a lot of people that were told by their CPAs they didn't qualify under the gross revenue test, the drop in gross revenue, do qualify under the facts and circumstances. We have a free consultation. Find out if you qualify, and if you do, let's get everything to which you're legally entitled. Some clients have gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars and even more.
That's Steve Moskowitz. He just told you it's a free consultation, so you have nothing to lose. Call 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's Steve Moskowitz at 888-TAX-DEAL or at moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
And if people have doubts about Brock Purdy, they need to go ahead and erase him, because I just don't know what you could doubt him about anymore. I mean, his toughness has shown, his ability to play the position has shown, and the fact that his teammates respond the way that they do. And Steve Smith, my partner on the pregame show, said something. He said, receivers love the fact that he does not put them in harm's way, and they will always reciprocate when that's the case. I think you saw that in the second half of that game against the Giants.
That's Steve Weiss yesterday. Talk some Niners here. Kyle Shanahan is going to speak, and we'll have it for you at some point, talking about his new extension. By the way, this is making the viral rounds, and then we'll talk more about the 49ers in just a second. So last year, for the All-Star Game draft, Giannis picked Dame with his first pick instead of Drew Holiday. Of course he did. So everybody's saying that's
was Drew Holiday even a starter?
That's good. Yeah, that's a good point.
Was he?
You wouldn't pick him first.
Of course. Come on. People are silly.
So anyway, people are like, oh, look at Giannis took Dame.
Drew Holiday.
Dame is part of the Bucks.
So Giannis
right
made
now.
the trade.
Tuned in.
Let's trade Drew Holiday. Was Drew Holiday a starter in the All-Star game last year?
No. By the way,
what
now,
are they?
These reports are so funny because now
that's what
this team's Milwaukee's itched, Philly's itched, all these.
But Drew Holiday was a All-Star last year.
Not a starter.
No, but
he was an All-Star.
He was an All-Star in the draft. He's Damian Lillard's a Hall of Fame player. Drew Holiday has a chance to get there.
He had a good year last year.
I'm telling you, Milwaukee and their organization had to really bite hard to give up Holiday, but that's probably what got it over the top. There's no way they're getting him.
No.
I mean, look at Milwaukee last year. They won 58 games. And they had one of the best records in the NBA for a long period of time. They fired Mike Budenholzer. They got a new coach there. They got to win in Milwaukee, even though it's a small market team. But in any event, so that's what's going on in the NBA is Damian Lillard going to Milwaukee and not Miami. But now the 49ers are going back to work, and this is a whole different challenge. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan, and I'm sure, knowing Kyle, he will downplay the contract extension, but I think he may open up a little. I know it means a lot to him to not move his family. I mean, look at his timeline of where he's been. When you're an assistant coach and here, there, and everywhere, and his dad got fired in Washington, and he was in Cleveland 1 year and done, Atlanta, short time, the success. To come here as a head coach in 2017, I mean, did we ever think, in light of them going, Jimmy Tomsula, Chip Kelly, to fire a coach after 1 year back-to-back, when they hired Kyle Shanahan, that in 2017, John, that he would be still here going into his seventh year and signing a contract extension for how many more years they're going to tack on. So he's going to be a 10-year NFL head coach looking at that roster and that rebuild and what he had to do after Jimmy T and Chip. And wow. And it took him a couple of years to figure it out and to get Bosa, and the Jimmy injury actually helped him. But it's pretty amazing. So he may.
How about the ride, by the way? How about it's been the wildest of rides only because it took them a long time to get it going, and they get the Jimmy trade, and they do all these things, and now they're a perennial contender, and they might have, just from a pure talent standpoint, you were asking Mike Silver about this, offensively, defensively, I don't know what side is better, but to just accumulate all this talent, whoever gets the credit, whether it's Kyle, whether it's John, whether it's Adam Peters, and all the other people that are great in the front office, to accumulate this kind of talent. And I know they haven't won the Super Bowl, and that's the bottom line. And I know that Jed said that when Harbaugh was here and everything else. You got to win one of these things. But they have put a lot of talent together, and this has been a really good group. They got to finish it, but this has been a really good group.
Well, I mean, it's just, it wasn't that long, actually. The 2 years, they just, they had some missteps along the way. Reuben Foster, Solomon Thomas, trying to find the quarterback.
Buckner trade. I mean, think about
that was after they went to the Super Bowl, and that was more salary cap mandated. They've overcome that with Javon Hargrave. I mean, the timing of the extension, Jed didn't have to do this, but he did it now. So I don't think it takes the pressure off of winning a Super Bowl.
No.
Because that's internally driven. It doesn't make you compete any less. It's just now whatever financial security and the length of the contract and the term and the overall dollar figure, whatever it is, it sets your family up and you're secure there. But as a professional and a grinder like Kyle is, so I wonder if he'll I'm sure the first question will be about the extension because this was announced just minutes after his teleconference on Friday, and they pushed that up. It was supposed to be at 1 o'clock on Friday. They pushed it up to 12:20, and then right after that, they announced the extension. So whether he'll reflect on where he's at and the security and all of that I think he will to some degree. He's also in, installation day mode. They're going to be on the practice field today.
He's going to downplay it.
I don't know. We'll see. And then, but I think the one thing you tap into is the relationship with John and how he's the one that found John Lynch. John was doing TV for Fox. He went to Atlanta to a playoff game that Kyle was coaching. And I don't know, was it Kyle? I think it was John brought it up. Hey, what are you going to do? And then, for John to leave television, that was not his career path. It's just interesting how they got together, the philosophies of how to build a team through the defensive line and the culture and getting guys that love football. So it's interesting. I think Kyle will open up to some degree. He's not going to talk for an hour because he's got to practice to run. He'll be there for his normal 15 minutes or so. But I think it's a time to reflect a little bit, especially coming off the mini bye and the contract and, why they did it now, the security that he has. And mainly it's the fact that they're signing these contracts together. It wasn't one and not the other. It's together. And are they now, concurrent as far as length and when they expire and just the relationship? So it's pretty amazing. Where did you ever think back in 2017 that Kyle would coach 7 years and then get a contract extension?
That's what I think is interesting is that what it's all spawned, right? I mean, Mike Shanahan, this was Mike Shanahan, who I still can't believe isn't in the Hall of Fame because, yeah, Bill Walsh, who won Super Bowls and then spawned it all off, but Mike Shanahan won Super Bowls too, and then he's got his son who's then spawned this off, and whether you want to say McVay was first or whatever, but everybody runs some version of this, kind of like when Walsh did, and yet Mike Shanahan's not in the Hall of Fame, which blows my mind. And then for those, and it's a very small amount of people now, but when Kyle was going through the struggles and hadn't yet found his quarterback and they weren't winning games or Jimmy got hurt in 2020 or whatever the case may be, or kind of saying, hey, maybe this isn't the guy. I mean, it's like if Kyle wasn't here, he'd have a job by the time he hung up the phone. I mean, he's considered the guy. And Mike McDaniel might be the flavor of the week, and I got a lot of respect for Mike McDaniel, but it's Kyle. I mean, that's what it all comes back to. And Sean McVay, he's smart, and the Rams are overachieving, but it's Kyle. That's what it comes back to.
Without a doubt. More than half the teams in the league run his offense now.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right, so we'll get that to you. We'll keep you up to date on anything that's going on in the NBA front. Again, Damian Lillard, the big story of the day. The Giants are out in the playoffs, a ton to get to. We'll give it to you next. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, friends. Pop and Lund, as we're live at Levi Stadium. Kyle Shanahan is going to speak shortly about his contract extension and probably brush that aside quickly and talk about the Cardinals and everything else. Big story of the day, Damian Lillard in a three-way to the Bucks. Not the M as in Miami, the M as in Milwaukee. Lillard to the Bucks. The Suns get Nurkic and Grayson Allen, Nazir Little, Keon Johnson. Drew Holiday, who is expected to be moved from the Blazers. He goes to Portland for now. DeAndre Ayton, some pick swaps, and so forth. So that is the big story of the day. I'm trying to advocate that they put Kuminga and Chris Paul in a deal which would match up perfectly and get Drew Holiday. I think that would be great, but probably doubt that would happen. Miami expected to be involved for Drew Holiday, Philly, and some others. Clippers are being brought up, so a bunch of stuff being thrown against the wall as far as Drew Holiday is concerned. And again, the big story, the Giants officially, Andrew
eliminated.
I was listening to Bags this morning, and he did the work, so you don't have to have a headache. The Giants are officially out, which, again, we'll talk a lot about the offseason, but I was listening to Bags a lot coming in, and a lot of people are going to blame both guys in the front office and the manager's seat. To be honest with you, I think Farhan had a bad year, and I've always been in Farhan you trust, but from Jock Peterson signing, which I didn't understand, to striking out in the offseason, to the guys that they did pivot to, and again, it's about the players, but they signed Haniger and Stripling and guys like that. They just did not come through, which forced them to use Conforto, who was hurt a lot, forced to use very young players because of that situation, and those guys just weren't ready. So this morning, Bags telling Murph and Mac that he expects a franchise-altering trade potentially in the offseason.
What that mean?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Who do you have to give up?
Yeah.
I mean, would it be franchise-altering if you trade one of your young guys? I mean, you don't have anybody that has any history here. Brandon Crawford's going to retire, or at least not retire, but they're going to have a day for him. Maybe he retires, but he's the last link to the championship era. So if you traded Kyle Harrison, would that be a franchise-altering trade? I don't think so, but we'll see. And then the Marco Luciano play that he made last night, the indecision on going for the double play, is just as a head-scratcher. If he didn't know how many outs there were, you worry about his concentration level. He's a young player, but he hasn't played that many Major League games to be losing his concentration in the middle of a game. And then if he did know the number of outs and he didn't have the instincts to go to second base, that's more alarming. And then he's your shortstop. And so maybe, sometimes it takes a big trade to happen. Brian Sabian, one of the first moves he made right away was making a big trade. And, the Jeff Kent getting for Matt Williams, you make a trade. And sometimes that in the NBA, we got a big trade, done today with Damian Lillard going to Milwaukee. And, sometimes you have to throw a sweetener in a trade to get it done, John. And I do suggest maybe a case of Gold Bar whiskey could get that done. So
that looks nice.
Right around this time yesterday, I was deciding, am I going to Gold Bar this Tuesday or going the following? Look at the week. Look at the bottles they have there that are 49er. So yesterday.
So what is it? Was that like a tour that you took?
Did they
give you samples along the way?
So you know where it is. It's on Treasure Island.
Yeah.
And it's right where, you weren't in the market then, but every year on Treasure Island, we would do, was it Fox Sportsnet or Sportsnet Central? Sports Channel.
Right.
Whatever it was called. I think it was both. We would do an A's Giants. It would be the Thursday after the Super Bowl, right before the guys went to spring training. We would do a combined luncheon because obviously Sports Channel, Bay Area, whatever we were called then, Fox Sportsnet Bay Area, whatever it was called then, they had both teams. So we did a luncheon, and me and Fosse would handle the A side of it, and Dwayne and Mike would handle the Giants side of it. Anyway, where the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery is right at that very venue. So when I walked in there, I was like, wow, I haven't been here since, I don't know, the last time we stopped doing those. So Elliot from Gold Bar, if he's listening, he invited me out the last few weeks. They just opened up this distillery, and it's a lunch place now. They didn't have lunch yesterday, but they do have it every Wednesday. It is the coolest environment, and Monty is the mastermind what is he, the mixologist, John, I think, and you know, he had he worked in the wine business for a long time, and he held court. And Ellen from the staff, she's adorable. She put it all together, and the packaging of it and all of it. So they had me out, and it's Joe Montana is their major pitch man now. Does anybody represent San Francisco more than Joe Montana over the years? And there's a picture in the Chronicle of Joe having a golden Joe, and there it is right there, with Monty, who was the mixologist. And Joe came up with it. It's got a lot of juices in it, a couple of juices, then a ginger beer, which made it a little bit. Actually, after the first sip, you put the Gold Bar in there. It's amazing. So you know what we recreated, John, was me at the bar with Monty holding a picture of the Chronicle and Joe's ad with Monty. And now you got me there.
Oh,
anyway,
my gosh.
So good. So I know you're upset. This would have been, you would have loved it there.
This is not
there's
helping
the
me.
actual picture of me.
That was yesterday?
Just yesterday, right? You know, yesterday. At the distillery. And it's right on Treasure Island. I want to give too much away, but the show Vanderpump Rules.
Yeah.
They have already, and some of the videos leaked out.
You in that?
No, they already rolled on it. So they're going to do a show from there. This is going to be the hottest spot in the Bay Area. It's going to be Gold Bar Whiskey's Distillery. I think that's Elliot in the background there. There's a guy.
Are you going back there anytime soon?
Are you kidding me? Let's go. What do you want? He'll have you
I'm
out.
ready.
Wednesdays and
I could help
Thursdays,
the
I get a little
mixologist.
busy.
I've been
and
a
Friday.
mixologist.
I know
help
you
him out
would.
a little bit.
You would love Monty.
Yeah, I like
He's your kind of
mixologists.
guy. I didn't shave when I went there, and we just went there and drank some Gold Bar.
Very nice.
But Joe Montana, the Golden Joe, is actually, Joe came up with that. A couple of juices. And Joe does a video. There's a patch that they gave me. It's kind of complicated. Go to their website and they'll figure it all out. Anyway, Joe came up with it, and there's this video where they give you a patch and you hit on the patch you can put on your coat, where Joe gives you a breakdown of how to make a Golden Joe. So it's a couple of different juices, definitely orange juice in it, and then a ginger beer as well. And then obviously a shot and a half, whatever it is of
What,
Gold
Gatorade,
Bar,
Toradol?
Gold Bar whiskey. So anyway, if you want to make a deal,
by the way,
and trade Kyle Harrison, you want a sweetener, Farhan,
Yeah.
send him a case of Gold Bar. Or if you want to go get Drew Holiday up in Portland, Mike Dunleavy, send him a case of a Gold
By the way,
Bar.
Joe's got some good deals, man.
It's all
he does
booze.
whiskeys.
It's all
He does
booze.
Guinness.
When they go to Ireland, when Notre Dame goes to Ireland, he was on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got some good deals, man. It's very nice. Pop and Lunch sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union saving rates are up. This makes it a great time to open a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Get started, redwoodcu.org/certificates. redwoodcu.org/certificates. We'll get you Kyle Shanahan and his reaction to getting the extension. We'll discuss that as well. Got more on the Giants getting eliminated again. If anything comes off of this Damian Lillard trade to Milwaukee, potentially Drew Holiday going somewhere, we'll give you that as well. Top of the hour, we got your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants are officially eliminated. What now? That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app and at KNBR.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're good for the whole segment. Thanks for joining us. Foreplay, top of the hour. Woj on the Dame trade. He goes to Milwaukee. Sean Estes, something interesting on the Giants game last night. One thing we haven't talked about, Gabe Kapler talks about John Brebbia, we had on the show last week, and I really like. And then Travis Kelce on what went down with Taylor Swift, which is kind of a funny story on their podcast. The Brebbia thing was a little strange in that I love John Brebbia. He's hilarious. We had him on the show last week when we were at the ballpark a week from today. I think he's awesome. Think he's great. Listening to Bags coming in with Murph and Mac, he brought up an interesting point, which is some people have questioned the clubhouse this year and the music being played after losses and stuff like that. And and what Bags basically said was the questions about the clubhouse, it's not why they lost. He said it's kind of the symptom, and then you look back at it and all those kind of things. But he played the hidden ball trick a little bit on Gabe, which is fine. If we talk about this all the time, if you're winning, you can do a lot of things. But it was the game that knocked you out of the playoff.
Yeah,
and
they weren't yet eliminated.
Yeah, so it was just, I don't know. The whole thing was strange to me. As much as I like him, time and a place for everything. And I like, hey, everybody knows who listens to the show on a regular basis. I love to have fun and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes you can't. So I thought it was a little weird, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm ambivalent. If it was anybody else, Zach Littell tried that.
Right.
He got into it with Cap.
So well.
Cap had a great line when he pushed back. They were asking about it, and he said, "Why? Because he's a redheaded with a big beard? Is that why? Like the last time?" That was different. This was just Brebbia. So I mean, that type of personality is needed in a clubhouse, but it's needed. And on bus rides and airplane rides, it's a long grind. You're in the middle of the night, you're tired, and you need a guy like that to be funny at the right time, and you also need a guy like that to be quiet. And, people lose their patience. So it was, for us to look at it, none of them got upset by it. Cap didn't grab his arm and stare at him and glare at him like he did Zach Littell and take him down the runway. It wouldn't have, it was not that kind of vibe. So I think for us to have an opinion really is immaterial. It's how did it go over with them? Now, there are moments in a baseball game when, obviously in Game 6 in 2002 when Dusty went to get Russ Ortiz and, flipped him the ball, that became such a talking point when it didn't go well the rest of the game and you wound up losing a World Series. In the moment, it was fine. I think it speaks to, I would just step back from that overall moment. And you have to set a culture in professional sports, John, where losing is not tolerated. And that's kind of what I think Logan Webb was driving at, is where you're just not going to accept losing. So when you lose, it is uncomfortable around here. We're not going to make it where you can go on a long losing streak or end the year by losing, 28 of your last 34 road games. That's just not... in the CBA, you can't pull their per diem or something, but in the old days, they'd flip a spread and you wouldn't eat. And now it's hard to get 24-hour room service in hotels sometimes. You flip a spread in a late game, and these games are not going as long. Guys don't eat after the game. They're going to get really crabby. So, is that effective or not? I don't know. But there is an edge, and you see it more in football. You lose a game in football, no one talks.
Oh, yeah.
It is uncomfortable.
Like you said, it's times 10 if you look at a baseball game.
But you lose a game in baseball, there's no music. I don't care if it's Marley or not or something mellow, but there's no music. It's a pin drop. But then there's an old saying in baseball, and to a lesser degree basketball, when you go in the shower, the loss goes down the drain. You got to move on. So you're when the media's around and you're talking about it.
Because you got to turn fast in baseball.
Right. So you can't dwell on it. But you also can't accept it. It can't become part of your culture. And we have no idea. We're not in the clubhouse. We're not on the team. We're not on the coaching staff. Why did they bring Ron Wotus in? And we had Wody on, and we asked him on the patio, And what he was driving at to some degree, and they don't want to say exactly, but Logan Webb did talk about it, is that you worked so hard to get in this position. Continue to work hard. What? They're not working hard now? And then you hear them talking about the way they're preparing for games. And Farhan, Kite was on this morning, and they have these Zoom calls with Farhan periodically. He didn't want to divulge what he said, and nor should he. But there's something being said here about they're not agonizing enough after losses. They're accepting it to some degree. They're moving on maybe a little bit too quickly, and so that it fosters losing. If losing is accepted on it, you got to make it uncomfortable when you think Al Rosen, when he got here, that old,
But that's what I'm driving at. What you're saying here is what I'm driving at, which is a culture which the expectation level should not be we can get into the playoffs. The expectation level should not be how many meaningful games in a season are we playing. It's that if we don't make it, and maybe your expectations isn't Yankees-Dodgers, but it should be damn close. And I don't think that right now this organization has the right mindset.
I have no idea. I have no idea. But when teams at the end of a season, and they collapsed, there's no way. When they went to Oakland in early August and then to Anaheim, we thought this is easily going to be a playoff team. And they absolutely collapsed. It's just epic proportions they collapsed. So, and then now you're hearing when you're doing an autopsy on the dead body, what caused it? Where you're accepting the loss after the game, and in that you have to make losing uncomfortable. Where when you lose, it's not accepted around here. We're going to get rid of people. We're going to make changes. And they do with the roster all the time. But then the area that really surprises me is because this was just 2 years ago. This wasn't 2011 or 2001, or this was 2021. They were thought of as having a cutting-edge coaching staff. They had so many bodies. Like, how many coaches do you need? What do they all do? How many pitching coaches do you have? How many hitting? You need 3 of each? Really? It's that? But they seem to me, and I was doing pre and post then, so I would go in and I would get an in-house feed of the way they prepared for games that did not make air. And they were doing things I've never seen before. Ron Washington's thought of a cutting-edge infield coach. Even Ron Wotus. They were bringing their infielders in, a couple, 2.5 hours for the game. They're hitting tennis balls at them in lightning, just one after the other. They're standing on top of each other. They're building hand-eye coordination. It's like the Niners do with Johnny Holland and the linebackers, Warner and Greenlaw. Why are they juggling on the field? So their one hand is tied up and they're falling to the ground. They come up with an interception. They were doing things I've never seen before to prepare, and it seemed to work. And it seemed like everybody works hard. It's not like we work harder than you. But do we work smarter than you? Do we work differently? Whatever it was, there was a time there where I thought, these guys have reinvented baseball. What are they doing to get ready to play? Like when you watch Team Japan get ready, they don't play as many games. Their preparation with the double batting cages and everything, it's like, wow, these guys are they're so prepared, not just mentally with Cap and how they're going to pitch and how they're going to go to their line change, their pregame preparation. Where's that all gone? Well, in 2 years' time now, you're saying we're accepting losing after the game, and
sure seems
we're
like
not. I don't know. I'm just reading quotes from people that are
a lot. But when Logan Webb says that tells you a
what
lot.
He's talking about. I have no idea. He's not going to say it point blank. When they close the door and they have a meeting, I guarantee he's calling out people.
Right.
But I'm more concerned. What is the process to get ready? And because Bob Melvin told me this. San Diego's process, he thought they over-prepared.
Right.
He thought the analytics that they were providing him weren't accurate, and he couldn't trust them, and they weren't nearly as good as what Billy and David were giving him in Oakland. So in game, he couldn't trust that. And then on the day of a game, they're showing up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
They're overdoing
it. Because Manny Machado plays every damn day. Do you really need him to be there 6 hours before the game and then play 3 hours? He ain't doing that. Why are you asking him to do that? So there's sometimes you over-prepare, but I just thought, where did this coaching staff lose? Now they're all going to get fired in 2 years' time?
Well,
Where did they
isn't that what
lose
blows
their
your
process?
mind? Is that sometimes it happens with a football team over 16 games that like Minnesota this year, where they win all these one-score games and they come back the next year and they're not very good. I didn't know that you could have, and Tom Verducci talked about this in his piece, a 162-game outlier, but that's certainly what it looks like. But here's the thing, and this is why I don't think Greg Johnson, in all the interviews that he did with Baggs or Susan Slesser or whomever, you can't say that they're coming back because the season's not over. They went 18-8 in June. They went 12-13 in July. They went 12-15 in August. They went 8-16 in September. And over those months after the 18-8 June, they went minus 84 in the run differential. That is a colossal collapse for the Giants. You can't say months ago that they're coming back. You've got to sit down and get an explanation. Farhan had a horrible season. We talk about players having individual bad seasons. From not getting the guys in the offseason to signing Jock to a $20 million deal to Stripling to Haniger to all these guys to not doing anything for your team at the deadline is a horrible season for Farhan. And he's got to sit down with Greg Johnson and say, explain that and then explain what the future is, because I don't know how anybody can tie the two together. I think Gabe Kapler did a hell of a job in getting as much out of this team that he did. They had a bunch of young guys. They had a bunch of old guys. They had a bunch of guys not perform. They had a bunch of injured guys. This team really shouldn't even have made it this far to be this close, even to be trying to get to a wild card spot, even with the extra spot. This is not a very good team. They don't defend. They don't hit. They don't really pitch all that well. They don't do anything really well. And if you look at the team moving forward as we sit right now, how many core players do they have on their whole roster? Logan Webb, Camilla Duvall, maybe Estrada, maybe Bailey. I mean, like 4? And that's not a very good roster. You've got to sit down with Farhan and say, what the hell? And then what are we going to do moving forward?
I think we're kind of missing the point a little bit here. I think this is starting at ownership. And
that's what I'm saying is he months ago he said they're coming back.
No,
why?
I'm saying ownership and payroll and allocation. This organization has changed. They're not spending commensurate to what everybody else in baseball is. And I think
especially based on the revenue they're getting.
They're not getting that revenue like they used to. The Warriors, the biggest problem they have are the Golden State Warriors. And the success that the Warriors have in this marketplace, how it translates on television, hard to know. And the Giants do own 40% of that channel. So when the Warriors do huge ratings and they sell, they do have a piece of that. But their games are not as watched. It's 2-1. I mean, the 49ers are getting 18s, 20s. The Warriors are getting 8s and 9s, and the Giants are getting 3s and 4s and 5s. It never used to be like that. And then your butts in the seats aren't the same. Payroll is not as high as it used to be. It's in the middle of the pack, and you're competing with, in your own division, 2 behemoths, Dodgers and Padres. Now, the Padres can't figure it out. So I think Farhan's taking the blame for a lot of this. When they were all in for Aaron Judge when they could market Aaron Judge. They couldn't get Aaron Judge. They were all in on Carlos Correa. I think the mistake was, and it wasn't really them, it's just Turk's circumstance, because you couldn't get the medicals until you got him in. I mean, in retrospect, could they have gotten Dansby? Probably not. He would have gone to Chicago. His wife plays there. Could you have gotten Trey Turner? Probably not. Could you have gotten Bogarts to come here? Did you want Bogarts here over San Diego? You had a real chance to get a shortstop here. You went all in on a guy, then you couldn't pass him on a physical. But then after that, and a lot of it was just dried up. So, but the overall, when the owner says we're not going past that competitive balance tax, what are the Dodgers doing with that? And it's not always who spends the most wins the most, but I think Farhan is the fall guy around here a lot.
But he made those decisions. After they failed, he made those decisions.
He gets a payroll, though. And now we'll see what he does. I think because he's out there.
But he gave it to the wrong guys, right? I mean, that's a fact.
I think he tried to get Aaron Judge, and we were all in on Aaron Judge, and ownership was, because it was not just the player. As we can market the hell out of this guy. It's just he didn't come here. How close was he? I don't know. He didn't come here. Aaron Judge didn't come here. Carlos Correa did. And then your doctors said, and they weren't wrong, that guy's hurt. If you would have given him that deal, it would have been a huge mistake. And then, we'll see what happens with Shohei. So I understand what you're saying about Farhan. The guys that he chose just have not performed well. Haniger has not performed well. Right now, he's a platoon player, poor off defensive player. I thought he was better. He's making mistakes in the outfield. Conforto's a good player, but he gets hurt a lot. Obviously, Stripling goes on and on and on. And now Manaea's throwing the ball so well, he may opt out, and you may wind up losing him. So a lot of times you have to blame the player. Farhan did identify those guys, and then I think this year he's just taking inventory. So he didn't want to trade the guys before the deadline, and he may have made the right call there. Outside of Mark Canha, who I thought you got to go get, there was nobody really out there that to me was a difference maker. Canha would have been a difference maker. Milwaukee, that guy had so many big hits for them, and they just won their division. That would have been the one guy. What did you reasonably have to give up to get him? He's a good player, solid player, winning player. Is he a great player? You got a bunch of guys like that. You need one guy. But anyway, now we'll just see what he does. And I think the tough call now, if you want to make a transformative trade, which one of these young guys, are there any untouchables?
Absolutely not.
Patrick Bailey's not hitting, and his defense has suffered. I mean, to me, it's been, I still like the way Gabe runs a game. I question leaving Cobb in there for so long after he lost the no-hitter. Obviously, what he did with Kyle Harrison, letting him go to 91 pitches twice and using him the way they never used him in the minor leagues, just a little bit odd. And then Patrick Bailey, I don't care if he's 22 or 42. He's a human being. You're running him into the ground. And he didn't play this many games before. So when you bring him up and you say he's young and he's going to play it, the guy's saying to you, I'm drained physically, mentally, and what's happening? All of a sudden, he's a scatter shot. He's throwing the ball into the outfield. His arm angle, you're going too fast now. Your quick release, it's too quick. Get over the top. Slow it down. You're not throwing runners out anymore. And, John, he's whiffing on balls. There were times when he first came up, it's like this guy's the greatest catcher as far as catching a baseball. It's like a pillow back there. He's unbelievable soft hands. Now he's swinging and missing behind the plate with a catcher's mitt. You're overworking the guy.
Yeah,
he had to tell the world,
gassed.
I'm tired.
Yeah, he's
so
gassed.
those are the things you look at in retrospect. But the lack of preparation, the accepting of defeat. If I'm the owner, I'm closing the door and we're talking to everybody. What are you saying here? What are you saying? Hush, hush, quiet. Tell me. I'm paying your salary. Are you guys giving me all you're giving me? Are you preparing properly? That's how we won 107 games 2 years ago. Why aren't we doing that anymore?
Well, and here's another thing, and we'll push the foreplay to 115 since we got into this conversation. I wonder if this is, maybe just money talks. I'm always a big believer in free agency, that money talks and everything else, whatever. But I wonder if in the offseason how players talk to each other, like Alex Wood, I'm sure is not going to be happy when he leaves this organization. If you're a starting pitcher and you saw what happened and they're using starting pitchers, and you want to be a starter in certain ways, is that going to dissuade you from coming here?
Pitch better,
if
dude.
You're a
he
hitter,
couldn't go through the lineup a third time.
If you're a hitter and you're constantly being removed in a platoon situation, are you going to be hesitant to come here? Those kind of things.
Hit better.
Yeah, but guys talk. Guys are going to leave this organization and they're going to say, "Yeah, I was a starter and now I'm not. I was an everyday player, now I'm not." I mean, that's what they do. I mean, just about
they
everybody.
They did not invent platoon baseball.
No, I know that.
The 69
I know they
did
didn't.
They won. Earl Weaver's Orioles did it. It's part of baseball.
But that's not the way things are going now. And here's another thing, too. No, it's not.
Baseball is.
No, it's not. Look at the best teams in baseball. They're not platooning. Look at the teams that are getting attendance. I want a regular. What the fans are telling you is we want continuity like we had, and we want players playing.
The Phillies, the Braves, the Dodgers.
The best teams. And the best teams put a lineup out there every day. That's what they do. And I will give Farhan this, and I will give the front office this. They're not trying to reinvent the game. They didn't try to do starters. They had to do it out of necessity. So I think they'll go out and they'll get starters, and they want to have a rotation. They just tried to do it the best they could. And the irony in that is, remember how we kept saying how much depth they had in the starting rotation? Well, that went away fast. It's just, unfortunately, some of it's injury related, and I get it. But I will just say this, and I'm a Farhan guy, and I like him. He had a bad year. Just like players have bad years, he had a bad year. He's got to be better. And I think they need to, and I agree with you, they need to sit down, because when you start to have things leak out like they did, and Logan says what he did.
Out, he said it.
I mean, yeah. That's a better way to put it. He
said it. They doubled down on it.
So you got to sit down and go, what's going on?
Well, I'm sure they do. But you know what? The thing people have to back off of is the venom and it's professional sports. The other guys try hard too. It's hard. You're not going to win every year. You're not going to win every game. It's just the way it is. Guys get hurt.
But they were bad and boring.
Okay, I understand all that. What I would question is what's coming out lately, and it's just sinking ship. And it happens in sports. We've seen it our whole lives. They start to talk. Now, a lot of times the media gets information from the players who are unhappy about their situation. That's not a credible source always or an accurate source. They could be upset. They're all upset because their employment could be changed. And, as far as Farhan and Gabe, they're in the same situation with their employment. Sometimes you just don't perform well. It happens for a variety of reasons. But if the process is flawed as far as preparing for game, I don't know what they're talking about there. Are guys not trying hard? Are they playing games in the clubhouse too long? Bags keeps mentioning all these things. When 2021, when they won 107, they were systematic. They would beat you with their process, their pregame process, the way they prepared, and then in game, they were locked in. They were the most amazing team I've ever seen. Tony La Russa did a lot of it in the late 80s and 90s, the way he used his bullpen, the way they prepared. All of it. It was a football mentality on the baseball. That's hard to do that every day. How have they lost that? What coach is losing Donnie Ecker that big of a deal? Seriously? And now you've lost, Bannister. Is he that big of a deal? Maybe. I don't know. But I think, if I'm the owner and I'm paying these salaries and you're telling me I collapsed and they went 9-21. When they went to Oakland August the 5th, they were in the playoffs. They were 61-49. They went 9-21 everywhere, and their inability, I'd burn those gray jerseys and we're not wearing those anymore. What's the deal? But if I'm the owner and I'm watching this, I want to know two things that's coming out. And, you got Buster Posey there. He's on the ownership. They tell him things. I'm sure they know it already. Are we not preparing like we did before? Why is that? And then are we accepting losing? So our pregame is not right. Our postgame is not right. And if we lose and lose and lose and lose, we're going to make it really uncomfortable around here for you. We're not going to be nice as much, and we're going to flat out get rid of some of you guys.
Foreplay coming up. Adrian Wojnarowski, the big trade. Damian Lillard goes to Milwaukee. If you just joined us, we'll give you more on that. Coming up next, Sean Estes in the postgame last night, our pal who was on the show yesterday. Gabe Kapler on that situation with John Brebbia, and Travis Kelce was something interesting. We'll give you that.
Kyle Shanahan and his contract extension.
Yes, we'll give you that. Plus, and we have Jeffrey Chadia coming up, who is on the Purdy train. So we got a ton for you in the 1 o'clock hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants get knocked out of playoff contention. What now? That story trending on the new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
John, and what is he going to go forward?
I mean, we did it before the Pittsburgh game, so I was I'd already celebrated with my family and stuff like that, which is huge. I feel very grateful. And just being a coach anywhere for a long time, I know what that means. I'm extremely grateful for that, to have that opportunity, and mainly for my family to be somewhere for so long, which is cool. But doing it before the season even started, I think meant a lot to me. It just shows you the people that we're with, how we believe in each other, despite what could happen, whether we were 0-3 or 3-0, still be in the same situation. And really like where we live, and really like the people we work with, and they're committed to giving us a chance to go for it every single year, and that's all I could ever ask for.
There's some of Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media today, talking about his contract extension. He and John Lynch said it was done before the Pittsburgh game, but they just waited to now to address it. So they didn't talk a ton about it. They talked about injuries and so forth and getting ready for the Cardinals. By the way, no practice. Debo with ribs and a knee. Juwan Jennings with a shin. Dre Greenlaw with an ankle. Limited. Ayuk with that shoulder. Demetrius Fanagan-Fowles with the ankle, and Ambry Thomas with the knee. There you go.
Practice starts at 1:48, so I'll be able to watch almost all of it. So for Kyle, think about that week as far as signing contracts with Jed York and Parag Marate and Brian Hampton. Wow. They got Nick Bosa done that week, and actually he did not sign the contract until that Friday morning before they went to Pittsburgh. Then they got John and Kyle done right around that same time. And then they did the 3 restructures of Eric Armstead, George Kittle, and Trent Williams to clear up, over $41 million in cap money. And when you do that, you don't immediately, you transfer their base salary into a signing bonus, but you don't have to write them a check like that moment. The money has to be in escrow, and you have to prove you have the money, but it does get paid out over whatever period of time you put in there, 30 days, 60 days. It does get paid out pretty fast. But think about that as far as that late week going into the season opener to get Nick Bosa done, your the biggest contract in the history of the franchise.
Pretty important. To
get the GM and the head coach signed to extensions and then do 3 major restructures. Wow.
The bean counters are busy that week.
That's a lot of work for Hamp and Parag. Wow, good work.
All right, let's get you a couple of foreplays. We'll try to get through all of them. Then our good friend Jeff Dudia is going to join us at the bottom of the hour, and he's giving love to Brock Purdy, so we'll talk to him at 1:30. But the big story of the day, a 3-way. The Bucks get Damian Lillard. The Suns get Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nazir Little, and Keon Johnson. The Blazers for now have Drew Holiday. Reports say that they're going to move him. DeAndre Ayton, some 1 swaps and a 1 from Milwaukee as well. Here's Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN announcing the deal.
The Bucks have been hanging in there in these talks with Portland really since Damian Lillard asked for this trade. They were not deep with the kind of young assets that Portland wanted, but they've got that 2029 first-round pick. But including Drew Holiday in the deal for the Bucks, which allows Portland now to go out, find another deal for Drew Holiday. But this is a Milwaukee organization under John Horst that has surrounded Giannis Antetokounmpo with championship-level talent throughout. And they do it again in bringing in Damian Lillard with 4 years left on his contract and sending out a really important player. Drew Holiday has been vital to their elite status in the league, but they were going to have to give him up to get Lillard. And now for Milwaukee, certainly with the uncertainty around Giannis Antetokounmpo, with his future, that he wants to see a window that is extended in Milwaukee. It just happened in this 3-team deal for Damian Lillard.
So what do you make of the deal?
It's a complicated one, John. These 3 ways. I feel like I'm at Skyline Chili. And I don't know what to put on it. I mean, I think Damian Lillard going to Milwaukee is obviously going to set up a great pick and roll in the half court. And, when they get into the fast break and the scattered court, Giannis is just difficult to deal with. Middleton's a good shooter. When Giannis's problem is shooting, you're adding one of the great long-range shooters. I mean, Steph Curry has set the standard. Ice Trae in Atlanta, Trae Young is there, but Dame is right there as far as stepping it out to 25, 28, 30. He doesn't quite go out to the logo like Steph, but damn. Now you run that pick and roll with Giannis way out there. You got to guard Dame because he'll take that shot and make that shot, and then you got him rolling to the basket, the Greek freak. Jeez. So along with keeping Middleton and Lopez and Connaughton and Beasley, I got to look at Milwaukee's roster. Is Milwaukee the best in the East? Are they better than Boston, adding Porzingis to Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum? Philly, what's going on there? Harden's going off again today.
Jeez.
He's out of his mind trying to get Daryl Morey to trade him. Part of me thinks that I got to look at this. These 3 ways get complicated. Is there any way Phoenix could have gotten Drew Holiday?
I don't think it would have fit in their cap space because they had to move Ayton because he had his big number.
Yeah, and the guys they got back, Nurkic, Allen, Nasir Little, and Johnson don't make any money, right? So who is going to get Drew Holiday? And we want it to be an Easter. We want him to be, I think, Pat Riley, after he is just royally pissed off at Joe Cronin in Portland and sending him, but you didn't.
He's got to get over it.
Well, if you were me, Pat Riles, what would you do? You would have traded them and got the best offer. That's your job. I have to answer to my owner. But now that the tempers calmed down and they didn't get Damian Lillard, going to get Drew Holiday is a pretty good consolation prize. So where does Drew Holiday go? Where do we not want him to go?
Anywhere in the West.
We don't want him to go to...
I mean, you want to go to Milwaukee, you want to go to Philly, you don't want him to go to the Clippers.
Could Denver ever get him?
Probably not. I don't know
Sacramento,
what they would have to get up.
could they get him? Phoenix
Phoenix
probably can't with paying Beal and Booker and KD.
No, they got they're too top heavy.
So where would he go in the East? I mean, that to me, Lillard's the best player here. There's not a doubt, but maybe the most complete player, offense, defense, everything, nasty. Drew Holiday he's available right now.
Paul and Kuminga works. Just telling you, trade machine.
I believe me, I would do it with Joe Cronin in Portland. They'll get a better offer.
Yeah, but they just got to balance the roster. I mean, the reason they moved Damian Lillard was he wanted to go, but they are guard heavy with Scoot Henderson and what they've got with Simons and everything. So they're looking for front court guys. They got Ayton to play the middle now, and now they need some forwards. And so that's why it makes some sense, and that's why they're going to move him. So that's what they've got as far as that deal is concerned. Our good friend Sean Estes, who, of course, joins the show on Tuesday after the game, after the official elimination of the Giants, talks about the fan disconnect.
Really, at the end of the day, winning is all that matters in this game. It is. It's all that matters. And when you're losing, it's really easy to try to shrug off a loss and get complacent or get comfortable and, oh, we'll get them tomorrow attitude, right? But that's not okay in the big leagues. Winning can't be okay, or losing cannot be okay. It can't be something that you come into the clubhouse after a game where, okay, you lose a game, let's flip the music on, everything's going to be okay. Let's go play some cards, let's laugh, let's joke around, let's shrug this one off, we'll flush it and get them tomorrow. No, it has to be something where it has to be a morgue in there. There's no gray area. When you win, you celebrate. When you lose, it's got to be quiet. It's got to be like a morgue. And if you want to stick around after the media and the players are gone and you have your group of guys that sit around, you pop open a beer, you talk about the game, you hash things out, those conversations are how you're going to get better as a team and how you're going to win. Those are the conversations that need to be had. So to me, I feel like this team just got a little comfortable and complacent with losing. They created a culture and an atmosphere in this clubhouse where it's okay. And that's not okay. It really is. Winning is everything. Jobs depend on winning. Fans deserve that. A team that goes out there and plays hard every day, the fans deserve it, the ownership deserve it, they're the ones writing your checks, the coaches deserve it, the manager deserves it, because the coaches and the manager are the ones that are putting in the hours. They're there way before the players get there, and they're the ones that are there after the players get there. So you go out there and you play hard, not just for them, not just for your teammates, not just for ownership, but for the fans. And right now, it's a product that the fans aren't happy with, and it's a team that, to me, got very complacent.
There you go. Sean's assessment.
Well, again, he doesn't go in the clubhouse, and Sean knows, but I don't know if he's talking to guys or what. But it's, what Bags is reporting, and they really playing Marley, and everything's going to be all right after games. I could see that once, but so you know what that comes down to is cap. I mean, you think Bruce Bochy would allow that to happen in his clubhouse? He would pull out the baseball bat and pound a TV screen like he did with Kevin Franzen.
Exactly.
That would not be allowed. So Cap's an interesting guy. He's smart. He's cutting edge. I think the players look up to him to some degree, the way he handles himself. But I don't know. For him to allow that to happen, that's him. I mean, he doesn't want to own he didn't lose the clubhouse because he never had the clubhouse. That's your clubhouse, dude. I know it's their clubhouse, but when you come out and they're accepting losing, you're the one who gets critiqued. So sometimes I wonder with him, when I listen to him talk, is his best job really what he did before for the Dodgers? Is he really most suited to running your minor league development with players? The way he talks about players in great detail in a scouting report, it's good. You don't see managers talk that way. Maybe leading men and standing up in a room, as smart as he is, and I don't know, in tune as he is, you would think he'd be able to handle that, but maybe there's just a disconnect with him. Maybe his job, maybe they don't fire him, maybe they reassign him to another job. But
really good with restaurant reviews.
That specific thing, they don't own restaurants there, so I don't know how they
fire and smoke.
So the one thing would be that's on him.
Yeah.
If his players are accepting losing, he's letting them run the show. And the one thing is, you got a lot of veterans in there, but you got a lot of young guys coming up. You think they want it to be learned, to be taught how to handle a baseball clubhouse after a loss by that? I mean, the one guy, I don't know about Matos and all those other guys, or I think Casey. You think Kyle Harrison accepts that when he loses? With the mentality he grew up with going to Dela, they didn't accept. They never lost. So I don't know. But that to me would be, why does the manager allow them? He can hear it. He's having his scotch or whatever he's drinking in the clubhouse in his office.
Scotch.
But he can hear him, right?
Jeffrey Judea is going to join us coming up next, senior columnist for NFL.com and, of course, NFL Network. And he's got those who deserve more respect. You'll never believe who's on the list. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Well, look, I think anytime you have a good partnership, and they do, and they're in San Francisco, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have times where you have losing seasons, but over the landscape, over the long haul, when you have people that trust one another, that listen, then you got to hang on to them, because this whole notion of, well, we can get better somewhere out there. Well, who? Who's better than what these guys have won? They've proven they've drafted really well. I mean, they've done a great job. Maybe they miss on a pick here. Everybody does. I applaud them for admitting that they needed to move on from Trey Lance. I mean, that's half the battle, is admitting you make a mistake. And so I think when you have people that you trust and feel comfortable with, I think Jed York did the right thing. I mean, in this league, which is so volatile, which it changes every 2 weeks, the teams that win are the ones that can have continuity from within. And if you listen to Twitter, I mean, after every third down call, they want you to fire our coach.
That's the truth.
Wait, we're going forward on fourth down. Don't fire me yet. Hold on.
Exactly. By the way, Jeffrey Judea expected to join us momentarily from NFL.com, and he's got there's a lot of guys who write really great columns at the end of every week. You got to go to NFL.com. It's the first read, who deserves respect after 3 games, plus most intriguing week 4 matchup and MVP rankings. So make sure that you check that out, and we'll talk to him about it. Kyle Shanahan, by the way, was asked what it means to get his extension done with the Niners. Quote, extremely grateful to have this opportunity, and mainly for my family to be somewhere for so long. Doing it before the season started meant a lot to me. And, Kyle's not lying. I mean, when he was an OC or in this league, moving from team to team to team to team to team, not easy on your family. So he's obviously got long-term success here. He's got to win a Super Bowl, obviously, and then we can talk further on where he ranks and everything. But, man, you look at the tree that he's starting to form and all this kind of stuff, which started with Mike Shanahan and this offense and everything, and where he's got this team continually at and the way that they play and physically and everything else. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they're tied at the hip, and they both get extensions. So there was Kyle Shanahan. So,
yeah, I mean, there's no doubt the tree. And Sean McVay, he's had, obviously, Kevin O'Connell and Zach Taylor and guys that were on his staff for just a brief period of time became head coaches in the NFL. But really, it started with Kyle and that group that they had in Washington under Mike. And, wow, I mean, Matt LaFleur was there, and obviously Kyle and Sean McVay. And they just had a group that were there, and it was cutting-edge stuff what they did, John. And when Jeff joins us, and we're waiting for Jeff Chadilla, one thing he wrote about, obviously, is Brock Purdy, but what Mike McDaniel is doing with the Miami Dolphins is obviously he ran Kyle's run game coordinator, and, putting 70 points up on Denver. The week before, on the Sunday night game, they did have trouble. They still won the game, but Belichick's defense, played that exit motion of Tyreek Hill going in pre-snap motion and going outside the Z receiver with safeties. He kind of played it differently. So you're always looking at what Belichick has to do. But for Mike and what he's incorporating, John, is just amazing. With the pre-snap motion, the out of the I mean, he's just got the fastest team. The running game is better than it was last year. I don't know if they're the best team in the AFC. I mean, they got to go to Orchard Park and deal with the Bills on Sunday. That's going to be a huge game. That's Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. That'll be an early game our time, 10 o'clock in the morning. It's by far the best game of the week. Sunday night would much rather have that than the Jets game, although they're playing, Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. So, Burrow's playing hurt. So we'll see what the AFC has to bring us. But Mike McDaniel and his story, John, and he opened up about, he had a bad bout with alcoholism. He had a long battle, and he wound up leaving the NFL and going to work. He coached for the California Redwoods and the Sacramento Mountain Lions. Is that what's the Sacramento Mountain Lions? Were they the CFL team?
No, they were what were the Mountain Lions? They were
Sacramento had a CFL team for a while, didn't they?
Yeah,
I think they did.
I thought there was something else.
Anyway, the way, and it's almost like what he's looking at is what they do in the CFL, which is that CFL, like the Arena League. First time I went to an Arena League game, and they're going in motion, towards the line of scrimmage. I'm like, how the hell do you defend that? Now, when you're playing in a hockey arena, it's easier. 100-yard field is 53 1/3 wide, but it still was what an advantage for the wide receiver to be moving downhill and the defenders have to be stationary. I mean, they could be moving on defense, but which direction do they go? And then the CFL does that as well. I don't remember when they put that rule in. You didn't always be able to do that in the CFL. But he's taken a lot of CFL concepts where you can't go downhill in motion, but you can go across the formation and get a running start. And I think with his speed, he just wants his guys running. They're running at all time. And if they can be moving before the ball is snapped, it gives them a huge advantage. So, I mean, right now, Brock Purdy's hot in the NFL, John, but Mike McDaniel and what Miami did, laying 70 points on Denver, wow. And 700 yards?
I would just like to know what, wouldn't you kind of, if you were McDaniel, wouldn't be a little bit embarrassed, like you go to meet at midfield, and you're like...
They had a nice embrace.
No, but it was
they had a nice embrace. I mean, what's Sean Payton going to say?
Payton wasn't Payton.
No, he gave him a hug. He said, you whipped my ass.
Yeah. He got mad at the reporter afterwards. He wasn't mad at Mike McDaniel, but... Jeffrey Chadilla is not answering, so I want to give you the quote. Sorry, I was looking at a bunch of stats here. Because what he did, he writes this column every week, kind of like, what Peter King does or Robert Breer and all these different guys read all these pieces. And basically among the three that he said were underrated, and we're starting to see this now more and more, he talked about Brock Purdy not getting the thing. He says, it's impossible to doubt the guy now. Purdy has come too far, overcome too much, and continues to play as if he's the quarterback Coach Kyle Shanahan has coveted for this offense all along. Felt like Purdy was along for the ride when the 49ers won the first 7 games he started in 22. Blah, 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 blah. Bottom line is this. He says the 49ers compete as if they're out to prove a point every week, and the quarterback is leading the charge on that front.
And Jeffrey Chadilla was definitely the last of the members of the media, because I remember listening to him last year, and we had him on last year when Brock came off the bench to beat Miami. When Brock started against Tampa Bay, got 2 fractured ribs in that game, went to Seattle on the short week. He did not believe it. He was the one that was the most skeptical about Brock Purdy. So this 3-0 start. Now Chadilla's in on Big Brain Brock, the Brock star. Now he's figured it out.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, that was his, what does he call this thing? The 3 underrated. So the 3 underrated, he had McDaniel, Purdy, and Spagnuolo, and I will give him this credit. Now, again, we're very early in the season, a long way to go. his preseason matchup for the Super Bowl was Miami and San Francisco with the 49ers winning. That's what he has. So, and he updates that weekly, but he does have that as.
You think Miami's all that? When's Jalen Ramsey coming back?
Good question. Yeah, they get him back. Defensively, they're getting better. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I was thinking about this morning. In fact, like I said, I was in a conversation with someone, and you mentioned this to Mike Silver a little bit earlier on the show. You know, you do get those teams who win with just defense. You rarely get those teams who just win with offense, but you've got to have both ways. So the Niners can win a game 17-6. They can win a game 42-35. They've got it on both sides of the ball. Eagles have it on both sides of the ball. Dallas has it on both sides of the ball. You know, who's got it on both sides of the ball and can beat you in
that's why he hired Lord
ways.
Fangio.
Right.
Vic Fangio hired.
That's what I mean.
You look at what, we'll see. We'll see what they do.
If Miami can get it going defensively,
I think ultimately it's the quarterback, if he's good enough to figure this out. And they've taken a lot of the RPO game and they've widened it out with their pre-snap motion. The running game is much better. They couldn't run the ball.
I think, too, is the AFC Purdy now. I think you got to believe in him. I do. He's done so much. It's like, I understand the system's great. The players are great. The speed is incredible. But he's playing good football. He's not as flashy as Herbert. I get it. And I'm not saying I take him ahead of Herbert. I'm saying he's pretty good, though. And you got to give him you got to give him credit.
He's not Justin Herbert.
No, but he's good.
Not Brock Purdy. We will see.
He's pretty good.
We will see. I saw him come in here with this Miami team.
I remember that last year.
And they were talking about him being the MVP. He was exposed early in that game.
Yeah.
The RPO game did not work. Fred and Dre got deep drops.
I agree.
And he got pulled or he got hurt. I don't know what he did.
But theory-wise, if I give it up for Purdy, I got to give it up for him.
It's totally different play. He doesn't see the field like they had to. Brock Purdy sees the whole field, and you heard even Manute saying he's seeing it better because it's more playing time. They pared it all down for him with the RPO game, and then they're getting away from that now, but they're doing it with speed releases. I think the way to beat them, and I'm sure Buffalo's doing it, study what Belichick did, and he did it with 3 safeties in the linebacker level, and you got to take Tyreek Hill away. Buffalo, they have good safety play, and they have one of the fastest linebackers in football in Matt Milano. So I would not put 2 on that level, but let's just see. It's their team speed. They got the fastest team ever. Is Jalen Waddle coming back and playing in this game?
They don't even need him.
On Sunday? They don't need him.
They just scored 70 without him.
Oh, would you stop?
Trade that guy. He stinks.
You are so reactionary.
No.
Get rid of Jalen Waddle? I'd take him.
No, he just with 2. I mean, he's quick and he's accurate. He's the most accurate quarterback in the league. He doesn't miss.
I don't agree.
Doesn't miss throws.
The accuracy is different when he completes the ball versus behind guys, in front of guys. I don't think he's playing better this year. We'll see if he can do it in the long haul. To me, he's not Josh Allen or he's not Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or even he's not close to Herbert. But we'll see.
All right, we'll give you a couple of stories here. I got a couple of good stories for you today that you'll enjoy, and then we'll turn it over to...
We're going caboose now?
Yeah, I got a little bit. I just got a couple of remnants, and there's a couple along the way, and then we'll give you Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, the great Greg Cosell. And he looked at all the action around week 3. What stood out to him? That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yo, Josh Hobbs here. All right, I'm in the team store for the Cardinals trying to get a jersey for my fam. Check this out. So I walk over here to get a jersey made. Boom. Adult. Then I go large. Next. Then I go select from roster. Okay? Next. And guess what? Your boy is nowhere to be found. You got all the numbers and no number 9. Like, yo, I know I just got here, but at least, come on, we can at least have the custom jersey ready for me. Help your boy out.
Well done, boys. Well done.
Joshua Dobbs.
And what he was doing was he wasn't just in the store. He went to a computer that they have in there, and then you have a drop-down menu with every player on the roster. No starting quarterback. No starting quarterback. So.
And that was after he already played a couple of games, right?
That was after they beat Dallas. He still didn't have a number 9 jersey.
They got one now.
Yeah.
Well, how long did it take them to get a Purdy in the team store here?
Oh, they don't mess around. Are you kidding me? That thing was out fast.
Did they have one when he came in off the bench against Miami?
I don't know about that, but that next week, remember that? Because I remember we were down here, and that next week, people were because the store is just down from where we're sitting right now at Levi's. They added up quick. They don't mess around.
How about Mike Florio saying he thinks he had reservations about Purdy because of his last name rhyming with turdy?
Yeah. Sometimes I just I just wonder
for a smart guy,
how stoned was he?
Is that the dumbest thing you've ever thought?
And
that guy will never be any good.
I like Mike, and I think
he's Brock Turdy.
Smart, but it's
seriously?
He said that I saw the thing. He said that it doesn't sound like a quarterback's name. It's like, what the hell does that matter? Who cares what his name is? Seriously.
How about Brock?
I mean, I get it.
You ever hear Dieter Brock?
Yeah, I mean, it's I get it. Joe Montana.
Brock Eward?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
Joe Montana is straight out of a book, right? But not everybody's going to be named Joe Montana. Not
he
everybody's
wasn't Joe
named
Montana
that.
before he was Tony Montana.
Right, but I mean, it's
but
what does
to
a
even
name
say
have to
that,
do with it?
Purdy sounds too much like Turdy. And then he actually said it to Peter King, and Peter's looking at him.
I swear he had to be high.
That is the stupidest thing you've ever said.
Yeah.
Come out of that basement in West Virginia once in a while, will you?
Wow. One quick thing before I had to get out of here. Good thing this isn't your pilot. A British Airlines pilot has been sacked after reports he snorted cocaine off the topless woman before trying to fly to a passenger plane. So he was flying. His name's Mike Beaton. He's married. He boasted about his antics to a stewardess who raised the alarm. He was supposed to fly from Johannesburg, South Africa to London. He was instead flown to Heathrow as a passenger the next day when he tested positive for drug use. So he was snorting cocaine off of a woman, and then he told the stewardess, who then went, "Whoa!"
This is just before the flight.
Yeah.
Who was the woman? One of the passengers or one of the flight attendants?
No, she was a professional.
You've seen that Denzel movie, right?
Yeah.
What was that called? That was disturbing.
Very.
For those of us that fly frequently, I mean, he was doing that and drinking, and I mean, he pulled a Sully Sullenberg and landed the plane in the river, and they thought he had the greatest landing ever. And then when they went back and looked at it, he was all screwed up.
It's your pilot here. I just snorted cocaine off of a hooker. Have a safe flight.
Maybe it wasn't a hooker.
Anyway.
No.
Finally, you'll like this one. The singer Pink, she was seeing red after she was forced to kick out a man protesting circumcision at her San Antonio show on Monday night.
What happened now? You lost me. I was thinking of Blackpink.
Pink?
I know Pink. I know Blackpink too.
It says she was seeing red after being forced to kick out a man.
I love that.
protesting circumcision at our San Antonio show.
In the middle
Monday
of
night.
nowhere in San Antonio, somebody jumps up.
Were you in San
I
Antonio?
lived in San Antonio a lot. Where is she performing? By the Incarnate Word?
She was entering an acoustic part of her concert when she spotted the message and leaned in to try and read it. Oh, wow, you're making a whole point right now, aren't you? Do you feel good about yourself? She blah, 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 blah. And then apparently...
So what was he advocating, circumcision or not? Well, I mean, some cultures don't.
Yeah.
It's not. You can spread disease.
Oh, so I'm looking at it right here. She's sitting on a stool, and then she's got an acoustic guitar player to her side, and then he's in the front middle trying to yell about circumcision, and she had him removed. Probably not the time.
I could see where that would be distracting.
Yeah, it would be distracting.
Yeah.
She booted him right out of there. Anyway, is that the time or the place?
That's not the time
to talk about circumcision.
I mean, during a bris would be the perfect time to bring up circumcision, but not at that moment.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Happy Yom Kippur, by the way.
Yeah. A couple of more things before we get it. By the way, this is an interesting piece. Our good friend Rosh Marchese, who's out of L.A., he says, I went to Las Vegas to see how the infamous Raiders black hole had turned into a second home for opposing fans. Get this quote. Quote, it's the brothel of the NFL. Tourists come, they have a good time, pay their money, and leave. Then it's on to the next team. So in other words, he's talking about how there is
exactly like
field.
The other black hole was, but you didn't have people.
The other hole.
We weren't having all that there. No, it was the black hole. It was both holes, but they didn't bring terrible towels into the stadium.
Oh, you could.
What was the percentage?
Imagine?
What was the percentage of Steelers?
Oh
fans?
my gosh!
Ben Roethlisberger in his career never won a game in Oakland. Because the Steelers would, you imagine the Steelers coming into Oakland from their rivalry in the 70s, and we felt it.
You know where the terrible towels would be if they tried to bring them into the black hole back in the day.
They'd be in the A gap.
Exactly. They'd be in the other hole.
The Annihilator, the Violator, the Terminator, Skull Man.
There wouldn't be terrible towels in that hole.
They'd be in a zillion pieces. They'd be in Myron Cope's casket.
Exactly.
Can they win there? That's what we said at the outset when they moved there.
Right.
Can they win? They had the greatest home field advantage in American sport. Maybe not always the greatest team, but teams walked into that stadium, they were scared. No one took off their helmets, and they got out of there when the game was over. It was intimidating. Now, it's become
It's a Vegas
It's like a
sideshow.
Charger home game. How did it happen?
100%.
How did it happen?
That was the one thing that when
They should have
I
known
went there
that.
for the Niners game that I was like, this isn't a Raiders game. There was
The
no black
Niners
hole.
took it over. The Packers
Right.
take it over.
Everybody does.
But the Steelers, who travel well, they just took
That was
it
80%
over.
yellow. I mean, watching that game on Sunday night, it was all terrible towels.
Did Jimmy have to go silent count during the game? By the way, he's still in concussion protocol. He ain't playing.
And one other quick thing, and this is great. The Golden State Warriors said Tuesday they've had productive conversations. Marcus wrote about this, about bringing a WNBA expansion team to the Bay Area. That would be
they don't want to
very
say
well
it's a
here.
done deal, but it sounds. Joe's been trying to do that. Well, but he had a stake in a women's league before he even became the Warriors owner. So they would be housed in Oakland. They still have their building at the Clorox building there? I think they do. And they would play at Chase Center, the games would be, but they would be Oakland-based.
Mm-hmm.
So when would they start playing? Next summer?
I don't know.
Would it be that soon?
I'll tell you this, though, in watching some of the highlights of the playoffs and everything and what the WNBA has done, I applaud the heck out of them because I did sidelines for the first year of the WNBA for the Utah Stars, who quickly went to San Antonio. And I thought to myself, this league ain't going to last. And
Utah Stars was a WNBA team? That was the old ABA.
Yeah, the old ABA, Moses Malone.
Ron Boone.
Their first year, they did their first, I think it was first 2 years, but I did the sidelines. And there was about 8 people in the stands. It was the summertime. I'm like, this ain't going to work.
Yeah.
And they've done a great job with it.
I mean, the one team in Las Vegas, obviously the Golden Knights have a huge home ice advantage. They love the Aces.
They do.
They pack them in.
They've done a good job. Got to give them credit. Finally, the writers' strike is officially over as of Wednesday midnight.
So no more Monday Night Football doubleheaders now? No.
I hope so.
Next year.
But I guess your shows, some of your favorite shows will be returning.
But it's not going to happen like immediately.
No. It'll take a while. So
good.
Writers are kind of important.
SAG-AFTRA.
Yeah.
They get a lot of my money.
We don't need them on this show. But
Writers?
Other shows.
You write your show notes.
I know.
You're a pseudo writer.
Yeah. So there you go. That'll do us for today.
See you
You're
again
gonna run out
tomorrow?
to practice.
I'll be
I'll be
there.
down here tomorrow,
Georgia
and
started.
we'll have Tim Ryan down here
Football
and do
hour.
the football hour and all that stuff. And we'll have a good time. You will give us a full report from practice, leaving out no details, I'm sure. And congratulations to Kyle and John. Thanks to our good friends. That's right, Walter and Danny. Great job as always. If you missed any of the any and all of the discussions we had with guests like Mike Silver today, go to KNBR.com. Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And yes, we cannot stand the Cowboys here in the town of Phoenix.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? We get a little potpourri for you today. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Tom Spencer is going to join us about a half an hour. We're going to go over the Ryder Cup. And for as long as I've been following, nearly killed her. For as long as I've been following the Ryder Cup, this is like a stacked European team. Like usually I always look at it and go, oh, the Americans are better. And the Americans, I don't think, have won in Europe since '93.
Whoa, really? It's been that long?
It's been a long time since they've won on European soil.
That's like the Jets in the past,
yeah,
dude.
I'm pretty sure I read. So I'll ask Tom Spencer that, but I'm pretty sure that's a stat I read.
Wow.
But they're stacked, and they got a stacked squad. So we'll talk to him a little bit about the Ryder Cup. Ryder Cup is one of the best events in golf because it's a team event where they're not used to playing in team events. They're used to playing just individual. If it's on you and you screw up, well, you're the only one that suffers. Not the case in the Ryder Cup. Some guys perform, some guys don't.
We now have a bunch of team play with LIV. I mean, they've got LIV teams all over the place, right? Isn't that how they play? I don't even acknowledge LIV. But you've got guys from that playing.
Yes.
Now, what I'm saying is there are guys now, big-time world players, who have played more team golf than we're used to seeing guys play leading up to a Ryder Cup.
True. That's a good question. That's a good question for Tom because my guess would be that's not even close.
It's probably totally
to this,
different. No.
Since this is for your country.
Right.
And it's funny, too, because we have the President's Cup and nobody cares. It's like, who cares?
No.
Yeah, the rest of the world. It's Europe. It's America. That's what it is. So we'll talk to Tom about that. Susan Slusser going to join us to talk about the Giants. Chris Rose. We can do a little baseball, get into playoffs a little bit, a little football. Mark Spears, who broke the story on Damian Lillard going to the Milwaukee Bucks. Big story in the NBA. I don't want to say completely shifts the balance of power because they were going to be good anyway. Now they're going to be even better, I think. And so I want to wait and see it. And then we'll have Giants pregame for you at 5:40. We'll get you ready for that. So I guess that's probably where we should start off, Damian Lillard. That's a big one.
It is a big one.
It's a massive.
You don't want to start Giants getting officially eliminated? No?
Come on,
Giants! You're out of there.
If they scored a run, we would.
No,
but they didn't.
Dude, that was tough.
So they didn't score a run, so we're not going to talk about it.
After Logan Webb's like firing up the clubhouse, being like, we need change. You got Brebbia like, shadow boxing with Kapler out there like messing around.
Well, I was pumped to watch the game last night, and then they said Harrison Scratch. I go, what else is on?
Dude, I walked out of here.
I don't even care.
I did pregame. I walked out. I was like, all right, I'm going down to the yard. I'll see a little bit of Harrison. That'll be nice. See him throw a bit. As soon as I walk out, they're like Harrison Scratch.
Yeah.
was like, well, damn it all, man. Good thing we saved him all season and only let him throw 3 and 4 innings at a time so we could throw him late. But
I was like, I'm not. Yeah, what do we got?
Yeah, what else is on?
We got anything else?
No, not really. Not for Tuesday night. But we did get awarded on a platter today. The Damian Lillard news. That happened as I was walking in.
I know.
This afternoon. I mean, we'll get into the details of it. It's a 3-team trade for those who don't know. It's Portland, the Bucks, and the Phoenix Suns, who sort of sneakily might have enhanced their team the best of. I mean, obviously the Bucks getting Damian Lillard is the huge ticket there, and Portland's not going to compete this year anyway, especially moving on from Dame. You don't have a cornerstone piece per se, but the Suns, for a team that had gutted their bench last year to go get Kevin Durant, I've done a really nice job in getting rid of DeAndre Ayton in this deal and adding Yusuf Nurkic, Nasir Little, I don't know how you say it. Nasir Little, Keon Johnson, and Grayson Allen. So they had wings. They had another starting center in Yusuf Nurkic. I think the Suns kind of underrated, maybe not even underrated. They made a huge move here.
They did.
Getting rid of one player.
I thought they did a great job during the offseason filling out their roster.
Who else did they add?
Well, they added Gordon.
Right.
They got the kid from, what's his name, from Brooklyn, the three-point shooter. Japanese kid.
Watanabe?
Yeah. They got him, who's a really good three-point shooter.
Yuan or you?
That I do not know.
It's Watanabe, I know his name. Yeah, he's a shooter.
Is that the beach they went to in Shawshank Redemption? Watanabe?
Dude, what?
Yeah,
San Juantaneo, dude. That's it. I was like, dude, you're close. It's something like that. But I was like, it's more. It was definitely more like South American than it was Japanese.
They want to.
What was the name of the town? You remember the name of the town, don't you? San Juantaneo.
Great movie. So no, I thought they did a good job, and now I think they got the center they were looking for. A guy who's skilled, but he's tough. And I think they wanted more physicality out of the center. They wanted more toughness out of the center because that's really the thing with Aiden. He's just not tough. And I think that's where him and Paul kind of battled. But he's super skilled. And I like Aiden. And I thought they should have used him a little bit more. I like his skill set. But that's just not, if you're looking for a bruiser, a guy that's going to bang. Like Draymond kicks his ass because Draymond's just more physical. And Draymond gets into him. And he had a good game against him last year, though. Because he can hit jump shots. He's a good jump hook. He can hit out to like 17, 18 feet. He can run the court. Good pick and roll. I like him, but I think this is better for the Suns. Then Little is a big wing. Not much of an offensive player. A little bit, but more just physical, big physical wing. Grayson Allen, a guy that can hit threes. And he's a decent player. Decent enough. They just need guys. If you can shoot a three, you can play on that team because they're going to have Booker and KD going at it. So, I think they actually might even be the favorites. I'll have to look at the odds now, but I might make them the favorites in the West and then Milwaukee the favorites in the East. Now, Milwaukee is losing Drew Holiday, which hurts because that's going to hurt their defense. Drew Holiday is very good, to be much better defensively than Damian Lillard, but Damian Lillard's Damian Lillard. I mean, that 1-2 punch of him and Giannis. Where did
Holiday go?
Holiday went to Portland.
That's right.
Although I have no idea if they're going to keep him because that seems a little odd to me.
In that trade, he goes to Portland. There's talk that they would move him.
There is. Okay.
There's already Warrior talk around it, too. People are speculating Warrior move of Chris. I'm like, I don't think this is going to happen.
Chris Paul for Drew Holiday?
Chris Paul and Kuminga is what it would be. And that trade fits almost, it's like within $40,000 or something of each other.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, in a second I would do
it. I would do it in a heartbeat now.
And now you're going to get the opt-out from Chris Paul after next year. If you're
you still have
6 starters.
Yeah. And Steve likes to say we have 6 starters, but I'm sorry, there's only 5 that go on the court at the same time.
Drew would have a bigger case for being like, hey, I want to play, man. Like Drew Holiday, that's a guy he was on the Bucks when they won the title, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, he was there. So he's a guy with a championship pedigree.
He can hit a three.
He's a guy who's like, hey, what's
physical.
The deal?
Yeah. He always gave Steph trouble.
Yeah.
Now Steph still score because Steph, but I mean just a big physical guard that can get after you on defense.
Good guy for the end of the game, man.
To me, if they could do that, I would do it like yesterday. Now, I don't know the details of Drew Holiday's contract, and I don't know if I think they kind of like having that out of the $30 million if they don't want to keep Paul, keep their flexibility.
He's got 2 years left at 36.8.
I I would do it. I would do it like now.
Yeah, do it yesterday.
I would do it like.
If you could pull the trigger.
Can we do that? Let's do it.
So that's if you throw it into the the NBA like trade machine, because I don't know how any of the contracts work in the NBA. What works, what doesn't.
Yeah.
John London and Papa were talking about this earlier, and we will talk more about it a little bit later with Mark Spears when he comes in studio. But Chris Paul and Kuminga, that matches up. That's $6 million, 6.012 for Kuminga. Chris Paul's at 30.8. And he has an opt-out after this year. So Portland would be like, cool, we'd have him for a year, and then he'll opt out.
Yep.
Like, big deal, right? Drew Holiday's got 2 years left, 36. So the total acquiring for the Warriors would be 36.861. They'd be sending 36.812.
Now, we can ask Mark.
We can ask if that even makes sense or if that's in the cards.
I mean, are those just speculation by goofball fans?
Again, there is speculation that they would move Drew Holiday.
Yes.
But to the Warriors, and if this is actually something that they would be open to get Kuminga.
Is that like Warrior fan blogs throwing that out there?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's all over social.
Credible sources.
Because it's about where would he fit.
Yes.
What team would go after him?
Well, Miami.
Exactly.
Miami's the one, because Miami wanted Damian Lillard, so they would be more than happy to get Drew Holiday if they could. But yeah, I would. If that's something that were available to the Warriors, I would definitely do that.
It'd be a huge move.
Because at this point, Drew Holiday's a much better player. Maybe not. Maybe he is a much better player than Chris Paul.
I think he is. I think absolutely better.
But I think. So how does it affect Milwaukee's defense? It takes a hit. There's no doubt about it. But you got Lillard, you got Giannis. So you got an incredible start right there. Brook Lopez, who had his best defensive year of his career last year. Right. Bobby Portis, fantastic coming off the bench. I thought Middleton got better as the year went on.
3-time All-Star.
But now he's a third option, so he doesn't have to do as much for them. I'm trying to think who else they have on that team. I'd have to look up. I'm not in basketball mode yet, so I'd have to look at the. I know they weren't super deep last year.
I got you right here. I got the roster right here for you after the trade. So Giannis, don't forget about Thanasis and Antetokounmpo.
How could I?
How could you? Malik Beasley.
Okay, that's right. They got him.
Marjon Beauchamp.
Okay.
Pat Connaughton.
Yeah, I like Connaughton.
Jay Crowder's a good wing for them.
Crowder, yeah.
Goran Dragic.
Yep, Dragic. He's an ancient.
Right. Rookie Andre Jackson Jr. out of UConn.
Yeah, kind of a jack-of-all-trades type guy.
Myers Leonard at center for them.
Okay.
That's not a bad one. Now Dame, Chris Livingston, Brook Lopez, and they have Robin Lopez now, too.
Oh, that's right. They got the twins.
That's pretty good. Chris
Keep
Middleton,
away from Disneyland.
Bobby Portis, and then
you
Lindell
might lose
Whittington. Lindell Whittington's the last.
Yeah, I mean, I really, how could you not like that team?
It's pretty good.
I mean, the firepower they're going to possess is just insane. So, yeah.
It's a balanced team.
And I will see if Dame still wants to get traded to Miami.
I don't think he does. He said, I'm all in on. What did he tweet exactly there, Derek? He put out something on his I think it's on the sheet here. He gave kudos to Portland and said he's moved on and he's ready for his next chapter in Milwaukee. So I did think it would be hilarious all this goes down. He's like, no, I said Miami.
I still want to go to Miami.
Well, we do have Jimmy Butler who's upset. We mentioned maybe Drew Holiday. They could have interest, the Miami Heat, and maybe going to get Drew Holiday. Here's what Jimmy Butler had to say shortly after finding out that Dame Lillard was traded.
Yo, NBA, man, y'all need to look into the Bucks for tampering. Y'all do. I'm just going to put that out there. Y'all didn't hear it from me, but I heard it through somebody. Y'all look at him for tampering.
You didn't hear it from me. That is funny.
But I heard it from somebody else.
You didn't hear it from me.
Not from me.
Even though this is me talking,
I heard it from
that's what
somebody.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, a friend of mine told me. You should look at. By the way, that's impossible. Tampering with a player who was traded.
That's
actually
funny.
It's actually not tampering at all.
Yeah.
It can't possibly be tampering if the player has no say in what happens.
And who knows? Maybe Miami's like going, shh, don't say anything.
Hey, dude, Jimmy, what the hell?
Keep it on the down low. It's like when managers call out other pitchers for cheating. The pitchers on his team are like, no.
Hey, dude, what are you doing, man? We're all doing that.
No. No, just don't do that because they're going to start looking at us. But that is a massive landscape changer. And yeah, I figured that if he went, like the Toronto one didn't make sense to me because that one I could see him going, yeah, if I'm here, I want to go to Miami now because I want to win.
Right.
I want to win, and I don't know that Toronto has it. But now he gets to play with Giannis. We'll see if Giannis is all in on an extension now because he didn't sign his extension because he wanted to see what they were going to do. Well, they showed him. They put their cards on the table, their money where their mouth is, and said, look, we're all in. We want to help you win here. We want to win while you're here, while we have a window to win, while you're one of the best players in the NBA. So we'll see what he does with the extension. But, wow. And I kind of figured that if that's where he went, that he would be good with that.
Yeah.
Look, how would you not want to
We
go to
talked
Miami?
about
Miami
that.
competes. Miami's in South Beach. So you're like, okay, cool. Get great weather all year round. Love the culture there. Want to play for Spo.
Get some Jamaican oxtail maybe when you're down there.
Exactly. It'd be fantastic. Milwaukee, not quite South Beach, but you have a chance to win a championship and play with one of the best players in the NBA. And I think my hope is that they do really well in the playoffs and more people get a chance to see Damian Lillard. Like he's been such a good player and such a good teammate. And again, one of the easiest guys to like in the NBA. I root for him. And it's hard to root for him when he's in the Western Conference, but now that he's in the Eastern Conference, if the Warriors can't win it, I'd love to see him win a championship. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, good guy to root for, easy guy to root for.
Yep.
Didn't want to go, and by the way, I love Dame, like sort of getting the loophole out of it too, where I'm not going to sign and join a super team. I'll just be traded to a super team. He immediately becomes the best player Giannis has ever played with on his team.
Yes.
We'll talk more about that. That's maybe the coolest element. Bucks now have 2 of the 6 top scorers in the NBA last year of the guys who averaged 30 points per game or more. Dame and Giannis are together now. We'll talk more about the Suns as well. I'll give you their offseason acquisitions. They have made a hell of a dent in the Western Conference, and I think the Suns are easily the favorite to come out of the West. We'll talk more about that as we roll on. Still to come, Tom Spencer, Susan Slusser, Chris Rose, and Mark Spears, Giants pregame at 5:45. Dame is a Buck, only here on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Dame Lillard has been traded from the Portland Trailblazers to the Milwaukee Bucks in a 3-team deal that includes the Phoenix Suns. Also on the move, Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton. There's more on that story and the details trending at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Blockbuster deal that lands the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis Antetokounmpo, All-NBA guard Damian Lillard. It's a 3-team trade that brings Lillard to the Bucks. Portland got a tremendous haul back, including DeAndre Ayton from the Phoenix Suns, Drew Holiday from the Bucks, an unprotected 2029 Milwaukee first-round pick, and a couple of unprotected pick swaps. Yusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, Keon Johnson, they go to a Suns team that was ready to move on from Ayton. They certainly saved some money with Nurkic, but a very good veteran center. But I think for Portland now, they're going to look to move on Drew Holiday. He could be a free agent next year. They are rebuilding with really a terrific group of young guards.
As Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN talking about the big trade that went down today, Damian Lillard is part of a 3-team deal moved to the Milwaukee Bucks, and the other big name there, 2 big names, Drew Holiday going from the Bucks to Portland, DeAndre Ayton also going from Phoenix to Portland. I still think Phoenix had a huge haul here. They were looked at as offseason winners before this trade went down. They now unload the contract. They didn't. What they do? Sort of pay 1 year on that deal for Ayton.
Yeah.
So they did kind of what the Warriors did with Jordan Poole. Yeah. They gave him the extension. They gave him the max deal last year, and he played 1 year under it, and they moved on.
I don't think last year he made 30 last year.
I think they did the deal that the Warriors did. That's what I'm saying. I think they extended him.
Yes.
And then didn't trade him because there was talk that they would move him last year. Remember that they would maybe.
But I think they had to pay 1 year of big money. I don't think the Warriors ever paid big money.
No. That's what I'm saying. The Warriors did not pay big money for Poole. They did have to hand the max deal to DeAndre Ayton, paid him for 1 year, move on, so they got a little bit of relief, but they also got a lot of vets here. So here's the Suns offseason. Eric Gordon, Josh Okogie, Damian Lillard comes back.
Okogie was there last year.
They were able to bring both those guys back. So it was Damian Lillard. Drew Eubanks.
Yep.
Yuta Watanabe is his name. The shooter.
Yuta Watanabe.
Keita Bates-Diop. Is he there already?
Diop. That I do not know.
He may not have been there already. Metu.
Okay. I like him
I
from
do
Sacramento.
Too. And now they've added Nasir Little, Nurkic, Keon Johnson, and Grayson Allen. So they've added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys, and we're able to keep Damian Lee and Josh Okogie.
Yep.
So pretty damn good offseason, because that was the big thing with them last year. After the trade, we went, that was great, but you gutted your team.
Yep.
Can you get by with just with Kevin Durant and I'm blanking on his name. Devin Booker carrying the load, and you may be able to scoring wise, but now you've got a slew of guys to get through the season.
Yeah. No, I love what they did during the offseason. So here are your odds up to the date to win the NBA championship. Your favorite to win the NBA championship at plus 359. So you bet $100, you win $359. Are the Milwaukee Bucks? They're the favorite. Second favorite are the Creamy Nougats at plus 432. Third, Boston Celtics plus 467. Fourth,
69.
Thank you. I don't think I said that.
Nope.
But I appreciate it. Fourth, Phoenix Suns plus 584. Fifth, the Laker girls. The Lakers plus 1148. Sixth, the Warriors plus 1175.
Wow.
And then seventh, the Clippers plus 1595. I think the Grizzlies were like plus 18. It's like 18 to 1, 19 to 1 is what it would be. So, yeah, your top four, 2 in each conference. Bucks, but that's 7 to 2. Celtics about 9 to 2. Then in the Western Conference, Nuggets are a little over 8 to 1, and the Suns are about 6 to 1. So those are your top four, and then kind of the other ones: Clippers, Lakers, Warriors are in there as well. It's interesting that you go two East, 2 West, and then the rest are West.
Yeah,
it's got a bunch of, and I think the Grizzlies are probably the next team in there at 18, 19 to 1. So the Warriors are the, and that sounds about right. That's about where I would.
They had to fall after last year. I mean, the big question for me and the Warriors entering this year, we could talk more about it a little bit later, is can they correct the road problem? They lost their first 10 in a row on the road last year.
Were
they
brutal.
Would they win 8 games, or 10 and 31 or something on the road? Wasn't that it? Or 8 and 30?
Was it that bad?
They were pretty bad.
I
on
know
the road.
it was bad. I want to say they won 12 because I thought 13 was like. I don't think they got to 13. Wasn't 13
11 and 30?
Yeah. Wasn't 13 like the worst a team had ever had winning a championship?
Yeah, that's right, because we looked it up, right? 11 and 30.
That's just pathetic.
And 33 and 8 at home.
I mean, how many teams didn't win 11 games on the road last year?
Ooh, remember, it was all the worst ones. We looked at it. And the Warriors had lost games on the road to those teams. Charlotte and Detroit and all that stuff.
Yep, Orlando. I mean, all those teams they lost to on the road. They were just those were the two things that killed them last year. Road woes and fouling. I mean, they were butchers last year. I mean, remember the first half of the season, just looking at the free throw disparity?
Oh, yeah, they couldn't get to the line, and they were putting teams on the line, like double the amount.
Their team was getting 34 free throw attempts. They're getting like 13. It's like, that's not a way to go through life. You can't do that. And they didn't. And, they thought maybe, well, we get to the playoffs. Well, we got the experience, and it didn't work because guess what? That's exactly why they lost. They couldn't keep the Lakers off the foul line, the rebounding. So some of those issues still exist, but the fouling. Hopefully the fouling will, and the turnovers. I think that was one of the main reasons you're trading away Jordan Poole and getting in Chris Paul. Stability, veteran, toughness, takes care of the ball. Hopefully isn't on the ground every 5 seconds. I mean, Jordan Poole, as talented as he is, I was like, dude, this guy's on the ground a lot. He was always on the ground. Even Andre Iguodala said, like, if you spend more time figuring out how to stay up, it takes a lot less energy than falling down and getting back up.
Such a funny. He's like, you got to try to not, like, you got to really work to try to not end up faking your injury or faking to flop. He's like, that much more energy than if you just actually, like, you actually got to focus on trying to do that.
It takes less energy than
to let it go. Just
fall
play
down,
natural.
not to play defense, and then get back.
Hysterical, dude. Hysterical.
That was funny. But yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Now, I think any one of those teams is capable. Injuries are going to play a part. Kind of the way the flow of the season goes will play a part. Some unexpected additions may play a part. Chris Paul may be better or may be worse than we think he is, like the rest of the Warriors. And you always got to factor in age, too. Is Draymond still Draymond from last year? Is Steph still going to be Steph? It's hard to believe he's not, but at some point, Steph will start slowing down. I mean, everyone's going to come to that realization at some point. It hasn't come yet, so we don't expect it to come this year because there's no reason to believe it will come this year. But eventually, it will come. Is Clay going to be a little bit better on the defensive end this year? Or, have we seen his best? Probably. I mean, it's not just the age, it's the injuries, but he was still really good, and offensively he was dynamic. So a lot of intrigue. And these are the type of seasons I like. We got like 7, 8 teams. You're like going, okay, who's going to come out of that pack?
It's more wide open. It's kind of like last year.
Yep, exactly.
We've gotten more parity now because of it's almost like it's funny. Steph changes the game. The Warriors break the game or they break the NBA, whatever happens. It's created because of that three-point shooting, and now there's nobody who's far and away better than anybody else.
Yep.
Because the style of play, it's almost like if you have the athleticism and the talent, you can get 1 or 2 superstars. You can make the run, and teams just have to build and be able to sustain. We saw with Denver. Right, some teams break. Memphis may not get back there. They've had to sort of retool and recalibrate with the crew that they had. Real quick, by the way, Detroit, Houston, and San Antonio, only teams with worse road records last year than the Warriors.
That's sad that Orlando.
I bet you they lost to every one of those teams.
That Orlando had a better road record.
That's pathetic. That's pretty pathetic. But none of these teams were in the playoffs. The Warriors got into the second round. So we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Switch gears a bit here. Tom Spencer joins us from CBS Sports when we come on back. We'll talk a little Ryder Cup with him as well as a little bit of football. He's been on the call. Well, he's been on Stats with Jim Nantz and Tony Romo for the first 3 weeks of the season. So we can talk about some of those games. Also remind you, Tolbert and Cope is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Savings rates are up. This makes it a great time to open a savings credit. It makes it a great time to open a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Get started at redwoodcu.org/certificates. When we come on back, Tom Spencer, CBS Sports, only here on the Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, always fun to have Tom Spencer on every time something's going on in the world of golf. He's the first one we turn to, and being that it is Ryder Cup week, I love the Ryder Cup. It's always fun, and watching the Americans go over to Europe and try to win since the first time in 30 years. It's almost, come on, like you can't even believe it when you say it. I had to look it up twice to make sure I was right. 30 years. Tom Spencer is going to tell us what might change this year, if anything. Tomas, what's going on? Thank you for joining us.
Tom, can I date myself here?
Yeah, please do.
I happen to be at the 1993 Ryder Cup covering
Really?
the matches for KNBR, believe it or not. So, actually, a quick story. I went into the sales department and I said, what do you think about if I went over to England and covered the Ryder Cup, because they're coming off the war by the shore and it was starting to really, really get big. And the guys put together a little package, and sure enough, I flew over. Management gave it the seal of approval, and I happened to be there, and it was an awesome experience. And then I covered 5 more after that. So I've been to several. Love going over to Europe to experience that atmosphere. It's great wherever it is, but yeah, the U.S. has got a tall task this year. I think they have the better team, but they're going to have to go against a very, very passionate crowd and an inspired European team, considering how much the U.S. blew them out last time in Wisconsin.
Well, one, I'm even more shocked that KNBR sent you over there than I am. They haven't won in 30 years. That's the most shocking thing you're going to say all day. I was like,
the
what
halcyon days of KNBR, right?
Who knew? Who knew?
The sports leader, bro.
Yeah, here's the thing that jumped out to me, Tom, because every time I look at the Ryder Cup, I always think USA should win. They got the better players. They just do. And I look at this year's team and I go, yeah, they kind of do, but God dang, Hovland, McIlroy, Rahm. I mean, the European team is stacked. Like this may be, I don't know how to phrase it correctly, but this may be the most impressed, and I don't even know what that means. Who cares if I'm impressed with the team or not? But like the most star-studded lineup the Europeans have thrown out there, maybe in a while. The way the guys are playing.
Yeah. That's a good point. Recent form. I mean, Hovland finished the regular season on fire. We covered his last 2 events that he won in Chicago and Atlanta, and he was just playing as well as a guy can play. Obviously, Rory's Rory, 4-time major champion. John Rahm won the Masters. And I've always thought, Tom, that to win the Ryder Cup, your best players have to compete at a high level. And to give you an example, when I was covering the 93 Ryder Cup, back in those days, you had Seve, Olazabal, Faldo, Langer, Montgomery.
Yeah.
Europe's best players were not only competing in the Ryder Cup, but they were passionate about it, and they had great records. And so that's when the tide started to turn. And then you kind of fast forward a few years and you look at the Tiger and Phil era, and I don't know that Tiger and Phil gave the Ryder Cup as much of their attention as their European counterparts in terms of the superstars did.
Yep.
And their records reflect that. And so these are the guys that you're asking to play minimum 4 matches and most likely 5 times. So if they come out of the week like Rory did in Wisconsin a couple years ago, not winning a single team match, losing his first 4 matches, that you're just mathematically not going to be able to prevail. So that's why, to use the Rory example, when he plays poorly at Whistling Straits, the U.S. wins 19-9, and that's a rout. That's like the equivalent of Miami putting up 70 on Denver last weekend. I mean, you're not going to overcome that. So that's what the U.S. needs, is their horses to play their best. When the guys that are going to play 4 to 5 matches get out on the course, they have to come through and get points.
Here's a real interesting thought process that we'll never know the answer to, but how would the Ryder Cup have done if Tiger had the attitude Tiger's had the last 4 years playing on the tour. But conversely, how would Tiger have done on the tour for that stretch of time had he had the same attitude he's had over the last 4 years? Because he's very chummy now. He's willing to laugh and engage people where he never, ever was. He was steely-eyed. He was focused. He didn't want to hear from anybody. He was out there to cut your throat and not talk to and not make friends. And I think that carried over to the Ryder Cup, where it's hard to engage with his teammates because these were guys he wanted to kill the rest of the time, like the 2 years in between. Now, he's very, very sociable. I wonder how that would have affected his Ryder Cup. I wonder how it would have affected him when he was playing just on the tour, because he's a different person now.
Yeah, it's all true. I think you can put all that aside for 1 week when you're playing for your country, and
he didn't.
Tom, yeah, he didn't. I mean, the Mickelson example is the greatest. Yeah, and I actually thought at the time at Oakland Hills in 2004, it was a great idea that Hal Sutton decides, I'm going to put the best two players in the world together for 36 holes on the Friday matches and see if Europe can even summon up the way to beat them. And sure enough, not only did Europe beat those two guys, they hammered them. And of course, as we know, there was not a lot of love lost between Phil and Tiger at that period of time. But what's happened in the last I'll go back in time. Seve and Olafable, who were two of the best players to ever, compete for the European Tour. They created the greatest partnership ever in Ryder Cup. Yep. They were 11-2-2. Now, of course, they're Spaniards. They had known each other for years. Olafable, idolized Seve, so it was a natural pairing. But they still had to gel on the course. If you don't gel on the course, they're going to break that pairing up. And Tiger just never found the right partner. And I think in today's world, he would be already talking to, let's just say Scottie Scheffler was going to be his partner this year's Ryder Cup. They would have been talking about this for months. It would have almost been preordained that Tiger would play with so-and-so, and they would have time to kind of get the chemistry going. So, yeah, it was a different time in his career. I mean, Tiger's famous line that he threw out was, does anyone remember Jack Nicklaus's Ryder Cup record? But I bet you know how many majors he won. So he just simply never gravitated towards the event like we'd hoped he would. But, later in life he has, and he's going to be probably the captain the next time this event takes place in 2 years at Bethpage in New York.
Yeah, maybe Tiger found out Phil bet against him in the Ryder Cup, so he's mad.
Oh, no.
That's allegedly.
It'd be easy to find out, yeah.
So just tell us a little bit about the course. And the Europeans I always enjoy the Europeans, the way they set up the courses. They very much set it up in their favor, which they should. It's your tournament. You set it up that's going to favor your players. I'm wondering what the course is like, number one, and how's it set up to maybe favor the European players?
Yeah, they're the one thing we're hearing, first of all, they're just outside of Rome, about 10 miles outside of Rome, and this is a course that the European Tour has a regular event on. So several of the guys on this team will know the course better than their United States counterparts. But that doesn't mean you can't learn a course in 3 or 4 days, and that's the goal. That's the goal to do right now. So what we're hearing is the green speeds are slower. Now, they're pure but slow, and the Americans, of course, are used to putting week in, week out on lightning-fast putting surfaces. The way you win the Ryder Cup is you make putts. Again, referencing that those 93 matches, Faldo chipped in 4 times that week from off the green, hold out from off the green 4 times. Those are killers. If you're on the green with a 10-footer for birdie and your opponent chips in from the rough or holes out a bunker shot, not only does the crowd go wild, but you most likely are going to miss that putt yourself. So you've gone from a chance to win a hole to losing. So it comes down to made putts. We also understand that there's going to be drivable par 4s. There's going to be reachable par 5s at the end. So to me, you want a good Ryder Cup or a great Ryder Cup, you set it up in a way that birdies and eagles can be made. Let's see guys winning better ball matches, shooting 8, 9, 10 under rather than shooting 1 or 2 under. That's going to create energy, excitement, and hopefully a match that comes down to the singles late on Sunday where you really have a nail biter that comes down to the end.
Talking to Tom Spencer, CBS Sports, on the UMA guest line, and noted KNBR alum. We should shout that out again, Tom. I like putting that out there. Hey, for those who don't know, you do stats for Jim Nance and Tony Romo? Is that right?
Yeah, I work in the booth as an editorial person for both guys. Yeah,
Fantastic.
but mostly for Jim.
Yeah,
thanks.
But you were there for all three of the games that they've done so far, that Jim's done so far this year. Philly at New England, Jets at Dallas, and New England at the Jets. And then you guys get Bills and Dolphins. That'll be a blast this weekend in Buffalo. I'm excited for that. But just your thoughts, just a couple of notes on the NFL. What'd you think of seeing the Jets post Aaron Rodgers? Tom was actually at MetLife the night that Rodgers got hurt. So post Aaron Rodgers, how bad have the Jets looked? And conversely, what did you think of Dallas a couple of weeks ago?
Tom, I didn't know you traveled any longer after the NBA gig went away, but good for you, buddy.
Well, we went to Pittsburgh for the Steelers and the 49ers, and then we went to
tremendous.
Then we went to New York for the Jets and the Bills, and then we went to Philly for the Braves and the Phillies and the Eagles and the Vikings, and then we came home.
Wow. I'd love to know your travel agent. Probably Lori, but anyway.
Jeez, I get no credit for anything.
No, hey, I couldn't pull it off myself without help. But, hey, it's great. You know, the NFL is nothing better. And this is obviously coming up for us, maybe the game of the week that everyone wants to see. So we're excited to get up to Buffalo. But, you know, the Jets, not surprisingly, once Rodgers went down, I mean, you're probably your first thought, and I'm sure Tom being in the stadium, was our season's over. I mean, that's the feeling you get amongst the New York fan base. Now, they're going to scrap and claw, and, you know, we know Robert Saleh from his San Francisco days is an excellent head coach and has that defense humming. But they just don't have the weaponry on offense, or at least right now, the confidence to, A, throw the ball down the field, and B, sustain long drives. So you get up against good defenses like New England last week, very good defense, and Dallas. You know, I mean, the first play of the game, Micah Parsons is lined up, standing up over the left tackle, and here he comes blazing around the corner like Lawrence Taylor. So, yeah, I mean, the Jets are going to be in a fight, and they're in as we see now with the AFC East. I mean, this is, you know, apparently Miami and Buffalo's division to lose. I mean, they're going to be fighting it out all year long. They went toe-to-toe 3 times last year. Miami gets the advantage, by the way, of playing at New England and at Buffalo in September. It's going to be 77 degrees up there this weekend versus coming back up late December and trying to win a game, which will help. And then Dallas, you know, they look great when we saw them, but then they take a huge step back last week. Right. So I just feel like Dak is the hidden intangible. If Dak plays well, the Cowboys win. If he struggles, they struggle.
One last one on the Ryder Cup, because I wanted to ask you about the inclusion of Justin Thomas to the team, because he was a mess toward the end of the season, and I guess the hope is his experience in the Ryder Cup. He's been a top-notch player for a long time. Him and Spieth pair very, very well together. But if he doesn't play well, that may be the most scrutinized player in the tournament, because I would imagine that wasn't a slam dunk selection, and there were other candidates that maybe could have filled that spot. But tell us a little bit about that selection, because that's the one that I think is going to jump out at people, especially if he doesn't play well.
Well, I look at his Ryder Cup record, Tom, and that's what Zach Johnson was looking at also, 6-2-1. And he played great the last time the Ryder Cup was in Europe. Now, that was a losing effort. The United States got blown out in France. So you're going a little bit on reputation. The pairing that you described with Spieth is huge. You know, let's say Thomas plays well. Mm-hmm. Thomas and Spieth could conceivably play 3 times together, and that's a formidable duo. Remember, the United States plays every year in a team competition, whether it's President's Cup, Ryder Cup. Now, President's Cup's a little more low key, and the U.S. has dominated that competition. But Thomas and Spieth have been virtually unbeatable. So you're counting on him to show up there and bring his game. The thing is, though, what your scenario is twofold. One, he doesn't play well, and more importantly, the United States loses. Yeah. If that happens, both happens, then you're going to have the criticism. But if Thomas plays poor or mediocre and the U.S. wins, then it's all forgotten. Yep. So I mean, it's one guy out of 12, and basically, as I said earlier, your superstars have to play at a high level, and then the rookies and the guys that are playing for the first time just need to contribute a point or maybe a point and a half, and you're going to suddenly mathematically be feeling like you can win this thing.
No doubt about it. Tomas, always fun talking to you. It'll be fun watching this weekend. Coverage starts Thursday. It goes through Sunday, so the Ryder Cup is a ton of fun. You got that, college football, NFL football, pennant races, so it'll be a good weekend for sports. Always appreciate it. I hope you're doing well and look forward. I know, before we go, I know you wanted to say something real quick to people that have listened to KNBR a long time.
Hey, thanks, Tommy. We lost a great friend, producer at KNBR in the early 90s, Mike Curry, passed away suddenly in August. Great father, husband, and friend, and someone I worked closely with there at my tenure at KNBR, and just gone way too soon. But great person. And my deepest sympathies to his family, and anyone who's been listening to this station for all those years remembers Mike Curry's name, worked with Pete Franklin and Ralph, and just a tremendous human being. So, again, I'm thinking about his family during this very difficult time.
Well said, Tomas. Be well, and we'll look forward to maybe we can talk to you early next week and get a recap.
Yeah.
Be my pleasure. Thanks,
all right,
guys.
Tom, have a good one, man.
Tom Spencer, CBS Sports. Yeah, we got to get him on more frequently than just golf stuff, because he's I forget that he's out there all the time with Jim Nantz. He's covered some good games.
Tom's great.
We got to talk to him about the Eagles too. He saw the Eagles week 1.
Yep.
We can do that a little bit later. And Ryder Cup gets going. Tomorrow starts up.
Yep.
Ryder Cup starts tomorrow. When we come on back, little look into what happened last night with the Giants. They lost 4-0. Officially out. They were drawn dead anyway, but Susan Slusser joins us for her weekly conversation when we come on back, and then a lot of good stuff coming your way. Kyle Shanahan announces one of the best coaches and play callers in all of football, or is one of the best play callers and coaches in all of football. We'll talk about his impact on what this offense has done under him and getting his contract extension. We got coach speak coming your way. A whole lot of good stuff, including more on the trade of Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks. Susan Slusser next on the Sports Leader. San Francisco Giants have officially been eliminated from postseason contention after last night's 4-0 loss at the hands of the San Diego Padres. More on that story trending at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Tolbert and Copes to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Schlosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
All right, let's take a little Giants baseball, shall we? Yes, we shall. With Susan Schlosser, the Chronicle. Hello, Susan.
Hello, guys.
How are you?
I am good. How are you guys?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm better than the Giants' offense.
Sure.
Which
that's been the case for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been rough. No, I told Copes I turned the game on last night because I was excited to watch it because Harrison was pitching. And then when he was scratched, I was like, what else is on? Got any Jeopardy reruns? I watch that.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, well, that's what they are. They're brutal. It's hard to watch this team right now.
What are runs?
What are runs?
What are clean innings?
I still can't explain it, but it is just it's tough. When you look at this team, how do they? Aside from the rookies are going to be huge. I don't need to repeat that. I've been doing that for 3 years. But aside from the rookies coming up, what else can get this team to the playoffs, to 90 wins, to where they I don't want to even say where they should be, but where they could be?
The defense has to be better. That was supposed to be a big thrust. When you look at the metrics, the defense is better. It's not as good as it probably should be, but it certainly is better. I do think that is, we've talked some about the fact that the coaching staff might be a little bit at risk here. Yep. And I think that's one area, and that's one reason, because it should be better than it is. Now, some of that is the personnel, too. You got a bunch of guys who are sort of flexible platoon guys, and not all of them have like a set position, and they're not necessarily great at any of them.
Yeah. You think no matter how the season ends, it's already ended officially, but is Gabe in danger at all?
Not from anything I hear. And as you guys know, I've talked to the owner, Greg Johnson. He was very clear. Everything sounds like that's still the plan. I think they probably will make an announcement to that effect once the season is officially done and 162 has been played. But I'm certainly not hearing otherwise. I'd be stunned at this point.
Got it.
It seems to me that's I think it would be fair to say, and I don't know that you agree on this or that this is something you'd want to chime in on, but as a fan, I feel like that's something fair at this point, because when you talked to Greg last, and I know you spoke to him, I want to say it was in June or July, and then again in the last month or so, the team has changed. Things have happened differently with the team. We've seen managers get let go for less, but I think it would take something for him to walk that back. However, if they played 500 ball down the stretch, they're in the playoffs. They have not played well at all for the last month and a half. And so I just wonder, and to the point you were making about the coaching staff, I think the team does deserve, at least at that level, to have sort of a closer look as to what's going on and how we approach it this offseason, because you don't want to totally restructure things if you haven't signed these guys long term. But I do wonder, once Farhan signs his deal, if in fact that happens, where they go with the staff and if Gabe is handed an extension beyond next year.
Yeah, beyond this year. Both he and Zaidi are through basically
next season.
At this
right.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they will be lame ducks unless somebody gets a re-up. And I don't know if we're going to see that. Maybe they put a little heat on them. I think that's only fair given this season and what they thought that they were going to be working with this season. And again, some of it was not for lack of effort. Aaron Judge, lots of effort there. Carlos Correa, lots of effort there, even though it turned weird. But it's, you look back at that, would Aaron Judge have made this a playoff team? Didn't make the Yankees a playoff team. Yeah. Look at all the teams that did spend big in the offseason with free agents. A lot of them sitting on the sidelines right now.
Yeah, you know how fans are. They're getting tired of the effort. They want to see results. We understand it, and I understand. I understand what happened because they did sign Correa. Just the medicals didn't turn out, but I wonder if they're going to look into trading. So, if their prospects played enough this year, that they're going to look into trading one or two of them to maybe try to get an established, like a solid veteran in here that can play 150 games. I wonder, they'll probably look at all options, but I would think that's going to be one of them.
I don't know. They've put so much effort into beefing up the farm system, really drafting well, developing even better, I think. I think the development staff has done a really wonderful job. Yes, they do have some depth to deal from, but I would hate to see them trade any of the bigger pieces that we've seen come up this year. I think that will be counterproductive to what kind of they're trying to do overall. They've got plenty of money. Now, if they can trade and get, a decent starter for some of their outfielders, their minor league outfielders, sure. But I hope it's not, say, Luis Matos. That's a toughie. But you guys mentioned, the most exciting part of this season has been the young guys like Harrison.
No doubt. Well, hell, yeah. Susan, you would have traded them all away for Ohtani.
Oh, yeah. Well,
She goes, yeah, but Ohtani's different.
She's asterisk on everything.
Get rid of all of them. Okay, let's hypothetical, just because. What if the Padres decide they're going to put Soto on the market?
It's going to be a matter what the price is. If I'm the Padres,
because you get a year.
I want probably Bailey or Harrison or, in combination with some other guys. If I'm the Giants, do I look at it? I'm not sure I do it.
If I give them Harrison, the deal has to be he starts every time we start Juan Soto. We'll take Soto. You can have Harrison, but he's going to pitch two.
Killed the Giants the last 3 weeks.
Unbelievable, man.
Unbelievable.
It's pretty incredible what's gone on.
He has like 35 home runs. I think 18 of them are against the Giants.
It's like Scott Hairston numbers, right? That's incredible. Talking to Susan Slusser on the Uma guest line. This broke during our show yesterday, and I'm wondering just if you ever had any crosses with Brooks Robinson.
I did, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I got a chance to meet him a couple of times when I was a kid, and just one of the coolest, loved baseball, loved life, wanted to talk baseball, had a sort of a bright red face and bright red cheeks when I met him, and he was still full of life, and it saddened me, because I've always felt like I had a connection to Brooks Robinson, because I got to meet him, and he's the greatest defensive third baseman ever. Just what was your experience with him?
Yeah, I do a lot of stuff with Baseball Hall, and, he was at so many events.
Yeah.
Loved being a part of that group.
He did.
But very down to earth. A lot like Al Kaline. The two of them just super normal, incredibly nice people who sort of made everybody around them better as players and just the two nicest fellows ever. I'm so sad they're both gone. But Brooks, you talk to third basemen now, and even ones that aren't necessarily students of the game, they know who Brooks Robinson is. They absolutely do. And that says a lot.
I had a Brooks Robinson glove growing up.
Wow.
Growing up. It was just one of those ones you buy at one of those.
I had a Cleon Jones.
Brooks Cleon Jones.
It's like my dad's. He found it at a laundromat.
You know what I heard today, Susan? It was on a different show that Brooks Robinson said, "When I die, I'm just going to be 3 inches of type in the record book. That's it."
It's a great
so
line.
much more than that. Oh, man, that's the guy without much of an ego. But
that's what it tells you about him. He was he just went out there and played and didn't really think all that highly of his accomplishments. Probably knew he was good, but, let other people say it. I don't need to showboat. I don't need to boast. I just go out there and let my glove and let my bat speak for me. And it sounded like I wish I would have got a chance to meet him, because he sounded like a really cool guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a true gentleman, and it's sad we're losing that whole absolute generation of really special guys.
Willie Mays is still the oldest living Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And we've lost so many in the last few years. Tom Seaver passed, and Willie McCovey, and just countless guys in the last few years. So my one Brooks Robinson story is I met him after Bobby Bonds had passed. They had a memorial golf tournament for him down in Monterey. Every year, my dad had hosted the barbecue thing they would do the night before. So there's a bunch of retired ball players there. Will Clark was always there, and it was pretty cool. But Brooks was one of the biggest names that would show up, and he was signing a baseball for me, and I noticed he signed in left-handed. And I said, "You write left-handed?" And he said, "I do everything in my life left-handed except play baseball." Said he used to shoot a basketball lefty. He would everything he did. He'd kick left-footed. He played soccer and stuff as a kid, or kickball. But he said, when I was a kid, I thought you had to put your glove on your dominant hand. And he said, I think that's why I was so good at getting to everything, because I felt like my left hand was my strong hand. I was supposed to have my glove there. Just a weird way the kids think. I stepped into a left-handed batter's box as a kid because I assumed I was right-handed, because it seemed like it was the right-handed box because right field's that way. But it's, anyway, just cool stories. But he passed away yesterday at the age of 86, just one of the all-time greats. But that's cool. That's cool that you had run-ins with him, too. Yeah, isn't that interesting?
That is fascinating. Tom, what position did you play in baseball?
I was center field, shortstop, pitcher.
Dang. And were you always like way taller than everybody else?
Yeah, I was taller than everybody else. I wasn't super tall though. I was only 5'10" as a freshman, but I grew
that's not too bad.
I grew 9 inches in high school. I went from, I went from 5'10" to 6'7.5" my senior year. But yeah, they used to put me out in center. And I remember, because back then you didn't want to play outfield, right? You wanted to be in the infield because that's where the action was, and I liked playing short. But he put me out there, and he goes, look, I have you out here for a reason. And I'm like, okay. And, you're kicking the dirt around, kind of bored. And then the good hitters come up. You're like, okay, now I got to pay attention. I took away 3 home runs that game because of my height.
You were just standing
I was
there,
just able to jump up and grab, and he goes, see? That's why I put you out there.
Yeah.
I go, all right, I get, I'd still rather play short, but, I guess there's nobody to talk to. I want to talk. I'm a chatty person. I want to talk to somebody. There's nobody. He's like, hey, left field, nah, he can't hear me. Right field, he's not even paying attention. Like, I'm lonely out here. I want to be in the infield somewhere. But
that checks out. That definitely checks out. You were like Aaron Judge height for outfielder.
Yeah. It's funny you mention Aaron Judge. My wife, for some reason, thinks I look like Aaron. Like Aaron Judge looks like me when I was younger. I'm like, really, you do?
That's that's more hopeful than anything.
Yeah, I don't see it. I go, I don't see that. I don't see that. When
Susan, I just can't believe 9 inches in high school. I can't believe Tom was juicing when he was like 14 years old.
Yeah, well, that's why I always wear shorts. My mom couldn't keep me in pants.
Yeah, right.
I kept looking like Joe Paterno when I came back for school next year. They go, where's the flood coming from? I go, what are you talking about?
Susan Slusser with us on the UMA guest line. Susan, before we let you go, I know you get votes every year. Are you on? You have a vote this year? Is it Cy Young, MVP? Are you on one of those this year?
I've got MVP. We're not supposed to talk too much about it because apparently there's been some betting stuff going on.
Yeah, that's right.
With a writer, but like pressure to find out who's doing what.
Can you just text me then what your picks are?
Yeah.
But
I love your cups, not that much.
All good. I don't want you to do that. I know. Well, I think we have an idea where you're going on American League MVP. I think we won't press you on that. But there's some cases for other guys out there. Like Tom and I were just talking about the interesting case with Shohei Ohtani having not played for about a month or so, having the greatest season anybody's ever had in the history of baseball on a team that's not going to the playoffs. And then you look at a guy, I know he got hurt last night, Corey Seager, with a forearm strain, but he's having a hell of a year. Like, if not for Ohtani, he would be the guy, and maybe the same for Mookie Betts and Matt Olson, if not for what Ronald Acuna Jr. is doing.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule Betts out for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
He's maybe as impactful, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you guys know how I feel about Shohei.
Yes, I know you.
That's not my vote.
I know you love Shohei. But hey, would people be upset with me if I were a voter and I voted for Seager? Because I think I can make a pretty compelling case for a guy who was in a pennant race, was a driving force for the Ranger offense, and battled back from a deficit, having a big lead deficit, and then have the lead right now. Like, I know Shohei has an unfair advantage every single year because he pitches. And I've said he doesn't even need to be the best pitcher or best hitter. He just needs to be in the top 15 of both. And no one else can compete with him. They just can't. By definition, you can't compete with that. But I do value winning. The Angels haven't won. He didn't pitch great this year, but he pitched better than any other hitter that hit over 40 home runs, which will always be the case. So I wonder if there will be people that look at it that way. Shohei's going to win, and it doesn't bother me that he does. I mean, he deserves it, but I just think I can make a case for a guy who's on a winning ball club who had a really good year. I think his OPS over 1,000 this year, and has been fantastic in meaningful games. I just wonder if that holds water at all.
I suspect he will get some votes. I suspect the guys that have certainly seen him play every day, I think he'll probably get at least 1 or 2 votes from that chapter. That's pretty common when a guy's had an MVP-type year for the local writers to see him every day. I mean, that tells you a lot. I mean, people are always like, homers. No, like, if you watch a guy have an MVP year, I've got no problem with anybody voting for their guy. if that's the type of numbers they're putting up. So I'll be interested to see, but I suspect we'll at least see that. But yeah, you absolutely make a very, very strong argument. I mean, it's a magnificent year. There's no doubt.
Do you think you're not voting for Cy Young at all, are you?
Nope, NL MVP.
Okay, do you think NL Cy Young, because the way I see it, it looks like it's going to be Snell 1. I think Webb or maybe Strider, but maybe Webb because of the innings. I think the innings have to resonate with people because, we were talking yesterday, who would you rather have in one game to pitch for you? And I said, give me Strider and then give me Webb. I don't want Snell in one game because he's only going to go 6 innings. I want my guy to be able to have the chance to go 8 or 9 innings if he's pitching well. That's why I'd go Strider and Webb. But those are the top 3. Gallon's had a really nice year too. Steele is definitely going to be up there for the Cubs this year. How do you see that one?
Yeah, I think those are all certainly the names. Snell's probably out ahead. I'm not paying as quite as much of a look, but man, when we saw Strider look great. You know what? All of those guys have looked pretty good against the Giants. Yeah. Gotta say that.
I would vote for Strider just because his thighs. My God. Seen that guy's thighs?
Got some trunks, yeah.
Thighs. It's like Nick Bosa out there as a pitcher. And he's got a great mustache, too.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
All right, fellas, I have to run to the clubhouse now.
Oh, you do? Oh, we're just messing around. We're not even talking about anything important, keeping you. See you, Susan.
All right, bye, guys.
It's like enough of this tomfoolery.
I looked at the clock and I was like,
we're talking about Strider's thighs, and I got to go to the clubhouse and work?
Dude, you go thighs and then stash.
Losers.
You go plus great stash. Yeah. I got to go, guys.
Yeah, I got to go to the clubhouse, guys. I've had enough of this.
Susan Slusser, the San Francisco Chronicle.
That's enough.
That's pretty funny.
I'm just going to let you go. So I got to let you guys go.
Yeah, dude, that was the best one. Dude, when people let us go, it's my favorite.
We got a bunch of we got to let you guys go.
Kapler, too, mid-convo. I got to let you guys go. Oh, really? Because we're trying to get off the phone, Gabe. All right. By the way, if we can riff for a minute, that might be a conversation somebody has with Gabe.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to let you guys go. I'm just saying.
Dang.
I'm just saying. Tolbert & Coates with you on a Wednesday afternoon.
But are you just saying?
I am just saying, and I'm sort of leaning that way.
Don't say that.
Little coach speak coming your way. How about this? Deion Sanders has to chime in on the doubters. Josh McDaniels on his time to reflect on his decision-making at the end of that Steelers and Raider game earlier this week. Robert Saleh, Mike McDaniel, and Andy Reid, all part of our Coach Speak. Week 4 coming your way next on the Sports Leader.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hayward Sports Leader.
The Warriors have signed 17-year veteran Rudy Gay to compete for a roster spot in training camp. More on that story is trending now at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
And I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes, Wednesday afternoon, week 4, right around the corner. Gets going tomorrow night, Thursday night football. And then we get the Niners on Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals, a 1:25 kickoff. We'll have it over on our sister station, 810 The Bread. And then we'll be back on KNBR for the remainder of the season as the Giants will not be heading.
Will they change it to the bread?
To the playoffs.
Whose sponsor is it, Wonder?
It's unofficial, yeah. Sometimes it's the Dreads, too.
Weber's?
Yeah, Weber. The bread.
Weber bread.
Bread them. 810 The Spread is
what kind of bread did you eat growing up?
Usually, my favorite, like if I was getting a treat, it would be like the sourdough loaf that my dad would roll with. But more often than not, it was just like standard Safeway white bread. Like whatever the generic white bread from Safeway store brand was.
We went Weber.
Weber. I don't know bread. Weber. And I know one. Is
Remember
that Wonder
Snoopy?
Bread?
No, Snoopy was like Weber bread. It was like blue check or blue and white. No, not Wonder Bread. Wonder Bread was white with the little yellow and red dots and everything.
Soft Wonder Bread. Like it would get stuck to the roof of your mouth.
No, Weber Bread had, I don't even know, maybe they don't make it anymore.
The bread.
Let's see, Weber Bread.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. No, I don't recognize Weber Bread. Oh, no, I do. The checkered, yes, I do. I recognize it. My grandma used to buy this. Yeah,
Snoopy used to be on it.
My grandma used to buy this.
I don't know if Snoopy's still on it. But
I don't see Snoopy. Roman meal? No,
never had Roman meal. Weber Bread. Yeah. Ben Weber or Brian Weber.
No,
bread. One or the other.
We didn't have money for that, Tim. We didn't. We weren't eating that.
Yeah. See, I'm not crazy. I remember the blue and white checkers. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There you go.
God, where's Snoopy though? I thought Snoopy was on there occasionally. Maybe it's a special edition Weber Bread. I don't know, but there is no Snoopy on there now.
Coach
Interesting.
Speak. Coach Speak for Wednesday, September 27th, 2023.
We don't have Bread Speak?
We don't have Bread Speak. Bread Speak's on Thursdays.
The bread.
I tend the bread. All right. How about Deion Sanders? Always good guy to start off Coach Speak with.
Yes.
They lose last week, and now Deion, he was asked, do you have a message, Deion, for the doubters? For the doubters after your loss last week to Oregon, what does Deion have to say?
I don't have a message. I don't take my time to respond and to defend myself. Why would I do that? I'm giving you a microphone if I'm doing it. I'm giving you solace that you're in my life. I don't care. I really don't. So if it's been that way all my life, you would think that I'm used to it. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this, and I keep going. So I'm good with that, man. I'm good with that. This is a comfortable place for me. It's about us. Everywhere we go, even in your darn families, you're going to have detractors, you're going to have naysayers, you're going to have doubters, even in your darn family. And you guys all shaking my head, shaking your heads like, yeah, my aunt, she ain't no good. Yeah, I know that my sister ain't, yeah, she's ignorant. You know I'm telling the truth. That's because it's going to be like that. God would always allow somebody to be in your path that have a disdain or dislike for you. It's up to you to keep going. I don't stop. I keep going. I don't have stop in me. Not whatsoever, man.
My only question would be if you don't pay them any attention.
There you go.
Why did you ask? Do you believe now?
Yeah.
Why'd you ask that question?
Do you believe now?
No, why'd you even ask that if you don't care what they have to say? So Deion's very good at manipulating the narrative and just like whipping it around, putting it over here, doing it over there. What about this? Do it over there. So no, I just know one thing. He's good for college football, and I hope it ain't going to happen this year, but I hope he continues to climb, and I hope his teams are good because he's different. They're fun. He's fun to listen to, and I would like.
Yeah, my aunt, she ain't no good.
She ain't no good. I would like to see Deion coach teams do well.
So would I. I just also think it's funny. How long is that cut? Like a minute long, maybe. He was like, I don't have a response. And he talked for a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
1 minute even. He's like, talked for a whole minute without a response. Here's Josh McDaniels. A couple of very questionable decisions in the game against the Steelers the other night. Here's what McDaniels had to say after his Sunday Night Football loss to Pittsburgh. If he's asked if he's had time to reflect on his decision making.
It's fair. It's fair to be critical of it. I'm not saying I would do it different, but I understand both sides, and that's what I was going through in my mind too, is trying to evaluate both scenarios. Again, you can say I was wrong. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it was 100%, an easy decision. I did feel like with the timeouts and the 2-minute warning, that we had enough opportunity to stop them and go ahead and get the ball back and put ourselves in position to win the game. So that was my thought process. It had nothing to do with, not believing in we had a play that would work or whatever. It just, that's what, went for it a number of times yesterday on fourth down as it is. I think we've gone for it in every game on fourth down at some point. So not averse to doing that. I just, that was the decision that I made in that situation.
You know what he really wants to say? If they had a reporter that really, really pressed him?
Yeah.
You know what he wants to say? You goddamn right I ordered the code red. That's what he wanted to. That's what he wanted.
You're damn right I ordered the code red.
That's what he wanted to say, but he didn't. He didn't. You're damn right I wanted to go for the touchdown. Stupid chart. There we go. Chart sucks. I'm getting rid of this stupid chart.
I also love that I'm still to
I don't
this
even
day.
think the chart would say that though.
Why?
I think the chart would say go for the touchdown.
I love that coaches still go back and say, if I could do it again, I wouldn't do it any different. It's like, why? Why? You just said it's fair question, fair to criticize. You've had time to reflect.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't do it any different. But we know how you did it, and it didn't work.
Yeah, of course.
It was a bad way to go, but I would do it again because I'm smarter than Derek goes, because I don't want to sound stupid. I get it. But to me, admitting the fault and saying, we've got to be better, we've got to understand these situations. Like, you don't have to rip yourself and your entire mentality about what you did to admit, you know what, we should go about planning that differently. We need to think about this. These situations are important. Could have gone differently had we approached it a different way. I don't think there's all negative in admitting fault upon reflecting.
Yeah. No, I think what you say is, would I do it differently if I were presented with the same scenario?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
But now knowing what I know, we'd look at it differently.
But if I had a chance to go back in that game, I know how it turns out. Of course I'd do it differently. It's like when they when somebody swings at a 3-run fastball right down the middle and they foul it straight back and they say, I bet he wishes he had that one back. Yeah, I bet he does. I'm pretty sure he does.
Because he knows he'd hit it out the second time.
Yeah, he fouled it straight back. Why wouldn't he want that one back? Of course he wants that one back. So, yes, if you know how it's going to turn out and you can go back to that exact point in time, and if you do it again, you know what's going to happen, of course you would do it differently. Now, would you do it differently the following game if the same scenario presented you? I would think you would. You should have the first time. That's the interesting part to me, because I've always said I think these coaches spend too much time with their face in a chart. I got to think the chart said to go for it there. I mean, the chart's always super aggressive. The chart's like the devil on your shoulder. Go for it, go for it, go for it, go for it. Yeah. That's why Staley went for it 4th and 1 at his own 24. The chart's like...
Can't imagine the chart said to go for it there.
The chart's like, watch this, go for it, go for it, go for it. And the chart started laughing at him when he went for it.
The brain's on the other shoulder like, what the hell's he doing?
He's
what are you
do
doing?
It. Yeah, the devil like taped up the angel's mouth. The angel's like, oh, no, you did it.
I did the job. Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did.
Did you order the code red?
That's what it was. Somebody need to get after him like Tom Cruise.
Decision by McDaniel. I guess we'll see what happens this weekend. More questionable decision making. How about this? Not many decisions to be made here. Robert Saleh.
You guys play hard. You.
Yeah, well, I don't know how hard they're playing, dude.
That one kills
They're
me.
like turning on each other. Robert Saleh was asked about reports of locker room frustration with the offense and specifically with Zach Wilson. Here's what Robert Saleh had to say.
With regard to Woodsy, we all acknowledge he has to play better. We all acknowledge that. He acknowledges that. Teammates acknowledge it. He acknowledges it himself. And the key is to have confidence in yourself. You have to. For him, definitely needs to get better, but at the same time, you've got to maintain your belief in yourself and your teammates and play within yourself and not try to press and make things happen. Just play within the structure of the offense, get the ball to your playmakers, and let your playmakers go to work.
He's going to work all right.
So here's what I think needs to happen there. They need to start out. Who do they even play this week? I have no idea who the Jets play.
Dude, it's the Chiefs this week. The Chiefs, yeah.
Perfect. So they're not even
football, national TV,
they're not
baby.
even expected to win.
Nope.
I would go out there with an ultra aggressive game plan and just try to get him in rhythm from the get-go. And if it doesn't work the first series, go the second series and just let it rip. Just tell him, look, we're going to put this on you. You may be biting your fingernails, but I think you have to try to instill him with some confidence. I mean, you might as well die getting your head chopped off than by a death by 1,000 cuts, like hoping that, if we just hand the ball off and play conservative and try to limit our mistakes. I mean, that's no way to go through a season, and it doesn't instill him with confidence. I think you got to find a way to instill him with confidence, and if that doesn't work, Simeon. And then you just go somewhere else. You go, okay, look, this just isn't going to work. It may work somewhere else, probably not, but it isn't going to work here. But I think you might as well find out. And I think on national TV is a good time to do it against a Chiefs team who you're a 10-point dog. You're not expected to win. So instead of trying to play conservative and trying to keep the Chiefs off the field, just say, screw it. Let's try to score 35. Let's get out there and let it fly and try to get him some confidence. Try to let him make some throws. Get Garrett Wilson involved. So that's the way I would do it, because what they're doing now, it just isn't working with him. It's like they're trying to protect him and trying to protect the team in protecting him. But I think as a quarterback, you sense that, and that takes away any confidence you have anyway, because you know they're trying to win to spite you. They don't want to let you do what you think you can do, and for good reason, because you've proven you can't do it. But I think at that point, you just got to say, all right, let's let it rip and see what happens here. Let's try to open up this game plan, let him throw the ball, maybe even a little no huddle early. Let's try to get some throws on target and get him feeling good about himself, and then we can go from there, because it's early in the season, and I'm sure they feel like the season's going downhill. But if you're going to try to win every game 14-10 in the NFL, good luck. Nope. I mean, this isn't 85 when the Bears played. It's not even early 2000s when the Ravens played. It's a different game now. I mean, you can have the most dominant defense, and you're probably going to give up 14 to 17 points, just the way it works with all the rules. So you got to score. You got to empower him to feel good about himself, and that's the way I would go. Because then if it doesn't work, then you say, screw it. This guy is never going to get it. It's not going to work here. And let's move on and see what we got in Simeon.
Never going to get it. Never going to get it.
I appreciate that.
That's what's going on with Zach Wilson there. We'll get you some sound, by the way, from the Chiefs defense a little bit later. Asked about Zach Wilson and the Jets offense. They were holding back laughter when they were asked about it after practice.
Were they really?
Dude, Willie Gay. We'll get you that sound a little bit later. That's what it sounded like in the Chiefs locker room when they were asked about Zach Wilson today. More sound here in our Coach Speak segment. Mike McDaniel, head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Coffee?
Yeah, he got to put up 70 points.
He's hilarious.
On the Denver Broncos this week. Why didn't he kick a field goal to get to the scoring record all time? Here's Mike McDaniel.
There was a attainable record that was cool, but the message that I thought it would send wasn't really in line with how I view things. It's awesome to, I think it was the most points since 66 or something. I think that's awesome. For a regular season record, you can have that and then suffer the same fate as we had last year. I don't care about that regular season record. It would have been cool, but what we're trying to do, I think that would be talking out of both sides of my mouth if we went and tried to send the field goal team on and squeeze an extra 3. It's not really what I'm about.
What do you think of that? I'm into Mike McDaniel, man.
Yeah,
I'm into this guy. I think he's got the focus in the right place, and I think a lot of it comes from who he learned from and where he learned. Like he's a bookworm and kind of a nerd when it comes to the football stuff and the play calling, but when it comes to the mentality, these guys seem like they're buying into him.
I think, and I'd felt this way, and I've talked to Steve about this because they've had chances, individual and team records. They've had a chance to break, and we both agree that you do it in the flow of the game. If you got to go outside the flow of the game just to break a record, it just doesn't feel right. It feels dirty. Fans like that kind of stuff. Oh, go for it. But you just don't do that. Man, it's the same argument we get with showing players up. That the fans like that now. They're like, suck it up. Let's have some fun. But you never want to embarrass somebody. Because, again, you're going to be on that other side.
By the way, they already did. Like, you already did. Yeah, at 50 points, you've already embarrassed somebody.
And it wasn't like they were even trying to get to 70. It's like Denver was so damn bad.
Dude, that last Achane
ran the ball.
Last Achane run, he ran for like 40 yards up the sideline. I was like, nobody's going to. They gave like.
Yeah, it was
embarrassing. We were joking with Greg Cosell yesterday. They gave up. How do you not feel the human like? Yeah, we're just getting our brakes beat off. Like, there's nothing you can do. Your intensity goes away.
Call it what you want. Giving up. Quitting,
it's a
losing
human
intensity. Yeah, you're not in it anymore. You just want to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, Robbie Chosen catching touchdowns.
Exactly. You know what I mean? But I agree with McDaniels. Like, if you're going to go out of your way to do something like that, like one of the more despicable things I ever saw was when Allen Iverson was trying to get a rookie record of scoring 40 in a certain amount of certain like 10 straight, 11 straight games, whatever it was, and he had like 37 at the end of the game, and they were losing by like 15, and they were fouling just so they could get the ball back and give it to him so he could score.
That's like when Devin Booker got the 70. Nobody ever credits it.
Yeah, I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like, what, really?
It's like trying to throw up a miss for a rebound for your triple-double.
Booker, it's like...
It's that thing.
Ricky Davis throwing the ball up, getting a rebound, get a triple-double. Giannis did that last year, too. I was very disappointed because I never thought I'd see that from
Giannis, you're going to get a million of these. You got a bunch more of these coming, man.
Come on, man. What are you doing? Now, that was very out of character for Giannis. I was like, no, whatever. But it just, when you got to go outside the flow of the game to break records, it's just, I don't like that at all.
That's your Coach Speak segment for today. We got more sound coming up a little bit later. We will get into it in the Sound Soiree. We're going to catch up with Chris Rose in just a little bit at 3:50, talk some baseball and football with him. Mark Spears in studio with us at 4:30 talking about the Damian Lillard trade. But when we come on back, Kyle today talked about the extension he and John Lynch signed. So they signed it before the Pittsburgh game. Where do you have Kyle among the best coaches and play callers in the NFL? He's one of 3 teams, or he's leading one of 3 teams that's still undefeated. We'll talk about Kyle a little bit next, only here on the Sports Leader.
you best be ready, because Mr. T is going to you up.
We did it before the Pittsburgh game, so I'd already celebrated with my family and stuff like that, which is huge. I feel very grateful. I mean, just being a coach anywhere for a long time, I know what that means, and extremely grateful for that, to have that opportunity, and mainly for my family to be somewhere for so long. And doing it before the season even started, I think meant a lot to me. Just shows you the people that we're with, that we believe in each other, despite what could happen. Whether we were 0-3 or 3-0, we'd still be in the same situation, and really like where we live and really like the people we work with, and they're committed to giving us a chance to go for it every single year, and that's all I could ever ask for.
That's Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, talking today about the extension he received, a multi-year extension with John Lynch to remain head coach of the 49ers. John Lynch going to be here for several more years as well as the general manager of the 49ers, and stability means a lot in the NFL. I was looking today, just Mike Tomlin was up on NFL Network talking, and I couldn't hear what he was saying, but they just had the little graphic underneath him with his overall record with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it was, well over 500 and 2 ties and whatever it was, and then it said in 17 seasons as Steelers head coach, and I was like, damn.
I know.
That means a ton in the NFL. It means something in a lot of sports. Baseball's a little different. It's nice to have stability. It's nice to know what your manager does. It's nice to have a feel for knowing. We all kind of knew when Bochy was going to go get a guy or what situation somebody was going to be used in, who's going to get warmed up here. You can always kind of predict that. It makes you feel like you're tied into the fabric of the team. With the 49ers and with play calling, it's a little bit different. And when you have a great play caller like Kyle, or when you had Bill Walsh, even a good quarterback mind and a guy like Steve Mariucci, like those guys meant something to the organization, meant something to the fans, as in it was a style of play and it was a stability to the team.
Yeah.
Kyle fits exactly. We talk about smash mouth football with the Steelers and running the ball and playing defense. The 49ers have always been, in their era of success since the 80s and since Bill Walsh, a passing team, an electric offensive team, explosive players. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have gotten them back to that spot, and they've done it at a rate, they've done it in a place where they are one of, if not the most elite talent play calling group in the NFL, and so much of the success in the league has come off of what he's done.
I think he's been great. I really do. He just knows how to handle a team. I think he has the right blend of new and old, where he's not just the analytics, he's old school as well.
It's because of where he comes from. It's his history, right?
He's a fantastic play caller. It's hard to say who are the best play callers because, again, that's kind of outside my area of I'd be at the shallow end of the pool. But, I mean, obviously McDaniels runs cool plays. Reed runs some really, really cool plays.
Reed might be the best. I think Randy Reed might be the best play caller in the NFL right now. In terms of what he's done for 20-plus years, it seems like, as both a coordinator and what he did they had great offenses in Philadelphia. Yep. Exciting stuff with Westbrook, and T.O. was there for that year in McNabb. Mm-hmm. So I've got him number one.
Yeah, I would probably, Kyle would be in the top 5 head coaches. I mean, look, as long as Hoodie's in the league, he's the best coach ever.
He's the best coach,
He's the best coach ever. Reed. Him and Reed are 1-2.
Yep.
That's 1-2. And then after that, I mean,
Carroll's up there.
You put Carroll in there. Do you put Tomlin in there? Yep. Do you put Kyle in there? Sirianni, is he a guy that would be
I'm not
in
there?
Yet
with Sirianni.
Okay.
Too short-lived so far.
Got it. No, I respect that.
You got to go through the ups and downs. Harbaugh for sure.
Harbaugh in there? Okay.
And they shift situations numerous. I mean, he goes from the old smash mouth, pure defense running the ball to, they still do that, but now you've got a different, unique. They switched offenses in a season and got Lamar to be a successful MVP quarterback, a unanimous MVP. So
McVay,
Harbaugh's up
won
there.
a Super Bowl. Where would he
probably in
be?
There. Play caller, he's definitely there.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Derek says Mike McCarthy.
Probably not. Probably not McCarthy.
He won a bowl. Maybe despite his best efforts, he won a Super Bowl. Yeah.
I wouldn't think. I don't know. But I would say Kyle's one of the top 5.
Yeah.
I'd say top 2 are Reed and Hoodie, but after that,
play caller's different. But I
mean, he's a play caller, and look at what the team's done since he's been there.
Sure.
We're talking about playoffs. We're talking about championship games. We're talking about Super Bowl. And he's got in position to do that again this year. So, yeah. And who knew they signed before the Steeler game?
That's why Kyle's saying that's a big deal. For him to say, it means whether we were 3-0 or 0-3, we'd be in the same situation.
Yep.
I like the latter. Like 3-0. No leaks.
I know.
Still no leaks from this organization.
Different from the other regime.
Much different from the other regime. By the way,
very leaky.
Just a quick health update from practice today. Debo and Juwan Jennings did not practice today. Out at practice. Do we know what the reasoning is, guys? Do we have Derek? Ribs for Debo. He is nursing those ribs. And knee as well for Debo. Juwan Jennings, no official word on that. And then Brandon Ayuk still dealing with the shoulder, but he was at practice. He was limited. So who knows? Maybe it's just a precaution for Debo. You get a little extra time here, but did not practice today. Neither did Juwan Jennings. When we come on back, Chris Rose, MLB Network, the Rose Rotation podcast. Also, you see him on NFL Network. We can talk about everything with Chris Rose. He joins us next on The Sports Leader. Andy Baggerly joined Murph and Mac this morning and suggested the Giants could be interested in moving Kyle Harrison in order to land a big name this offseason. Check out more on that story trending at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, good to be talking with you again. Even better to be talking ERC with you. Tell us about that.
ERC. That's where the federal government is rewarding employers who employed people in 2020 and 2021. And they're giving away, that's right, giving away, not lending, giving away, you never have to give the money back, up to $26,000 per person. There's two ways to figure if you're entitled. One is a simple math method, a certain drop in gross revenue. For a lot of firms I've spoken to, only do that because it's so easy. And if you didn't have the drop in gross revenue, they say, nope, no ERC for you. There's another method that a lot of firms are not bothering with because it's so much more work. It's a facts and circumstances method. Of course, not everybody qualifies, but a lot of people do qualify that did not under the drop in gross revenue. We're willing to do the work. And if you qualify, and a lot of people do, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or you can get info online at moskowitzllp.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
One of our favorite guests joins us periodically throughout the baseball and football seasons, and sometimes just to BS and talk. Chris Rose, you hear him on the Rose Rotation podcast, also the host of Game Day Highlights on NFL Network. Chris, what's going on, man? Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. All is well. What's going on out there?
Not a lot. I mean, actually, tons. We got tons to talk about. No runs. Yeah, no runs. Nothing with the Giants so much. More 49er stuff, but we can talk about all that. Why don't we start with baseball? Let's just start a little there and then jump into some football. I was telling Tom, actually, I showed him, he had not seen or heard about what happened to the Cubs last night, the Seiya Suzuki play against the Braves. Yeah. I think people here in the Bay Area have forgotten a little bit about the playoff race going around because the 49er hype and the Giants sort of bored them over the last month. But there's some really, really fun scenarios going on out there. The Cubs right now are one of the more nerve-wracking stories, I think, across baseball.
They are, and that's a rough one. It wasn't just the dropped fly ball by Suzuki.
It was a 6-run lead, right?
Yeah, it was a 6-run lead with your ace on the mound against a team that really isn't. I mean, Atlanta, they're going to be the 1 seed, you know.
Yep.
So they're just kind of stretching their legs and just getting ready and making sure that nobody's being overused too much, but staying in tune enough so that they're going to be ready following their bye. That's tough, in part because the Cubs lose the tiebreaker to the Diamondbacks. They also lose a tiebreaker to the Marlins. So even though the Marlins right now are getting crushed by the Mets in the first of a doubleheader, that's going to significantly help the Cubs. But the Cubs do have Atlanta still, and then they got to play Milwaukee, who's really not going to be playing for anything because they're going to be locked into the 3 seed. But don't you think that Milwaukee would love nothing more than to knock the Cubs out of the playoffs?
Yeah.
So they're going to do everything in their power to make sure of that while still exercising caution with their starting pitching, et cetera, et cetera. But, yeah, the Cubs and their fans are going to be on pins and needles over the next 5 days.
I think one of the most amazing stories of the season, Chris, and the Dodgers have always been great, so it's hard to say what's amazing about the Dodgers. We knew they were going to be good. The fact that they have a chance to win 100 games and their pitching has been a disaster. Like, it's just been a mess. Guys are hurt. Guys can't stay healthy.
There's rookies
they're
all
starting.
over
I mean, they're starting. Who they start?
Ed Sheeran
starting for them. So I mean, they got all kinds of guys. I mean, don't you think it's like holy cow? Not only are they going to win the division, they have a chance to win 100 games, and their starting pitching has just been kind of in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's kind of what they do, right? They part of the reason that they have been arguably the best franchise in the sport over the last decade is that they can let guys like Corey Seager, Max Scherzer, Trey Turner walk and kind of replenish them. You know, it's a little bit like the old movie that certainly, Tom, you and I in our age group grew up on, Heathers.
Oh,
you cut the head off
Heathers.
and another one grows back.
Yep.
It's a little bit like that for the Dodgers' opponents because you think just when you're getting rid of one all-star shortstop in Corey Seager, well, they're going to go trade for another. And then when they get rid of him, they're still able to produce at a high rate. And so they do that because they draft and develop extremely well so that when, they need to replenish, they're right there. Now, I do think that there is a very sizable gap in between Atlanta and the Dodgers. And
Agree.
In fact, I would say the Dodgers and the Phillies are pretty much on par with one another heading into the National League playoffs. And I wouldn't put Milwaukee – I think that Milwaukee can play with a couple of those teams just because their starting pitching is outstanding. But it's really going to have to be, at another level come October. So I can't wait for the playoffs. I think it's going to be a blast.
You know what would really be if I could do one thing and then speed it up? 'Cause I don't have to wait 5 years for this, but I would really love to see, because I'm an Angel fan, and they don't draft or develop. Neto's been pretty good for him this year. Shanwell's been good for him this year, but that's only because they didn't have a chance to screw him up the minors. They brought him up so fast. But I wonder if I took the Angels minor league system and just moved it to the Dodgers and took the Dodgers minor league system and moved it to the Angels for 5 years, what would happen? Would it turn out relatively the same? Would it be different because of the development? I wonder how big a deal development is. I have a feeling it's pretty big, but I just wonder like how big. I'd love to see like how many guys from the Angels that aren't great or haven't made it up would do so and look different in the Dodgers system, and then conversely in the Angels system, would the guys that we think are great young players for the Dodgers, would they be great young players for the Angels?
You are just a baseball mad scientist, aren't you?
Isn't it? Yeah.
That's
you
me.
little freak, you. You know, you spent a lot more time thinking about that than I did, Tom. I got to give you a little.
Well, I don't know. There's an answer to it. It'd be curious to see. Like that would kind of let me know how important the developing is, because I'm not talking about drafting. I'm just talking about developing. And I think baseball, it's more important than any other sport because we don't know as much about these guys because they're so young when they're drafted as we do about basketball and football. Like, we have a pretty good idea of how good these guys might be, and not always, but baseball, it just seems like you get these guys and the clay is not even hard. Like, you can form it and move it and do this with it, and I just think, like, the Rays, it's no coincidence. The Rays, there's no way the Rays could not get any team's minor league system and turn them into, like, pretty good players. I'm convinced of that because of what they do.
Yeah, it's more than that, though, with a team like Tampa, because if you look at their roster, they literally only have a handful of guys that they draft.
That's true. That's a good point.
So what they do better than almost any team in the bigs is they trade for guys or pick guys off the scrap heap and turn them into essential parts of their squad. I mean, they do it. Look at their entire starting rotation, right? Tyler Glasnow, he was drafted by the Pirates. He was a guy that had a ton of talent, but, you know, for whatever reason, it didn't come to fruition in Pittsburgh. He gets down to Tampa, and when he's healthy, he's a Cy Young candidate. You know, McClanahan, I believe, is a guy that was drafted for them.
Well, didn't Archer go to Pittsburgh in that Glasnow trade, and he was great in Tampa? Then he goes to Pittsburgh, and he's not great.
Yeah, I mean, it is just but also just go look at their lineup for the most part. It's guys from all over the
you're right,
all over the world and all over the baseball map, where guys just. I mean, Randy Arozarena was not a guy that you thought of in St. Louis.
Nope.
He goes down to Tampa, and he's one of the stars of the game.
LCS MVP, right? Yeah.
So it is amazing what they do.
It's pretty incredible. I've always said to Tom, if I'm a GM in baseball and the Rays call me, I'm like, I'm not picking up that phone.
Yeah, you're not answering the phone.
or I'd answer it, I'd be like, who do you like? And then I'd hang up as quick as I could. Like, save those guys. Put those guys in bubble wrap. Don't let anybody have.
That's the one day you want to drain the battery on your phone. Yeah. They're just going to call you. You're like, it's the one day you're going to be happy that you forgot to plug it in.
Right. I do want to know who they like, just so I know who to hold on to.
Yeah, but the Rays will go, you'll screw it up anyway. You don't know what to do.
You don't know what you're doing. I'm talking to Chris Rose on the UMA guest line. One more question for you on baseball before we make a jump to some football. You do the Rose Rotation podcast. You talk to a lot of players and guys from around the league. Tom Verducci wrote a piece last week. I'm not sure if you got to read it. Sort of focused on the Giants and how boring they are. He said, if this is the future of baseball, I don't want any part of it. I think he made a lot of really good points. I think some of it was in a vacuum and didn't look at some of the stuff that we see big picture here in the Bay Area, but he made a lot of really good points. I'm wondering if, and you don't have to quote anybody, of course, but based on guys you talk to around the league, what's the feeling about the Giants organization? What's the thought of players coming here? Is it as tough of a place to play, or is it not an attractive place? Is it about the front office, the way guys are being used? Have you heard anything about sort of tone around the Giants?
Not that I've heard anything, but I will say this, just as an outsider.
Okay.
I am curious as to why this organization that has had an awful lot of success over the last 15 years has not been able to land that guy that you can build around, right? I mean, a few years ago, it was Harper where they reportedly offered him a short-term deal. Like, I don't know why in the world they thought that was going to work. Like, Bryce Harper's going to go, yeah, I'll sign up for a 4-year, $180 million deal. Why wouldn't I? I don't care about the 13 for $330. Yeah, 4 years sounds great. Why not? So that just sounded ridiculous if that's the way that it went. And then the last couple of years, right, we thought Correa was going to end up there, obviously, because of the ankle. I certainly understand why that didn't work out. You know, Aaron Judge, I felt like, or Arson Judge, or whatever we're calling him at the time.
Nice.
That I didn't feel like that was ever going to happen anyway. I felt like he was going to stay in New York. So why hasn't that happened? And to me, it's a bigger question as Shohei Ohtani now hits free agency in a couple of weeks. When he sits down with his representatives and the Giants brass, what is their pitch to him? It can't be, hey, look, we won in 10, 12, and 14. That's not where we are in the baseball space. We're talking about being a decade removed from that. That's not appealing enough. That's like the Yankees saying, hey, look at all of our World Series trophies from the 30s. What do you think of that?
Who are you, Judge Schmelz?
Yeah, come on, dude.
Exactly.
How about a Fresca?
Nothing like it.
Don't get nothing like it.
So, I just don't know what they're pitching. I feel like I don't want to be as brutal as Tom was in the column, but what is the Giants' identity? It feels like they enjoy going after solid major league players that have had some degree of success in the major leagues, and they think that the sum of those parts will be greater. And I'm not so sure that, because you need some studs, man. You need some studs if you're going to compete with the Dodgers and the Braves. Look at the teams that the Dodgers and Braves have put together, and tell me how you best compete with them with stars.
Yep.
And the Giants can't land that for whatever reason.
No. Let me ask you a couple MVP questions. How close is Acuna Betts going to be? I think Acuna's going to win it, but I think it's going to be pretty close because Betts has had an incredible year. How close is that one going to be, you think?
I personally don't think it should be close.
Okay.
Because I think Acuna's season is one of the most remarkable ones we've ever seen.
Agree.
Now, I will listen to you on the fact that the new rules have altered the stolen base, unlike we've ever seen before. Maybe any sort of new rule has changed a statistical category.
Sure.
So I'm willing to listen to that part. And I love Mookie Betts for his positional versatility. I don't think that can be overestimated because what that allows Dave Roberts to do is to get guys off their feet, give them a day off, and they don't lose a damn thing defensively. Like, he's that good at all these positions, really. But I still think that Acuna's year has been remarkable. I mean, he's cut his strikeout rate down so significantly, and he's barreling up balls at such a huge rate. So, if I had a vote, I would go. I would definitely go with Acuna.
Yeah, I would too.
Cabrera just hit a homer. That's pretty cool.
Did he? I would too. I would too. I mean, I think, and look, Betts gets bonus points for me. Not that he needs any, but just the fact he's willing to play a couple other positions. Because most MVPs are like, "Are you kidding me? I play right field. I'm not going to go play second and play short." Not only does he do it, he asked to do it, and then he does it very well. I mean,
Well, it's more than that, though, Tom. One of the regulars on the Rose rotation is Miguel Rojas, who saw the clip the other day with him wearing the microphone.
Yeah.
Saturday Night Baseball was phenomenal. But Miggy told me back in spring training, he's like, Chris, he is out there an extra hour every day taking ground balls. Like, what superstar is doing that in early March? He said, nobody does that. But that's who he is. That's what separates Mookie Betts from a lot of the players at this level.
Yeah. Would you listen to me make a case for Corey Seager to win AL MVP? Sounds like a no.
You can say no, we'll move on.
Sounds like a no.
Yeah. I just don't think so.
Yeah.
I just don't think.
Fair enough.
I think what Ohtani did for 75% of the year was so ridiculous that that's the way my vote would go.
No, I got a chance to watch him as an Angel fan. So I completely understand, and he's going to win every year if he can pitch halfway decent and he hits his hat. Like I said, if he's top 15 hitter, top 15 pitcher, automatic, just give him the MVP because nobody else can pitch. But my argument would be that Seager, I mean, he has an OPS over 1,000. He's been the driving force behind a team that went from not very good last year to really good this year, and they could win they still could lose it, but they could win the AL West. Maybe the most competitive division is the AL East is right there too, but Winning means something to me, and I know in baseball most people, they don't care about winning. They just care about the stats and the numbers, but that's just, I guess as a former player, I just feel like
I know, but Tom, there's not a damn thing that Shohei Ohtani could have done different.
No, I totally get that. I get that.
You can't penalize.
Oh, yeah, I can, actually.
This guy's an Angels fan.
I
He's
can.
arguing against Ohtani.
Yeah, I know. I'm an Angels fan.
I'm not going to listen to this crap, dude. I'm not going to take this. I'm not going to listen to this.
Well, I'm not arguing against him, Chris. I'm arguing for a guy that's had to play in pressurized games, which Seager's had to play in a lot of pressurized games
He didn't pitch
to
it
try
anyway.
to get this. He didn't pitch. That's definitely a mark against him.
He pitched in none of them.
Look, I know it's a losing argument. I'm just saying I'm trying to make an argument for a guy that's done it in situations that Ohtani has not had to face.
I get you. I understand.
And it's not his fault. You're right. You're absolutely right. He didn't pick his teammates, and he didn't pick the minor league developmental squads. So
Yeah.
what does he have
By
to
the way,
do
I
about
got
it?
Seager at plus 3,300 to win the MVP, so I'm pulling tough.
You're
Good luck with that.
Dude, I got Matt Olson at plus 2,000 preseason, and if not for these incredible seasons in the National League, I'd be looking good in both of them. So
Yeah, that was
I'm
pretty good.
pulling for Seager, but we'll see what happens. I got to get a thought from you in
Yes.
some NFL stuff before we go, Chris. Who's the best defense in football, and why is it the Cleveland Browns?
Well, listen, to be honest with you, and you probably don't know this, but I've been calling the Browns games on radio.
I have.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Oh, very
I
cool.
did know that.
Like, yeah, it's terribly unfortunate circumstances. They're legendary radio play-by-play guy. No, really, no, is really sick.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, a guy named Jim Donovan. Who's
Okay.
just a great guy and has been a part of the Cleveland community now for almost 40 years. And so I've been filling in for him, and it's been an honor to do that. I wish I wasn't. So I've seen this defense up close. And, you know, the thing you want to see is, okay, Ryan Tannehill's had a solid career. Kenny Pickett's kind of finding his way, and Joe Burrow, you know, was dancing around on one leg in week one. So I'm not taking anything away from the Browns because the numbers are ridiculous.
Me neither.
They've allowed 21 first downs in 3 games.
Yeah.
It's insane. So this week they go against a former MVP in Lamar Jackson, and I think that's going to be a real test. But Jim Schwartz, their new defensive coordinator, who of course was the anchor of that Eagles defense that won it all 6 years ago, has made an enormous difference. And he has told Myles Garrett, go play with your seatbelt off, go do that, run, and go get that guy with the football in the back. And he's done it. So it's either between the team that you guys cover out there,
Yep.
or the team that I've been working with the last few weeks, and I'm willing to listen on the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I apologize to Mr. Donovan
Yeah,
for
Jim
laughing. I
Donovan,
didn't know.
yeah,
I thought you were being self-deprecating, so I hope he gets better.
I hear you.
Hope he
Well,
gets better soon.
Thank you. I certainly will send that along.
Yeah,
we're thinking the best for him.
Is Ford a guy that can be the guy? He's not Chubb, we know that, but he can catch the ball out of the backfield, and he ran the ball well. I mean, is he a guy you think they're going to feel comfortable with being maybe not the bell cow, but the lead guy?
Well, they have to.
Yeah.
I mean, he is going to be the lead guy.
Okay.
And that's perfectly fine. They brought back Kareem Hunt to probably be a 6 to 10 touch guy a game, and to add some energy and you know, he runs like his hair is on fire. But yeah, Jerome Ford is the guy moving forward, and I don't know if he can be 1,000-yard running back, but behind a pretty decent run blocking offensive line, he can give them what they need.
Talking to Chris Rose here, another minute or two on the UMA guest line. Just a thought on the 49ers. Do they look like the most complete team to you in football to this point? I mean, it's September. It's tough to say. I mean, Russell Wilson would have like 6 MVPs if we crowned it third week of September. But what do you think in terms of complete teams around the league?
I think they're awesome. And I know that, you know, Miami's the hot, trendy pick. I guess when you score 70 in a game, I keep hearing that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I love what the Niners are all about. I love the way Shanahan coaches them up. And I think that if I had to pick a squad, that, you know, they're the one. They've got a lot of weapons on offense. And as long as Trent Williams is there to block, they're good to go, in my opinion. They're just freakishly athletic and strong and disciplined and well coached on both sides of the ball. They are a complete team. Miami's fun to watch, and you know, we'll see if anybody else in the AFC kind of catches up to them. I do think that there's some squads that can do that. I think this weekend's game against Buffalo will be fascinating. So I'm going Niners.
Let me give you this and see if you agree with this going out, because I think we all would love to see Braves Dodgers in the National League. Here's one I hope happens in the American League: Baltimore Seattle. I would love to see
That'd be fun, man.
That series. Two athletic, young, exciting teams on the way up. That's the way. I think people are going to miss out because people may not watch because they're going to look and go, look at those teams. There's going to be some really fun series in the American League, but that's the one I hope we get, Chris. I hope we get the Mariners and the Orioles.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the only reason, and I hate to even bring this up, but the only reason I am hesitant to root for the Orioles, because I do like their team and I love their players, is that schmuck of an owner.
Yeah.
Just, I can't deal with that. Like, I don't know, and I always feel bad about cities that are kind of hamstrung by their owners, right? Like, he's just, what a jerk. What a jerk he seems like on every level. And, he comes out recently, he says, well, if we're going to hang on to all these good young players, we're just going to have to filter that charge down to the fans. Like, by the way, even if you do it, don't be a moron and say it out loud.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Don't say the fine print part, dude. Like, come on,
dude. Come on. I mean, like, enough. So that's the only reason. And I know that most baseball fans don't care about that stuff or even pay attention to it. But for somebody who deals with it in the sport, he's disgusting.
Yeah. Makes it
I guess
tough.
I won't be working for the Orioles.
I don't think you will.
I think you'll be okay. I think that's all right. We're going to let you go, Chris. I do want to say, hey, the Browns and the Niners square off in a couple of weeks in Week 6. It would be great to get you on before that game to talk about it again, man.
Yeah, so the Browns go Ravens, bye, and then the Niners.
Yeah.
That's going to be, if the Browns are able to pull this one off and get to 3-1 before the bye week, that would be really, really, I think that'd be a fun game.
Absolutely.
Definitely give the Niners an edge, but I'm happy to come back on and we can talk about it.
Yeah, we'd love to do that.
First one to 10.
Yeah, first to 10 win that one. Best to Jim Donovan, and I know it's under tough circumstances, but Chris, you're an awesome part of the fabric in Cleveland, and maybe no better guy to be taking that role. So good luck to you, best to Jim, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks, man.
I really appreciate it, guys. Good catching up. Take care.
Thanks,
awesome,
Chris.
Great stuff. Chris Rose, one of our favorite guests. Awesome stuff, dude. He's great because you can bounce around everything with him, and his insight, the stuff on the Giants. Like, again, he talks to a lot of players around the league. We hear, reports of guys saying they don't want to come here. It's not an attractive place. And he's out here saying, what's the identity? And why can't they land guys? I mean, there's things that are happening outside the organization that he's obviously a part of some of those conversations. And the Browns are damn good on defense.
Really good.
Niners go to the Factory of Sadness in a couple of weeks to try to take a different. Maybe my favorite, Friendly Confines, Factory of Sadness.
Factory of Sadness.
They go hand in hand. The Mistake by the Lake. If you missed any of that, you can catch the full podcast of Chris Rose on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Big trade in the NBA today. We'll talk about it with Mark Spears at 4:30. But how does it affect the Warriors? The Suns obviously have filled out their roster very deep. Like, it's a good-looking roster. But could the Warriors get involved in a conversation for Drew Holiday at point guard? He got traded to Portland. They'd have to move Chris Paul and probably Jonathan Kuminga. We'll talk about that. And then Mark Spears joins us in studio on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
Dame Lillard has been traded from the Portland Trailblazers to the Milwaukee Bucks in a 3-team deal that includes the Phoenix Suns. Also on the move, Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton. There's more on that story and the details trending at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda and my pilot. This is an easy one. And you read this. Been a pilot for 10 years. What I love about the pilot? Oh, let me count the ways. 1, room. I'm 6'8", 270. I need room. I got room. I have plenty of room. Friends have room. Family has room. When I'm going to Tahoe with the buddies to play golf, we got the clubs, we got the gear. No worries whatsoever. Family, gear, even back in the day with the clubs and the bats and the balls and going to the park or didn't have to worry about it. Plenty of room with the pilot. Gas, regular. Miles per gallon, solid. So I feel like I'm saving at the pump, which is good. And I feel like I'm getting some good MPGs, which I enjoy. Safety is important, especially if you're going to let your kids drive. You want to make sure they're going to be as safe as they could be. Well, with the multi-angle rear view camera, the Honda Lane Watch, the Honda Sensing, it's a very high-tech suite of safety features that are there to keep you and your passengers, your precious cargo, safe. Gadgets, got them. No worries. You listen to what you want when you want to listen to it in the back. You watch what you want. They got everything you want. Great sound system, too. You want to crank up some Tool, you can do that as well. I like to do it. You might want to do it. You may not want to do it. You may not like listening to Tool. But then again, you might. So you can crank up your music. And it's fun to drive. It's more fun to drive than you think it would be. You think, pilot, that can't be that. Yeah, it is. It is fun to drive. Not going to lie to you and say it's a Lamborghini, but fun. And it's got all the stuff you want. So if you're looking for a midsize SUV, you might want to think about a Pilot. Not the only SUV they have in their line. They got the rugged Passport, the sporty HRV, and the legendary CRV. They're now available in fuel-efficient hybrid. Very nice. Your NorCal Honda dealers have loads of new SUVs available right now with special lease and financing deals on every model. It's the perfect time to come in and buy or reserve yours today. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I really like Chris because he likes phone calls and not texts. So Chris is old school. He wants to talk, and we've had 4 or 5 great conversations this summer. I'm thrilled to coach him. He's one of the great competitors I've ever seen. His command of the game, the way he controls the action, his teams tend to get a great shot, possession after possession after possession. And he understands what wins. So I'm really excited to coach Chris, and I know he's really excited to be here.
You coaching?
Oh, man. By the way, that was our first reaction from Chris Paul to being traded to the Warriors. They were like, yeah, what do you think about coming off the bench? Would you do that? You coaching? That's what he said.
You coaching?
The reporter. There was head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, talking about how excited he is to coach Chris Paul. I imagine from a coach's perspective, that is an exciting guy to coach. When you know you have a talent and an ability in a guy that can do things that maybe, or has the smarts of things that are intangibles, things that you don't have to think about telling him what to do. And because the Warriors have had to do so much coaching with so many young players over the last few years, I'd imagine that there's a bit of set it and forget it element with that. But I'd imagine he is a coachable player and a guy that Steve Kerr's excited to have. Now, big trade goes down today. The biggest news in sports today, Damian Lillard officially traded from the Portland Trail Blazers to the Milwaukee Bucks as part of a 3-team deal that the Suns were involved in as well. The full details are that the Blazers get Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton from the Suns, Toumani Camara, a 2029 first-round Bucks pick, and a Bucks pick swap. The Suns get Yusuf Nurkic, Nasir Little, Keon Johnson, and Grayson Allen. The question here is whether or not the Portland Trail Blazers are going to move on from Drew Holiday, because I don't know what purpose he serves them this year. Now, he's got 2 years on a deal, but I guess he has an opt-out after this next year, so the assumption is that he will become a free agent after this season, which for the Warriors would mean basically the same thing it meant in having Chris Paul, but a younger, more talented, in the thick of his prime type player right now.
Tell you what's scary, I don't think he'll go there because they already got a point guard. Well, kind of a point guard. The Clippers. If Drew Holiday went to the Clippers.
I don't need that.
Yeah, nobody needs that.
I don't need that.
The
Clippers do.
They would be much better. And look, I always hate dinging Westbrook because he's a Hall of Famer and he's a great player. He's just, I don't know that he's a point guard. And he just doesn't fit so much in today's NBA because you got to shoot at least a little bit in today's NBA, and he really doesn't. But, yeah, Drew Holiday would fit that group. It would be like a glove.
Like it.
The glove. Again, Miami seems to be the obvious choice because they wanted Lillard to be their point guard, but we'll see how that works out. But yeah, I mean, we mentioned earlier on. I mean, there's speculation. There wasn't anybody that was noteworthy that was mentioning that Drew Holiday for Chris Paul and Kuminga works. But again, that's a yesterday trade for me. That's like, yeah, I'll do it. We're good. Let's get it done, and let's go out there. Because if they did that, then I think you'd see their odds climb rather dramatically because he's a really good player. He also helps with defense, I think with turnovers. I don't think he's a turnover machine, although I'd have to look. But we'll see where he ends up. Because, yeah, he doesn't really do Portland any good because Portland's building. They just want youth, and they're building for the future. Because I would imagine Holiday's a point guard. They're probably going to give the ball to Scoot Henderson and let him just go.
Who else do they have there? Simmons?
Shaden Sharp. And Anthony
Simons.
Anthony Simons. Yes.
Simons, not Simmons.
Yes.
Like Quentin Johnston, not
Correct.
Johnson. Right.
Correct.
The receiver for the Chargers.
Yep.
Yeah, Simons. And then they've just now got Ayton. That's actually not a bad young core of like 4 guys.
No,
there. See what you can do for a while. You're paying Ayton a lot, but by the time that's up, you're like, you may be able to, who knows?
Yeah.
You may be able to shift that money around or move him to somebody and get something in return. Like,
yeah,
that's actually a nice little core.
He's the only guy making money, I think, on that team.
Yep. Yeah.
I think that's pretty much it. So, do they still have Grant? Or did they trade Grant?
I can't remember. They moved a bunch of money around last year. Oh, they signed Grant this offseason.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they did.
I thought they signed Grant. He's probably...
Remember, because that was part of the moves of like what Dame wanted. Now he's
probably like, this
seriously?
blows.
He's like, this.
Get out of here.
I'll get moved too. Give me till that.
He's like, let me get out. I got to get out of Denver. I don't want to win.
We are.
I'm going to go to Detroit. Okay, then I'll go to Portland. Ah, damn.
Tough deal. We are streaming live, by the way, on YouTube and on Twitch and Twitter. You can check it out at KNBR.com or that's the Twitch stream or YouTube's KNBR page. But our guy Gizmo checks in periodically. A little dose of reality here. Gizmo goes, damn, dude. You got teams like the Bucks getting Dame. We got Paul Magruder and Rudy Gay. Wait a minute. He was like, does Rudy Gay have any knees left? Rudy Gay signed to a 1-year deal. Dude, 17 years in the league.
Did he really?
Yeah, Rudy Gay to the Warriors today.
When that happened?
This afternoon. Dude, legit, like within 20 minutes of the Dame news coming out.
Oh, that's why.
I get here and everybody's talking Dame.
I had no idea.
Warriors got Rudy Gay? So there you go. Rudy Gay's going to compete for a roster spot, 1-year deal, 17 years in the league for Rudy Gay.
A long time.
37 years old. They are going in on the vet minimum, dude. So there you go. We'll see if the Warriors can get involved in potentially a Drew Holiday conversation. Apparently the Sixers and Heat have interest. We can talk to Mark Spears about it, who's not in studio.
He is not in studio.
This was his suggestion, by the way, Mark. This was you. You were
Can
like,
we talk to Andrew Stern about turning the temperature up in here?
Yeah.
Like a degree? I mean, come on, Stern.
Barista in the temperature and Mark Spears on the temperature of the Warriors' interest in Drew Holiday. Yeah, it's cold. It's a cold one here at the Sports Leader.
I'm not doing any more spots until we turn the temperature up. Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime. That's what you get from the games. Whether it's a big game or just a game you're interested in, you want to make sure the streaming is very predictable because sports are unpredictable. Sports are the greatest reality television going. But you don't want to have a game-winning kick or somebody rounding third base, game-winning shot, the end of the game stuff. And it just freezes on you. And you don't get to see it. And all of a sudden your phone blows up and people are going, oh, I can't believe you missed it. Or, oh, incredible finish. No, you don't want that. You want complete predictability with your streaming. That's why you get Xfinity 10G Network. You get the most reliable connection you need to stream your favorite sports, from football to football and everything in between. Catch it all on the network made for streaming. Looking for even more entertainment? Who isn't? The Xfinity 10G Network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games. You get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. You love sports, you love high def, you love seamless streaming with Xfinity 10G. You will love Xfinity.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Time to talk a little NBA with the man who broke the news of the Dame Lillard trade. A man who was supposed to be in studio, so I actually put on some draws, as they like to say. But he's not in studio. He decided to not be here. Mark Spears of Anscape.com. Hello, Mark.
Oh, no, don't give me credit for breaking that trade. That was Woj.
Oh, I thought that was you.
Nah, I wish.
The
Okay.
man who took the tip from Woj.
I've said it 3 times, so I apologize to no one, but I will set the record straight. Woj broke the news. God, I would like to say
Mark
it was
had the
you.
Raptor stuff. Mark had the Raptor stuff, right, Mark?
Yeah.
I have some other stuff to give you guys, though.
No, I know you always have stuff to give us. I thought you broke it, and I wanted to give you credit for it, but so. Sorry, Woj. Sorry, Woj. I don't need you coming after me. I don't know what you could do to me at this point, but probably be something. So what do you think of this? Because this is like a landscape changer. I wonder if Giannis going to sign the extension now. This is huge.
Well, Dame's there for 4 years. So, and I think you're basically going to get the best of the rest of his career. And so 10 days ago, I was told that, the Dame camp basically realized that Portland was not going to do anything with Miami, man. They wouldn't. I was basically told there was.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
There was zero movement at all, and there wasn't until this day. And so Aaron Goodwin, his agent, Oakland guy, basically told Dame, and Oakland guy, he's like, look, what other places would you go to? Because this ain't going to happen. And he told him that he knew all the teams that were interested, obviously, and he was cool with Milwaukee if they could keep their core guys, and also was interested in Brooklyn, which is a little surprising to me, but Brooklyn was the other team on the list. And so I think they basically told the teams to keep it quiet. I don't even know that Portland knew that he was cool with it. I think they kind of wanted to, but they just basically Goodwin let those teams know, like, hey, if you make this trade, Dame is okay with it. So Toronto was trying to get in there and had a good shot at it, but I think ultimately got cold feet, knowing probably some way or another that Dame wasn't really happy going there. And so Milwaukee ended up getting it done, man. So I certainly understand it from the Bucks standpoint, because like big market teams like Miami, if they didn't get Dame, right, we're probably going to be waiting in the wings to try to holler at them, and still are going to try it. But, I mean, what could really Giannis say now? The Bucks are doing everything to win.
Yep.
And could potentially be, winning another championship, or at least getting to the finals with this team. So I don't know that he signs the extension, but I do expect him at this point to stay. I couldn't see why he wouldn't want to.
Yeah.
Talking to Mark Spears on the
It's a big day for the small city franchises, man. Like the pretty Miami doesn't get it done, and Milwaukee does, right?
I think it's great.
It's an awesome deal. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. It immediately becomes the best player that Giannis has ever played alongside, and I think we love seeing this stuff when you get two great players playing next to each other. Mark Spears with us on the UMA guest line. Mark, what's the future for Drew Holiday? What happens with him? People are already talking Warriors could get interested. I don't know that actually happens. Are you hearing about teams that could have interest in Drew Holiday?
Oh, I expect a lot of interest. I'm not knowing specifically where just yet, but I think Milwaukee really, gave him a favor, because he'll have the opportunity to peruse different teams. I just can't see Miami getting in there. It's like, oh, I know I haven't called you in a couple weeks, Pat, but hey, are you interested? You know what I mean? I mean, there's probably so much venom right now between Miami and Portland. Can the GM there make that call? I mean, at this point, I think Miami has to bite the bullet and do what's best for the franchise and not have an ego about it. But I don't know. That seemed like a lot to swallow there, right? But to your point, yeah, I mean, see, Drew Holiday is one of the elite defenders in the league, lockdown defenders, amazing guy, two-way player. I'm sure there's a ton of interest in him, and I'm sure they'd like to get something done, everybody, before camp starts.
Well, look, we spent the better part talking about this trade, about the Damian aspect in Milwaukee, how they benefited. But the Suns got better, too. I think the Suns, especially because the Ayton thing wasn't going to work there because I think they wanted him to be something that he just couldn't be. He's not a physical presence. He's not a rim protector. That's just not who he is. He's super skilled, and you just got to accept that he has some limitations. And the Phoenix thing, there was always some weird mojo there between him and the team. So I think not only does it benefit him, I think it benefits them, too. Like, you look at their roster now compared to what it was to start the offseason. I mean, it's like, that's a legitimate team.
No, I think there's going to be a rematch in the finals. That would be my guess. The funny thing, Tom, I'm like, I meant to talk about Ayton on NBA Today the other day. And a lot of times, and you guys know this, you want to talk about something, and then the time runs out.
Oh, yeah.
Literally trying to raise my hand on the air. Like, hey, I got one more thing to talk about. They're like, we got to go to commercial. And Malika started, leading into commercial. And I started to interrupt her to say that I expect Ayton to go to Portland once the Dame deal gets done. And they want to pair him up with Scoot Henderson, kind of a young 1-2 punch, point guard, center punch, give him a center he could play with. And I think the thing that Phoenix was like they need a loop. They need a guy that doesn't worry about his touches.
Yep.
We just want you to rebound.
Be physical.
Or something like that. Want you to rebound and throw it back out. And Nurkic could, if he's healthy, he could do that. And now with Ayton, I think Ayton will be a lot happier in Portland. He was kind of certainly frustrated with how his contract stuff was handled. And so I think it's win-win for both of them.
What do you think of the Rudy Gay signing by the Warriors and Rodney Magruder? I mean, the Magruder stuff is funny just because of the sound bites we have from Clay and Draymond. I mean, that stuff is gold.
I feel like the Magruder thing's a joke, and they're going to, wave him before camp.
Come on. Like, dude, they did this just to play him? Like, this is all part of the bit? I like that. I like that angle. God. I like that. I'm leaning in on that.
That's terrible.
Yeah. And Draymond or Clay is going to announce it via Twitter or something like that.
You guys are
Draymond
wrong.
on his podcast, dude, he goes on, Magruder, you're out, Rodney.
You're wrong.
Nah, but I like Rudy Gay for that spot, man. I really do. I don't think they need any guards. I saw GP2 the other day. He's in great health. He's ready to go. So I expect, big things from him coming off the bench. So I don't know that Magruder is really necessary. But to add a guy like Rudy Gay, who is a great professional, would understand the role, would enjoy being there, would love to win, compete for a championship. And he's a guy that if somebody's hurt, you can plug him in. You know how, NBA coaches, Steve, if somebody gets hurt in the starting lineup, like, say, Draymond gets hurt like that, they don't typically like to mess with the bench too much, leave the bench alone. Mm-hmm. I just like Rudy being a guy that they could plug in. If, say, like Draymond takes some time off, and it's inevitable that typically he'll get some games, right, or something at his age. So I really like the Rudy move a lot. I know that they have been talking also to, Juan Toscano-Anderson. I'm sure he's disappointed, would have loved to have that opportunity. But and I know I sound like I hated on Magruder. He's going to make the team, and you guys are going to replay that tape and be like, yeah.
Yes, we are.
That's a good idea. Tim, you should probably cut him saying that from before.
Yeah.
Magruder.
I think that if I was a betting man, respectfully to Magruder, I think Rudy gets a spot, and I you know how it is that you get that vet in the locker room. He's just going to also fit in, and he's a comedian too. I think you know how them older locker rooms is. They like the OGs in there with him. So.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So I looked up the odds to win the NBA championship, and tell me if you have any issue with this. The top 4 teams in terms of favorites to win the NBA championship were the Bucks, the Nuggets, the Celtics, the Suns, and then the next 3 were the Clippers, not necessarily in this order, Clippers, Warriors, Lakers. Would you have any problem with that?
Clippers?
They put Clippers 7th. Clippers were 7th to win the champion, like 16-1, I believe it was.
Clippers?
Yeah, Clippers. You know the team in L.A.?
Yeah.
Didn't they get Westbrook?
No, I got to see them guys get healthy before I believe in them, man. I try to buy the Clippers every year, and they disappoint me.
Well, 16-1 isn't. I mean, those aren't great odds. Who would you put ahead of them?
But I would put the Warriors and the Lakers ahead of them.
Well, they are ahead of them. The Warriors were 6, and then it was the. So if you want me to put them in order to make you feel better, it was Lakers, Warriors, Clippers is how it shook out.
Obviously, you understand betting odds a lot better than me.
Yep.
So I messed that up.
No, I told you in no particular order. I messed it up. That was my fault.
I might put the Suns 1.
Okay.
I would put the Suns 1. I just think they just got too much. They just got too much.
More than the Bucks?
Yeah.
I think depth they do.
Okay.
I think depth now they do, which is funny because I thought that was their Achilles heel, was they just didn't have a deep enough bench. Now they may have too many guys.
Where are the Celtics at in your mind with Porzingis?
Who's their point guard though? Like, what's their point guard play like? I'm worried about that. I think White starts right at point guard. I don't know what Brogdon's health is. Read that he's a little unhappy with his contract situation. I like him top 5.
Okay.
But Denver's where, should be up at the top. Obviously, you got to respect them like that. Milwaukee, for sure, despite what they did. I guess the Clippers fans could say, well, what about the Bucks? Well, they got Dame now, so it's different.
Same thing.
You got Pritchard running that point guard for the Celtics. Let's go.
Hey.
Yikes. Mark Spears, 2 more minutes with him on the Yuma guest line.
Maybe Magruder could be available for him at point once.
According to you, he will be in just a couple of weeks. So, one more on Chris Paul, though, because this came up yesterday. We played a soundbite of Steve going, we got 6 starters. And we were like, this was the whole issue when they got Chris Paul. We're like, no, you don't. You have 5 spots and 6 guys. Is there any tension, you think, or any hesitancy from Chris Paul in coming off the bench potentially?
He never done it, right? But
he never won either.
So to your point on that, I think the challenge for Chris is I see him being that kid. Almost like that kid that was like always the big guy everywhere else, and then his family moved across the country. Then all of a sudden he goes to some school where everything's already like you're going to Sierra Canyon, right? Like, we're already established, we've already won, and he has to fit in for the first time in his career. It's not Chris's team. It's the Big Three's team, and they got banners up there, so. I think he's in a unique, odd position where he's the guy that has to fit into what they are doing. I do think that there will be a time in the preseason where they'll try the smaller lineup. I think there'll be a time where they try it with Chris coming off the bench, and ultimately they'll decide what's the best thing to go with. But, at the time of the trade, I heard the expectation was for Chris to start with a 5-minute burst. Now, what happens... we'll see, but on July 1st, I think when the trade whenever that trade happened, that was the expectation at that time.
If you win, you take care of all your problems. If you lose, that's when you start having headaches.
Or if he's in Portland, because we have Drew Holiday here. Then it's no problem. Then it's a problem with Drew Holiday, not Chris Paul.
You know what? I will say this, though, and Chris will get mad for me saying this. I think if you got a Chris Paul is like Damian Lillard. And what I mean by that is he may not be happy to be there, but he's still going to do his job and he's still going to play. So if Chris is on a 1-year deal and you can have him mentor Scoot for a season, I mean, that's a pretty good guy to have mentor. And Chris showed you in Oklahoma City that he could be professional and do that. But, I mean, that's interesting to have Drew coming off the bench would be sick for the Warriors, but I haven't heard that is possible. But if I'm Portland, I would be interested in. I mean, because you got Drew, but that being said, I mean, he has Dame there. I mean, he has Chauncey there already. But Chris would be a hell of a mentor to have for a year.
A lot of those young guys.
I don't know that there's a better one you could get. So, I mean, if I'm Portland, I would be interested in that.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt about it. And you could say whatever you want about Chris Paul. You can never say he's not professional. He's been as professional.
Oklahoma City's the best example.
Yeah, as any professional could be. I mean, he's a pro. That's what he does. He takes it seriously.
It'd be crushing to him, though. It would be really crushing to be like this close to playing for the last chance, and then this. I think it would be pretty crushing for him.
Yeah, that would test your professionalism right there.
Yeah. Would be fun from a Warriors standpoint, though.
It would be
one more blow. But I think
like
he helps.
Thrill of victory.
Yeah, one more.
He'd be the skier coming down the hill.
Oh, dude. Mark, always fun, man.
I don't wish that on him, man. I don't.
No. I know you don't. You just laugh when you said it.
Yeah. Just like the Magruder line, too. Just like that. I don't wish it, but if it happens, it'll be funny.
Rodney Magruder.
There it is, dude. We're close to getting going, Mark. We'll talk to you soon, dude.
All right,
Mark.
All right, man. Good having you. Good stuff there from Mark Spears. Interesting comment there. He said, Chris may not be happy with me saying this, but he's like Dame. Even if he's not happy there, he's still going to play. He's still going to do his job. Interesting as to what Chris Paul's mindset may be. It also would be hilarious if, like, after all this drama, they flipped him because they could get Drew Holiday. They had no idea this was a possibility. All that stuff goes away. When we come on back a little bit more on the trade, a little bit deeper dive into how that Suns trade is going to affect the Warriors. Really, that's what we're looking at. I mean, Portland's a little bit better.
Opening night,
Warriors and Suns
baby.
looks a lot different. Is that
24th,
October 7th? Oh, what's the date?
I think it's October 24th.
October 24th.
7th
is the first preseason game.
Correct.
Right? We're 10 days away from the first preseason game. Pretty cool. So basketball right around the corner. Opening night looks a lot different, and the Warriors may look different. 37-year-old Rudy Gay signed today and could be competing for that final roster spot. We got some Warriors talk for you, and then we got the Sound Soiree, Tolbert and Copes. It's a Wednesday afternoon on the Sports Leader. San Francisco Giants have officially been eliminated from postseason contention after last night's 4-0 loss at the hands of the San Diego Padres. More on that story trending at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Thursday night, tomorrow night, it's time to get right back into it. Thursday night football means another chance for you to make a little bit of scratch. Maybe you got players going, maybe you don't. Maybe your fantasy team is already banged up and you've lost guys to injury. Heck, maybe you had Aaron Rodgers and your whole thing completely fell apart. Tomorrow night, you can get back in on it with Underdog Fantasy. All you got to do is head on over to the App Store, wherever you download your apps, and download the Underdog Fantasy app, or you can get it at UnderdogFantasy.com, just on any old desktop browser. What you want to do is when you sign up, use promo code KNBR, because they're going to match your first deposit up to $100. So you sign up, use promo code KNBR, put in 100, and they'll give you an extra 100 to play with. And right now I'm looking at tomorrow night's games, and I'm looking at some of the games for Wednesday. You can also get in on the baseball, but Thursday night, Green Bay at home against Detroit. Looking at higher or lower for the Pick'em game. So 2.5 rushing yards for Jared Goff. That's a tough one. Probably going to go a little bit higher on that. He scampered in for a touchdown last weekend. Jared Goff could go higher on that. Then you take maybe a Jordan Love total receptions, lower on the total completions for him. 2 of those, you can make 3 times your money. Put a few more on that, you can make up to 20 times in a single day. But it all starts with downloading the Underdog Fantasy app, signing up with KNBR as the promo code, and they'll match that first deposit up to $100. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.